Section Prologue, Reincarnation of God 2,000 years ago, Demon Castle Delscade. In the silent dark of night, Demon King Anos was seated on the throne of his castle. He stared into the darkness, deep in thought, his chin resting on one hand. Light flickered. He raised his face to the clear-story window and saw a ray of silver light beam down into the room. What had been a completely dark night was now being illuminated by faint light of the moon of creation, Altiert Noah. A single snow crystal that resembled a petal fluttered through the window of the castle to fall before the Demon King. In a blink of silver, the lunar snowdrop took the shape of a person. And so Militia, the goddess of creation, came to earth. Militia's tranquil eyes stared straight at Demon King Anos. "Waiting for me?" she asked. "I figured you would come." Anos stood up and walked towards her with calm, even steps. "I have brought down Aberniu, the goddess of destruction." Militia only nodded quietly in reply, as though she knew that already. "This castle," she asked. "It's her final, ruined form." Goddess of creation looked at the castle. Her divine eyes reflected the demon castle Delscade as though she were only observing the world around her. "Did Aberniu?" She started quietly. "Did she say anything?" Anos closed his eyes for a moment. The goddess of destruction's words flashed through his mind. She said she didn't want to become despair. That time her voice had carried a sadness that should have been impossible for her to feel, as gods were not supposed to have emotions. Thus, her last words had left a deep impression on Anos. He opened his eyes and looked straight at the goddess of creation. Had enough of being the order that only saw ruin. "You saved her," Militia said. Anos laughed at himself bitterly. "I don't know about that. I simply disliked how easily everything in this world tended to perish. The son of destruction, Sarjaldenev, was in the way off me ideal Dilhade." Anos held a hand up, activating a three-dimensional magic circle of Delscade. A shadow of a sword appeared alongside the countless runes, the handle of which was pointed at him. The Demon King grabbed the sword. The shadows inverted, revealing the abolisher of reason, Venasdenoa. "I haven't saved her. I've only delayed the problem," he said with a sharp look. "A living being in this world, you've done all you can." Militia's face was still and unmoving, but there was something gentle about her expression. "Theirs is for the goddess of creation to deal with. Don't be so stubborn. I've come this far, I'll accompany you to the end." Militia quietly shook her head. Her long hair swayed gently. "It's okay," she said softly, looking at Anos. "I suppose it's best if you don't need my power," Anos said. "What will you do?" "I have a plan. Besides," Militia said gently, "it's what she would have wanted." "You know what she wants." Militia held back a faint smile. "It was written in the letter you delivered." "I see." Anos lifted the tip of the abolisher of reason. "Here," the goddess of creation said, gently placing her hand on her chest. "I could destroy you right now if I wanted to," Anos said to the expressionless goddess of creation. "You're not scared. Gods are order. We fear nothing." Militia moved her hand and beckoned him forwards. "Come closer." The tip of Venasdenoa was pointed right at her. The Demon King walked through the silent night, even his footsteps making not a sound, and stabbed Venasdenoa, the abolisher of reason, into the right side of her chest. The goddess of creation shed no blood, but the blade had definitely cut her, a vital part of her. The abolisher of reason had destroyed her order. Sirica. Anos withdrew the abolisher of reason and held it over the large magic circle that had been drawn. Countless black particles rose from the castle. They were fragments of Aberniu's severed consciousness. One by one, the particles gathered, filling the throne room. Anos stared at the source wandering within the Sirica circle with his magic eyes of destruction. "I will grant your wish, Militia. The goddess of destruction Aberniu will be reborn as a demon. She will be released from the duties of the gods, no longer bound by order, so she may be free to feel how she wishes to feel." "Will she be of your bloodline?" Militia asked. "Aberniu and I have the same magic eyes of destruction. This trait may emerge in distant descendants of my bloodline. Using the abolisher of reason, it will create the illusion of a relation to me through our eyes." Reincarnation of a god was still a god, unless that order was destroyed by Demon King Anos using Venasdenoa. Kind to her. "To Aberniu," Anos said. Militia nodded. "Her next life may be better off having no connection to who she was before, since her past is just as she was as the goddess of destruction. Can be forgotten, but not feelings. Feelings will linger," the goddess of creation said with conviction. "If the logic of the world gets in the way, I will destroy it." Militia smiled. There was something in that smile that seemed to suggest that there were some things the demon King Anos, who destroyed anything and everything, could not touch. If she traces those emotions, she will remember. Melicia's eyes glowed silver. She will remember you. What makes you say that? Militia had a tender, almost joyful look on her face as she answered. Because she was in love, she said. I'm honored, Anos said, with a self-deprecating chuckle. But that can't be true. She just fixated on the first emotion she recognized. I just happened to be the one who freed her from the order of destruction. Once she's reborn in a peaceful world, her heart will be free to feel more. Anos looked away from Militia and up at the tall ceiling of the castle. Perhaps he was trying to say those words to Aberniu herself. This wasted world, the burden of the order of destruction, her sins. I've removed all the shackles wrapped around her heart, Anos said with a faint smile. She can love again if she wishes to, but with a heart that is free and unburdened. She can meet someone she truly loves. Goddess of creation stood in silence. When Anos looked back at her, she spoke. Make me an oath. The demon king looked intrigued. After you reincarnate, promise me that you will search for her and be Theanet to find her before anyone else. And then what? If she falls in love with you again, accept her. Such a serious look on such a small god was absurd. Anos burst into laughter. BWA haha. You want me to receive that unruly girl? Hilarious. He chuckled some more. Gods don't joke, Militia replied. I'll think about it, Anos said. Anos looked over at the Sirica magic. The reincarnation of a god was different to that of a demon or human, especially when the reincarnation involved severing them from their order. Shall we decide on a name? Anos suggested. Militia looked at him in question. Aberniu will be reborn as my descendant, he said. But without her divine order, even you will struggle to locate her. It'd be best to have another sign off her past besides her magic eyes of destruction. A demon descendant born from Anos's magic, the source could be given a name and have that name be passed down through generations. If you can't think of one, I'll choose. Sasha, Militia said. How about Sasha? A fine name. Goddess of creation smiled. Thank you. Anos turned to face her. What will you do now? He asked. Militia briefly struggled to answer. But eventually she said, gently smiling all the while, I will choose a place from which I can watch over you and the rest off thy's world. Section 1. The witch who swallowed a star ZZZT. ZZZT. A static-like noise rang in my ears. Harsh sunlight fell across my eyelids. A dull pain rattled my head, rousing my dozing mind from sleep. Anos, dear, do you think you can eat breakfast yet? I opened my eyes at the sound of Mom's voice in the distance. A girl with soft ringlets sat in the chair beside my bed, blinking at me, an open book on her lap. Good morning, Misha said, smiling faintly despite her emotionless voice. She closed her book. Did I sleep in? I asked. A little. Static rang in my ears once again. I must be more tired than usual. As I slowly sat up, Misha drew a magic circle. She reached into it and took out a pitcher full of cold water and a cup. She then poured some water from the pitcher into the cup and offered it to me. Just what I wanted, I said. She smiled happily. After drinking the entire glass, I got out of bed. I drew a magic circle and passed through it, changing from my nightwear into my usual clothes. Anos awake yet, Misha? Mom's voice called again. I just got up. Could you prepare lunch and breakfast? I said, sending my vase down to the first floor where Mom was using magic. Okay, you're a growing boy after all. She replied cheerfully. I turned to Misha. When did you get here? She tilted her head to the side. About 2 hours ago. She's been waiting for me for quite a while. Sorry, you could have woken me up earlier. Misha shook her head. You looked like you were resting well. Looks like I've made her worry again. Where are Arcana and Sasha? Arcana went to Gadesiola. Come to think of it, she had mentioned wanting to check up on things. Sasha's still asleep, Misha added. She wasn't a morning person, but she normally didn't sleep all the way until lunch. Let's go wake her up, I suggested. But just as I drew the magic circle for, come here for a bit, it's an emergency. A noisy voice called up from the first floor, Dad. I looked over at Misha, who shrugged. Well, I suppose there was no way she would know what was going on. Just what kind of emergency was it? Hold on a moment, I said. Okay. Left the room and went down the stairs to the blacksmith and appraisal shop side of the house. Dad was standing with a foot up on a chair, posing dramatically with his blacksmith hammer over his shoulder, and not a single emergency in sight. What's wrong, Dad? I asked. I can't decide, Dad said with a look of utter despair. I can't decide on a pose at all. And to think that 2,000 years ago, this man was a hero who vowed to fight in the shadows and eschew all glory to himself. It looks no different from normal. Dad waved an index finger at me, clicking his tongue in disapproval. Listen up, Anos. A man cannot stay stagnant. He must always surpass his limits. I gather by surpassing all my limits. What is he on about? I looked over at Misha, who tilted her head in confusion. Candle burns brightest as it fades, and by doing so overcomes its own demise, she guessed. So that logic applied to Dad's poses too. If so, it would mean the more ashamed he felt, the more he approached total social destruction, which would make his shame radiate even more. In which case... Are you lacking resolve? Dad gasped. Resolve! His eyes widened as far as they would go in total shock. I see, so that's what it was, he muttered in realization. I get it. I finally figured it out, Anos. That's what I was lacking. I've never been told that I lack resolve before. In fact, people normally compliment me for having too much resolve, or for having nothing but resolve. Those didn't sound like compliments. Once I became a father, I had new responsibilities to handle. I must have started playing things safe without realizing it. Wait, he was holding back all this time. And to think you would be the one to tell me this, Anos. This must be what it means to learn from one's son, Dad said with a laugh. Now he's just running his mouth as usual. Right, I'll give it a go. Just one no, 3 more steps. I will recall my past self and return to that version of me again. Dad stood his hammer up vertically on its thin handle and lay face down on top. When he stretched his arms and legs out, he looked just like an acrobat. I am grateful to you, my son. What a wonderful demonstration of balance. Just wondering, Dad, but what are you even posing for? Dad flapped his arms and legs like he was swimming to maintain his balance as he answered proudly. Listen to this, Anos. I'm getting a disciple. They're coming to the workshop today, so I want to make a cool first impression. Maybe he should hope this disciple doesn't run screaming first. Mom appeared in her apron. Beaming from ear to ear, she greeted us. Good morning, Anos. Will you be eating too, Misha? Misha looked at me. I could guess what she was trying to say. Can you prepare some for Sasha too? I asked Mom. We're about to bring her here. Of course, Sasha too. Leave it to me. I know you're tired, so I'll do my best. Eat lots and feel better soon. Mum cheerfully returned to the kitchen. Right, bye, Dad. I'll be back before the food is done. Go on, get going. I will be here making a new world. Just as Misha and I teleported away with Gadam, Dad lost his grip on Hishammer and toppled off balance, diving to the floor. But as he fell, he grinned and gave me a thumbs up. It was pretty easy, with people like this. People who didn't even bother to catch themselves as they fell to guess how things would go for them. The workshop faded away and was replaced by a canopy, the sound of a rumbling crash fatting with it. We were in Sasha's room at the Necron family home. Will he be okay? Misha asked. Don't worry, he's always like that. I answered her and looked over at the bed, but there was no sign of Sasha. A half-empty glass stood on the bedside table. She's probably awake by now. Did we miss her? I wondered. No, there was a unique scent coming from the glass. I waved my magic over and the glass flew into my hand. What's wrong? It's alcohol, I said. Misha's eyes widened. Did she mistake it for water? She was probably still half asleep. She may be wandering around drunk. I swept my magic eyes across the Necron estate and spotted her, surprisingly not too far from where we were. There. I pointed in the right direction, and Misha hurried over to the other side of Tebed. Sasha was asleep on the floor. For some reason, she had stuck her head under the bed, leaving her feet completely exposed. Get up, Sasha, I said. I grabbed her foot and dragged her out from under the bed, revealing to Thurald a blonde girl snuggling a bottle of alcohol. It's empty, Misha observed. There wasn't a drop left in the bottle. It seemed she had drunk it all. Wonder she won't wake up, I said. I drew the magic circle for ice on Sasha's body. But just before the spell could detoxify her, she blinked awake and destroyed the circle with her magic eyes of destruction. What are you doing? I asked Sasha. Demon King, she said, sounding relatively articulate for a drunk. Being a heavyweight is so boring. It's better to get drunk. Yes, sure, I replied noncommittally, casting ice. Sasha immediately destroyed it again with the magic eyes of destruction. Have another match today, she said, sitting up with an elegant smile. What are you on about now? I replied, if you win, I'll give you a tuft of my hair. Your hair? Yes, you want my body, don't you? If you win, Demon King, I'll give it to you, but only after. Misha tilted her head curiously. A rare way to be drunk. Sasha appeared to be completely wasted. If I win, Sasha continued, holding her index finger against my mouth, I'll receive your lips. I'll cast a love spell on you and have your total obedience. You'll never argue with me again. She said something like this the first time we met. You will become my demon king, got it? Sasha asked. Very well. I put a hand on Sasha's shoulder and pulled her close to me. Kaya, Sasha turned red and stared at me, her magic eyes of destruction showing. Her eyes would have destroyed most people's anti-magic wards and knocked them out cold instantly. Erg, Sasha groaned. Don't touch me, I'll destroy you, just watch. I won't be destroyed that way. I leaned in close enough for our foreheads to touch and used my magic ice-off destruction to cancel Sasha's. I'll face you in a starring contest. Whoever looks away first loses, I said. That's my specialty. You know I can destroy anything in the world with a single look. Demons, humans, spirits, even gods perish before me. No one ever makes eye contact with me. Haha, a bold claim. Let's see you try. I glared at Sasha with my magic eyes of destruction. Sasha smirked and glared back. After glaring at each other for a few seconds, Sasha's hand softly cupped my cheek. What's the hand for? I asked. And nothing. She mumbled while attempting to turn my head and physically break my gaze. Instead of moving, I sent more power into my ice and continued staring into Sasha's face, forcing her to avert her eyes with the strength of my gaze. I get it already, she muttered. Get what? Ugh, she turned bright red and looked away from me in resignation. Stop staring at me. Stupid. Looks like it's my victory, I said, casting ice on her. She sobered up instantly. Huh. Sasha, with her wits about her, looked between me and Misha. Then she gasped. But even back to normal, she seemed distracted, as though her mind wasn't entirely here. Sasha. Misha called her name, but Sasha only continued to look at us quietly. A tear fell from her eye. Thank goodness, Militia Anos, she said, even though she was sober already. We met again just as promised. Misha asked curiously. I see. I stared at her face closely. Sasha, open your mouth. Huh, mouth? Why my mouth? What is this tyrannical demon king asking of me? Sasha exclaimed. Just open it, I replied. Your body is mine now, remember. I said it was only for today and just my hair. But still, Sasha turned to me and opened her mouth shyly. I could see a bluish-white magic power glowing at the back of her throat. Good grief, I said. What did you swallow while you were so drunk? I brought my lips closer to Sasha's mouth and inhaled. Sasha groaned wordlessly as the light passed her lips. Bluish-white light eventually settled in the shape of a pebble, twinkling like a star. Ariel, Misha asked. It seems, I said. The Ariel glowed brightly before us, then faded and disappeared. Looks like this half-asleep drunkard swallowed it when she drank all that alcohol and saw the past contained within, I said. Sasha's vacant eyes gradually regained focus. The Ariel. A dream. She mumbled to herself, then looked at me. Are you awake now? I asked. She stared into space for a while, then nodded. Yeah, I slept in. Sorry. It's okay. I had a weird dream. I swallowed the Ariel and memories from 2,000 years ago started flowing into me. What you swallowed was no dream, I said. I don't know what you saw exactly, but the Ariel has completely vanished. Sasha looked shocked. It wasn't a dream. In all likelihood, no, it wasn't. I actually saw the actual past contained inside the Ariel. Sasha mumbled, as though simultaneously trying to recall what she had thought was just a dream. As time passed, a terribly conflicted expression settled on her face. She said, looking incredulous. I'm Eberniu. Section 2. A recalling cup of water, Misha's eyes widened. Most things failed to rattle her, so it was rare to see something truly surprise her. You saw that in the Ariel? She asked. Sasha nodded. Anos and the goddess of creation were speaking. The goddess of destruction hated being the order of destruction and wished to incarnate. Anos turned the abolisher of reason on Militia and severed Aberniu's consciousness from Delskade to fulfill her wish. Misha tilted her head in confusion. He used the abolisher of reason on Militia. Yeah, I don't know why, but that's what he did. Maybe he did something to the goddess of creation's order, Sasha said with a pondering look. Either way, Aberniu was separated from her order of destruction. She was reincarnate as Anos's descendant, since they would be connected by their magic eyes of destruction. It wouldn't be impossible. If I had said that kind of stuff back then, I must have had a way to do it. Militia gave Aberniu's reincarnation a name so that they'd be able to meet again, Sasha explained. And that name was Sasha. A descendant with my magic eyes of destruction named Sasha, Indeed, you would be the only one who fits those conditions, I said. Sasha is the goddess of destruction, Misha mumbled, staring at Sasha. The goddess was good. Surprisingly enough, that may be the answer, I said. The answer? Sasha asked. The Heavenly Father, Niscalia, revived the son of destruction and made Itchain in the sky, but Sarjaldenav's light, the black sunshine, harmed neither me followers nor the people of Dilhade, and for some reason I knew it never would. I peeked into the abyss of Sasha's source. As usual, it didn't ring any bells. But it was possible we had met 2,000 years ago after all. If it had been you all along, then everything makes sense. What it meant was that the goddess of destruction was currently split in Totwo. The order was the demon castle Delskade, while the heart was the demunkled Sasha. It still doesn't feel real, Sasha said. That's normal when you have no memories, I said. Does that mean Aberniu was an ally of Anos's like militia? Most likely. But if that's the past you saw in the Star of Creation, there's something that I don't quite get. What? Why did militia take that memory from me? Oh, Sasha made a sound of understanding. Militia had taken my memory of Aberniu and left it in a Star of Creation. Unlike the time with my father, there should have been no need to take that memory. So why had she done it? I wonder why, Sasha said. Did you see anything else? Misha asked. Sasha scratched her head. It was a dream, so it's all kind of fuzzy. But I think they said something about delaying the problem. Problem? That I can't remember, Sasha said, then gasped. Can't remember, she suddenly looked up at me. Militia said I'd remember. She said I'd regain my memories of being Aberniu. How, I believe it was if I fell. Sasha froze as though she had just recalled something. Her cheeks gradually grew redder. Fell? Misha asked, confused. Nothing. Right, I meant to say felt if I felt again. Because memories can be forgotten, but feelings will linger. They said if I traced those feelings, I would remember everything again. Tracing feelings to recall one's memories, huh? I see. Will that actually work? I said. Is it unlikely? Misha asked. I can't say. Gods reincarnate differently than other beings. It's also possible that those words were meant figuratively and not literally. The memories were physically left somewhere, Misha guessed. Yeah, Aberniu might have left her memories somewhere in a form like the stars of creation. She might have left the memories somewhere she didn't want to forget, somewhere she could lead herself back to by her emotions alone. I looked over at Sasha, who hurriedly averted her gaze. Why won't you meet my eyes? I asked her. No reason. If there was no reason, then there be no need to avert your gaze. Did Aberniu leave any emotions from 2,000 years ago behind in you? I asked. I suppose you could say she did. What? I said there's nothing left. Were her memories jumbled? Well, whatever, we'll awaken your emotions either way. Sasha reeled back, hugging herself. There's magic that can do that. No, memories lost in reincarnation cannot be retrieved even with Evie. And since feelings are even more abstract than memories, there are no spells that could assist us in retrieving feelings either. So what will we do? Sasha asked curiously. Do you remember how we invited the people of the underground world to a banquet in Dilhade? I have no memories of that time. Sasha mumbled, ashamed of her disgraceful conduct back then. You kept saying things that made no sense, I reminded her before I continued. But looking back on it now, you might have been talking about things that happened 2,000 years ago. Sasha looked surprised. Perhaps so, Misha agreed. That doesn't mean I can remember it now, you know. Can't you pull out the memories from back then with Evie? Sasha asked. Not a bad idea, but just remembering that won't help, I said. However, the banquet itself did give us a vital clue as to how we might be able to extract your feelings from 2,000 years ago. I drew a magic circle on the spot. Is that? Sasha said, trailing off. Wine, I said. A fine wine appeared through the food and drink creation spell rose. I created a glass and made it hover in the air as I poured the wine into it. Drink. Then remember, I instructed Sasha. Are you stupid? You just woke up from watching the past, so it might be easier to trace your emotions right now. Back at the banquet, you seemed bothered by something after watching Nafta and Diedrich exchange vows of matrimony. I pushed the glass of wine into Sasha's hands. I guess it's worth giving it a go, Sasha said, staring at the red liquid in Theglas. But will a single glass really get me drunk? She tipped the glass back and gulped down the wine in one go. Gadam. Out of nowhere, Sasha pointed at Misha and drew a magic circle to teleport her away. Misha blinked a few times. Should I go? Maybe, I said. It might be a clue. Gadam circle completed, and Misha allowed herself to be sent away. The moment she vanished, Sasha looked over to the empty space she left behind. Where did Misha go? She asked. You sent her away yourself. I'm here, Misha said, her voice somewhat muffled. The door opened with a clack and Misha entered the room. That was short. Good. Let's get going, she said, grabbing Misha's hand. Where? Misha asked. Delskade, I want the three of us to go see my castle self. Misha looked at me. Let's go along with her for a bit, I said. If we try enough leads, we may eventually get lucky with one of them. Misha agreed. Sasha reached for me with her other hand. I'll send you, she said with a grin. That would be most appreciated. All linked hands and teleported. We ended up in the Delskade grounds, right near the entrance of the arena. This way. Sasha walked off with us following behind her. For a time, she was busy walking while scanning her surroundings when she suddenly came to a stop. Ugh, she whirled around and glared at me angrily. What's wrong? I asked. This is me. She pointed at the demon castle. You're telling me this is me? Well, yeah. Like a castle. You are a castle. Why couldn't I be cuter? Something pretty and pink, not this sinister looking. But there's no finer castle than this, I said. Really? Sasha beamed happily. Yes, this is the strongest castle in the world. It will never fall. She giggled. My demon king is the exception. You could say that. That. Sasha resumed walking in a good mood. But no sooner had I thought that than she turned back around and started talking to me while walking backwards. Can I go there? Go wherever you want. Then I'm going to go. Sasha turned back around and charged towards a nearby tower, not at Thedor, but at the wall. Sasha, watch out, Misha warned. It's okay, there's a path over here, Sasha said. A secret entrance only I know about. Sasha ignored Misha's warning and moved straight towards the wall. The demon castle Delskade was transformed from the goddess of destruction. If Sasha was really Abernew, it wouldn't be that surprising for there to be a hidden entrance only she could pass through. Misha and I followed Sasha's movements with our gazes, enhancing our eyes with magic. She marched forwards boldly, practically leaping at the tower wall with no hesitation at all. A heavy thunk later, Sasha was rolling on the ground, clutching her head. The secret entrance defied me, Anos. Was she actually tracing the emotions of Abernew, or was she just extremely drunk? It was almost impossible to tell. There, Misha said, crouching beside Sasha and patting her head gently. Sasha smiled at her happily. Thank you, Militia, she said. Misha blinked a few times, then looked up at me. Militia? I suppose that's possible, I said. Assuming Sasha was Abernew, that is. But Misha was an artificial personality created through dino jixes in this era. Was it possible for a god to reincarnate into that? They'll be here soon, Sasha said. Misha asked. Them, what was their name again? Misha tilted her head in question, but Sasha jumped to her feet and resumed walking. The secret entrance was over here, she said, opening the door to the tower as one normally would. The door opened to a room filled with books. Bookshelves were crammed everywhere, each shelf packed with books. Sasha made a beeline up the staircase towards the 6th floor with us on her tail. Who's up there? Misha asked. I can't remember, but I'll know once we get there, Sasha replied. We finished climbing the stairs and arrived at the top floor. Huh, they're not here, Sasha said, but there was no sign of anyone having been there. If she had been tracing her emotions, it was possible she wasn't talking about the present time. That's weird, Sasha muttered. I thought they'd be here. Anything? Misha asked me. No clue. It isn't enough to say. I stopped mid-sentence, and Misha looked at me in question. I held up an index finger to gesture for her to stay silent. The sound of footsteps coming up the staircase could be heard, and they were getting closer. Judging from the number of steps, there were 2 people, and their steps were also gradually getting faster. The steps eventually sped Upinto a proper run, whoever they belonged to moments away from reaching our location on the top floor. Misha and Sasha focused their attention on the staircase. 2 figures rushed into view, sorry for the wait. Here, to answer the summon. The 2 newcomers spotted us. It's Anos and the gang. Did you call for Zeshia? Eleanor and Zeshia had arrived. Section 3. Zeshia's dream 4 pairs of eyes exchanged glances. Like a ray of light in a dark storm of confusion, a certain drunk raised her voice triumphantly. I remember now, it was Eleanor. Sasha cried, pointing at Eleanor's face. As though she had remembered it herself. Unaware of the circumstances, Eleanor turned to Sasha in confusion. What are we talking about? She asked. Long ago, someone was called here. I couldn't remember how it was called, but now I'm sure it was you, Eleanor. Eleanor, huh? Had Abernew really summoned her here 2,000 years ago, or did she just meet someone who resembled Eleanor in the past? Or had Sasha assumed it was Eleanor she was looking for because Eleanor just so happened to be the person who showed up then? Wouldn't hurt to just let Sasha stay drunk for a little longer. She might remember something else. You called me here, Eleanor asked. It wasn't me. Sasha denied, slurring her speech. Who called me? Someone called you, and we've already hit a snag. But don't worry, Eleanor. As soon as you answer a certain question, everything will be revealed, Sasha continued. Eleanor looked at her, fully relaxed. For some reason, it was Zeshia who had an anticipatory look on her face, with both fists clenched at her sides. What am I supposed to answer? Eleanor asked. Sasha smiled with a short laugh. You will answer who called you here and for what reason. Wow, asking for the unreasonable out of the blue, Eleanor exclaimed. Perhaps she was just drunk. I won't let you say you don't know. Even if you say that, Ha. Sasha covered Eleanor's mouth with both her hands, preventing her from speaking. Get it now, she said with an elegant smile. She seemed pleased about successfully stopping Eleanor from saying she didn't know. Is Sasha drunk by any chance? Eleanor asked once she was freed. Sasha, who's Sasha? Sasha asked. I'm this castle. All right, fairly drunk then. Eleanor was overwhelmed by Sasha's insistence. More importantly, Eleanor, tell us why you were called here, Sasha demanded. Wasn't called here exactly. How should I explain this? Just then Zeshia raised her hand eagerly. We came. To meet Mama's child. Misha asked curiously. Is a big sister. Misha and Sasha stared at Eleanor. No, it's a misunderstanding. It's not what you're thinking, I swear, Eleanor shouted. Whose child is it then? Sasha screeched, pressing close to Eleanor. See, calm down, Sasha. Listen to what I have to say. But answer this question of mine honestly first. What question? Eleanor asked, recoiling at Sasha's vigor. Do you know how children are made, Eleanor? Which way do you mean? Which way? Sasha raised her voice as though she was utterly offended. Wait, you've got it all wrong. There's lots of ways, lots of ways. Sasha's reaction was over the top. It seemed like Abernieu's emotions were completely gone. Does this really need to continue, or are we done? Guilty, guilty, absolutely guilty. She glared at Eleanor, her magic eyes of destruction threatening to appear at any moment. This is my last question for you, Eleanor, Sasha said. Exclaimed Eleanor. I'm not sure why, but it feels like I'm being interrogated right now. You're like a suspect, Zeshia said. Eleanor tried to look away from Sasha, but Sasha grabbed her cheeks and forced her head to stay still. Whose child is it? Depending on your answer, the son of destruction may shin down on Dilhade once more, she said menacingly. Now those words sounded like they had come from Abernieu. It might be worth it to watch this play out a little more. I don't know what you're saying, but I can tell it sounds awfully violent. Let's calm down first, Sasha. You're the one who needs to calm down, Eleanor. Maybe I was the one who called you here after all to eliminate you. Gave me a troubled look. Anos, isn't it about time you stepped in? Anos, Sasha shrieked. It's Anos' child after all. Arg, no, that's not what I meant. Eleanor replied, shouting. The child Zeshia's talking about isn't the kind you need a partner for. You don't know who the father is. Are you stupid? I didn't say that. Eleanor tried to clear up Sasha's misunderstanding, but to no avail. Misha, can you do something about Sasha? Eleanor asked, no completely desperate for help. Misha thought carefully for a moment. Right now, Sasha is on par with Anos' mother, she said flatly. Wow. That's like saying you give up. As Eleanor realized the true nature of her enemy, Sasha pointed her index finger in her face. Scandalous, scandalous, I say, she shouted. How could you go and have a child with some unknown man when you have Anos? And you call yourself a concubine of the Demon King? Shame. I haven't had any children with any unknown men, and I'm not a concubine either. You trying to get us together or split us apart, Sasha? In the first place, the Demon King had no need for concubines. If I wanted descendants, I could make them by myself. Abernieu would have known that. So are these really just the ramblings of a drunkard after all? Even if you're not a concubine, you're one of the Demon King's followers, so you belong to Anos. But you'll never have his heart because he's the Demon King, Sasha said. You're saying some really hurtful things here, Eleanor protested. Sasha just bared her teeth and glared at Eleanor. It's time to calm down a little, Sasha, I said, lightly placing a hand on her head. What? Are you saying I'm in the wrong? She muttered bitterly. I ignored her and questioned Eleanor. What did you mean by coming to meet a child? I asked. She sighed in relief and answered. It's actually a child Zeshia saw in her dream, nodded firmly. Zeshia dreams a lot, dreams about a little sister. And that child in the dream called you too here, Zeshia nodded again. She called for me, she said. She wants to be born soon. What an odd story. An unborn child called you here. Zeshia came to pick her up. She'll be born soon, she said, eyes sparkling with a proud expression. Zeshia is a big sister. Eleanor beckoned me over with a small wave of her hand. I brought my face close to hers and she whispered, "That's how it is, I'm just here accompanying her." "I see. What were you guys trying to do by getting Sasha drunk?" she asked. "According to the final star of creation, Sasha is the goddess of destruction." "Whoa, so Sasha really is a castle." Eleanor glanced between Sasha and what was visible of the demon castle Delsgate outside the window. Sasha shot her an elegant smile. "Do you understand now? Don't step inside me with mud on your shoes," she said. Eleanor held an index finger up to her lips in thought. That's a pretty surreal picture to imagine. "The one thing we don't know is why Militia took my memories of this," I said. "It seems Sasha can recall her emotions as Aberniu when she's drunk. What decided to try setting her free like this to observe what would happen?" "That makes me sound like a wild animal," Sasha whined. "How did you end up here?" Eleanor asked. "Sasha said someone would come here," I replied. "Ah," Eleanor said, "and then we arrived," brightened with a look of anticipation. "Is it related to Zeshia's sister? Who knows, it could be Aberniu's emotions or it could be the nonsense Ofa drunk. There's no way to tell for sure," I said. That aside, Zeshia had apparently had this dream multiple times, huh? It may actually have some relation," I said. "Eleanor magic," Misha mumbled beside me. She looked up at me. "Could that be it?" Eleanor looked surprised. 2,000 years ago," I said. "Jurga, the king of the humans, split his source into 2 sentient spells. The magic intent on destroying demons, Jurga, and the source womb magic, Eleanor. The god involved in that transformation was the heavenly father Niscalia. Eleanor had been a failure. She had continued to stand up to the hatred and resentment that had imprisoned Jurga. But why was she a failure? It was hard to imagine the god that governed order messing up for no reason. Militia might have intervened and helped Eleanor, I theorized. "So I'm still myself thanks to Militia?" Eleanor asked. Short yes. Misha blinked a few times and tilted her head. "Did Militia leave anything behind in the Eleanor magic?" "Oh, but wait," Eleanor cut in. "I was born after Anno's reincarnated, and that was after Aberniu had been turned into the demon castle." I nodded. "Militia might be related, but how would I have known Aberniu?" Eleanor asked. "Militia might have left a message in Delsgate. So that would mean Sasha's connection to Aberniu wasn't Completoligon. There's no way of saying for sure. If you two have time, come with us. Y'all may be able to help me retrieve my lost memories," I said. "Sure," Eleanor said. "That's fine with us, right, Zeshia?" Zeshia bounced excitedly. Zeshia's sister called her. "If Zeshia helps, she'll be born." Yup, she might be born if we help." Warmly encouraged Zeshia's enthusiasm. "Where are we going?" Misha asked. "First, it should be about time, oh well. We go home, Mom should be done cooking." Section 4. Dad's disciple, we returned home with Gatum. Not like that, like this. Dad's voice could be heard coming from the workshop, though his tone sounded more serious than usual. "Welcome home, Annos, food's almost ready," Mom said, sticking her head out of the kitchen. Skill isn't in the hands, blacksmiths use the heart, the soul. Before you hone the blade, you must first hone your heart. Dad's loud, passionate voice pierced through the workshop door. Sasha and the others looked over, all wondering what was going on. His disciple finally arrived, Mom explained happily. "It's their first day, so's a little more excited than usual. Come to think of it, he had mentioned that before we left." "Will Eleanor and Zeshia be joining us for lunch?" Mom asked. We're not that hung. Zeshia is starving." Zeshia eagerly pulled a fork and spoon out of a magic circle. Eleanor laughed embarrassedly. Maybe just Zeshia then," Eleanor added. "If you don't mind. I made way too much today, so it'd be great if you could help us eat some too." Okay, then I'll eat too," Eleanor said. Hee, thank you, wait just a bit longer, it's almost done," Mom said, then returned to the kitchen. "That's right, just like that, you're getting the hang of it, you can do it." Dad's motivated voice echoed even louder. Everyone turned back to look at her workshop door. "Honestly, I'm a little curious," Eleanor muttered under her breath. Misha nodded in agreement. "Can we take a little peek?" Eleanor asked. "We shouldn't disturb them," Misha replied. "Just a little look," Eleanor reassured her. "We won't interrupt. Misha wants to know what Annos' dad's new disciple is like too, right?" Misha thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, but we have to move quietly. Zeshia is curious too." Eleanor and the others approached the workshop door. "Right," Dad said. "The next step is to maintain that. This is just the foundation. Maintaining a good shape requires daily training." As Dad's voice resounded, Eleanor brought her eye up to the keyhole of the workshop door. It was a cheap one that could easily be seen through. "Can you see?" Zeshia asked. "I can see, but not clearly," Eleanor mumbled. Just then, from the back of the group, Sasha let out an elegant giggle. Looks like it's my time, she said, stepping forwards confidently. She switched places with Eleanor and stood before the door. Here I go, magic eyes of destruction. Hey, don't break it, Eleanor protested. Sasha brought her hand up to her eyes in a graceful pose. Who do you think I am? I am Abernew, the god that governs the order of destruction. I'm the one who gets to decide what breaks or not. Circles appeared in her eyes. I just have to widen the keyhole enough for us to see inside clearly, no, Shed did. Yeah, but can you control your eyes properly when you're this drunk? Eleanor asked. Sasha grinned fearlessly, then glared at the door before her. I'll show you the power of the goddess of destruction. At once the door to the workshop exploded. What are you doing, Sasha? Eleanor shouted. It blew apart, Misha said. Eleanor and Misha stared at the remains of what used to be a door. Sasha let out a content huff. It's easier to see through a keyhole this big, no? She asked. You're just being silly now, Sasha, Eleanor said. Now completely unobstructed from view, the workshop was entirely visible, with Dad inside looking our way with confusion. Eleanor hurriedly lowered her head. Sorry for interrupting, she stammered. We just wanted to quietly see what your new disciple is like, but we messed up. She froze mid-sentence as she raised her head and spotted the person in front of Dad, who had to be his disciple. A demon with a large eye patch over one eye was in the middle of striking what looked like one of Dad's usual dramatic poses, with one foot propped on a chair and a blacksmith's hammer over his shoulder. What, is that all? Dad asked. If you wanted to watch, you could have just said so. We'd be more than happy to show off. Grinned, dramatically posing on his knees before his disciple. He then gestured at the demon in introduction. This is Aegis Code. From now on he'll be working here as my disciple. My very first disciple, Dad boasted. It seemed that finally gaining a disciple was making Dad ecstatic with joy. A disciple? You, Sasha asked, stepping forwards and pointing at Aegis. What do you think you're plotting, Netherworld King Aegis? As long as my magic eyes are of destruction, I won't allow you to do as you please in Anishome. Sasha is drunk, Misha immediately explained. Not plotting anything. Things just ended up like this. It was just pure chance, Aegis said in his usual tone. I don't believe you. How do you end up becoming a disciple by pure chance? Sasha asked, pressing the matter further. But Dad just shook his head quietly. When a man lives by himself for long enough, he ends up with a secret or two. His voice took on the distant, dreamy tone of an enlightened master. When you come as far as I have, it isn't just a matter of 1 or 2. It's more like 10 or 20, he proclaimed. Seems more like a life full of shame. So what? Girls can have secrets too, Sasha said with a sniff. I don't think that's the problem here. Aegis, stay in that position, Dad said to his disciple. Understood. Once he confirmed Aegis was maintaining his pose. Dad moved to a corner off the workshop with us. He then leaned into our huddle as though to hold a whispered conversation. You know him, huh? Did something happen between you guys? He asked. Oh, something sure happened, all right. Terrible things, Sasha answered seriously. Terrible is terrible. Listen carefully. Aegis may look like a stubborn man who would do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, but the truth is far from that. Wah, really? Sasha nodded gravely. The truth is. He's actually a really good guy, she said. What? Dad let out a horrified gasp, having completely fallen into Sasha's dramatic mood. I see. So that's how it is, Dad mumbled, glancing over at Aegis. But that doesn't sound like a problem. Though Dad looked serious, this wasn't a matter that required any further thinking. It was decidedly not a problem. You're definitely being deceived. The moment he looks like he's up to no good, he'll pull an act of kindness. Who knows what good deed he'll do next, Sasha said, openly expressing her wariness. If you're not ready to say thank you at any moment, he'll catch you off guard. That does sound like something to be careful of. They were thoroughly carried away. Sasha and Dad were both saying whatever went with the mood. It leaves you feeling awfully guilty, Sasha added. Sasha is really drunk, Misha emphasized. Eleanor held up an index finger. By the way, how did Aegis end up being your disciple? Oh that. How did it go again? Dad said, scratching his head. I sometimes hold training lessons for beginner smiths at the blacksmith guild I'm in. I couldn't imagine Dad teaching anything seriously. Maybe I should observe one of his classes sometime. Aegis came to one of my lessons, Dad explained. I wonder why, Eleanor said, looking curious. Misha turned to look at me. That's all it is, I answered, and she nodded. Soon after, a leaks arrived from Eleanor. Hey now, even if Misha gets it, we do. Don't leave us in the dark. That's favoritism, Zeshia added in protest. I told Aegis that Dad is my real father, Saris Valdigode. He must have gone Edo visit him afterwards, I explained through leaks. Well, beginner smiths don't get much work, so they study under other blacksmiths wherever they can. Though I've heard it's a little different over in Asian, Dad explained, misunderstanding Eleanor's question. Aegis stayed back after the lecture, and he asked me how my blacksmith work was going. Sounded like Aegis had wanted to know how his former master was faring, living in a peaceful world. I told him it wasn't always fun, but in the end, nothing can beat the feeling of a job well done. I could just imagine Dad's smile in my head. But when I patted his shoulder and told him to do his best too, he looked down and started shaking. I looked at his face and realized I had made a grave mistake. His expression was different to when he had been speaking to Sasha earlier. His tone was dead serious as he spoke his next words. How could I have not recognized this? It's unmistakable. It's something I'm absolutely sure about. Aegis, Dad said with emphasis, is unemployed. Eleanor stared at him with her mouth open. I forgot that not only do beginner blacksmiths attend these lectures, but also smiths that have recently lost their jobs. You know how Aegis has an eye patch. He probably made a mistake at his first workshop and got fired. A beginner with only one eye would struggle in this industry. Always, Dad's ability to misunderstand things went beyond expectation. It completely slipped my mind that this could apply to him, so I apologized. But when I told him I was sorry about his eye, he looked like he was about talkery. That's when I was sure of it. Aegis knew that Dad had no memories of his former life, but it was easy enough to guess what he had been feeling at that moment. The first place, if a beginner smith injures their eye while at work, it's the master blacksmith's fault. Firing the beginner just isn't fair. That said, a minor blacksmith like me has no influence over the guild, Dad said with a huff of indignation. Perhaps he was offended on Aegis's behalf because deep down, some part of himself recognized their history. So I told him I'd look after him until he became a full-fledged blacksmith and brought him here to be my disciple. One of my better moments, I believe. Ha ha! Dad puffed his chest up proudly, as though he was fishing for compliments. And that's the story, he said. I wanted to make sure Aegis didn't feel like his eye patch was a handicap, so I'm starting with a lesson on how the work of a blacksmith isn't in the hands, but in the refinement of the heart and soul. He turned back around. Aegis was still posing with the hammer as Dad had instructed. When I met his eyes, he looked a little bit guilty. Like I said, it just ended up this way, he mumbled. One of the 4 evil kings here working as an apprentice blacksmith. Event of the whole thing had come about due to one of Dad's infamous misunderstandings. There was no way Aegis could have refused him. Through pure luck, the disciple had returned to his master after 2,000 years. Aegis, your pose is lacking. That's not what I taught you, is it? Dad said. That can't be, I haven't moved a millimeter. Aegis replied. Dad laughed like he could see through everything and pointed at Aegis. You moved here. You need the heart of the world's best blacksmith. The heart. Seemed like in this life, becoming a blacksmith would be much, much harder than becoming a nameless ghost. Section 5. Voice from the depths. After Mom finished preparing lunch, we all sat around the large dining table. It's lovely to have so many guests today. There's still more dishes in the way, so eat up, everyone. Mom walked behind the Netherworld King with a skip in her step. You dig in too, Aegis. Yes, ma'am, thank you, Aegis said, bowing his head. Apple pie, had a fork and spoon grasped in each hand as she eyed the plate off apple pie, the look in her eyes much like that of a small animal hunting therapy. Don't even think about it, Zeshia, Eleanor chided. Dessert comes last. You have to eat your actual meal first. Vegetables make a good entree, don't you think? Look, there's a nice salad. Pointed at a large bowl of salad, redirecting Zeshia's attention there. Her young face fell in sadness. Salad is grass, she protested. Grass has its own nutrients. It can taste good too. Zeshia shook her head frantically. Zeshia studied. Ooh, good girl, what did you study? Apple pie pastry is made of wheat. That gets kneaded and baked, turning into pie. Amazing. Through her explanation, Zeshia tried to casually assert her desire to eat apple pie as a perfectly valid choice for mealtime. Yup, it's amazing, isn't it? Eleanor said. You studied well. As Airward, you get lots of salad. Eleanor praised Zeshia while moving the salad bowl in front of her. Zeshia's expression turned to one of despair as she laid her eyes on the mountain-off grass before her. The girl who fought valiantly on the battlefield was helpless before a bowl of salad. Wheat is a plant, Zeshia continued courageously. Plants Era vegetables, her eyes sparkled as though she suddenly had an epiphany. Apples are fruit, vegetables and fruit. Make salad. She put on her best-pleading look to convince Eleanor of her argument. Apple pie is a salad. I see. Do you like salad, Zeshia? It's my favorite. Zeshia nodded firmly, clenching her fork and spoon. Right, then I'll grab lots for you. Zeshia's eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky as Eleanor served her a large portion of salad with a grin. The light rapidly faded from Zeshia's eyes, replaced with clouded darkness. Here, it's your favorite salad. Zeshia's favorite became grass. Zeshia reluctantly started munching on the salad. Eleanor encouraged her with praise, earning herself a resentful glare from Zeshia. Pea-saddled fools. Aegis tore off a piece of his freshly baked bread and threw it into his mouth. The bread was made from rye and was baked a little hard, creating a firm texture that got better with every bite. Overall, it was like tapping into a rich earth full of nutrients, which in a nutshell described the general thrust of Mom's homemade recipe. The Netherworld King picked up his cup of coffee and drank it with a furrow in his brow. "What's this, Aegis? Coffee not to your taste?" Dad asked as he sliced Ty's bacon with a knife. "No, Master, of course not." That was quite the frown you had while drinking it. Munched on his bacon, while the Netherworld King poured the coffee down the back of his throat, as though to avoid tasting it entirely. "BWA haha," I laughed. To think the fearsome Netherworld King possessed fussy taste buds. Aegis's single eye glared at me. Fussy is an exaggeration. "I merely find it bitter, and I see your mushroom gratin obsession hasn't changed at all in the past 2,000 years. I scooped a mouthful of the melting mushroom gratin up with my spoon and carried it to my mouth. I enjoyed the sweet taste that spread across my tongue for a good few moments before setting my spoon down. Matter how much time passes, some things will never change," I replied. Such careless remarks. "Have you forgotten how mushrooms nearly went extinct on mountains across Midhaze because you never bothered to hide your preferences?" He was referring to 2,000 years ago, when a number of demons had discovered my favorite food over harvested mushrooms from the mountains. Some did it to bring them to me as an offering, some did it to eat themselves for good luck, and some did it as research, thinking mushrooms held the key to the Demon King's strength. "You're destined to destroy what you love." "Don't forget that," he warned. "Destined to destroy mushrooms?" I asked, laughter bubbling up my stomach. "Looks like I'll have to seal that mouth of yours to keep you from blithering nonsense." I served some mushroom gratin onto a smaller plate and sent it to him with magic. The plate landed gently in Aegis's hand. "Eat this," I said. Aegis looked at me with a baffled expression, but he was soon drawn to the scent of the mushroom gratin in his hand, and he picked up his spoon and tried it. "Attempts to tempt me with food are futile," he said. He bit down on the porcini, upon which its flavors delicately danced across his tongue. This is," quietly closed his single eye and focused all his senses on the gratin. The crunch of the mushrooms simply amplified the gastronomic dance-off temptation in his mouth. "This unique chewy sensation, the rich but refreshing taste," Aegis murmured. "And this aftertaste that lingers for seemingly forever." Aegis's eye widened in a look of shock. It couldn't be. Is this the Midhaze porcini that went extinct? Did you think I simply allowed a little overharvesting to decimate an entire species of mushroom? I replied. "You sowed not only the seeds of your descendants, but of mushrooms too," he asked. 2,000 years ago, I had gathered the spores of what few mushrooms remained in the mountains of Midhaze and spread them across a forest and mountain region suited for mushroom cultivation. Food was a curious thing. Magically created or enhanced food was always less nutritious than when it was naturally grown. And above all, it tasted far worse. Thus, I had waited for them to grow naturally. "I made a Beno even wall deep within a place no demon would dare go," he explained. After 1,000 years, the world had forgotten that Midhaze wasants renowned for their mushrooms, and so the location I chose became an untouched paradise for them. Thus, the mushrooms recovered from near extinction. Today they could be found all over Midhaze in plentiful numbers. The midst of the Great War, you protected the peace of not only the people but mushrooms as well. "As always, you are a terrifying man," the Netherworld King said, bringing more of the mushroom gratin to his mouth. His tender expression as he savored the dish told me everything I needed to know. He too was a fellow mushroom fan. That was why he had given me Hisharsh advice. It was a food he had thought he'd never taste again, for mushroom shelled the taste of peace. "Carve this flavor into your tongue," I said. "For I am the Demon King Anos Valdigode." You're saying sounds cool, but all you did was preserve some taste mushrooms, Eleanor pointed out. Sasha would normally interrupt here, but unfortunately she was drunk today. Ugh, she groaned. No matter how much I take, it doesn't get any smaller. That's the sharing bowl, Sasha, Misha said. Sasha was earnestly shoveling a huge bowl of mashed potato into her mouth as Misha watched on. Why am I eating everyone's share then? Sasha asked in reply. That's what I'd like to ask, Misha replied indifferently. Am I eating leftovers? Sasha exclaimed. She didn't seem all fat and interested in listening. She groaned. It feels like a lot even for everyone. That's because it's both breakfast and lunch, I said. What do you mean? Sasha looked at me in confusion. I slept in and missed out on breakfast, so we're eating breakfast alongside lunch. How does that make sense? Is she finally sobering up? If that's the case, since I've been a castle for 2,000 years, I would have to eat 2,000 years worth of meals to make up for what I missed, she exclaimed. Never mind. That right, Misha? Misha blinked a few times. She didn't reply right away. If she nodded, Sharon the risk of Sasha convincing herself to eat 2,000 years worth of food. You were on a diet, she eventually said. Oh, I see. That's why I shrank from a castle to this size. If I eat too much, I'll rebound to the size of a castle again. I didn't understand her logic, but it appeared to make sense to her. Mom had filled a cup with red juice and brought it over to the table. Aegis, can you drink this? What's this? He asked. A juice made from tomato, lemon, and herbs, Mom said. You ate a lot of the salad, so I think this may suit your taste. She had gone and made this juice because the Netherworld king hadn't liked coffee. Aegis stared at the cup in silence. No, he wasn't just looking, smelling the herbs that were mixed into the drink. Either way, he didn't appear to be enjoying himself. Not a fan of tomato juice either, Mom asked. That's not it. Aegis tilted the cup and drank the specially made tomato juice. His eye widened faintly and he placed the cup down. Madam. Nothing. Aegis stuttered before pulling himself together. Did Yao blend a number of herbs? Yup, that's right, can you tell? They're herbs we grow in the garden. There's 10 types, including some wildflowers. Oh, but they're wildflowers that can be used in juice and herbal tea safely, Mom said happily. How does it taste? Aegis nodded. It's very good. Goodness, if there's anything you don't like about it, don't hesitate to say so. Returned to the kitchen after saying that. Aegis watched her go with a fond gaze as though he was remembering something. Well, all's well that I paused. Anos, Misha asked. What was that? Something was ringing in my ears. It was an eerie sound mixed with white noise echoing in my head. Do you believe? The voice was coming from the depths of my body, from the abyss off me source. Do you believe that this world is kind? The unfamiliar voice, blended with white noise, asked. I could detect a strong magic from it. Demon King of Tyranny, Anos Valdigode. Heart thudded once, and the ringing grew even louder. Contaminant of this world. The unknown voice kept talking to me quietly. One day, you will have to choose. Will you become a cog of this world, or will you be excised from it entirely? The noise filled my head. Think about your answer carefully. Section 6. Overlapping magic eyes after the meal, Mom began cleaning up while Dad and Aegis returned to the workshop to resume blacksmith training. The voice I had just heard was now gone. The ringing had also stopped. It had probably been sent through leaks, but my magic eyes had been unable to detect where the magic originated from. It felt like it had echoed directly into my source. My heart was still beating loudly, as though the magic flowing from my source had been greatly disturbed. What are we going to do now? Eleanor asked. Keep searching through Sasha's drunk memories for traces of Abernieu? It's our best lead at the moment, I said. Shall we give her a bit more ta drink? I looked over at Sasha, who turned away in embarrassment. What are you looking at? She whined. Without further complaint, I proceeded to draw a magic circle in order to make more wine. Wait, Misha suddenly interrupted. Everyone looked at her curiously. She stared closely at me. Your magic is different from normal. Eleanor leaned in to stare into my abyss with her eyes. She's right. Did you get a little stronger again, Anos? It's merely a side effect of absorbing Graham's source, I replied. The power hidden in my source is just working to destroy his nihility. Whoa, you have even more power hidden inside, Eleanor said jokingly. She then turned to Misha. But what's the problem with that, Misha? Getting stronger isn't good, Misha answered simply. How come? Eleanor asked, confused. Getting stronger makes it easier to take out the bad guys. Zeshia raised her hand excitedly. Zeshia wants to get stronger too. The magic in Anos's abyss may exceed how much our world can actually take, Misha said. Eleanor turned to me, looking completely dumbfounded. The stronger he gets, the harder it is to suppress his power, Miss He explained. The harder it becomes, in other words, to stop his power from overflowing and destroying the world. Misha's eyes had shown impressive growth. I knew she had remarkable potential when I first met her, but her ability to see into the abyss had already improved beyond belief. If he becomes too strong, he won't be able to hold back that power, She said, peering at me as though she could look straight into my heart. Right, I nodded. My magic increased more than I expected, so I'm struggling to control it a little, but I'll get used to it soon enough. Your source was a mess when we were in the underground world, She commented. Back then, overcoming Egil-grown Angdroa had sent my source in Tadasere. I needed a little time for my source to settle into its new shape after conquering destruction, but I hadn't had that luxury while we were underground. I've already calmed down this time, I said. Misha nodded. Your source has a pretty shape now, she said quietly, but it's less stable than before. She can see even that. Perhaps it's like having a growth spurt, I said. I can reach things I couldn't reach before, so if I'm not careful, I can break things by accident. I normally used my magic against myself in order to control it. When the overall power of my magic changed, the balance I'd maintained needed to be adjusted, which could take quite the effort. Right now, the magic threatening to overflow from my incomplete control was being held back by my source. As a result, my source was slightly wounded, and the recent ringing in my ears was a side effect of that, but I have no clue what that voice was. Being too strong comes with its own struggles, I said. I can help again, Misha offered. You were very helpful last time, but the situation now is different. Misha nodded. I straightened the distorted shape last time, she said without hesitation. This time I'll help you suppress your magic. You can suppress my power, I asked. Yeah. Misha stared into my abyss without averting her gaze. It seemed she had no intention of backing down. Believe me, she asked. I chuckled. I'll leave it to you. Misha smiled happily and looked at Eleanor. Help me, of course. Zeshia will help too, Zeshia said, clenching her fists eagerly. Anos's room, Misha said. She began walking, and we all ended up in me room on the second floor. Sit. Misha pointed at my bed. I sat as directed and watched as Misha walked over to kneel beside me on the bed. She touched a hand to my head and cast flesh to make my body float, then slowly moved me to lie face up. My head ended up on her lap. Show me your depths, she said in a soft voice. I dispelled my anti-magic wards and revealed my source. Eleanor hopped onto the bed and leaned her face towards my body. Magic was focused in her eyes, making them glow with light. I can tell it's an amazing amount of magic, but I can't tell what's happening at all, Eleanor remarked. It seemed Eleanor's magic eyes were unable to see into the abyss of my source, even without my wards up. Anos is using his magic to hold back the magic that naturally overflows from himself, Misha explained. Of course, it wasn't as simple as that. While some magic was trying to flow out of my body, there were easily over 100 other ways magic could flow as it circulated in the depths of my source. It was the constant change of that flow that created disorder. I don't really get it, but will it be okay? Eleanor asked. Misha nodded. Make a fake source and place it as close to Anos's source as you can. Got it. Sorry if you get a little wet, Anos. Runes appeared around Eleanor, and holy water started flowing from them. To avoid getting Misha and me wet, the water traced the shape of her body instead of taking the usual bubble shape. I'm going to touch you, Eleanor warned before touching my chest. She was trying to cast Eleanor magic as close to my source as possible. You can even stab me if you want, I said. I wouldn't do that. There's no anti-magic up, so I can just do it from her. A magic circle was drawn, and a fake source appeared within my body. However, it immediately began to decay. Make it as strong as you can, Misha advised. Placing it beside Anna's source guarantees that it will be destroyed fast. Got it. Light of Ask gathered around Eleanor. Zeshia clenched her fist spiritedly. What should Zeshia do? How about cheer for Eleanor? Misha suggested. Zeshia nodded. You can do it. Do your best. Thanks to Zeshia's support, the Light of Ask glowed brighter. Did it work? She asked happily. Yup, keep going just like that, Eleanor said. Zeshia looked triumphant as she waved her arms and cheered. You can do it. You can do it. This is my limit. I'm guessing it'll last 3 days at most, Eleanor said. That's okay, Misha replied. She stared inside with her magic eyes of creation, using the power of her eyes to alter the fake source Eleanor had made. Anos has so much magic, it makes precise control much more complex, Misha murmured. Even if I could control my power in units as small as 1 in 10,000, if the total was too large, I would simply be unable to control finer amounts of magic. For a simplified example, suppose my source outputted magic at a power quantified as 10. I couldn't just create an equivalent power of 10 to suppress it. I had to first make power equivalent to 10,010, and 10,000 cancel each other out, then use the remaining 10 to control the initial output of 10. As Misha had said, the process was a little complex. It was fine when the hypothetical power level was 1 or 2 digits, but when that number became infinite, it was safer to just round out the numbers and make my source bear the remaining burden. Small attacks did no harm to my body. The biggest risk was in those small leaks creating a large opening for more power to flow out. I created a support source that can assume finer control of the magic. Misha's gaze stroked my abyss, bringing the support source closer to my source. As its name implied, it was a source that worked to assist my magic in canceling out smaller amounts of power. It could add or subtract small amounts off magic, and it could block leaks from happening. But as Ileanor had said, the support source was placed such that it was constantly exposed to my source off destruction. Inevitably, it would be erased. Hopefully, I'd be able to control this power before that happened. How is it? Misha asked. Feels a lot better. Well done, I said. That's great. Misha smiled. I'll adjust the support source a little more. Misha, is there anything I can do? Sasha, who had been excluded from everything so far, asked in a grumbling voice. She was standing by herself away from the bed. Misha tilted her head with a troubled look. Emotional support. I know, I'm the goddess of destruction. I can't do anything but destroy, Sasha said. She whined like a child throwing a tantrum. I'm weaker than Anos, so I can't do anything. She closed her mouth mid-sentence. Sasha, Misha asked, but Sasha was silent. It was as though she was on the verge of remembering something. Anos. She slowly walked up to me and brought her face close to mine. Her golden hair swayed, brushing against my nose. The magic eyes of destruction were visible in her pupils. I can do it too, I think. Magic circles appeared in my eyes as she stared into them. They were the same magic eyes of destruction as her. What did you do, Sasha? I asked. I broke down the power rampaging inside your source through your magic eyes of destruction, she said, staring into the abyss of my source with her eyes. I checked for myself and saw the magic blockage and disorder within me was destroyed, as she said, making everything flow smoothly again. I think I may remember. No, I do remember now, she said in a daze. Just a little, though. Of the past, I asked. She nodded, then blinked a few times and drew the magic circle for leaks. Look inside my head. Abernieu's memories are here. Her eyes glowed a pale blue, the same color as the Ariel. Through her leaks, the past replayed itself in my head. Section 7. Sky of Destruction, the Mythical Age. On this day, a noble war was being fought. Demon soldiers aimed at the sun, prepared to sacrifice their lives for the great cause of regaining the skis of Dilhade. The blue sky was covered by the storm clouds of destruction. Prepare to fire Geo-Grays, one demon soldier said. Roger, another replied. Deploying magic circles, gates 1 to 10 opened. Gates 11 to 20 opened. Gates 21 to 30 opened, as well as all gates to 100. Far above the ground, the sky fortress Zared Heavens made from iris soared through the air. The enormous moving fort had been made by Ferris Noin, a rare creation magic master, over the span of 100 years. Magic circle turrets were deployed before the fortress one after another. Second wave incoming. Moments after a voice called in warning, a shadow fell over the fortress. Shadows shaped like winged angels surrounded the sky fortress. Covering it in darkness, they were the keepers of destruction, Egas de Raffin. Their duty was to protect the order of destruction, but it was rare to see this many of them at the same time. There were 2 reasons for this. First of all, this battle was taking place at the closest entrance to the divine realm. The second reason was that not only was the demon king of tyranny aboard the sky fortress, but also the ship itself washeted towards the greatest order of destruction in this world, the goddess of destruction, Abernieu. Those who disturb order shall not be forgiven, a shadow angel said, spreading its wings. Domios! Swaying shadow mirages appeared. With a shrill sound, the upper part of Zared Heavens shattered to pieces. Automatic repair magic immediately restored it, but the domios cast by the Keepers of Destruction continued to bear their fangs and tear apart the sky fortress. An intense explosion echoed through Thesky, shaking even the earth below. Gwoo! "See, Captain, any more damage and the whole ship will break apart." Under the concentrated fire of Domios, the demon elites were unable to do anything but scream. There was only a single man on the bridge, the one behind the helm, who was unbothered. Beautiful. Perhaps to be expected from the gods of destruction, but still. For the sky fortress Zared Heavens, my masterwork made with my entire soul, Tashader so gracefully, Ferris said, magic eyes sparkling. Everything refined is beautiful. When it comes to the keepers of order, their mere existence is magnificent. However, the creation magic master smiled elegantly. There is an art, too, in deliberately destroying that beautiful order. Zared Heavens is my life's work. Even the gods themselves, in all their mysterious beauty, cannot fell it completely. The bombardment of Domios continued until the repair magic of the sky fortress could no longer keep up. Pieces of Zared Heavens began to crumble and fall, yet it remained airborne, even accelerating as if the decreased armor were a boon. "Now soar, Zared Heavens, to the other end of the sky," Ferris commanded. Roger. "You guys heard the captain. Fly with all you've got," a demon soldier shouted. "Hi-ya." Through Ferris's jaws, the demons casting their group magic ignored Thegod's attacks and increased Zared Heavens' speed even more. The sky fortress shot through the sky like an arrow of light, leaving behind the angels of shadow in the blink of an eye. Third, fourth wave broken through. T-target perceived. Entering visible airspace. The demons on board raised their voices. The shadow of a sinister, Enormouson came into view. Target spotted, 8,000 to the front. "It's the son of destruction, Sarjuldenev. Beautiful," Ferris muttered, overwhelmed with emotion. The shadow of Thesson suddenly turned deeper, painting the sky in ominous darkness. "Sarjuldenev has started to change. There's an estimated 3 minutes until it completely manifests," a demon reported. "We've finally reached the finale. Bring us right up to the dark sun by the time it emits its rays. Fly with grace," Ferris ordered. Roger. Zared Heavens charged towards the radiating sun of destruction. Fifth wave incoming. More keepers of destruction stood in their way. "You may not pass," they said in their eerie voice. Shadow mirages swayed in the airspace. Like a barrier of destruction, a wall off Domios was deployed to obstruct their way to the sun of destruction. "Show the gods the beauty of our fire," Ferris said. Roger. "Fire all geo-grays." Jet black suns emerged from the 100 magic gates. "Release our melody of beautiful flames." "Fiery!" All the geo-grays fired simultaneously at the barrier of Domios. Black suns collided with shadow mirages, blowing them up one after another. The sky turned into a sea of black flames. "There, now our path is open. Now we have a fiery bridge to the sun." "Captain, don't tell me. Are we?" Of the subordinates gulped nervously. Ferris beamed gracefully. "Be beautiful." "Roger, you heard him, you lot. The areas where geo-grazes explode are where the Domios is the weakest. In other words, they're holes. Keep firing and charge." Zared Heavens sped forwards, firing geo-grays at the same time. Within the barrier of Domios, the exploding suns formed a single path for them to proceed in. It was just like a bridge of fire, as Ferris had described. The sky fortress flew straight into the burning black flames. Although the Domios were hindered by the geo-grays, Zared Heavens was still caught by their black flames. The ship was half destroyed by now, irreversibly hurtling towards its end. Cross the dangerous path of flames into the sky of destruction. With grace, despite the burning flames, the sky fortress flew on. The shadow of the sun that was shining with darkness was almost within reach when Zared Heaven suddenly began to decelerate. "It couldn't be," a demon soldier exclaimed. "It's the black rays of Sarjuldenev," said another. "How?" "It hasn't fully manifested yet." Ferris stared at the shadow of the sun with his magic eyes. "It seems the nearer we get to Sarjuldenev, the more we are affected by its light-off destruction, even before it actually manifests." A loud sound echoed through the air, shaking the sky fortress fiercely. At some point, the Keepers of Destruction had wrapped themselves in the black rays of Sarjuldenev and surrounded the airship. The Angels of Shadow held divine bows and fired arrows of black rays at Zared Heavens, easily breaking through the airship's sturdy wards and boring holes in the body of the ship. "Our repairs cannot keep up." "Such vibrancy," Ferris commented. "Under the black rays of Sarjuldenev, the Keepers of Destruction are even more magnificent. This is the beauty of nature." That was Ferris's analysis of the situation. Under the rain of black arrows, the sky fortress struggled to move forwards, threatening to fall at any moment. "Jiguaya." The bottom of the ship is heavily damaged. We're falling. See, Captain, we can't go on any further. We'll die in vain like this. Signal for retreat. Even with Flesk cast through group magic, Zared Heavens was barely managing to stay airborne. It looked like it was moments away from breaking into pieces midair. Good work, Ferris. A voice echoed through the bridge of the sky fortress. Even the demon soldiers brave enough to take on the gods were awed, and at once silence engulfed the chaos of the bridge. The man who sat on the throne behind the soldiers was the demon king, Anos Valdigode. His right-hand man, Shin Riglia, knelt beside him. Here is enough. Be proud that you've done your duty, Anos said. He stood up, with Shin following behind him. But when he started to walk forwards, Ferris stepped forwards to block him. I must be mistaken, Ferris said. Surely the almighty demon king isn't asking me to put my brush down midway, is he? Shin's glare deepened at his words. Your orders, my lord, were for me to transport you to the Son of Destruction, Ferris continued, so that you could preserve your magic to take down the goddess of destruction within Sarjaldenev. Watch your mouth, Ferris, Shin warned with a sharp look. If you can't accept my liege's compassion, your head will soon fly next. Anos held a hand out to silence him. Ferris returned the demon king's gaze without faltering. Do you wish to die? Anos asked. With all due respect, my lord, this world was not made for artists. I did not want to draw flames in the sky, ice in the sea, or an airship for war. All I wanted was to paint on a canvas. Ferris held a single brush in his hand, filling it with magic. The beautiful peace you strive for is the only way I may survive. Zared Heavens shook as more arrows struck it. The engine room has been struck. Damage to the fixed magic circle at 68%. We can't last any longer, a demon shouted. Order to bring Zared Heavens up into this airspace, many demon soldiers were burned away in the rays of that sun. Many lives were sacrificed so that my lord may meet the goddess of destruction in peak form, Ferris said with a soft smile. The war will end, yes. Once the goddess of destruction has fallen, will the world be at peace? I do not go back on my word, Anos said. The creation magic master smiled. Then please take your seat, my lord, and give me your order. In this sky of destruction, give the order for me to paint a picture of peace. Shin turned so that his back was to Ferris. The demon king returned to the throne and sat back down. Take me there, Ferris, Anos said. Your ship soars the most beautifully in all of Dilhade. Make sure you keep your eyes on it. Ferris moved his magic brush, drawing a magic circle as he asked out loud, Beautiful soldiers of the demon king, what is our goal? To bring our lord to the Son of Destruction, one demon answered. Throughout this war, our comrades have been killed, destroyed, and erased by the hands of humans, spirits, and gods. And the root of all evil is the order of destruction that shines in the sky over there, the ominous sun, Sarjaldenev. Ferris raised the morale of his subordinates with his words. What do we have to fear? Once that sun falls, all who we could not save will be saved. Our tragic farewells will become things of the past to our beloved descendants. Everyone on the bridge strengthened their resolve. The beautiful demon king has given us his order to carry him. Let us paint the sight of him in the sky. At once, for the greatest wish of demonkind. For a beautiful peace. Let's go, muster all you have left. A giant magic circle spread around the sky fortress Zared Heavens. Zared Heavens spread its enormous wings. The Astracella cast through group magic had reconstructed the ship, giving it a new shape. But the shadow angels continued to fire their arrows of black sunlight, destroying the sky fortress almost as fast as it could repair itself. No, the parts of the ship destroyed by the arrows couldn't be repaired, so it was actually creating itself anew. Each time they were attacked, each time the ship was hit and came apart, Ferris created an entirely new ship on the spot. This was the creation magic of Ferris Noin, the man who in an age of war dreamed of art. Sarjaldenev has almost manifested. The keepers won't get out of the way, but if we detour, we won't make it in time. Ferris spoke over all of them. Be beautiful. Roger. Chayaj. Zared Heavens charged at the shadow angels before them without a care. While the keepers of destruction scattered, the effect of their order took a huge toll on the magic circle for Astracella. It began to break apart. Jigwaya. Even as the ship gradually fell apart, the bow of Zared Heavens became a blade that sliced open the wall of shadows. Goo-woo-woo. The remaining gates fired geograzes in unison, creating a small opening that revealed the Son of Destruction. Now, with a loud boom, the sky fortress shook heavily and decelerated. Egaz Darafin had managed to completely destroy the Astracella spell circle, preventing new versions of the ship from being created. Without its wings, Zeredhevence was swallowed by the mirages of destruction and fell from the sky. As it did, a voice echoed. Lord, the rest. Done. Demon King Anos was floating in the sky. He had crossed the wall of Eguzd Raffin and was able to position himself before Sarjildenav thanks to the brief opening Zeredhevence had created. I will grant your wish, Ferris, Anos said. He made straight for the Son of Destruction, Shin behind him, their backs turned on the falling ship. Liege, Shin's voice called sharply. The enormous shadow inverted, and a Son of Darkness appeared. Sarjildenav, the Son of Destruction, released a cold radiance that thrust everything in the world towards death and destruction. Eightness, Anos said. Understood. A magic circle was drawn on Shin's body, transforming him. Rays off darkness covered his body, blurring his silhouette and condensing his shape. That darkness eventually settled into a sword with no guard, only a straight blade thatchon along one side, extending from an uncovered hilt. It was a demon's sword. The disastrous god slayer, Shin Reglia. Son of Destruction, Sarjildenav, released its black rays of ruin. The sky was covered in darkness, and waves of destruction spread across the earth. The disastrous god slayer flashed as it sliced through that darkness. In a single breath, Anos' sword carved a magic circle in the darkness. Egolanma. Flash could be seen as the disastrous god slayer swung down towards the magic circle, splitting the incoming rays into two and clearing away the darkness. Sarjildenav began to change back into a shadow, as though to hide itself. You won't get away. Anos leaped through the air and charged towards the Son of Destruction, thrusting the demon's sword into the shadow of the enormous sun. The order off destruction raged wildly with an eerie creaking noise. Leaving the sword pierce-deep into the sun, Anos grabbed the small opening he had made, prying it open with the pure strength of his hands. Inside the sun was a deep darkness that even Anos' eyes couldn't see into, a place filled with the kind of destruction that would instantly erase anyone who came inside. It was for this alone that Anishad needed the airship, had needed to preserve his energy and arrive in peak condition. Anos leaped into the darkness without a moment's hesitation. He suppressed the order of destruction attacking him with his mauve magic eyes as he intently moved forwards. As he went deeper into the intense darkness, he began to lose his sense of direction. But regardless of his disorientation, there was no mistaking the enormous magic power in the center of the sun, so Anos headed straight towards it. Just then he heard something, a faint voice, the sound of someone crying. The closer he got to the center, the louder that voice grew until a clear silhouette could be seen. Thus, Anos reached his destination. Sitting in the center of the darkness was an awfully powerful magic. And from that single condensed point of magic radiated the power to destroy the entire world. Yet despite that absurd amount outpour, all that could be seen in the darkness was a small figure, a black shadow somehow darker than the surrounding darkness. When the Demon King approached the shadow, it inverted to reveal a girl, her long golden hair swaying gently around her. Another sob could be heard. The girl was hugging her knees, trembling, her face hidden as she hunched over herself. Even as Anos approached, she didn't try to look at him. Name yourself, Anos said, but the girl remained curled up as though she hadn't heard him. Anos reached out and touched her chin, slowly raising her face. Divine eyes crossed gazes with the Demon King's magic eyes. Ah, the power of destruction flowed from her divine eyes. Evil magic power rampaged as it furiously attacked Anos. What is this, a starring contest? He asked. He glared back at the destructive gaze and destroyed its fangs in return. The girl's eyes widened. I will ask again. What is your name? There was a beat of silence before a voice echoed. Aberniu, she answered quietly. It was the answer Anos had been expecting. I am the order that governs destruction, the goddess of destruction, Aberniu. Aberniu's red eyes, swollen from crying, magic circles appeared. Who are you? She asked. Section 8, How to Recall Memories, huh? Sasha muttered to herself. Back in my bedroom, the pale blue glow of her magic eyes faded and returned to their regular blue. The past she had been sending through leaks came to an abrupt stop, and all I could see was the girl staring straight into my face. That's weird. I thought I'd remember more than that. Sasha scratched her head and hummed in thought, but it seemed she couldn't recall any more than that. Either way, what Anos did to Aberniu back then was the same as what it did now. Sasha's magic eyes of destruction appeared as she looked into my eyes. Her destruction, magic reached my depths through our eye contact, intervening with my source and destroying the power that was flowing out. Of course, it was impossible for her in her current state to erase all the magic flowing from me, but the part she did erase helped me control the rest with more ease. Didn't seem like she was suffering from trying to control an abundance offpour, I said, thinking. Looks like the order the gods govern is not actually theirs to control at all. Huh, what does that mean? Eleanor asked. I slowly sat up before explaining. For example, the Heavenly Father is the order that births order itself. He may be able to produce keepers out of his own will, but even he isn't free to produce gods that govern other orders. Order would completely fall apart if he did that. So Abernew couldn't control the order of destruction? Misha asked. Yes, pretty much. Most gods perceive their out-of-control order as their own will, but that might not have been the case for Abernew. The past Sasha had just shown me Abernew had been crying. Had she been lamenting her own order of destruction? I hadn't seen enough to say for sure, but if she and Sasha were indeed the same person, then such a thing wouldn't be a stretch to assume. Can you remember anything, Anos? Misha asked. I don't remember ever having a proper conversation with Abernew. I've probably lost those memories. Militia had probably taken my memories and created new ones to make everything consistent, but for what purpose? I still couldn't figure out why she'd do that. I want to know what happens next, Sasha mumbled. Misha stared at her. What's wrong, Misha? Sasha asked curiously, noticing her gaze. Are you sober now? Yeah. Now that you mention it, my head's totally clear now. I don't remember anything after leaving the house, though. Did I say anything weird? Misha pondered her reply. You were acting like Abernew. She eventually said, my memories really did come back through the power of alcohol. How can such a stupid thing be true? Sasha looked unhappy with that answer. You really did remember, Eleanor pointed out. Aren't you normally meant to forget while drinking? Why did I remember? It wasn't only the power of alcohol. Just now, you used your magic eyes of destruction to break down the destructive power overflowing from me. Was that action not brought on by Abernew's memories? I said. Sasha considered the question. Meanwhile, Eleanor raised an index finger. Could it mean she regains Abernew's most important memories by seeing or doing similar things? She suggested. Militia also said to trace her emotions to recall her memories, I agreed. Sasha clutched her head in her hands. Then let's say that's true. What will we do now? I don't know what those memories are. In other words, this is the fastest way. I then stood up, drew a magic circle, and took out the same bottle of wine from earlier, as well as creating a glass topper some of the wine into. Drink, I said. I've been drinking since lunch. It feels like I'm doing something bad, Sasha grumbled, but gulped down the wine anyway. Her expression turned drowsy. Another! Don't drink too much. I poured more wine into her glass. Oh, don't say that. If I drink a lot, I may be able to remember myself. Which perspective is she speaking from? Eleanor asked. Half Sasha, half Abernew, guessed Misha. Eleanor and Misha looked at each other in confusion, but Zeshia raised her hand and declared with confidence she's Sashavnu. Sasha finished drinking the wine and held her hand up to her head. Remember anything, Sasha? Eleanor asked. Head hurts. She swayed unsteadily as she held her glass out at me. For no, I'll drink to heal myself. She's turned from Sashavnu to an alcoholic. Eleanor said, I guess things weren't going to be that easy. For now, I poured more Demon King wine into Sasha's glass. She drank it happily. Can I go outside for a bit? She asked. Sure, I replied. Sasha left the room on unsteady feet and went downstairs. We followed behind her as she left the house and watched over her as she aimlessly wandered the streets of Midhaze. I don't think we'll find Abernew's memories just by walking around like this, Eleanor said. Zeshia clenched her fists. Zeshia has an idea. What's the idea? Eleanor asked. We'll use magic that lets us find memories by accident. Good girl, Zeshia, it's Anos' time to shine, Eleanor said jokingly. Misha tilted her head and looked up at me. Is there such a thing? If Sasha could provide any better hints, yes, I said. There was no convenient spell that could trace memories their owner couldn't remember. But let's see. I may not be able to do something as direct as that, but I could work out something similar. I grabbed Sasha's hand right as she tripped over seemingly nothing and almost fell on her face. I'd like to go see Reno. Do you mind, Sasha? I asked her. The great spirit Reno. Sasha looked at me blankly as though her mind was muddled with Abernew's, but that look quickly changed to a smile. Sure, it's been a while. I drew the circle for Gatum. Right, we haven't tried spirits. Are we going to ask Reno if there are any spirits related to memories? Eleanor asked. What spirits are truly capable of has been mired by rumors and legends, but there may still be one that can help her trace her memories, I replied. Even if there was a spirit that could revive memories, it probably wouldn't be able to restore my or Sasha's memories. If my memories could have been recovered that way, they would have been recoverable with Evie too. But if there was a spirit that made things easier to find, for example, or increased one's luck for a short amount of time, it could be of use. Let's go. All linked hands before I used Gadam. The world turned white before fading to reveal the land at the outskirts of Midhaze, an area practically overflowing with life and nature. In front of us, partially obscured by plants and flowers, was a large tree as big as a house. It was the residence of the great spirit Reno, and was where Reno, Shin, and Misay lived together. She sometimes returned to Ahurthern, but I could sense her magic here right now. Someone's there, Misha said, pointing in the direction of the large tree. There was a boy and girl standing there. The boy had white hair, pale blue eyes, and an androgynous face, while the girl had naturally unruly chestnut hair. They were, of course, Lay and Misay. The two of them were gazing up at the large tree residence. I'm a little nervous, Lay said. It'll be fine. Father said he had work today, so only Mother is around, Misay said, trying to ease Lay's nerves. Besides, Mother's always on my side, she added. We're just going to have a tia together. If anything happens, I'll do something about it. Relax, Lay, it'll be fine. Lay chuckled and gave her a refreshing smile. That's very reassuring. They entered the large tree together. Sasha, who had been leaning forwards to stare intently at them, whirled around to look back at us. They're greeting the parents for marriage. Section 9. The hospitality of the Reglia family. I glanced at the tree residents and turned to the others. Let's come back another time. We shouldn't interrupt them. Beside me, Misha nodded in agreement. I think that's for the best too, though I do wonder what they'll talk about. Eleanor mumbled. Zeshia won't interrupt either. Zeshia can endure curiosity. Misha patted Zeshia on the head in approval. Zeshia smiled proudly. We'll go see Reno later. Let's go where you want to go first, Sasha. Got it. Sasha replied energetically, then marched straight for the large tree. Sasha, not that way. That's cheating. Eleanor and Zeshia both raised their voices in protest. I caught up to her and grabbed her hand. I said we'd see Reno later. But I'm worried about Lay and Misay. I need to see if they can give their greetings properly, Sasha argued. She resumed her march towards the Reglia residence, but my grip on her hand meant she couldn't move anywhere. Why is it so far? She muttered. It wasn't far at all. It's not like they're going into battle, I said. What is it wrong to be worried? What are you so worried about? Well, if Reno doesn't accept Lay, their love will come to an end. That's so tragic. Their love should come true. That was a surprisingly complex statement. Was it just drunken rambling, or were these words coming from feelings from 2,000 years ago? Both. I agree, I ended up saying, but there's no way Reno wouldn't accept Lay. HMPH. The Demon King is heartless. Magic circles appeared in Sasha's eyes as she glared at me. I offset her dangerous eyes with my own. I guess it can't be helped. Do as you please. I will. I released her hand and she rushed off on unsteady feet towards the large tree. She slowly raised her hand to knock on the door, then froze in thought. Say, Misha, we'd be interrupting if we entered normally, right? She asked, turning around to look at Misha. Can you see inside? I turned my magic eyes onto the tree, but my vision was covered with amist, preventing me from seeing inside. It was the power of a spirit. As expected of the great spirit Reno's residence, I said. Not even me eyes can see through it. Well, is there a hole anywhere we can look through? Sasha asked. Sasha walked around the outside of the tree. There were a number of windows along the trunk, but we'd be noticed instantly if we tried to peek through those. Should I use Lionel and Najira? Troubled. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice could be heard. Mist drifted in front of me and took the shape of small fairies, peeping, trying to watch, greeting the parents, curious. They were the mischief-loving fairies to tea, and they flew around Sasha happily. I want a peep, Sasha said boldly. The Tati giggled. Come. Come. You can peep. It's our specialty. The Tati flew up towards the top of the tree. We followed them through overgrown branches using fless. Open a hole. Sneaky. Thunk. Boom, boom, boom. The Tati chattered happily as they stabbed a nail into the tree and used tinna sticks to hammer it into the wood. Sasha watched them curiously. If you do that, you'll just end up with a nail in the tree, no? She asked. The fairies giggled. Surprise. Stab more nails into the tree. Then you get. Ta-da! In the part of the tree they had hammered a circle of nails into, water appeared. What's this? Sasha asked. A puddle window. If you put your face in the water, you can see inside. Try it. Just like this. The Titi placed their faces against the water. Sasha imitated them and did the same. Her feet kicked about for a bit, and her entire body fell into the puddle with a splash. Zeshia wants to try too, with sparkling eyes. Zeshia brought her face to the water. Her body sank into the puddle after Sasha. I suppose we should go as well, I said. We followed them in the order of me, Misha, and Eleanor, bringing our fists to the water and falling in. I had no idea how it worked, but the inside of the puddle was oddly spacious. Sasha had plastered herself to the bottom of the puddle window. Ah, it's Lay and Missy, Eleanor said to me through leaks. The bottom of the puddle was a transparent barrier, like glass. Through it, we had a clear view of what was happening inside the house. Can they see us from there? Misha asked the Titi. It's okay, probably, most likely. Hiding is our specialty, the Titi answered. Well, it didn't seem like Lay had noticed us. As long as nothing unexpected happened, it should be fine. I moved to sit next to Sasha and observed what was happening in the house unfold. The interior of the large tree was just like a regular house, but with furnishings a typical house in Dilhade wouldn't have. Plants grew along thewals as decoration, with a cocoon-like bed, an incense clock that accurately told the time, and shelves made of crystal, among other things. At a large wooden table, seated on stump stools, were Lay and Missy. She said she'd be right back, but she's taking her time. Missy's mind seemed to be focused on another room. She glanced over at Thedor multiple times, shaking her legs while crossing and uncrossing her arms restlessly. Nervous? Lay asked. Missy looked down. Sorry, after everything I said to you, I'm Theane who can't calm down. She laughed weakly. Seeing that, Sasha clenched her fists. Do your best, Missy, I'm on your side. She seemed to really feel for Missy. If things take a turn for the worse, I'll help with my magic eyes of destruction. What good would destroying things do? But thanks to that, I've relaxed, Lay then said. Huh, Missy looked at Lay, confused. Because you're being so cute, he said with a chuckle. That's, Missy turned bright red and hid her face. What am I going to do now? I can't show my mother my face like this. Let's show her our usual selves. Under the table, Lay gently held Miss Ashand. There's no need to put up a front, we'll be okay. Missy slowly raised her face and lost herself in Lay's eyes. Okay, she said. Her nerves seemed to have eased a bit as she was smiling. It's strange. When you say it, it really feels like everything will be okay, she commented. I feel the same. When I'm with you, I can do anything, Lay replied. Ahaha, that's a little embarrassing. But I'm happy to hear it, Missy said, blushing as she held his hand in both of hers. Yes, that's right. Ease Missy's nerves. The lines are a little smug, but I'll forgive you for today, Lay, Sasha commented with a condescending attitude. I love you, Lay said. Missy grinned bashfully at his direct words, merely nodding in response. Okay, now, that's enough. Don't seduce my adorable daughter too much. Missy startled, immediately releasing Lay's hand to look over at a woman with blue-green hair the color of the ocean and amber eyes. It was Missy's mother and Shin's wife, the great spirit Reno. She's here. And with an ambush. Endure it, Lay. Sasha's head, the greeting was more appropriate for a battlefield than am-eating with parents. It's not like that. I was just nervous, so Lay was trying to calm me down. He didn't have any ulterior, Missy got to her feet and desperately tried to explain things to Reno. Calm down, I was just joking, Reno said. Right, of course. Ha, Missy laughed awkwardly. Fall for it, Missy. She says it's a joke, but she's just waiting for the right moment to launch a follow-up attack. You're the only one who can shield Lay. Sasha held her breath in suspense. Again, Reno smiled at Lay, who had gotten to his feet. It's been a while. You haven't come over to visit at all, but I suppose Canon never came over for fun either. That's just the kind of person you are, isn't it? We did meet at the Demon King reordination ceremony, though, Lay pointed out. Excuses. We couldn't have a proper conversation, so it doesn't count. She smiled gently at Lay, who had a strained smile of his own. Meanwhile, Missy was looking between the two of them curiously. Mother, have you met Lay before? Missy asked. The spirits helped the humans fight against the Demon King's army 2,000 years ago, Reno said. Hero Canon was the one who came to Ahurthern on behalf of the humans and asked for our assistance. I spoke to him back then. We've also fought together against Anos before, Lay added. That one was close. I was sure we had lost, Reno added as well. Missy stared at Reno in disbelief. Huh, Reno exclaimed in response. I thought you knew that humans and spirits fought together in that war. So I thought you'd realize. When you put it that way, it makes sense. But why were you so nervous then? Misay asked Lay. Lay laughed awkwardly and looked over at the Mother of Spirits. Well, it's a little embarrassing to be telling an old acquaintance of mine that I'm dadding her daughter. I finally reunited with my adorable Misay, and she's already being stolen from me, Reno said, bemoaning the state of things. And by canon of all people, heroes sure move fast. Reno glared at Lay. He couldn't do anything but smile awkwardly. Ah ha ha, but at least it's canon and not some weirdo. If it were someone like Shin, Misay would have it much harder, so in that regard, I'm glad it's canon, Reno said. Geez, Misay said, a bit miffed. So I was nervous for nothing. Misay relaxed in relief. Reno and Lay both looked at her warmly. The mood in the Great Spirit's residence was calm and welcoming. But hidden behind a puddle window, there was one girl watching the peaceful scene unfold with deep unhappiness. What is this? Sasha slammed her fist against the bottom of the water and yelled through leaks. It was rigged all along. What kind of scripted meeting with the parents was that? She whined about unfairness and wanting some kind of recognition for her support of Lay and Misay. Come now, have a seat, the both of you, Reno said. How about some tea? Oh, did you know canon? This is the first time Misay's ever brought anyone over. I told her to bring her friends over, but she was so reluctant. Do you think she wanted to bring a specific someone over first? What are you saying, Mother? Misay squawked. You don't have told him that. Oh, I was just trying to point out how cute you are. Reno teased her daughter as Misay shrank back in embarrassment. We have lots to discuss. Now sit. Nodded and gestured for Misay to sit first. The two were just about to sit down on the stump stools when, allow me to pour the tea every once in a while. You stay seated, Reno, Ackled voice said, slicing through the harmonious air. A man appeared soon after. It was Misay's father, Reno's husband, and the Demon King's right-hand man who had once fought hero Canon to the death, Shin Reglia. Didn't you say you had work today, Shin? Reno asked. I did. I received a tip that someone was plotting against the Demon King, so I went to deal with the commotion. It didn't take more than 3 seconds. Hearplead, cold eyes still fixed on Lay. It's the first guest my daughter has brought home. As the head of the household, I have to make him feel welcome. Section 10. Marriage negotiations of 2,000 years ago, a tense atmosphere filled the room. Misay sat on the edge of her stump stool, casting awkward looks at Lay, and though he returned her glances with a smile, his face was notably stiffer than usual. Oh, isn't it so nice that Shin finished work early? Now everyone can be here for Canon's visit, Reno said warmly. Aha. Right, Misay agreed awkwardly. Misay had most likely planned to mediate between Lay and Reno first, so She could have Reno on her side before facing their true target, Shin. They would then introduce Lay to the spirits of Ahurthern, but in the face of Shin's surprise appearance, that plan had crumbled before them. It's ready, Shin said. Even though he was technically in his own home, Shin walked forwards without letting his guard down at all. 4 winged teacups circled around him, floating through the air before landing on the table and folding their wings. They seemed to be some kind of spirit. These are tea spirits called Tilmunk, Shin explained. Any hot water poured into them changes to black tea. Tilted the kettle in his hand and poured the hot water into the Tilmunk, the water instantly changing colors to a vibrant dark brown, the scent of black tea drifting through the air. Here you go, Shin said. Lay bowed his head slightly and took the teacup in hand. It's the first time Shin's prepared the tea. Isn't that right? Reno said excitedly. Lay, moments away from taking his first sip, froze on the spot. He stared at Hess steaming liquid in his cup. I've always burdened you to deal with everything in the house, Shin said. Oh, that's fine. I do it because I want to, really. Reno hurriedly corrected herself. I'm just pointing out how you finished work early and made tea just because Misay brought Canon home to meet us. I'm so happy. Shin nodded quietly. I have to show my hospitality. Reno smiled radiantly at his words, but the gaze Shin had on Lay was sharp enough to cut through flesh. Lay smiled to go along with the mood of the room, but the look in his eyes was dead serious. Something the matter, Lay Gransley? Shin asked, expression unmoving. It's not poisonous. Gulped, as though he was being held at knife point. It's so rare to see Shin joking like this, Reno exclaimed. She laughed happily, but all Lay could do in response was give Anna their awkward smile. He seemed on the verge of asking if Shin really was joking here or if he was completely serious. Have you tried Tilmunk tea before, Canon? Reno asked. It's delicious. Rumor has it that the tea change is sent to match the state of mind of whoever drinks it. The calmer you are when you drink it, the better it tastes, so relax. I see. Lei said, looking impressed. He brought the cup up to his nose to better enjoy the scent. Just then, Shin raised a hand and made a gesture as if grabbing something in the air. The black tea in Lei's cup rippled and shook. "Something the matter, Shin?" Reno asked. "Nothing." Silly Shin. Sorry, Canon. Sometimes Shin does things that don't make any sense. He may seem stubborn and strict, but he's actually a little airheaded. What seemed like airheaded behavior to Reno was actually quite clear to Lei, who was familiar with swords. The refined movement that Reno thought was out of place had been Shin actually drawing his sword from a magic circle. If he had wanted to, he could have pointed a demon's sword at Lei in the blink of an eye. For a swordsman, being able to swiftly draw one's sword no matter the environment was an essential skill. Lei himself was experienced with the sword, but Shin's skills were far more nuanced, perfected such that he could sit here, on a stump stool across the table, as if he had known this situation would occur far in advance. "Do you think Lei can even taste that tea?" Eleanor wondered, watching through the water puddle window. "What happens if you drink it while nervous?" Sasha asked. "I've read about it in the Lillian, the book fairies, before. When you're nervous, it'll taste refreshing, and when harboring doubt or hostility, it'll taste sweet. When you're relaxed, it'll taste like the perfect blend of bitter, sweet, and fragrant," I said. "Lei's in trouble then. If they ask him what he thinks of the taste, they'll know what he's thinking," Eleanor cried worriedly. "Seems like Shin is using the opportunity to host Lei to figure out his true character. He really has developed the heart of a parent." Honestly, it was heartwarming to see. "Shin doesn't want Lei to steal his daughter, right?" Sasha asked. "That sounds right to me," Eleanor replied. "What if it isn't poison in the cup but sugar?" "Oh, I see," Eleanor exclaimed. "So if Lei says it's sweet, Reno will find him suspicious. Missy, please notice the trap." Sasha folded her hands in prayer. "There's no need to worry," I said to her. "Come, as a parent, Shin's heart may be conflicted. His only daughter is about to be taken away after all. But trust that in the end he just wants Missy to be happy." Misha nodded in agreement. "Shin is my right-hand man," I said. "He's not one for petty tricks. He's using his role as a host to challenge Lei head-on and see into his abyss. But based on how Mr. Shin's been acting up until now, I don't think he'll give Lei and Missy his blessing," Eleanor said. "Actually, if Missy had brought anyone but Lei home, Shin might have loosened up and given his blessings immediately." Eleanor tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean?" I chuckled. "I know it looks bad, but Shin actually has high hopes for Lei. He believes Lei will surpass him even if he stands in his way. After all, Lei is the only human to ever best him in a sword fight, even if it was just the once. That might have actually worked in Lei's favor, that the one man Missy fell in love with was the only man to ever defeat Shin. Not sure just how aware Shin is of all this," I said. "But I believe he truly hopes that he can entrust his daughter's happiness to Lei. Shin were going to approve of anyone, then it would be with all of his sincerity and without sacrificing his values. And it seemed that Shin had chosen Lei to fulfill the selfish wish that any parent would have for themselves and their children." "Oh, I see. He's giving Lei a hard time because he's pretty much already approved of him," Eleanor said. "I'm sure Lei would prefer that Shin's acceptance of him be sincere and without reservations. Thus, refusing to accept him with all his might is Shin's greatest form of hospitality." Eleanor nodded in understanding. "Misha, why do competent people have to struggle more in this world? How's that okay?" Sasha grumbled. "Life is a trial," Misha guessed. "Ugh, I'd prefer something easier." "You'll be fine, Sasha." "Really?" "Yeah." Sasha beamed happily, then frowned. "Huh. Does that mean I'm incompetent?" "Well, I'm sure Lei did some preparation of his own before coming to visit," Misha said. "Shin's arrival might have thrown a wrench in his plans, but I doubt he'd give up that easily." "So that means—" Eleanor trailed off, and I finished her sentence with confidence. "He'll settle things, right here and now, and give Missy's parents a proper greeting. It's a battle between Lei greeting the parents and Shin using his hospitalitito prevent him from doing so as much as possible." Sasha cried excitedly, ice glued to the scene. "Has something to say." Zeshia, who hadn't said anything until now, suddenly raised her hand. "That black tea. What's wrong with the black tea? Did you see something?" Sasha asked, staring at the tea in Lei's hand with wide eyes. "Can Zeshia drink it too?" Sasha's face fell in disappointment. "We can ask for some later," I said. "It's a promise," she said happily. "Look, Missy, making a move," Eleanor exclaimed. Missy was gulping down her tea fast enough to scorch her tongue, then she slammed down the empty cup on the table. Lei looked over in surprise. "Thirsty, Missy?" Lei asked. So it seems, Misay said. Could I drink your cup too? It was clear that Misay had discovered Shin's plan and was acting quickly to counter it. If Lei never drank the tea, then he wouldn't have to fear his state of mind being revealed to the table. Hey now, there's no need for such poor manners. I'll pour you a new cup, Misay, Reno scolded. Right, I'm sorry, Misay said dejectedly. But despite Misay's ploy being foiled, Lei was giving her a gentle look. He brought his teacup to his mouth and took a sip. It's delicious, he said. Thank goodness. Every now and again there's someone who doesn't like the taste of Tilmonk, though I think it's just a matter of the heart, Reno said. But I guess there's no need to worry about you, Canon. Lei took another sip of the tea and placed the cup down. Speaking of taste, Shin said with a look that could kill, what did your tea taste like? Lei returned the look with a smile. A dangerous tension hung in the air between them. Oh, that. Tilmonk tea is known for. Misay's mouth moved soundlessly. For some reason, she had lost her voice. Misay, what's wrong? Lei asked. That's weird. I was saying the till. I could see what was happening. Every time Misay tried mentioning the Tilmonk tea to subtly give Lei a hint, Shin used the pillage blade to slash apart their words. The full gesture, the deployment of the magic circle, drawing and slashing the blade and returning the blade to the magic circle, all happened nearly instantly. He must have practiced the motion a lot. What did it taste like, Lei Gransley? Shin repeated with a blood-curdling expression. It was hard to imagine that he looked like that while asking about ya. Moderately sweet. Sweet! One of Shin's eyebrows twitched. His hand moved to draw hisward. Moderately bitter. Shin's hand froze midair. And moderately fragrant. What a curious black tea. It's delicious, Lei said. Silence, but for the sound of teeth grinding. That's good to hear, Shin said, lowering his hand. In this situation, Lei was able to drink tea with a relaxed mind. That took an incredible amount of nerve or resolve, like he would rather die than do anything that would make his girlfriend's parents doubt their relationship. He took Shin's hospitality directly. Sasha mumbled, impressed. Yup, he's amazingly calm for someone greeting their lover's parents. I wonder if it's enough to convince Mr. Shin, though, Eleanor said. Look, Misha pointed. We looked at Lei to see him sitting with perfect posture. Shin Reno, he said. There's something I wanted to tell you too today. Sincerity in his words was so impeccable, Shin's expression turned grim. I am dadding Misay. Contrast to the warm look on Reno's face, Shin's expression was so frosty it seemed a blizzard was blowing around him. He said it. He didn't falter before Shin's bloodlust. Well done, Lei, that's how a man should be. Eleanor and Sasha cheered noisily. Not yet, Misha pointed out. Lei placed both his hands on the table. Tell me, Sasha said. Is he going for it? Lei bowed his head at them. I'm serious about her, just like you two. Lei Gransley, Shin said sharply, getting to his feet. He reached into a magic circle and took out a single sheet of spell paper. With a flick of his finger, the paper flew over to Lei. He looked down at the runes written there. What's that paper for? Is it a type of artifact? Eleanor asked me. Now that's something I haven't seen in a long time, I commented. It's a bloodkin contract. Misha tilted her head. Haven't heard of it. 2,000 years ago, marriages were mostly conducted through Zect. This was because the main purpose of marriages back then was for the survival of the family line. But there were some people who fell in love anyway, and in many cases, they would fall in love while already betrothed to another. Had been extremely commonplace for families of significant power, or families that hoped to join together and cover each other's weaknesses to make their children marry. It was a way of thinking that no longer existed today. Those cases, a bloodkin contract was used. That spell paper has almost same effect as Zect. The only difference is that it's signed with the blood of a murdered demon. Wow, I suddenly have a bad feeling about this, Eleanor muttered. Short, parents who opposed the love match would present a bloodkin contract as a way of saying that such a match would only be approved over the parents' dead bodies. It was more of a life-risking proposal than a marriage negotiation. Killing one's parents in order to be with one's lover was an absurd ask in and of itself. Though mostly, the common use of the bloodkin contract was for parents to eliminate any lowlifes who dared to interfere in their children's lives. That's some killer parental love, Sasha muttered. I haven't returned the favor from 2,000 years ago, Shin said coldly to Lei. He was probably referring to the time he lost to Canon. What do Yao say to a serious match right now? It wasn't because he was bothered by his defeat 2,000 years ago. If anything, it was the opposite. He wanted to make sure that Lei beating him back then hadn't been a fluke. Otherwise, he wouldn't be convinced. It was his way off saying that he wanted Lei to fight with all his might to take Misei from him. If he was to entrust his daughter to someone, they had to be stronger than him. For Shin, who had lived as a literal sword, this was his clumsy way of expressing his parental love. Of course, while this way of thinking would have been normal in the mythical age, it was a little outdated in today's times. However, Lei stood up, perfectly willing to meet Shin's clumsy challenge head-on. I don't mind. Lei had just bowed his head and clearly expressed his sincerity in front of Reno and Misei. Shin would have eventually folded without fighting. But Lei, out of consideration for Shin's feelings as a father, chose to accept Shin's challenge. These were things that could be conveyed between men without words. We shouldn't make a mess here, so why don't we step outside? Lei suggested. Shin showed a rare smile. No need. Lei's eyes widened. The demon sword with runes along the blade had been drawn too fast for him to see. Shin pointed the ruin flow sword Altacorasta, the sword with the power of the god of demonic blade, at Lei without a hint of mercy. The sound of a flowing stream could be heard. A faint water mirror appeared between Shin and Lei. A droplet fell onto the mirror, disturbing the smooth surface and sending 7 ripples through Lei's reflected image. Lei immediately summoned the sword of 3 races in his hand. But the look on his face was panicked. The ripple in the water mirror, the sound of a trickling stream. There was no weakness to be found in Shin's perfect posture and vast magic power. Even if the sword of 3 races cut 100 fates, there was no escaping the fate of pure destruction. The hidden art of the ruin flow sword was able to destroy all 7 sources in one slash, and Lei would have been able to sense that. But what was most tremendous here was the sheer volume of bloodlust. Shin's refusal to give away his daughter manifested itself as killing intent. The murderous aura around him thrust a near-hopeless despair onto Lei, perhaps even more than when he had faced me, the Demon King. Going up against that is impossible. Are you sure Mr. Shin actually wants to entrust Misei to Lei? Eleanor exclaimed. Sasha turned to me in a panic. It'll be okay, right? He wouldn't go that far, would he? Don't just come at me. Answer. Sasha and Eleanor watched every movement between Shin and Lei intently. Ruin flow sword, first hidden art, ripple. Even without crossing swords, you know what will happen next, Shin said. Lei said to Shin, who was about to draw his sword and seize victory. There was almost 0 chance of Lei winning this greeting. Knowing that, the hero clenched his holy sword tightly. I have never backed down from a hopeless fight. Good. That is why you are the hero, Erg. Out of nowhere, a fierce torrent of water rose from Shin's feet, drenching him all the way to his head. Stupid, stupid, stupid Shin, Reno yelled, cheeks puffed up in rage. She used the power of the 8-headed water dragon Linyan to force Shin out of the house, the torrent of water pushing him through the window. Kanon finally came over to visit, yet all you care about is swords. Misei will break up with him if you keep up that attitude of yours. Do you want your daughter to hate you? She raged at Shin as she sat on the water dragon, which followed Shin as Huas washed away into the garden. No, Reno, this is a marriage negotia, glug, glug, glug. Shin tried to reply, but Reno sent another torrent of water into his mouth. Marriage negotiation goes like this. Geez, stupid. What are you going to do when Kanon has enough and leaves? It'll be your fault. And how will Yao explain that to Misei? Stupid. Shin fell silent at her hard-headed vigor. Reno knew nothing of demon culture, so she probably didn't know about bloodkin contracts or marriage negotiations. It's a bigger man than that, Shin said. That's why I'm saying this. Keep taking advantage of Kanon's kindness and one day he'll get fed up. But, no buts, the only reply is yes. I'm scolding you right now, so listen up. Did you think I wouldn't notice you cutting Misei's words earlier? Shin fell silent, but there was a deadly glint in Reno's eyes. You just thought about getting faster at drawing the sword, did you? Reno accused Shin. No, of course not. I know everything about you, Shin. Lies like that won't work on me. Reflect right now. Their voices faded as they flowed away with the water. Ah ha ha, they left, Misei said. What now? Lei asked. The 2 of them stared blankly in the direction Misei's parents had floated away. Was it too soon to greet them? Lei asked, storing Ivan's mana into a magic circle. Were you about to say something before my mom interfered? Miss asked shyly. You should already know what I was going to say. Misei blushed and turned away from him. I can't read your mind. You have veto, tell me with your own words. You turn this way, I'll tell you. Really. When Misei turned back, Lei was right in front of her face. His lips were just short of brushing against hers. That was close, he said. What are you trying to do? You don't know, Misei blushed. If you don't tell me. I won't know. Her head was tilted down, only enough to emphasize how she glanced up at Lei. Their lips were moments from touching. "Wow, it's happening," Eleanor said. "Look, Sasha, aya." Sasha suddenly yelled as though she had realized something, her magic ice-off destruction appearing in her eyes. Cracks ran down the puddle window, and Lay and Missy both froze. They both looked up at the ceiling. They must have heard Sasha scream. Sasha, what's the matter?" Eleanor asked. "I might have remembered." Huh, her eyes were glowing a pale blue. "Something like this happened before, somewhere." Sasha drew the magic circle for leaks while searching through her memories. Long ago, 2,000 years in the past, the footage of the revived past flowed into our heads. Section 11. A heart recalls the Demon Kings pillage the lost memories of two people. Inside the Sun of Destruction, Sarjildenev, in a space filled with deep darkness, the goddess of destruction Aberniu clutched her knees to her chest. The girl whose single blink had the power to permanently alter the Earth's surface was currently trembling like a lost child. "Who are you?" she asked. "Demon King Anos," Anos answered. "Demon King, Anos," the god in the form of a girl repeated. "Why?" The question spilled from the girl's lips in a childlike voice. Gods were meant to be impassive, but there was something about her that seemed awfully innocent. "Why what?" Anos asked. "Why are you able to look into my divine eyes?" Aberniu asked curiously. The magic circles drawn in her pupils transformed into the shape of a dark sun. Anos stared directly into the divine eyes that took on an identical shape to Sarjildenev. The goddess of destruction quietly stood up. A black ground suddenly appeared in the dark void they were in. These divine eyes of the end can only reflect the end of all things. Nothing can escape destruction before the eyes of the goddess of destruction. That is the law of nature. She looked down, words trailing off weakly. "Did you think that just because you have the divine power to end the world that you couldn't be destroyed?" Anos asked. Aberniu quietly raised her face and stared into the Demon King's mauve magic eyes. When she gazed into the abyss, she could see a cross of darkness in its depths. "It shouldn't be possible," Aberniu said. "The end of everything is destruction, which obeys my order. That is the logic and law of this world. Every living being must obey order equally. There are no exceptions. Nothing can overturn the end before the goddess of destruction's eyes." "Then the logic should be simple," Anos replied. Aberniu turned to Anos with a questioning look. "You just have to destroy fate itself," he said. Aberniu closed her mouth. Her divine eyes stared straight into Anos's magic eyes. "Say, King, Anos," she asked. "Or Demon King, what should I call you?" "Whatever you want." "Then Demon King," Aberniu decided without much thought. "What did you come here to do?" "I came to steal the goddess of destruction's order from the world." Goddess of destruction's lips lifted. Her eyes narrowed. "Aha!" Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Sadistic laughter and maybe a little masochistic too. "Aha ha ha, aha ha 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 ha, really now? You think you can destroy me, the goddess of destruction?" "What's so funny?" Anos asked. The divine eyes of the end glinted darkly. "Because I've been waiting. I've been waiting for this day to come." Gray particles rose around them. The immense number of them created a gray light that illuminated the darkness, filling it with even more destructive epwur. That merciless order was enough to drain Demon King Anos's magic power just by being nearby. "Is it okay if we keep talking for a little bit?" Aberniu asked. "Or can you not wait anymore?" There were still a few minutes before Sarjildenev released its black race again. "I'll allow it," Anos said easily. "I've destroyed a lot," she said. "Demons, humans, spirits, sometimes gods, I've destroyed them all. Every end in this world has happened in the palm of my hand." Aberniu began speaking, her mood noticeably better than before. "After all, it's the goddess of destruction's order that causes people to break in their sources to fade. As long as the order of destruction existed, life was finite. All causes of death in the world eventually led to Aberniu. The same goes for the sun of destruction. When it shines in the sky, its rays burn and destroy. Dozens, hundreds, possibly even more of your comrades have fallen to its power." Anos silently listened to her speak. The Demon King must have stepped over their corpses to come this far. Aberniu took one step towards Anos. "Do you hate me? Do you hate the goddess of destruction's order?" "Yes," Anos answered curtly. The deaths and destruction of countless followers flashed through his head. He had failed to save so many lives. "I will not forgive you." Aberniu smiled happily. She then whirled around so her back was to him. "Like I said just now, I've been waiting this entire time. While I destroyed and destroyed others, I prayed for someone to come here who hated me. Someone who could slash apart Sarjildenev and appear right in front of my eyes. The thought felt hopeless. I've given up on it so many times." She continued walking slowly as she spoke. It's boring being alone in this dark sun, you know? There's no one to talk to. But even if I go outside, nothing changes. Abernew chuckled. All my eyes can reflect are despair and sadness. Nothing can exist before a goddess of destruction but the end of all things. If I tried to walk upon Thearth, the world would be destroyed in a single night. She lifted a hand to play with some of the floating gray particles. Say, Demon King, you said you hated me, right? Abernew asked, cutting a look at Anos before continuing without waiting for an answer. What does that feel like? There was a mocking smirk on her face, but still, her expression was still Thatoff, an innocent girl. Do joy and happiness exist before hatred? I don't know that either. All I know is that somehow, joy and happiness become anger before transforming into hatred. She folded her hands behind her back and turned back to Anos again. I don't know any of it, she said with a faint smile, because all of it gets destroyed before I can even get close. Abernew reached a hand out and formed a flower-like shape out of the gray particles. I've heard how beautiful flowers are, but what do they look like? This time, gray particles formed a shape resembling a towering mountain. I heard that mountains are grand, but how big are they really? She asked. How about a house, a bed, a chair, a book? One by one, gray particles took the shape of each item she listed. Yet as they appeared, they were broken, distorted. What does a kiss feel like? Gray particles gathered to form the vague shape of a man and woman. Thetwo shadows leaned towards each other but crumbled away before touching. I don't know anything. The only other thing my divine eyes have managed to reflect are strong people fighting. Blood, tears, war, screams, and even Thos ended fast. She spoke with a cold face and voice. Tell me, Demon King, why do people live? Everything comes to an end someday. Everything ends always. So what difference does it make if it ends today, tomorrow, or in 100 years? Abernew glared at the distorted flower and mountains, returning them to gray particles. Did you think there was hope? Did you think there was a continuation? If so, that's hilarious. Nothing remains, you know, so trying to survive so desperately is just foolish. Goddess of Destruction flung her arm to the side, sending gray particles flying. The world cannot smile because I'm watching it. These eyes only reflect Fiend. At every moment, there is only sadness to be seen, only tears that remain. That is the undeniable truth. She looked at Anos as though to challenge him. Can you overturn that, Demon King? Can you really destroy me, the goddess of destruction? On the receiving end of her glare, Anos answered calmly. Without any trouble. Abernew looked taken aback for a brief moment. Her eyes narrowed. Arrogant of you, Demon King. You're just what I expected from Militia's little sister. Abernew perked up curiously. What do you mean? The order of destruction brings the end. According to you, everything is destined to meet its end someday. The world cannot smile because there is only sadness. But if everything ends, shouldn't there be nothing left at all? Abernew blinked at the Demon King blankly. Why do tears remain? The Demon King asked, grinning fearlessly. Thinswer is simple, because you've been crying as you watch the world. Me, the cause of all the destruction. Are you saying I don't actually want to destroy things? Ah-ha-ha-ha. The goddess of destruction clutched her stomach as she laughed. Hee-hee, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. She laughed gleefully as though she was having fun, as though she was being saved. At some point, sorrow blended into the laughter, turning into sobs. Abernew sounded like she was half laughing, half crying. Today feels like a dream. She quietly walked towards Anos. Do you know love? As a word, yes. There's so much I want to know. The shapes of flowers and the size of mountains. Joy, happiness. But these divine eyes can never look upon them. Girl spoke in a detached tone, but for some reason she looked like she was crying still. That's why I thought if there was someone very strong out there, I'd be able to look at them, she said, eyeing Anos in her field of view. I imagined us being able to talk. I knew whoever came would hate me, and that they'd have come to destroy the goddess of destruction's order. They'd come to stop all the sadness off the world. Her strong eyes stayed fixed on the Demon King. The goddess of destruction smiled. A man who couldn't be destroyed by the divine eyes of the end was standing right there. Something other than the end existed. This was amiracle to her without a doubt. And I knew that I would fall in love with that person. If such a person existed, there could only be one. No one else could be my partner. Abernew came to a stop before the Demon King. I waited a long, long time. It felt like an eternity. I've destroyed lots and lots in that time, she said, looking up at Anos. And then you came. Isn't love? Really now, you're in love with being in love, Anos said. Abernew chuckled. That may be true, but it's still love, an irreplaceable love and the best love I can manage, she said with a sigh. Her frail fingertips brushed Anos's face. I've destroyed and destroyed until now. From the moment I was born, that has been my order. Now I don't have to destroy anymore. Divine eyes glowed a deep red. Isn't that right? In the deep darkness filled with gray magic particles, a red ray of light shined in. Ah, it's time. The sun of destruction will illuminate the earth once more. Sorry, but it can't be stopped. This is the order of the world. She lowered her hands and stood defenseless. Ahead, she said, closing her eyes to clearly show her non-resistance, but Anos stared at her without moving. What's wrong? She said. There's no time left. Anos stayed frozen as though he was ignoring her. Hey, are you even listening? Didn't you come to destroy me? I said I came here to steal your order, Anos replied. I never said I'd destroy you. What are you saying? How can you do that without destroying? Just then, the darkness around them inverted to reveal the sky. Outside, the sun of destruction transformed from its shadow form to the black sun. Think you can die so easily after spreading so much death? Taka responsibility, Anos declared. The darkness flashed. The sun was about to shine its black rays of destruction down on the earth. Responsibility. Control the destruction. That's impossible. Gods are order. We cannot defy the laws of nature. No excuses. Do it. Aberniu was speechless. You've been forced into a foolish duty, Aberniu. Have you ever asked yourself why you have to be the one to suffer from the irrational whims of order-ran nature? Anos said, words laced with a strong anger. Just give it a try. Resist it. And then I'll use it as a wedge to release you from your shackles. But is just setting your eyes on one person truly enough for you? Black rays filled the surroundings of Sarjaldenev. The light of destruction swayed. Beautiful flowers, grand mountains, cities lined with stores and houses, walking around window shopping, falling in true love. If you want to experience all of it, push aside that boring order by yourself, Anos said, clenching his fists. I will show you a smile. I, the sun of destruction, was filled with magic power. The black sun that could ruin all life started spreading its rays across the sky. The earth wasn't scorched. The destructive rays had been cast inwards, illuminating the demon king inside Sarjaldenev. BWA haha. So you can do it if you try, Anos said with a dry laugh. Even as he was being burned by the black rays of Sarjaldenev, the demon king reached for Aberniu. There's one more thing I can show you right here, he said. Demon king, her breath stopped. The demon king had stolen her lips. Look at me. This is a kiss. Aberniu's divine eyes were wide open as she was being kissed, pure emotion seeping out of her sun-shaped pupils. Gaga Gianeer. The magic circle deployed, covering both of them. Gaga Gianeer was a spell that stole magic power by concentrating the magic power and thoughts of Adargit onto the caster. The Demon King had used the kiss as a trigger to seize a part of Aberniu's destructive power. The disruption to order sent the black race rampaging in revolt, the sun burning the Demon King's body to try to end his source. The Demon King's blood oozed from his skin, rusting the black rays off sunlight upon exposure. Anos's source of destruction, the source of ruin, and Aberniu's order of destruction clashed, the two cataclysmic powers devastating the surrounding area. If it had been unleashed on the ground, it would have had enough power to end the world and then some. Wish for it, Anos said. Your feelings will set you free. Eyes stared into magic eyes. For the first time, destruction faced ruin. MMGH. Magic power slowly flowed from Aberniu's lips, settling the order off destruction as though guided by Gaga Gianeer. The girl's heart thudded loudly. As the black sun gradually faded, the beating grew louder, ringing in her ears. Some time passed. By the time the sun of destruction returned to its shadow form, the goddess of destruction's heart throbbed with the melody of love. Demon King Anos slowly pulled his face away. See, I've just destroyed your irrational duty, he said with a smirk. Face red, Aberniu looked down and away from him. Stealing it by force is what's irrational. Section 12. A strange rift the footage from 2,000 years ago faded from my head. When I looked over at Sasha afterwards, she whipped her head away with incredible speed. It seemed she couldn't recall any more than this. So by stirring the emotions of Aberniu, who was in love with being in love, I was able to make her control her own order. With her heart awake, was the goddess of destruction able to defy theater of destruction? Misha asked. I nodded. Love and kindness were the weaknesses of the gods. When a god obtained those feelings, they gained the power to control their own order. Aberniu's heart was already on the verge of blooming. I merely gave her the final push, I said. Plus Giga Giantir had weakened the power of her order, allowing the goddess of destruction to resist. Aberniu had been the god that governed destruction. Destroying her would have required an even stronger power. One wrong move, and her order of destruction could have ended up growing stronger. That was probably why I had chosen to get her on my side, rather than destroy her outright. But the biggest reason I had decided to do things that way was because she herself had already rejected her destruction. I wonder what happened after that. Can you remember anything else, Sasha? Eleanor asked. And nothing happened after. That was the end, Sasha exclaimed, her face red. Misha looked at her with a curious tilt to her head, while Eleanor raised her index finger in realization. I don't mean after the kiss, she added. Sasha turned even redder. She groaned and glared at Eleanor with the magic eyes of destruction in her pupils. I'm just kidding, Sasha. My anti-magic wards aren't as strong as Annos's. Eleanor tried to soothe Sasha, but her voice didn't seem to be reaching her. Sasha's eyes glinted menacingly as she trembled with embarrassment. Sasha's still drunk, Zeshia commented. Just before Sasha's emotions exploded, Eleanor turned tail and fled. And it was stolen from me. I didn't consent. And it wasn't even a kiss, it was Giga Giantir. It hurts. Sasha's gaze is stabbing into me. Eleanor tried to flee by swimming through the water, but Sasha followed hot on her heels, her magic eyes of destruction pricking Eleanor relentlessly. Eleanor deployed runes in a ring around herself, holy water rising to surround her as she activated Ask as a shield against Sasha's gaze. It's a barrier, Zeshia said happily. Besides, I took it back after I reincarnated. What did you take back? Eleanor asked. The destruction in Sasha's eyes grew even stronger. At once Eleanor realized her mistake and looked extremely regretful. The moment Sasha averted her gaze in embarrassment, her eyes turned to the Titi's water window, which cracked further. The puddle window had reached the limit of its endurance, and the cracks were widening by the moment. Again, Lay asked, staring at the ceiling with his eyes. It's getting louder, isn't it? Misset added. The magic eyes of destruction had weakened the effect of the Titi's peephole. Who's there? Lay called out. The Titi are just playing a prank. Don't worry about it, I answered. Lay froze for a brief moment, then slowly turned to Misset with a smile. Looks like it's just the Titi playing pranks. That's weird. Wasn't that Lord Annos's voice just now? Misset asked. Just then the Titi appeared before my face. We got caught. They found us. Prank over. It's an instant, all the water turned to mist, and the puddle window vanished. Without the boundary of the puddle window, our bodies were left unsupported, sending us falling to the floor. I corrected my balance with Fless and landed on me feet. Sorry for the commotion, I said. Misset blinked at us in shock. Were you watching together the entire time? She asked nervously. It wasn't the entire time, Sasha said, stuttering. We just watched a little bit, just a little. Right, Misha? Misha blinked a few times before nodding. Sasha imitated her nods, then continued. That's right, we just saw a little bit. We only watched from the moment you two entered the house up to the moment you tried to kiss. Isn't that everything? Misset's scream echoed through the house. She covered her red face with both hands and curled up in embarrassment. Lay patted her on the shoulder gently. Ash turned to me. Something happened again? He asked. We found out that Sasha was once the goddess of destruction. She doesn't have all of her memories, though, so we're trying to retrace them, I replied. I see. Lay looked at Sasha, who, for some reason, was in the middle off-patting Misset's head as though to comfort her. I was wondering if we could borrow the power of a spirit to help with Sasha's memory, I said. Oh, so you're looking for me. Turned in the direction of the voice to see Reno and Shin fly back through window. Reno waved a hand at me in casual greeting. Perfect timing, too. Why don't you tell Annos about what you were saying just now, Shin? She said to Shin. My liege's words take priority, Shin said. Did something happen? I asked. Shin nodded and answered. Just now, a leaks arrived from the 7 demon elders. Apparently a strange spatial rift has appeared at the Nephius plateau. Misha and Eleanor exchanged looks. And its abyss cannot be observed, I'm told, Shin added. So they had no idea what that spatial rift was. No magic appears to be able to close it, Shin continued. The 7 demon elders tried bombarding it with magic, but it showed no response at all, I said. The rift also appears to be widening over time. It was 100 meters across when it was first discovered, but has now reached 4 kilometers. That was indeed strange. 4 kilometers is a lot, Eleanor commented. Yeah, Misha agreed. What are the 7 demon elders doing now? I asked. They stationed their familiars at the Nephius Plateau and left them behind. They've been analyzing the spatial rift and searching for ways to destroy it, but they ran out of ideas and decided to contact me. The 7 demon elders couldn't handle the phenomena, then it was most likely magic from the mythical age at work, and a fairly high level of it too. Orders, my liege, Shin asked. I'll leave it to you. Go with Eldamd. Just then, noise rang in my ears. Misha said, peering into my face. I raised a hand in reassurance. When I focused inwards, the noise started ringing in my head again. Mixed with the noise coming from the depths of my source, an eerie voice echoed. Are you sure? The voice in my head said in a sultry tone. Are you sure you want to leave it to others, really? You're the one who spoke earlier. Who are you? I said out loud. Lay and the others watched me with tense looks on their faces. The door is about to open, the door of despair. It's time to pay the price for the peace you obtained. Replying to me, the voice continued speaking one-sidedly. Could they not hear me? Or were they simply uninterested in my reply? Soon, very soon, all the doors will open. The Demon King's army will be swallowed by war, along with all those you hold dear. Noise rang louder than ever, then came to a sudden stop. I strained ears but couldn't hear anything else. The eerie sound that had echoed through me head was gone. I've changed my mind, I said to my subordinates, who had been watching me the entire time. There's been a ringing in my ears lately. I don't know what it is, but they've been blathering nonsense about the world being unkind and war in the horizon. They listened to me in silence. I think it's safe to assume they have something to do with the strange rift at Nephius Plateau. I drew a magic circle for Gadam. Come along. No matter who it is and what they're plotting, I will find them and expose them, I said with a fearless grin. We'll teach them what happens to those who defy the Demon King's army. Section 13. The smoke signals of war before us spread a field of green speckled with yellow flowers. Gentle wind blew, carrying a faint magic power that sent petals dancing into the air. The environment here was ideal for the growth of Nephius flowers, and had been thus named the Nephius Plateau since ancient times. Above the plateau, several owls circled the field. They were the familiars of Melhaze, one of the 7 demon elders. Using those owls as a marker, several magic circles appeared at the Nephius Plateau. I stepped through the Gadam and arrived at the plateau, followed by Lei, Shin, and everyone else. That. The spatial rift, Misay asked, sweeping her eyes across the plateau. At the other end of the field of flowers was an open rift. Vertically, it was about as tall as the trees scattered around the field, while horizontally, it stretched across the ground in a wide expanse. We had been told it was 4 kilometers wide earlier, but it was easily over 5 now. I thought seeing it in person would help clarify the situation, but it's more abnormal than I expected, Lei said. Something's probably inside of it, but I can't see any magic at all. He turned to me. Matter what magic it is, if it can't be seen from this distance, then it's still incomplete, I said. Regardless of what they're trying to do, once the magic activates, they'll most likely reveal themselves. Should we break it before then? Eleanor asked. The noise in my head had said we'd be engulfed by war. How would Thatevin happen? If it's harmful, there's no need to wait to take action, I replied. But I'd rather not blindly follow the words of an unknown voice. What if someone out there wants me to break it? Maybe enter the rift, Misha suggested. If I go that far in, I might actually be able to see something. Try. Just as I floated up with Fles, Sasha grabbed my sleeve. Say, Demon King, what are you all talking about? She asked curiously. Come to think of it, Sasha was still pretty drunk. Spatial rift over there, I said, pointing to it. Spatial rift. Sasha repeated, looking over at the other side of the plateau. I lifted my other hand to cast ice and sober her up, but as soon as I did, that isn't a rift, Demon King, it's a door. Hand froze midair. I discarded the magic circle. You can tell, I asked. Because it's the same as the one in the firmament of the gods. This is what's called a door of God. It's like the entrance that Beno even blocked in Thepest. What was it called again? A divine gate? Right, it's like a divinigate, probably. Sasha searched through her memories as she spoke, her explanation stuttering as she simultaneously jogged her memory. Firmament of the gods, Misha asked, her head tilted in thought. It's another name for the divine realm, Shin answered. In other words, that's a door to the firmament, I asked. Yup. The doors of God are one way, so they're only able to use them takum to earth, Sasha replied. The work of the gods, huh? Did that mean the voice that had been echoing in me body was from a god's ability? Either way, it was rare for the gods to make such bold moves on Earth. Does that mean a god large enough to need a door this size is going toadsend here? Lei asked, looking at the rift with his usual smile on his face. It could be a large number of gods instead of just one, Shin said. Misei laughed nervously. Ah ha ha, neither way sounds very good. Will the door open, Sasha? Misha asked. Sasha hummed in thought. It looks like it'll take a few more days. But... She trailed off mid-sentence and looked at me curiously, probably because I was drawing an enormous magic circle in front of me. Oh, don't mind me, I said. I just felt a brief flicker of magic within the rift just now, so I'm going to check things out. A gigantic black sun appeared from my magic circle. Geograze. The jet-black sun soared with a meteor-like tail, trailing black flames as it accelerated forwards. But the moment the roaring flames reached the center of the god's door, the flames went out, and the sun transformed into a giant rock. The rock then started crumbling apart as though it had been sliced by something, pieces of it falling to the ground. Your spells of bombardment are mere specks of dust before us, a voice said. I gazed in the direction of the voice with my magic eyes. Inside the spatial rift was a single shadow. Not hasten your death, king of demons. The cold voice shook the air. Although his figure was hidden in the door off-god, the speaker's vast amount of magic power was evident from his shadow alone. Are you a god? I asked. I am Pelpedro, the god of war, one who leads an army of order. In other words, I am the order of war. Do you want war? The god of war answered shortly. In order to correct the order you have disturbed, the flames of war will swallow this world. Disturbed? You mean the stolen order of the goddess of destruction that you gods like to go on about? Indeed. But that is not all, the god of war said solemnly. This world hastilted too far towards peace. Pelpedro raised his hand. Several hundred shadowy figures appeared on the left side of the rift. Thus, the army of gods will purge you. This time, several hundred more shadows appeared on the right side. Misfit Anos, the king of demons who has nipped war in the bud time and time again. You've ruined every flower of war in this world before they could even bloom. It's only right to pluck poisonous flowers before they can kill anyone, no, I said, if the world does not allow it. I scoffed at his words. Really now, I think the world would agree with me. Are you sure that's not just what you believe, so-called god of war? Nay, the army of gods is order. There is no belief or disbelief. My decision is the law of nature and cannot be denied. I laughed again, this time louder. Looks like another arrogant god has appeared. Since I've only met reasonable gods lately, this is quite the refreshing change. Pelpedro closed his mouth and glared at me. If I recall correctly, the last one I met was Niscalia, the Heavenly Father. I'm sure you know what happened to him. The god of war ignored my words and snapped. This is a declaration of war. You're challenging the demon king's army, are you? Nay, the army of gods brings war to any and all living beings. Our fight is inevitable. All humans, spirits, and demons will be engulfed in the flames of absolute war. I see. Will non-combatants stand in the line of fire too? I asked. The smoke signals of war have already risen, Pelpedro said. Before theory of order, all resistance is futile. The fire of God will scorch the world without exception. Your demon king's army may stand before us. Misfit, beauty cannot stop the march of God. The pure white space of the door of God, the number of shadowy figures doubled. We are not individuals, but a collective, an army of order. An eerie roar echoed through the air as the spatial rift expanded further. Theodore of God was opening, and the gap was packed with shadowy figures. From the firmament of the gods far above, the door to beyond opens, bringing the sound of boots marching over the bridge of war. Soon our divinity will descend to earth, and from that moment on, the world will be ablaze with war. Misfit Anos Valdigode. Misei's grim gaze was fixed on the door of God. It isn't just 1 or 200. If that many gods come to earth, we'll be in big trouble. Ileonor yelped, finishing her sentence. That is all, Pelpedro said. Enjoy this brief moment of peace, until the sound of our march rings in your ears. The countless shadows vanished into the depths of the rift, as though marking the end of their formal declaration of war. Where do you think you're going, god of war? I said. Pelpedro froze in his steps. I drew a layered magic circle with both hands. The army of order already turning tail and fleeing before an enemy. I said this was a declaration of war. You are yet to truly stand before our forces, he said, replying calmly to my taunts. We currently are in the firmament of the gods, far out of your reach. Fortunately for you, even this divine army needs time to open the door to earth. God of War glared at me from across the door. "You best spend that time preparing your military, King of Demons. Utter despair will soon be upon your world." Turned around to walk off briskly. His shadowy figure began to fade from the rift. I see. I get it now. I reached through the layered magic circle, covering my hands in white light. The pale blue light of Ignis glowed as I grabbed the rift sitting on the plateau by its top and bottom boundaries. My grip on it caused the eerie sound to rumble even louder, as though the door of God was creaking open. "Are you doing?" the God of War asked, turning back in shock. "Since you gods are so eager for war, I'm just giving you a helping hand." I don't like waiting for an enemy army without a clear time of arrival. I clenched my hands and yanked the door of God open vertically. The sound off the air tearing open screeched across the plateau. "So I'm opening the door for you," I said. My right hand holding the top of the door and left hand holding the bottom, I used all my physical and magical strength to open the rift all the way. Pure white light filled my vision as the spatial rift was ripped until it burst. The light gradually settled. When I stared with my magic eyes, I could clearly see the forms of gods that had previously only been shadowy figures. With the door now wide open, the army of gods had fully manifested upon the Nepheus plateau. "Looks like there's roughly 2,000 of you," I commented. I casually waved my hand at the armed troops, beckoning them forwards. "Hurry. I'll deal with you all at the same time." Section 14. The Demon King Army versus the Army of Gods' divine forces lined the Nepheus plateau. At the forefront stood a god in a full suit of red copper armor, the god of war, Pelpedro. His red and sparkling gold cape fluttered in the wind as he gazed at me from under his full-face helmet. Opening the door of God by force, the god of war's muttered words were carried by magic, allowing them to reach me from such a distance. "You are a contaminant of this world, a misfit beyond all doubt, Anos Valdigode. It is your arrogance that brought us to this land, dragging the world into war." Contaminant of this world. The one who spoke into my depths had also used that phrase. Dragging the world into war, huh? You make it sound so grand, but in Themed, you're all just substitutes for Aberniu. And I'm sure you all know how the sun of destruction in the sky came to its end, no? I asked. "We are different from the goddess of destruction. She was a single individual. We are an army that brings war," Pelpedro said, lifting his hand. "Swordsman gods, Garmagund." A row of sword-wielding infantry advanced forwards in perfect coordination. Their pale blue armor was in the form of a sword, and they wielded transparent divine swords in their right hands. Spearman gods, Schnelde. The troops in the right flank marched forwards. Their pale armor resembled Aspir, and they wielded glowing divine spears. Bowman gods, Amicius. The cavalry moved forwards. Their armor was designed like a bow, and they wielded giant divine bows. Sorcerer gods, Dalzork. The soldiers at the very back then marched forwards. Their pale armor was the shape of a magic circle, and in each hand they held divine staves. "Army is order itself. No one can stop our march." So you're saying they're different from the keepers that protected the goddess of destruction?" I asked. "Indeed so," the god of war answered simply. "All troops advance. The enemy is 8, trample them." Pelpedro's order, the army of gods roared and advanced. Their footsteps were perfectly synchronized, with each step of their boots shaking the earth. The Nepheus plateau itself was rumbling from the marching of this divine army. "You know, I had just been thinking of ways that we could try to close Thedor," Misset mumbled. I was also expecting Anos to say, "Did you think I couldn't close it just because it's a door of God?" or something. Eleanor agreed. They both sighed tiredly. "It's better to deal with the evil at the root," I said. "You have a point, but I would have preferred some warning," Misset said, watching the army worriedly. "A mere 2,000 troops means we only have to defeat 250 each," I said. "Will I be able to defeat that many by myself? I'm not really suited for offense," Eleanor wondered out loud. But there was no sign of any real tension in her voice. Misset still looked nervous. "I'm not so sure of myself either, though if I'm in me true form, maybe I can do it." She would probably say the exact opposite once her true form appeared. "It's okay," Lay said, smiling at her. A blinding light flashed at his hands as Sword of 3 Races appeared. "At worst, I'll defeat your share too. Then I'll give you 200 of mine," Eleanor said, holding her index finger up. 250 of Zeshia's too." Lay smiled wryly at their banter. "That case, I shall take on your shares of the enemy," Shin said. He never took his eyes off the formation of the divine army, watching them vigilantly. But Shin took a few steps forwards and addressed Lay over his shoulder. Although I cannot imagine any parent would want to give their daughter to Ammon, who can't even handle 750 gods. Generally speaking, of course. Reno around to control him. His voice was a cold continuation of the formal greeting he had said earlier. Then I'll go for 1,000, Lei replied, stepping forwards to accept the challenge. We'll see about that, Shin said quietly, shooting Lei a sidelong glare as Hel lined up beside him. There may not be 1,000 left for you to defeat. Shin seemed determined to be the first to take down 1,001. You don't know that yet, Lei replied. Their eyes met. Fierce sparks blew between their gazes. An interesting challenge. Allow me to give the starting signal for your match, I said, raising my hand into empty space. A spherical magic circle formed, purple lightning crackling with it. I stuck my right hand into the circle and clenched my fist. The purple lightning condensed in my palm, carrying powerful destruction as it scattered bright light across the plateau. I lifted my right arm into the air and purple lightning spilled in response, drawing 10 magic circles. From each circle, more lightning extended outwards, connecting the circles together to form one huge magic circle. Ravia G. Gavarized. The connected magic circles fired towards the approaching army of gods, purple lightning spreading across the area and covering them completely. It strengthened the interior of the magic circle with a barrier, leaving them notches, but to withstand the purple lightning of overwhelming destruction. The plateau was stained purple, as thunder roared loudly enough to split the air. The raging lightning illuminated the sky brighter than the midday sun ever could. The army of gods burned with an eerie sound resembling an apocalypse. Once the light faded, ashes filled our entire vision. Eleanor murmured in a dazed voice. You wiped them out with the starting signal, Misfit said tiredly. But just then, something shot towards her. A giant arrowhead was pointed at Misfit's nose. Shin had grabbed the divinero with his left hand just before it reached her. The magic was transformed to stone, Misha said in warning. The ashes floated into the air, and the army of gods appeared from within the barrier. Troops, advance. Separate the Demon King's army and route them separately, Pelpedro ordered. His troops split into 4 and began to surround us. They are not called the army of gods for nothing, I see. Roughly 80% of Ravia G. Gavarized was transformed to stone, I concluded. Most of the ashes floating around had been the remains of the purple lightning that had been converted to stone. My attack had wiped out only about 100 or so of the divine army, leaving 1,800 soldiers remaining. If this many soldiers reached a city, they could cause serious damage. Shin will take the right flank, Lei will head for the left, I said. Since they want to rout us separately, let them do as they please. Yes, my liege. Got it. Shin and Lei started running towards the approaching soldiers. With their abilities, they would be capable of closing the gap in an instant, but that was the same for the enemy. Their slow approach was a way for them to deliberately control our movements. We would be forced to move in accordance with the changes in their formation. When I stared into their abyss, I could see a strong magic power wasping released from the formation of the army itself. There was definitely something hidden in their formation. Lei and Shin matched their movements by running slowly, searching for an opening to break the enemy's formation. Misha, Sasha, Misfit, Eleanor, and Zeshia will remain here and support Shin and Lei. Don't get separated, I said. Misfit held her hand up over her head and darkness flowed from her palm, covering her entire body. Bolts of lightning ran down the darkness, clearing the darkness to reveal the midnight dress and 6 wings of her true form. Misfit brushed aside her hair, now dark like the deep sea, and turned to me. What will you do, Lord Anos? It should be obvious, I said, staring at the 2 formations headed directly at us. I drew 100 magic circles at the roughly 800 soldiers coming our way. The next moment, the soldiers at the center fired their own jet-black suns and divine arrows our way. I won't let you, Eleanor shouted, using Doigelia to form a shield on Thespot. Regalamiting. Zeshia followed by deploying 2 magic mirrors on either side of the Doigelia barrier. There! Opposing mirrors. Any magic reflected in Regalamiting's mirrors would be duplicated. The opposing mirrors thus increased the Doigelia infinitely, forming a firm barrier. A mere army of gods won't be able to touch my demon king, Sasha said, glaring at the rain of divine arrows and Geo-Grays with her magic eyes of destruction. The attack was greatly weakened by her power, and whatever she couldn't destroy fell flat against Eleanor and Zeshia's Doigelia. Here's my return gift. I fired 100 of my own geograys, scattering them in every direction. The black suns rained on the army of gods, but the moment they touched the barrier formed by the Dalzork, they all changed to lumps of stone. The Garmagund swung their swords, slicing the stones into dust. "How about this?" Misfit said, firing Jurest. But her black lightning wasp-blocked by Dalzork's barriers, turning into stone just like the others. That stone was also sliced up before it fell to the ground. "It looks like they're using a spell that turns long-ranged magic fire into tossstone," she said with a smile. The soldiers in the front row of the formation suddenly caught fire and were thrown into the air, bodies wrapped in a black tornado. "But you can't block close-ranged magic, can you?" Misfit asked. Ziara. The opening Misfit had created with her black lightning. I had moved to the center of the enemy formation in a single leap and blown away the Garmagund with Avias and Ziara. My right hand was wrapped in glowing black flames from the geograys I had cast through Veneziara, separate to the geograzes that had been turned into stone. "Move." I started running, and my body became a flash of light. I pierced straight through the cluster of divine soldiers, arriving at the center without any tactics. Dozens of Garmagund and Schnelda were blown away, their broken swords and spears flying through the air. While they had avoided Raviajig, Gavarized by changing it to stone, Theslightist contact with the purple lightning of destruction did some damage. Iasili mowed down the worn-out soldiers and approached the god of war at the center, clad in his red copper armor. "Only a fool of a general charges in alone," he said. The Avias and Ziara around my fingers sank into the god of war's red copper armor. Black flames roared fiercely, but the god's anti-magic wards swirled around him to keep the flames in check. "The few can be conquered by the many. This is the ultimate art of war. Nopor can oppose the correct order of the world," Pelpedro said. "Your order is outdated," I replied. "Rewrite it with this." I shoved the god of war back, scattering the troops that had clustered around him. Pelpedro attempted to stop my charge by standing his ground with all his might. If he had stopped me, his troops would have been able to stab me with their divine blades. But I didn't stop. "Nuaarg," Pelpedro screamed. His divine eyes met my magic eyes, our gaze giving off sparks. "The many can be conquered by the Demon King. I am the art of war, Pelpedro." Section 15. The Demon King's art of war. A low rumble roared across the plateau, splitting the middle of the troop formation of the divine army into two. Pelpedro was pushed back so far that he pierced through the rear line of his army. The gods in the way of the Demon King's advance were sent flying, soaring extravagantly through the air before slamming hard against the ground. Having taken Avias and Ziara to the abdomen, the god of war was engulfed in flames as his body was embedded into a nearby hill. I said. Pelpedro slowly got to his feet. His red copper armor was slightly burned, but hadn't sustained much damage. "Formation magic, huh?" If I looked down at the plateau from above, I'd see the gods had maintained a certain formation despite the fact that I had scattered them about. Even thought he had me surrounded, there were some troops who had taken formation in a completely irrelevant location. But what seemed like wasteful positioning at a glance was actually a magic circle. Every troop was part of the magic circle that cast a powerful blessing over the entire army. Arnest. The formation magic circle glowed a red copper color. Its power was Pelpedro's order. "Misfit," Pelpedro said. "No matter how strong you are, the besiegement of the gods cannot be broken with individual power. Arnest can only be affected by the true art of war, military strategy. Everything else is eliminated without question. Thus, the few will be conquered by the many. This is the order of combat." I see. So it wasn't that they strictly prioritized numbers without regard for strength. Within this formation magic, there was an order working to weaken any kind of individual attack against this divine army. "With only 8 of you, victory is ours." Squad of Amicius knocked their arrows and fired them at me all at once. I'd played Bino even against the rain of divine arrows, but the aurora of darkness I created was shredded, and the arrows continued falling. I used my Avias and Ziara-covered hand to burn them, but one slipped past and pierced my left arm. "Looks like the blessing doesn't only apply to your defenses," I noted, yanking out the arrow and burning it to ash. It appeared that while inside Arnest, the divine army possessed unlimited power against individual attackers. Countering it would require an army of the same scale or greater, but that was obvious. Their goal, after all, was war. That was what they wanted to draw out of us. "Both your subordinates have already been swallowed by Arnest. This is how weak you are before the power of order, Pedro declared. I looked over at Lei and Shin to see they had both been surrounded by the divine army. Then let's try it. I opened my hand towards the sky and sent magic upwards, drawing a larger circle. Black magic stones formed in the air and fell. Geoglees rained down on the plateau, crushing the soldiers and boring holes into the ground. It's futile, the god of war said. The Garmagund crawled out of the holes and swung their divine swords. They charged at me without seeming to have sustained any visible wounds, Jur asked. Black lightning blew about like a wild storm, mowing down the gods with arrow of thunder. I dodged the divine sword of an incoming Garmagund and dug me hand of black fire into its chest. When I clenched my fist and cast Vebzud on top, the Garmagund's knees gave out underneath it. I lifted its body and threw it lightly at an approaching Schnelda. Armor collided with armor and fell apart into pieces. Out of the two gods who had collided, the Garmagund, whose source I had crushed, remained on Theground and perished. The other spear-wielding god had been damaged, but just like the other Garmagund I had previously swept away with only Jurast, it stood up without any trouble. I think I get it now. Arnest, quantity was valued over quality. Individual attacks had little effect against groups, but individual attacks against individual troops were easy enough to do. As for the number itself, that seemed to be determined by the number of sources in the spell, in which case, all we had to do was destroy each source one by one, but such a thing would take all day. Shin, Lei, stir them up. I sent them a leaks and started running. Understood. When I looked through Shin's perspective, I could see Schnelda rushing at them from every direction. A single thrust of their spears could turn an entire mountain to dust, and he was surrounded on all sides with no escape. A blast offwind exploded on the spot, sending clouds of dust through the air. Amid the dust, a single divine spear fell apart. The Schnelda holding it had a hole in its armor, from which blood poured like a fountain. The god fell forwards, revealing Shin, who had escaped the encirclement of Schnelda, to stand behind it. In his hand was the Ruinflow sword Alticoresta, a demon sword with a beautiful ripple pattern on the blade. Arnest, is it? Allow me to cut through that formation of yours, he said. He started running faster than the eye could follow. The formation magic of the gods got in his way, slowing his speed somewhat. But even then, Shin's speed was fearsome. It's useless, Pedro said. We are an army of order. Being the perfect military order means there is nothing an individual can do to break our formation. Faster he moved, the more the Arnest formation around him should have been disturbed, eventually falling apart. However, as the god of war said, the army of gods showed perfect order, and instead of falling apart maintained their encirclement. They had anticipated Shin's plan and moved one step ahead of him, blocking his way at every turn. But despite that, he cut them down with Alticoresta and continued running. Divine swords, spears, and bows launched their attacks, but each time Shine evaded them just before impact and avoided taking any damage. The gods could make all the walls they wanted, but as a single unit, they were powerless before his sword. Even if he couldn't wipe them out entirely, Shin's power made it easy for him to break through the army. Thus, he cut a path towards the center of the plateau. On the opposite side, in the left wing of the army, Lei was also making his way towards the center of the plateau. Dalzork concentrated their Geograze fire on him, but the jet-black suns were being blocked by the petals of the glittering peach cosmos flower floating behind him. Ravel asked, activated with the power of love to oppose the Arnest and allow Lei to pass through like a gust through trees. He had 7 sources, so despite being alone, he was easily able to hold his ground against 7 others within Arnest. Now, how long will your encirclement last? I wondered. Using Avias and Ziara on both hands, I scattered the enemies in the center and retreated. In order to surround us, the left and right flank of troops had all gathered at a single point in the center. Each of their 4 squads had formed a straight line that met at the center. Matter how you move, Arnest cannot be broken. The formation is perfect, Pedro's voice said from the back of the army. Cease your futile struggle, Misfit. You like to sound omniscient, Pedro, but there's nothing more frail than a military of perfect order. No military tactic will work against us, much less a pathetic strategy like thise. You'll see soon enough. Without breaking their encirclement, the one-split army of gods began to close in on a single point of the plateau, as if in pursuit of a single target. In other words, Their allied squads were ferociously charging at us from multiple directions. They'd have to stop their advances if they didn't want to collide with each other, but doing so would mean one of the three of us would end up out city off Arnest. They could try to stop us, but the moment they went after one of us, they'd inevitably get in the way of their own forces. I can see what you're trying to do, Misfit, Pelpedro said. The perfect army off order is easy to lure. Use the enemy to block the enemy, create the faintest disturbance in their formation, and break through. That may be your plan. Just before the squads of the Divine Army crossed paths, a part of the right wing became the left wing, and a part of the left wing became the central squad. Then finally, a part of the central squad shifted to the right wing, and so the Arnest was maintained without a single disruption, as if instead of an army the Arnest were a single life form. But as I said, we are the order of war. We are gods of combat, those who led an army of order. The god of war Pelpedro stood behind me. There is no art of war that will allow you to escape. Gathered in his hand, and a divine sword with a red copper glow appeared. He swung the divine sword down with all his might, which I caught with the Avias and Ziara around my hands. Magic struggled against magic with a crackling sound, the pressure resulting in a storm whirling around the two of us. You've used all your cards, Misfit. Your subordinates have ceased moving. What are you on about? I smirked boldly and cast a layer of Vebzud over my right hand. Look closer. The formation you took completed my strategy. Your strategy. Layered Jurest over my hand and pushed the divine sword back. In response, Pelpedro used his whole body to push down. Nonsense will not work on me. His left hand grabbed my shoulder. Fiery. On Pelpedro's command, Dalzork fired a barrage of Geo-Greys. The god of war kept a firm hold of my shoulder, prepared to burn along with me. Jet black flames swallowed the two of us. Not good enough, I said. Immediately after erasing the Geo-Greys with my magic eyes of destruction, I kicked his feet out from under him. What? How could the god in charge of an army of order not know of this tactic? I twisted his sword arm and pinned it against him. Defeating me won't work, Pelpedro said. We are an army, not an individual. You don't get it at all. Let me tell you the answer. I took his divine sword and threw it away. It's billiards. Yerds, the god of war repeated blankly. I held a hand out and wrapped him in Beno Even. You're the ball, Pelpedro, you and all your men. I raised my hand, looking at the god of war, now wrapped in the spherical Beno Even. I said. I shoved the Beno Even. The sphere containing Pelpedro shot off at the speed of light, crashing into the soldiers around us. On impact, the soldiers were repelled, sending them flying, crashing into other soldiers and sending them flying as well. Arnest was less effective in single combat scenarios, making them susceptible to attack. Since the count was based on the number of sources, the flying god counted as an attack against the god it hit. Of course, the rebounds didn't end with one hit. The flying gods would hit more gods, who would then hit even more gods. The sound of collisions rapidly increased across the plateau that had transformed into a kind of billiard table. After bouncing about in a complex trajectory, the gods would fall into the holes created by Glees I'd cast earlier. In no time at all, the army of gods once gathered on the plateau was completely wiped out. The final one to fall into a hole was the god of war, Pelpedro. Their formation had fallen apart, and Arnest no longer had any effect. The army of perfect order always has the best possible formation, which is certainly strong in combat, I said, grinning down at the hole Pelpedro had fallen into. But it also makes you ideal for billiards. From behind his battered helmet, Pelpedro's divine eyes glinted. It was all a diversion, he said. He raised a hand weakly and pointed at the sky. I looked with my magic eyes to see countless shadows in the sky far above the Nepheus plateau. It was more of the divine army, this time gods riding in on white horses. They had used the squads on the ground here as a diversion to deploy an aerial force. Our objective is to spread war. The aviation squad has prepared their formation to raise your demon city. You might have finally noticed now, but it's too late, you say. Did you think I'd agree? I snapped my fingers and showed a glimpse of my magic power far, far above the heads of the gods in the sky. The demon castle Delsgate appeared overhead. Beneath it, the longsword off darkness, Venusdenoa, glimmered ominously. Fire, Pelpedro commanded. The bowman gods and magician gods aimed their respective arrows and magic attacks at Delsgate. Though they struck in quick succession, the castle remained unchanged. Let's see how well your battle formation fares against Venus-Denoa, I said. I looked up at the demon castle and drew the magic circle for Gadam. But the moment I was about to teleport there, a shadow fell on Delskade. Sasha slowly descended from the sky, her blonde hair fluttering behind her. What is she up to? Say, Demon King, she said with a smile, softly touching the abolisher of reason that was floating in the air. Can you return my Sargildenaf to me for just a little while? Section 16. The order of destruction, the gods in the sky instantly changed their formation according to their order. Magic overflowed from the Fless magic circles drawn on their bodies, increasing the speed of their advance. They were probably trying to fly out of Venus-Denoa's range. But the moment their formation magic was completed, Sasha glared down at the gods, making them freeze on the spot. It was as if they were so overcome with fear they could no longer move. You don't mind, right? Sasha asked. Still drunk and possibly with Aberniu's memories back, Sasha cheerfully poked Venus-Denoa with her fingertip. Wouldn't hurt to give her a shot. As long as you don't hurt anyone else in the process, I said, acquiescing. Sasha grabbed the abolisher of reason, and I commanded the sword to obey her. The Demon King has given his approval. Return to your original form, Sargildenav, Sasha said. She spun the sword in her hand and pointed the tip up at the sky. When Cher released her hold, Venus-Denoa shot upwards out of her hand. Black particles gathered in the sky, gradually covering the longsword in a sphere of darkness. The shape of the abolisher of reason vanished, leaving the shadow of a Sun instead. Did you know this? Sasha floated up before the sun of destruction, twintails fluttering behind her. When you close your eyes, what you see on the back of your eyelids is my view. People call it the sky of destruction. Sun of destruction was still a shadow. But as long as it was in the sky, the order of destruction was in effect. Nuhirata. Soon as the army of gods confirmed Sasha had moved up in the sky, they took the chance to scatter in every direction. The formation magic Nuiradawas used to facilitate their retreat at the fastest possible speed. The army of gods retreated smoothly, soaring through the sky at a speed faster than their magic normally would have allowed. Their purpose in withdrawing was both to escape the control of the Shadow Sun and to march upon the demon cities and villages nearby. At the speed they were moving through the air, it would only take a matter of seconds for them to reach their destinations. Their goal was to swallow the world in war. And for the sake of achieving their goal, they wouldn't think twice about burning down entire villages off demons unable to defend themselves. However, no matter how much they advanced, they were unable to flee. They had easily flown enough to circle the world once, yet the Nepheus Plateau was still below them, and the Shadow Sun was still overhead. Tiny wings of yours cannot escape the sun of destruction, Sasha said. The order of this sky has already been broken. The only ones who can fly freely are my Demon King and Zared heavens, which his follower created. Dark light illuminated the sky, swallowing the airborne army in no time at all. Why? Why do you defy? Goddess of destruction, Aberniu. Answer us, the swordsmen, spearmen, bowmen, and magician gods all shouted at Sasha at once. Why do you defy order, goddess of destruction? You are the order of destruction. Why would you disturb the order of this world? Pelpedro yelled from the ground. Did the Misfit inflict a needless binding on you? Oh, that's right, Sasha said. I remember now, I always hated that. What? Sasha smiled as though she was Aberniu. I've always said that I hated order. In fact, the thing that actually bound me was order. It was the Demon King who released me from that binding. The magic eyes of destruction appeared in Sasha's pupils as she glared on at the god of war. Say, god of war, Sasha said. Will waging this war satisfy you? You said you and your army will throw this world into war, but is that actually a decision made by your own will? We are order. We have no will, Pelpedro replied. I see. You truly are a pitiable person. The light of darkness completely covered the sky. The goddess of destruction became the demon castle Delskade. Sasha herself had nothing to do with the order of destruction, and with the sun of destruction in shadow form, her power was nothing like Aberniu's. But even incomplete, the all-consuming light of Sargildenav's black sun was definitely shining. I opened my eyes. All my divine eyes could reflect was total despair, Sasha said. Within the stained dark sky, the army of gods deployed a defensive formation to withstand the black rays of sunlight. You, Pelpedro said. Power to swallow war. The goddess of destruction's power, Sasha said. Through the sky that could destroy all life, Sasha flew, going higher and higher until she reached the sun of destruction. Not anymore. She spread her arms wide. Her body was sucked into Sargildenav, and she became one with the shadows. I was reborn as a demon. The demon king gave me life. Goddess of destruction. Aberniu? That's my old name. I'm Sasha Necron now, the witch of destruction, subordinate of the demon king of tyranny. The shadow sun shrank and the blonde girl reappeared. The sun of destruction had been condensed to its very limit, fitting squarely into Sasha's left eye. Dilhade is my hometown. It's where I was born and raised. It's not perfect, but it's a lovely place. There's schools, shops, farms, and hunting grounds. Everybody there has their own lives, ones they live with laughter. That's why I don't care if you're an army of gods or order. With the entire sky in her field of view, Sasha glared. If you bring war to this country, I will show you true despair. The shadow sun in her left eye inverted, turning into the true sun of darkness. And as the sun of destruction fully manifested, surround her. This time, the army of gods flew towards Sasha, but the result was the same as before. No matter how much they flew, they could never reach her. And as though to further highlight the difference in their abilities, the army's position ever changed from being below her. They couldn't even approach her, much less surround her. As Sasha gazed down upon them from above, the darkness swallowed their bodies. The sun, which had originally shined upon everything without discrimination, was now picking and choosing targets to destroy. We're fatting. Our bodies, the army of gods. Wards of their defensive formation magic were unable to block the destructive rays, and the army of gods dissolved in the sky. The divine eyes of the end. Why do you turn the order of destruction up on us, Aberniu? Pelpedro asked. The rays also reached the troops on the plateau that had fallen into the holes, and they too were destroyed. Over half of the god of war's red copper armor was thus swallowed by the darkness. Destroy us all you want, but you cannot escape. You know that best yourself, he said. I don't know, because you see, I've forgotten everything, Sasha pleaded. Then remember this, all living beings will fight. That is the order of this world, the logic, the law of nature, its fate. No matter how many times you block the door or destroy us, the result will be the same. The door will open once again, and we will march upon you. The black sun turned Pelpedro entirely into darkness. Just before he met Hysand, he opened his mouth one last time. The smoke signals of war will rise again. Last words of the god of war. You know, Sasha said with a smile. Fate can be crushed with your own hands. She turned to me. Isn't that right, Anos? Having teleported with Gadam, I was standing right behind her. The darkness faded from the sky, returning to its blue color. Sasha flew to my side. Are those the goddess of destruction's divine eyes? I asked. That's right, the divine eyes of the end. I'm borrowing Delscade's power through Sarjaldenev. The black sun in her eye returned to its shadow form. I can only use half its power right now, so I can't hold it for more than a few seconds. Sasha glared at the empty space in front of her, and the shadow of a sword appeared. The shadow sun faded from her eye, and the abolisher of reason appeared before her instead. Her divine eyes of the end turned back into the magic eyes of destruction. Have you regained your memories? I asked. Only a little. You speak a lot more like Aberniu now. Sasha hummed in thought, pressing a hand against her head. The gesture wasphery like her usual self. I wonder why. I'm just doing what I feel like doing. Maybe the army off-order is so similar to the goddess of destruction that my old self just had to speak up. She wondered out loud. But I remembered something about these eyes. She sat down while floating in the air and stared into my eyes. It's the reason you and I have the same magic eyes of destruction. And what is that? Sasha used leaks to send images into my head. I shared them with Shin and everyone else using our magic link. When my divine eyes could only see sadness, you Anos showed me a smile, she said with a teasing giggle. That's why you're my demon king. She sent the memories she'd regained to me through leaks. Images from 2,000 years ago flooded my head. Section 17. The demon king's divine eyes, the goddess of destruction's magic eyes 2,000 years ago. Inside Sarjaldenev, the son of destruction, a blonde girl clutched her niece to her chest as she drifted through darkness. In this space without direction or dimension, she floated as though she were being carried by wind, rotating freely. Occasionally, she opened her eyes and stared into the darkness, sighing quietly. On her face was a look of intense boredom. He's not coming at all. Don't tell me he forgot, she muttered, burying her face back into her knees. If you don't come soon, I'll destroy everything. Just watch me. Just then, a single ray of light shined into the darkness. Whipping her head up, the girl, Aberniu, the goddess of destruction, immediately brightened. A black ground promptly formed in the darkness. From the falling ray of light, a man clad in black appeared. the demon king of tyranny, Anos Valdigode. He walked towards Aberniu the moment Helen did on the black ground. The goddess of destruction was about to run up to him with a smile. Wench froze, shook her head, and turned away as though she were totally indifferent to his presence. She instead eagerly waited for Anos to reach her, a bored look in her face. But when he finally walked up to her, HMPH, what kind of whim brings you to the son of destruction so many times? You're a weird one, demon king. She turned her back to Anos as though she had no interest in him. I wouldn't visit you on a whim, Anos said. Aberniu looked down to hide her giddy reaction to Anos's words. I can't just leave you alone either, he added. Really now. It's not like I asked you to visit, the goddess of destruction said in a frosty tone. Anos's magic eyes glinted as he stared into her abyss. It looks like you've gained control over the order of destruction. Sarjaldenev has remained in its shadow form without casting any rays of black sunlight. You no longer need my help. Thanks to someone stealing my lips. Sorry about that, but I needed your focus on me to activate Gaga Gianteer. Aberniu pouted unhappily. You don't need to apologize. To a god, a kiss is no different from a dog bite. You say so. She really hadn't cared about it. Gaga Gianteer wouldn't have worked, but Anos chose not to say that out loud. By the way, I wrote the letter you mentioned. Aberniu drew a magic circling, took out a single letter. She held it out for Anos to take. It'll be a good souvenir, Anos said. What kind of god is Militia? Aberniu asked curiously. Anos smiled faintly. Dunno, I wonder that myself. You don't know, she looked surprised. She said she wants to meet you. I see, so she's the same as me, Aberniu said with a gentle look. I want to meet Militia too. She turned to face the darkness again. It's weird, isn't it? We're nearby each other, yet we can't meet because offer orders. Why are we even sisters? Aberniu slowly walked through the darkness. Just kidding. I know there's no point in saying that to you, Demon King. Aberniu, Anos said. I'm here today because I have something to tell you. Anos's words, she stopped walking. With her back to him, she looked over her shoulder. What? I want you. Aberniu's cheeks turned scarlet as she looked at Anos, wide-eyed. The Demon King looked at her with a dead serious expression on his face. Body, your source, your order. Give me everything that is Aberniu, the goddess of destruction, he said firmly. With a slightly flushed look, the goddess of destruction turned to face Anos. In exchange, I will grant your wish, Anos continued. Aberniu stared at him for a long moment before replying. The son of destruction wasn't enough for you, she said, quietly bringing her fingers to her own chest. The Demon King now wants the goddess of destruction's order. He wants all of it so he can change the world. Anos nodded. You've gained control over your order, but as long as you are a god, I cannot do anything about the fundamental order in this world, he said. Regardless of what you want, destruction will continue to exist, and despair will continue to be reflected in your divine eyes. Aberniu had gained control over the sunlight cast by the son of destruction. But even then, when her eyes gazed upon the earth, everything in her field of view would break down and crumble. The order that caused people to die so easily hadn't changed at all. Something else would simply destroy the demons, spirits, and humans in Sarjaldenev's place. If I obtain you, I can steal that order entirely. By bringing down both the son of destruction and goddess of destruction, the destruction in the world will reduce to a minimum. Those meant to die will survive, and those meant Toprish will live on. After that, peace will follow. You want me for the sake of peace? Aberniu asked, desperately. She hummed, looking at the Demon King in contemplation. The preparations are complete, Anos said. All that's left is your decision. If I say no. Aberniu asked. I won't let you. Aberniu giggled. What a hopeless Demon King. Unfortunately, a greedy one. She tapped her lips lightly in thought. Okay, but I don't want to hand it to you for free. Let's have a match. If you win, I'll give you one thing of mine. What do you say? Very well. Pleased with his answer, Aberniu's eyes narrowed. What kind of match will it be? Anos asked. Let's see. If you bring me what I want, it will count as your victory. And what do you want? Aberniu pointed at Anos's right eye. I want magic eyes, your pretty magic eyes, she said in a teasing tone. What do you think? You can have them. Aberniu looked surprised. Really? You want them, don't you? I do, but... She had only said it as a light-hearted joke. The Demon King's eyes had been able to suppress the goddess of destruction's divine eyes of the end. It wasn't something he could afford to lose. And it was for that reason that Aberniu had asked for them. She had wanted to watch him squirm. I don't go back on my word, was all Anos said. Anos made Aberniu float up with magic, cupped a hand around her head, and showed her his mauve magic eyes. In the abyss of his pupils, a cross-off darkness could be seen. "If I give you this, it'll be my win. Give me your right eye in return," he said. The divine eyes of the end appeared in the goddess of destruction. The sun-off darkness appeared in her pupils, glowing darkly. "What are your magic eyes called?" Abernew suddenly asked. "Why do you need to know?" "I'm just curious." "Call them the magic eyes of mayhem." What does that mean?" "It means chaotic ruin. The essence of these eyes is ruin, but the power is chaotic. Even I can't see the bottom of its depths. There's no way of checking either, since the world wouldn't survive what would happen if I opened them fully. Power to make things that couldn't perish, and that was only a side effect spilling out from its true power. Opening the magic eyes to see its true power would cause the entire world to collapse with disorder. Because off that, not even the demon king of tyranny himself could check what his ice could really do. Thus, he could only release a suppressed version of its power. That alone waste enough for the magic eyes of mayhem to destroy order. "What a violent pair of eyes," Abernew said. "If you're worried about it, you don't have to take it." "No way. The demon king agreed to give them to me, so they're mine." They brought their faces close to each other until their right eyes were staring straight into each other. Mauve light mixed with glowing darkness. Magic particles rose around them. "You know, Demon King," Abernew said quietly, "from the moment you first looked at me, I felt all kinds of emotions overflowing from here." She tapped the left side of her chest with her slender fingers. "All kinds of emotions. Feelings I never knew before, I felt them for the first time. My eyes have only ever seen despair, so I believed the world was always sad and crying." The blended light was reabsorbed back into their bodies. The two slowly distanced themselves again. Anos's right divine eye glowed darkly, while Abernew's right magic eye was dyed mauve. "Is reality different? Will your eyes be able to see something else?" "I don't know the answer, but you said you'd grant my wish, right?" Abernew asked. "BWA haha. You've lost the match, but you still plan on having your wish granted, don't you?" Abernew blinked in surprise. "What's so funny?" she asked innocently. "Nothing. Being honest is a good thing." She blinked a few more times, adjusting to her new magic eyes. Her magic power flowed from her right eye to her left eye, dyeing both mauve. However, Thekros of darkness didn't appear in its depths. "Huh," Abernew exclaimed. "It's not the same magic eyes as the Demon King. The two eyes have been halved, so that's to be expected. You should be able to use its original power in brief bursts, at least. The divine eyes of the end I received from you have lost most of its order as well." The magic power of the divine eyes in Anos's right eye shifted to the left, and the sun of darkness faded. Instead, magic circles appeared in both of Anos's eyes. He cast Grezd and Hishand and glared at it. The flames vanished. "The power of destruction has weakened, but it's exceptional as anti-magic. Easy to control, too. How convenient." "To the magic eyes of mayhem, you mean?" Anos nodded with a laugh. "Let's call it the magic eyes of destruction." "About these?" Abernew asked, pointing at her own mauve magic eyes, the magic eyes of mauve. "Literal." Abernew blinked a few times, switching eyes. Her mauve pupils returned to their original color, and a magic circle appeared in them, the magic eyes of destruction. A giggle spilled from her lips. "Now we match," she said happily. She then looked back at Anos as though recalling something. "Oh, right, as I was saying, if you can grant my wish. With these eyes of yours, I'd like to walk the earth and see something other than sadness." She beamed from ear to ear as though she were staring at hope itself. "I'd like to see this world smiling." Section 18. Spirit of similitude. After confirming the door of God had completely disappeared from the Nepheus plateau, we returned to the Reglia estate. "Yeah, I can't remember anymore," Sasha said, clutching her head in both her hands. She seemed to have sobered up quite a bit. "Do I really have Torley on alcohol for all this?" "Hee. That's what drunkards usually say, Sasha," Eleanor pointed out teasingly. "What? If drinking is what's causing me to remember, then there's no helping it." "Aside, I was shocked to learn that Anos's magic eyes of destruction are actually from you," Eleanor continued cheerfully, holding up an index finger. "I thought you inherited them from Anos." "Well, it's true that Sasha's current magic eyes of destruction were passed in from me," I said. Eleanor looked at me in surprise. "Huh. But the magic eyes of destruction are the result of you receiving half of Abernew's weakened divine eyes of the end, right? From what we saw of the past, my magic eyes of destruction only contains the right eye of the goddess of destruction. But the left one isn't with Sasha, it's part of Delscade, along with the right eye of the magic eyes of mayhem." "Oh, I see. It's not that Sasha can't remember, but that she doesn't have the goddess of the destruction's order." Eleanor summarized. I think so. But it seems I can temporarily borrow the power from Delskid using the abolisher of reason, Sasha mumbled. However, there was a large difference between that and her original power. Her true strength would require the order of destruction in this world to be revived. In other words, Delskade's seal had to be released for her to regain her original form as the goddess of destruction. But doing that would make Dethan destruction rampant in the world once again. Army of gods haven't perished, have they? Misha suddenly asked quietly. Probably not, Lay answered. Anos forced the door open ahead of Therplin's, so that probably wasn't all their forces. They may be able to propagate endlessly, like the Keepers, Shin added. The god of war Pelpedro commanded an army. He was a little different to the other gods that governed orders. It wouldn't be too inaccurate to think of them as similar beings to Keepers. They said they wanted to engulf the world in war. Missay, who had Rater Nedto her transient form, mumbled worriedly. I know Lord Anos can defeat Theme easily, but what if they attack a city or village next time? It'd be terrible, Eleanor cried. Sasha nodded in agreement. Raviaji Gavarizd couldn't even wipe Theme out. They possessed spells that could turn magic attacks to stone, and an order that allowed them to dominate with sheer numbers. For other people to repel them, they would need an army of their own and fight quantity with quantity. But doing so would only increase the number of possible deaths and spread war further. Inform all the demon lords of Dilhade to search for the doors of God. Send notice to Aesian, Agatha, Geordle, and Gadesiola too, I ordered. If the gods were planning to march upon the earth, they might have had more than one door of God prepared. The army we had just repelled could have been avant-garde unit. They most likely planned to send more gods. Areas that couldn't be viewed with magic eyes due to chaotic magic fields or natural barriers, like a thundering volcano, were especially at risk. I sent a leaks to the 7 demon elders informing them of this. Ahurther needs to be careful too, I said to Reno, who nodded. I'll tell everyone to be alert. There are spirits who specialize in searching forewarning signs, so I'm sure it'll be fine, she said. Soon as you find a door of God, force it open and destroy the army, I said. But if Shin's theory is correct, they'll continue to repopulate endlessly. We'll need a separate plan to combat that. A plan like what? Sasha asked. For example, we can enter the divine realm to find the source of magic that's creating the army of order and get rid of it. Wow, so the plan is to use force, Eleanor muttered, exasperated. First, we have to find a door of God. We go and do that now, she asked. Leave that to the others. We'll be looking for Sasha's memories instead. The army of order was like a substitute for the goddess of destruction. Learning more about the Aberniu of 2,000 years ago could lead to information about these gods. The only reason the god of war was intent on throwing the world into war was because those meant to perish had stopped doing so. If we could address that in some way, the gods should cease their attack. And so, Reno, we're trying to regain Sasha's memories of her time as the goddess of destruction, Aberniu. Do you know of any spirits that could be off-help? I asked. Memories and recollection, you say? Give me a moment to think. Reno started muttering the names of various spirits to herself in thought. Oh, there might be one, she eventually exclaimed. But I don't know how well it will work. That's fine. What's it called? The spirit of similitude, Penton. But it's a peculiar one. Anyone who meets it will think they've met before. Yet another eccentric spirit, huh? It's a spirit that's everywhere and can be seen by anyone, so you'll be able to meet it in no time with me around. Follow me, Reno said. We followed Reno out of the Reglia residence and for a while followed her down a leafy, overgrown path. The rumor and legends of Penton are a little odd, Reno explained as we walked. In its presence, you'll find yourself experiencing things that feel familiar, yet are completely new to you, like the feeling of... What's it Caladagin? Deja vu, Misha asked. Yes, that deja vu. Deja vu is when you feel like you've seen or experienced something before, even though it's actually happening to you for the first time. Do you know why? Misha blinked a few times and tilted her head. Why? It's just a trick of the senses, I answered. Reno nodded. Yup, like Anos said, it's just you imagining things. But there's a certain rumor to do with deja vu, that it's actually a sign of Yao experiencing things from a forgotten past life. I see. It's just a rumor. Penton's legend, however, is a little different. Spirits are actually powered by their rumors. So the deja vu you feel around Penton might lead to a true experience from a past life. It's worth a try, I said. Yeah, Reno pointed to a flowering field before us. Look, there it is, Penton. was a single boot in the grass, what seemed like a single right boot. The matching left boot was nowhere in sight. Is this a spirit? It looks like a boot. Eleanor and Zeshia both approached the boot curiously. Just then, a tiger cub poked its head out of the boot. Baby tiger, Zeshia said happily. How fascinating. It does feel like I've met it before, I said. With its lower body in the boot, the tiger cub stretched its front paws up, clawing at the sky. It was a mysterious action, but even that looked familiar for some reason. Sasha, I called. She nodded with a gulp. Eleanor and Zeshia stepped aside so that she could approach Penton. But the tiger cub in the boot started bouncing away, distancing itself from her. W8, why are you running? Sasha spluttered. She chased it in a fluster. It's probably leading you to where you can feel déjà vu, Reno said. That case will take care of things from here, I said. Shin, you head to Ahurthern with Reno and search for the door of God in the spirit realm. Shin swiftly knelt before me and bowed his head. I am most grateful for your endless generosity, my liege. You have any questions, send a leaks, Reno said, waving as she left with Shin. We proceeded to follow Sasha at a distance. If we got too close, Penton could end up tracing the déjà vu of one of us instead, so we walked the streets slowly. Eventually, Penton arrived at the Demon King Academy. The tiger in the boot entered the castle, bouncing down the corridor until it stopped before the second lecture hall. Sasha opened the door. Kaya, a voice squeaked from inside. Eleanor peeked through the door. It's the bookworm. The lecture hall was Naya. Sasha and Penton's sudden appearance had startled her. Cradled in her arms was Cannibal, who let out a short chirp. Thesmal Dragon eyed the tiger cub in the boot carefully, probably wondering if it was edible or not. What are you up to? Isn't it the holidays? Sasha asked. Mr. Conflagration King said he'd help me study in his spare time. But it wasn't a firm promise, so he doesn't show up when he's busy. And I don't think he'll be coming today, Naya said, hurriedly erasing the blackboard full off runes. Sasha said. Just then, Penton froze. At the same time, for some reason, Naya ran out of the second lecture hall as though she were being chased. I'll be going then, she shouted. But the second she left the hall, she saw my face and flinched. Lord Anos, excuse me. She bowed once and ran off. Wasn't she waiting for Mr. Eldamd? Sasha asked out loud. She turned to look at Penton, but the spirit was still frozen as though its goal had vanished. It may have something to do with what was on the blackboard, I said, drawing a magic circle on the blackboard from outside the lecture hall. Using Rivide, the time of the blackboard rewound itself. Eleanor read the blackboard, but it's just yesterday's lesson plan. Oh, Sasha mumbled. Beside the magic runes related to the class, Eldamd and Naya's names were it on the blackboard. An unfamiliar spell formula covered them. I've never seen this before. What is it? I said. A shared umbrella magic symbol, Misha answered simply. How rare. It looks like a crude spell formula, one so basic it's incapable of activating any magic. I looked over at Misha, who nodded. It's a good luck charm for love, she said. Oh, it's said that the two names written down will be united together. Held up an index finger, but it's more commonly used to tease two people who are close to each other. So a friend drew that after class yesterday to tease her, but she forgot to erase it and came back today when she remembered. I asked, guessing. Ahaha, so that's why she was in such a fluster, Miss A said. That seems most likely. Ellen and the other girls would totally do such a thing, Eleanor remarked. Right, Miss A replied. However, the handwriting of that umbrella magic symbol was definitely Naya's. She had probably drawn it herself today. A good luck charm, huh? How heartwarming. Lay tapped my shoulder lightly. Penton's vanished. Seemed the spirit in the long boot had fulfilled its duty and left. I've seen this before, Sasha mumbled. I entered the lecture hall and walked up to her. The shared umbrella. Yeah, I was the first to draw this. As a prank, 2,000 years ago, she said, then started running out of the lecture hall. Follow me. We left the lecture hall and followed Sasha, who ran at her top speed all the way to the entrance of the underground dungeon. The wall was lined with blackboards with warnings about the dungeon written on them. Sasha glared at Tone Blackboard with her magic eyes of destruction. The blackboard instantly crumbled away, revealing the old wall behind it. Carved into the wall like graffiti was a shared umbrella magic symbol. It was clear at a glance that it had been drawn a long, long time ago. I knew it. This is what Abernew scribbled for fun, Sasha muttered. That means the umbrella symbol on this wall spread as a good luck charm for love before the blackboards were added, I said. The runes of the shared umbrella were eroded away, making it impossible to read. I cast Rivide over it. Hey, Anos. What are you doing? Sasha exclaimed. If we figure out what was written, we might regain some of your memories. Maybe so, but not with this. This is. The wall rewound in time until Aberniu's name appeared clearly, and the other name with it was, this is between me and Militia. Sasha stared at the two names on the wall in utter confusion. Misha blinked a few times before opening her mouth. Aberniu was in love with Militia, she asked. You've got to be kidding me, Sasha shouted. Section 19. The goddess of destruction's scribble. I rewound time on the wall with Rivide some more, but no further letters appeared other than the shared umbrella. But why did Aberniu leave a scribble like this? Eleanor asked, looking at Sasha. There's no use asking me. I don't remember, Sasha said, confused. It's time for Sashavnu, Zeshia declared proudly. What's that? Sasha asked. She means this, I said, taking wine out of a magic circle and creating a glass in the air with Iris. I then poured some of the wine into the glass. We're going to rely on the power of alcohol after all, Sasha muttered. Sasha then accepted the glass and threw it back. In the next moment, enemy alert, she shouted, whirling around and glaring into empty space with her magic eyes of destruction. Guabababok, a dog-shaped body of gel just so happened to be passing by. It screamed as it cast magic wards around itself and rolled on the floor. How tenacious, Sasha muttered, sending more magic into her eyes to finish it off. Stop, Sasha, I said. That thing can't even be considered an enemy. But it tried to pick a fight with you, Anos, she grumbled unclearly. Look closer. It's just a normal dog. Sasha obediently stared at the dog-shaped gel body. Woof woof, the dog whined sweetly, snuggling up to Sasha. Gross, she shrieked. Guac, guabababok. Facing the magic eyes of destruction at such a short distance had the gel dog writhing on the floor in agony. It was indeed rather sturdy, but considering its original form, that was to be expected. Isn't that the Scarlet Steel King, Gryceles? Eleanor asked. It seems, but if he's here then, Misfit said, exchanging a look with her. Out of nowhere came a hearty laugh. BWA ha ha ha. The taps of a cane sounded, followed by the appearance of a teacher in a top hat. Oh, it's just your average dog walker, walking his dog. I got my hands on an interesting dog in the last battle, you see. I was just testing how far his lead can go by walking through the school, the Conflagration King, Eldamd, said cheerfully. When I looked at him through my eyes, I could see a magic lead extending from his cane to Gryceles, the gel dog. It's better to have a well-trained dog than a completely enslaved one, don't you think? He tapped the cane on the floor once, and the gel dog Gryceles sat down. He was indeed, as Eldamd said, rather well-trained. Wow, he suddenly started saying real complex things, Eleanor exclaimed. Ah ha ha, that's Mr. Eldamd for you, I guess. Eleanor and Misfit both decided to ignore what was going on. Zeshka raised her hand fearlessly. Eldamd pointed his cane at her. You may speak. Likes cats. Beside her, Misha nodded in agreement. Eldamd burst out laughing and pulled his cane back. The magic lead yanked Gryceles, and the gel dog obediently returned to Eldam's feet. I can turn him into a cat instead, Eldamd said with a wicked grin, pointing his cane at the Gryceles dog. Thank you. Zeshia rejected him with all her might. Yes, good point. This one isn't cute enough to be a cat, I agree, Eldamd said, walking my way. That aside, good timing. An army of order and a door off god, was it? Sounds like some delightful things are happening. Truly not a boring day with the Demon King around, no, not even a moment to rest. He stopped before me and tapped his staff on the floor. There's one thing I figured you should probably hear. Care to listen? If you're too busy, I can just deal with it myself. Speak, I said. The Conflagration King grinned gleefully and began his explanation. Melhaze has informed the demon lords across Dilhade of the doors of God. In addition, when we sent word to the 3 major kingdoms of the underground world, the Geordal Church and the Knights of Agatha immediately began their investigations. The Demon King's little sister just happened to be in Gadesiola, so she set off with the forbidden soldiers of the Overlord's army to investigate as well. They were all outstanding people with powerful magic eyes. If there was a door of God somewhere, they'd be able to find it. That leaves the problem of our former enemy, Asian. Their affairs are in a bit of a mess, especially after the incident with the Sorcerer King. They'll probably tell us they don't have the men to spare in search of doors that may or may not exist. They may be able to send out a small troop of soldiers, but chuckled as though he was enjoying the trouble. They won't have good enough eyes, you mean? I said. The conflagration king pointed his cane at me and nodded gravely. Exactly. Even the 5-kilometer-wide door of God at the Nepheus Plateau couldn't have been seen by the average person. Mobilizing those with bad magic eyes Tosarch for doors of God would yield no results. What Emilia doing? I asked. BWA haha. Unfortunately, she's right in the middle of an important meeting with the Hero Assembly. They're discussing each army's chain of command and what role the Hero Academy could play in times of war and disaster, actually. If you don't mind discarding that matter, I can tell her to move immediately. They wouldn't move without a visible threat, huh? There had to be sensible people in the Hero Assembly, but their decisions were made by a majority vote. More people must have decided that it was more important to attend the meeting about the operation of the country than search for the doors of God. If Emilia skipped the meeting, it would be up to the remaining members Toadside how to handle war and disasters. But that same majority remaining would be the ones who had already decided that there was no need to search for Thedor in the first place. A bad joke, isn't it? Eldam said, reading my thoughts. Things were going so poorly for them at the moment that they hardly had the bandwidth to consider outside matters. They were setting out to change how the nation worked. It would take a while for them to settle down as an organization. I'll go, Lay offered. That was probably for the best. If Hero Canon personally visited them, there would be more people willing to help. Take Misay with you. We'll only be searching through memories here, I said. Lay nodded. Okay. Shouldn't take too long to search all over Asian in my true form, Misay said. The search will never end if we have to do it personally every time. Find Somyeon with promise and teach them how to search for themselves on your way, I said. We'll do just that, Lay said with a smile. He then linked hands with Misay and they teleported away. Now, Sasha, can you remember anything after seeing that scribble? Sasha stared at the shared umbrella symbol carved into the wall, humming in thought. I think. I drew a lot of these all over the castle. Since Iwa's going to turn into the castle, she gasped and pointed at the wall. Hey, isn't this a map? There was nothing on the wall where she pointed. I looked through the wall with my magic eyes, but there was nothing drawn on the foundations either. There's nothing there, Eleanor said, staring at the wall with her own eyes. That's not true. Look closer, right there, Sasha insisted. Where? Eleanor asked. She brought her face right up to the wall. Just then lines appeared in the wall with a loud rumble. Sasha's magic ice-off destruction were carving out the wall. The tracks of destruction gradually drew a map. See now, Sasha asked. See what, Sasha? You drew that yourself just now, just look at your eyes. I can't look at my own eyes, don't be silly. Don't make me sound like the crazy one. Ignoring Eleanor's complaints, Sasha finished drawing the map on the wall. At the dungeon? Misha asked. It seems, I said. Sasha whirled around and looked at me. I'm going to try and make a deduction based on this map Aberniu drew, she said in a dead serious tone. Zeshia's eyes sparkled. It's time for Detective Sashivnu to shine. Sasha looked pleased with Zeshia's compliment. I might have been called that 2,000 years ago, she said. I highly doubt it. Eleanor mumbled. Could onlookers please remain quiet? I'm about to solve this entire case, Sasha said, magic eyes glinting. The culprit is me. I don't get it at all, Eleanor exclaimed. If I reconstruct the Demon Castle's dungeon according to this map, I'll be able to find the scribbles I drew 2,000 years ago as a prank. I originally drew them because I wanted to surprise the Demon King with them. Sasha looked at the entrance of the dungeon. If I just reconstruct it like thys. She spread her arms solemnly and slowly raised them. Then, nothing happened. If I just reconstruct it like this, she repeated, raising her arms once again. But the dungeon didn't budge in the slightest. Anos, this dungeon isn't listening to me even though it's mine. Even though it's me, Sasha whined, glaring at the dungeon before her. Of course, nothing happened. Of course it is. It's mine right now, I said. I stamped on the floor, making a light sound. The light sound rumbled downwards, amplifying in volume and shaking the entire demon castle. The dungeon was shifting to match the map Sasha had drawn. Roughly 1 minute later, the shaking subsided. Let's go. Maybe you'll remember something if you see those scribbles off yours. Soon as I took a step forwards, a ringing noise rang in my ears. An eerie voice echoed from the depths of my source. If you learn, the voice spoke through the noise. If you learn, you may come to regret it. You is no salvation here. No salvation at all. The best path from here is tottern back. Not knowing is the one and only happiness she can know. By her, do you mean Aberniu? If you want to take it all away, then proceed. But remember this, the voice said alongside the static noise. If you proceed, she will know the truth once more. Ringing static cut in and out in short bursts, as though the voice was laughing at me. For this world will never smile. Section 20. The conflagration king's theory, the eerie voice in the depths of my soul faded away, and the noise eventually ceased. BWA ha. Was that voice just now a parting gift from Graham? Perhaps, Eldamd asked with a gleeful grin, leaning on his cane with both hands. He had looked into my abyss using the Heavenly Father's divine eyes, which had also allowed him to hear the voice. That aside, from what I could see, even now that man's source of nihility is still being destroyed by the Demon King's source. BWA ha. Only the Demon King could bring ruin to nothingness. Unfathomable abyss, unfathomable power with potential that even the Heavenly Father's divine eyes cannot see, Eldamd said. He tapped his cane against the floor. There's only tyranny, and more tyranny. Before the gods that control the order of the world, here you reign still in all your tyrannical existence. BWA ha. The conflagration king laughed with delight. It wasn't a reaction to my bottomless magic power. He knew I had that long ago. Yet, there's a voice in your source. What could it be? He asked. Who knows? I replied. All I've got so far is that they're related to Thegods. Goddess of creation Militia, the goddess of destruction Aberniu, and the god of war Pelpedro. Whenever the voice talked to me, it was always about the gods. Or they might be whoever commanded the army of order to attack, I added. I see. The conflagration king's lips curled up in glee at the scent off danger. In other words, the owner of that voice is the king of gods. BWA ha. Oh, how wonderful. Eldamd spread his arms with dramatic flair. After all the Demon King has done to trample over order, the ruler of the divine realm has finally decided to show themselves, he declared. We don't know that for sure, I said. After all, there shouldn't be a king of gods. Even Militia, the goddess of creation who made the world, wasn't in a position to command the other gods. The Heavenly Father Niscalia was theater that created order itself, but he too was only a wheel in the system off order. Gods merely formed the system of order in the world. Since they acted only according to the order they governed, they didn't have a ruler like demons and humans did. Niscalia has never mentioned a king of gods either, I added. Maybe they were born recently, like after Niscalia perished, Eleanor suggested. It's possible, but the way they spoke made it sound like they knew the goddess of destruction in the past. Militia too. Maybe the king's order lets them know about other gods, Misha said. That would mean they were born already knowing the other gods. Is Thetvin possible? If a previously non-existent order was just born, shouldn't that have made some kind of impact on the world? Especially if it's a king of gods, a ruler Ophal order. Wouldn't at least Eldamd, who possesses the Heavenly Father's order, have been able to feel that? I asked. The conflagration king shrugged. It seems he couldn't feel anything through Heavenly Father's order. If so, could such a thing have gone equally as unnoticed by the Heavenly Father and the goddess of creation? Eldamd countered. The goddess of creation who created the world and the Heavenly Father who creates order, not knowing. I replied. It's possible, but then, what kind of king of gods would this really be? Well, what if the king of gods had stolen their memories? Eldamd said. Why, BWA ha, Eldamd cackled. What a foolish question. Of course, it would be to hide their identity from the enemy of all gods, the demon king of tyranny. Be it Niscalia or Pelpedro, it was true that all gods seemed to see me as enemy for ruining their order. If they're hiding their identity, then why have they chosen to approach Mano? What if they were forced into a situation in which they had no choice but Torviel themselves? Eldamd said. So they're trying to erase me personally, Eldamd smirked. In the opinion of the conflagration king, Graham knew which god is the king. What do you think? I could pretty much guess what he was leaving unsaid. Because he knew who the king of the gods is, he altered the selection Trialto create the almighty radiance equis, I said. That's right, exactly that. Graham tried to hide the king of gods from you. He even got the god of frenzy, Aganzan, on his side. It would not have been entirely out of character for him to use the gods in some other strange scheme. You're saying is that Graham and the king of gods were working together, I concluded. Eldamd pointed his cane at me. Exactly. He lowered his cane again, tapping it against the floor as he walked. By creating the almighty radiance, they can pass off everything the king of gods does as the work of equis, Eldamd said. The king of gods used Graham and equis as a cover to drive the demon king of tyranny into a corner. Of course, Graham himself was trying to use the king of gods to get ahead in his own plan. I see. Graham's defeat must have ruined their plot, I said. Although the cover was gone, their scheme to bring me to my end probably hadn't changed. Gods tended to be stubborn like that. BWA haha, something sure smells fishy here. If the king of gods, the Rulroth order, truly exists, then it just won't do for them to sit around and watch Thenemy. They can command all the other gods after all. The conflagration king stopped walking. Other words, a traitor may appear, he declared dramatically, releasing his cane and letting it spin in the air. The goddess of destruction Aberniu, the goddess of creation Militia, the proxy of God Arcana, those are the prime candidates. As beings of order, they may be forced to join the side of the gods regardless of their will. But most of all, the cane stopped midair to point at the conflagration king. I, the one who stole the Heavenly Father's order, am at the most risk. Nice theory, I said, dismissing him. You think? Eldamd asked. Well, in the conflagration king's case, he had no need for an order from the king of gods to betray me at the first possible moment he got. I can only take your words at face value, I replied. Knowing you, you'd try to betray me within the limits of our sect. You mean I'd betray you while making it look like the king of gods was to blame? Oh no, I'd never be able to come up with such an outrageous idea, Eldamd boasted with feigned innocence. He would have said the same thing whether he intended to betray me or not, the crafty man. Matters such as my betrayal aside, Eldamd said, wouldn't they explain why Militia stole your memories? No, it's possible that someone interfered with Militia's will, yes, I said. As it stood, there was no clear reason for Militia to have taken my memoirs off Aberniu. The existence of a king of gods notwithstanding, outside interference with the goddess of creation's power would have been enough to explain why my memories had been stolen. After hearing the dying wish of my father, Saris Valdigode, Militia had tried to take my memories. In that moment, someone could have interfered and made her steal other memories she hadn't intended to. If Militia had realized that afterwards and left the stars of creation as hints, everything would make sense. Well, we have to fight Militia, Misha mumbled. Even if the conflagration king's theory is true, that won't happen, I said. If Sasha's drunk ramblings were true, Misha would be the reincarnation of the goddess of creation. It was no wonder she was worried. Rest assured, no matter what happens, you are my subordinate, I said. Unless you want to leave, that is. With a faint smile, Misha replied without any hesitation. I will stay by your side even if my source were to perish. Answer, I said, returning her smile. Now, shall we get going? Apparently there's a reality to face just up ahead. Utter nonsense. Let's get that truth over with so we can laugh about it. I started towards the underground dungeon. Oh, and you don't need to come, Eldamd, I said, stopping momentarily. With Melhaze and lead the search for the doors of God. I can do that from inside the dungeon, Eldamd pointed out. You may walk your dog in your free time, but as a teacher of the Demon King Academy, shouldn't you pay attention to the student that came to school just to study by herself? Eldamd burst out laughing. Unfathomable as always, there's just not predicting you. In this dire situation, the command you give me is to focus on student education. What are you thinking? Am I being left as backup in case your time in the dungeon goes on far longer than you anticipated? Or is it because you don't want me to see what's down there? It's not that deep. Nea's just been waiting for you. For a brief moment, Eldam's eyes widened. Then he grinned gleefully. You're saying I'm not good enough. Very well, very well. You wouldn't be the demon king of tyranny otherwise. Yes, keep living up to my expectations. His shoulders were still shaking with laughter as he paused his walk mid-step. Oh, but just one thing. That army of order is quite dangerous, he called out to my back. The fact that their goal isn't to target you, but to spread war across the world is quite the piece of work. It's easy for you to deal with enemies aimed solely at yourself, but it must be quite the effort to protect the entire world, no. Eldamd turned around as he spoke. Suppose the army of order were marching on the world, and at the same time one of your subordinates was actually a traitor. War would engulf the world in a mere instant at that happening. What kind of power would the Demon King show upon the deaths of so many civilians, upon the deaths of his followers? Just the thought of it makes my heart skip a beat, Gwa. Clutching his chest in agony, Eldamd gasped for breath. BWA haha. You'd best avoid that. Right, Misfit. I turned around. He pointed his cane at me from over his shoulder. Need for such a scary face. It's just a joke, he said. He started walking to the dungeon entrance, back towards the school. Ah, I can't wait to see what will happen. Danger, danger, danger. Section 21. The The castle of memories and dreams in the dungeon below Delscade, we walked down a corridor faintly illuminated by magic torches on the wall. Sasha was in the lead. As usual, she was stumbling everywhere, turning back every now and then as if roaming aimlessly. I thought it was around here, she slurred for the umpteenth time, confident yet completely lost as she marched through the dungeon. There it is. Sasha started running as though she had spotted something. Sasha. The moment Misha called out in concern, Sasha crashed straight into the wall off the dead end she had been running towards with a thunk. Erg, why isn't the wall letting me past? She grumbled, seemingly questioning why walls existed at all. As Sasha glared at the wall with teary eyes, Eleanor peered at her face. What was it that you found, Sasha? She asked. For some reason, Sasha looked at her in confusion. What? You said there it is, Eleanor explained. Sasha clutched her head. I'm the goddess of destruction. Yup, we know. Goddess of destruction obeys the order of destruction. Hitting my head, I destroyed my memories. Wow, Eleanor grimaced. Found it. Zeshia hopped on the spot. Everyone looked over at her to see her proudly pointing at a section of the wall where some small runes had been carved. Once I'm reborn as a demon, I'll go see you. As soon as you see these magic eyes, you'll notice me. Even if I don't remember anything, I will find my way to you. Please, with the eyes I gave you, glare back at me gently, and I will definitely remember these feelings once again. This a love letter, Eleanor said teasingly. Face red, Sasha snarled at her. And no, it's not like that, okay? But if Abernew was in love with the Demon King, it wouldn't have been weird for her to write a love letter, don't you think? Sasha blushed even more and broke into a run. I said it's not like Thea, oof. She crashed into another wall with a thunk. Hey, are you okay, Sasha? Eleanor asked, concerned. It's just a scribble. There's no deeper meaning to it. I wasn't in my right mind. You weren't meant to see it, she mumbled with her face pressed to Thewall. You're the one who brought us here. Ugh, Eleanor's being mean. Bully, she's bullying the goddess of destruction. It's because I destroyed so much, isn't it? That's why she hates me and is bullying me, isn't it? Ah, sorry. I get it. Sometimes you just feel like scribbling on walls for fun, right? Eleanor said in a light tone. Comforting Sasha. But if Abernew didn't want anyone to see it, why did she leave it behind? At that, Eleanor stared at the wall curiously and tilted her head. Maybe she had no shame, Misha guessed. That's probably it, I said. Gods have little sense of emotions, much less experience feeling them. While the goddess of destruction's heart was starting to grow, it was still far less developed than that of a demon or a human. And combine that with a total lack of shame and with her actually being in love with the idea of love more than anything, that's probably why this is here. Sasha glared my way resentfully. Worry about it, Sasha, I said. Your past life is your past life. There's no need for the past to control you now. Just live your current life how you want to live it. That's what I'm doing, Sasha exclaimed. Good, I replied. Just then, she pointed a finger at me. The Demon King is impotent, she shouted. Silence instantly fell over the underground dungeon. Me impotent, I see. What? There's no use threatening me. Impotent is impotent. Oh, I don't blame you. I completely agree with you, actually. If I was stronger, I'd be able to achieve what I believe in without being called a tyrant. Ugh, Sasha grumbled, glaring at me. That's not it. That's not what I'm saying. The Demon King is impotent, but impotent in a good way. Eleanor tilted her head in confusion. Zeshia had question marks in her eyes, too. What does impotent in a good way mean? Looked over at Misha, who thought for a moment. Anos is innocent, she eventually said. My eyes widened. Ha, don't make me laugh, Misha. If I'm innocent, then the world must be pure beyond belief. That's what I believe, Misha said, staring straight at me. Sasha, too. In a good way and innocent. I glanced over at Sasha, who glared up at me angrily. She's just a little frustrated that Anos is so innocent, Misha explained. I guess it all depends on how you word it. I'm not trying to deny your feelings, but don't you think that's a bit of an exaggeration? It's appropriate, Misha answered simply, without any hesitation. That was a little surprising to me. Perhaps it was the innocence in her that allowed her to see the same in me, but to be innocent at all, what a laugh. It's a little embarrassing, but if Misha says so, I'll accept the compliment, I said. She nodded with a smile. Ugh, that's so unfair, Sasha whined. Why is it always Misha? You didn't accept my impotence. What are you trying to give him, Sasha? Eleanor yelped. BWA haha, very well, Sasha, I said. If you wish to give it to me, I'll accept that as well. Sasha brightened up and pointed at me. A good impotence. She whirled around and resumed walking. Let's keep going. I think there was more written, Jaya. She slammed into the wall again with a thunk. Why do you keep doing that, Sasha? Eleanor exclaimed. Because it's fun, Zeshia answered. You trying to go past here, Sasha? I asked. Past, Misha echoed, tilting her head. I've shown you once before, I said, continuing. You do it like this. I stepped forwards and walked into the wall with my entire body. Up an impact, the wall gave way with a loud crash and crumbled around me, allowing passage through the newly made hole in the wall. Anos, what are you doing? Eleanor asked. Accessing the hidden passage, I replied. That makes no sense at all. Despite saying that, Eleanor followed after me as I continued clearing my way through the wall with a rumble. On the other side was a different corridor. Look, Misha said, pointing at the wall. There were scribbles drawn everywhere. What should I do once I'm reborn? The first thing has to be alcohol. Gods can't get drunk, so I'll go and get totally wasted. I'll sleep in lots and laze about in bed as much as I want. Then I'll make lots of friends. I'll be a demon, so everyone will like me if I'm strong. The Demon King won't have any idea what to do with peace, so I'll take pity in him and help out. Speaking of which, will the Demon King be able to find this? If he never reads these scribbles I wrote just for him, that would be so lame. There's a load of incoherent text written here, Eleanor said. She had walked down the corridor, eyeing all the text on the walls. Is this your first time seeing this too? Misha asked me. I nodded. These runes can only be read when the dungeon is formed in this exact shape. In any other configuration, they just look like random scratches. It wasn't a trick made with magic, so it wasn't easily noticeable using magic eyes. As Sasha had said, they were merely scribbles drawn for fun. Can you remember anything, Sasha? I asked. I think I can. Maybe, she muttered. She rushed about the corridor looking at all the scribbles, then continued farther down the hall. She had reached the end of the corridor. It's a dead end, Eleanor said. The wall beside her had scribbles carved into it just like the others. Say, Demon King, there's one last thing I want to tell you. Thank you. No matter how I end up after I'm reborn, this I can say for sure. I will, Eleanor searched the rest of the wall nearby, but there was no continuation to those runes. The silly graffiti had ended there. The rest of it's missing, Eleanor said, tapping her chin in confusion. Is there another hidden passage? It not. A hidden passage, Zeshia said with sparkling eyes. Zeshianos. What do you know, Zeshia? Zeshia saw it in a dream about my little sister. She clenched her fists proudly. Oh, I see. And what happened in your dream? Eleanor asked, humoring her gently. Zeshia pointed straight up. The rest is in the sky, in the flying castle. Zeshia's little sister is there. I see, but this castle is Delscade, so it's probably different to the castle you saw. No, I interrupted. Eleanor turned to look at me. The little sister Zeshia met in her dream may actually exist, I said. I drew a magic circle on the spot. Black particles rose within the dungeon, forming magic runes across every surface. I had just activated Delscade itself as a three-dimensional magic circle. With a heavy creaking sound, Delscade shook intensely. The world turned white as though Gadam had activated, and in the next moment the dead end of the corridor was filled with sky. It's the sky, Zeshia cried happily. Did we teleport? Misha asked. Yeah, I answered. I left a substitute demon castle in Midhaze and sent Delscade into the sky, back to where it originally belonged. I stretched my hand out and sent more magic into Delscade. The castle shot upwards, accelerating faster into the sky. We were headed for a place where, even 2,000 years ago, no demon could reach unassisted, far beyond the sky, where only the sky fortress Zared Heavens had ever reached. The demon castle burst through the clouds and soared through the blue sky until the surroundings eventually turned black. This place is called the Dark Firmament. Misha and the others held their breaths in awe. A sea full of stars glittered before us as we proceeded farther into the darkness. Eventually, our speed began to fall, and a building made of the same material as Delscade came into view. What's that? Eleanor asked. Base of Delscade. There's a gate to the divine realm there that connects to the firmament of the gods. In order to block it with Beno even 2,000 years ago, I left the depths of Delscade here in this sky. This way, Beno even would last longer, and the gods could be controlled even after the wall faded. Misha turned to me. The rest of the scribbles are here, most likely. Began to descend until it connected to the giant structure floating in the dark firmament. Several walls passed before us before the base of Delscade eventually came to a stop. Once the black particles had completely faded, the rest of the corridor appeared. There it is. I pointed at the wall. I will be smiling. Even if the rest of the world isn't smiling, I definitely am. Don't forget that. Demon King, Sasha mumbled quietly, staring at the scribbles. Anos. The emotions of Aberniu and Sasha mixed together, turning her eyes a pale blue as she stared at the wall. I must have written this on that day, she said as she sent images into my head using leaks. On that day you made me that promise. Section 22. The birth of Delsgate, a memory from long ago. There was a time when everything was enshrouded by an endless darkness. At the center of that darkness was the condensed destruction of Sarjaldenav, the son of destruction's depths. It was there that two figures could be seen. That the Delsgate you mentioned. The goddess of destruction asked the demon king beside her. Outside the sun of destruction, a sky covered in darkness could be seen. It wasn't nighttime. It was the airspace that no living creature from the surface could enter and was called the dark firmament. Floating in the air was the demon castle Delsgate. Its overall shape was that of a rhombus. The top half appeared to be a normal castle, but the bottom half was equipped with multiple cannons and fixed magic circles like those of a flying fortress. It's just the vessel, the demon king replied. Without the crucial elements required, it has no use as either a fortress or a three-dimensional magic circle. At most, it can only serve to obstruct the gate to the divine realm. Lower half of Delsgate had been constructed to cover the gate to the divine realm. When divine beings descended from the firmament of the gods, they typically did so by passing through the gate in the dark firmament. The demon king had covered that gate with anti-magic wards and magic barriers, preventing the gods from coming to the surface. That being said, this wasn't Theonlai entrance, and if they really tried to, powerful gods could still break through wards and barriers set in place. You're saying that castle will be my new body? Aberniu asked. The demon king nodded. Once your source and divine body fill the vessel, the magic contract between us will be fulfilled. The goddess of destruction's order will be twisted, and Sarjaldenev will be turned into Venasdenoa, the magic that destroys reason. With that, the order of destruction you possess will be completely removed from Thai's world, he explained. I see. A castle, huh? A castle. Aberniu stared at the castle floating in the dark firmament in a daze. She didn't look very enthusiastic about it. Can you fall in love with a castle, Demon King? She asked. Who knows, I've never tried, the Demon King answered. The goddess of destruction stared at him for a moment, then smiled. Demon King, you know you still have to get my consent before you can turn me into a castle. Not all of me belongs to you. I thought I received most of you already. The Demon King tilted his head, questioning her with a look. After exchanging the magic eyes of chaos with the divine eyes of the end, the Demon King had challenged Aberniu in countless matches, and with each victory was granted possession of the goddess's body piece by piece. There's still my heart left, Aberniu said with an elegant smile. Let's have our final match. If you win, my body and heart will be yours. You'll be free to turn me into a castle if you so wish. Demon King looked at the goddess of destruction calmly. State your conditions. Give me love, she answered immediately, as though she had prepared for these in advance. Do you remember how you made fun of me for being in love with love? I wasn't making fun of you, the Demon King replied. You said it, and I don't know what love really is. I don't even know if these feelings of mine are true or not because I don't know a thing actually. I've never even seen real love before. Aberniu pouted, but there was a hint of amusement in her tone. That's why I'm making this our match. Teach me what real love is. Real love, huh? That's a tough one. I'm not all that familiar with it either. It's fine if it's impossible. Aberniu turned around and walked through the darkness. That case, she said, I'll take your heart instead. If you give me your heart in exchange for me giving you mine, I'll turn into Delsgate for you. She walked with a spring in her step, then looked over at the Demon King's face. What's wrong with being in love with love anyway? Anno stared back at Aberniu silently. Who cares if that makes it fake or superficial? She continued. If you're Theonlai person who can enter my world, then that makes you the person I love the most in the world. Anno's quiet gaze was fixed on her. Aberniu lowered her gaze shyly. She wasn't used to eye contact. Say something already, she mumbled, looking down. When the Demon King still didn't say anything, she peered up at him as though she couldn't stand the silence. Is it not okay? Say you're fine with something fake, he eventually said. The Demon King slowly walked towards her. Didn't you want to see this world smiling? And didn't I say I'd grant you your wish? Aberniu looked at Annos in confusion. Your wish isn't to carry out your order as a god of this world, but to walk on the earth, no? He asked. Just like how a demon or human would. Aberniu, don't you want to see flowers and mountains, joy and happiness with your own eyes? I know. That's why you're telling me to see them as a castle, right? No, the Demon King said clearly. I'm going to make you reincarnate as a demon. For a brief moment, the goddess of destruction looked dumbfounded. But that's impossible, the look on her face was saying. I said just now, once the order of the goddess of destruction becomes Delscade, it will be turned into magic that destroys reason. Using Venusdenoa, it will release you from what binds you, the Demon King said. You will be separated from your order and be free to walk through Dilhade with your own 12 feet, to watch the world with your own magic eyes, without being held prisoner to the order of destruction. Aberniu asked it in disbelief. The Demon King nodded firmly. Like you, I do not know love, he said, and so I cannot give you real love, but I should be able to give you hope. Anos drew a Zect magic circle. This is a contract for you to take my heart. However, I will not compromise you in peace. I can't give you all of my heart and real love, but I can give you half Ofetch. This is the best I can do. Aberniu extended a slender finger at the Zect and gently cancelled it. The Demon King looked at her with slight surprise, to which she gave a gentle smile. I don't need a contract, she said. Promise me instead. Promises can be easily broken, the Demon King pointed out. That's why I want one. The more fragile and easily broken it is, the better. I want to watch you protect it with all your might so you don't end up destroying it. I know it sounds kind of silly, but that's what I want. Her eyes narrowed as she called out in a somewhat nervous voice. My Demon King! I don't get it. Going to be reborn as a demon, right? That makes you my Demon King. Anos sent her a questioning look, unable to read her intentions. Since my Demon King is equally unfamiliar with things, it's perfect, Aberniu said. Once I'm reborn, come find me. Let's spend our days together peacefully. Let's meet and make every day like a dream, like something fun. We can study love together. You can teach me and I can teach you. Hearing her ideal dream, the Demon King's expression softened. That's a good dream, though peace is still a long way away, he said. Will you keep this promise? She asked. Matter what? Then this match is your victory, Aberniu said. She spread her arms and her divine body began to glow faintly. I wasn't done explaining things, the Demon King replied. Reincarnating from a god to a demon isn't so simple. Once you're reborn, you will have no memories, and that's not all. You'll take responsibility for whatever happens, no? Of course. Goddess of Destruction looked content with that reply. Then it's fine. You've kept me company until now, and I'm sure Ya wanted to take the order of destruction much earlier than this. As her divine body started glowing brighter, gray particles rose from the center of the sun of destruction. The particles drifted over to where the demon castle Delscade floated in the dark firmament, connecting the two with countless magic links. Her divine body and source were being transferred into the giant vessel. You know, my Demon King, she said, magic eyes of destruction appearing in her pupils. I never wanted to be despair. Her voice was shaking with sadness. I've had enough of being the order that watches everything perish. Whenever I opened my eyes, all I could see, no matter where I looked, were things breaking, always breaking. Teardrops fell onto the black ground they stood on, releasing light as they fell. There was always a voice in my head telling me to destroy, destroy, and destroy. That voice kept wanting me to ruin everything. But that wasn't me. I want to believe it wasn't me. Surely. She continued speaking, now with hope in her voice. This sky of destruction where everything breaks, you were the only one who looked me directly in my divine eyes. With tears in her eyes, looking so delicate and fragile, it was hard to believe Etha's girl was the goddess of destruction. Unlike everything else, you didn't break. And for the first time, I felt like I had found myself, found who I really am. With tears brimming in her magic eyes, her lips trembled as she put her words together. I've always thought that the world couldn't smile, she mumbled. But Yao showed me hope. Perhaps there's a different answer out there. That's why I want to reincarnate and search for it. Even without any memories of this life, I will search for that answer. Goddess of Destruction's magic eyes were red from crying as she smiled. Thank you. She said, I know you laughed at me for being in love with love. Her divine body and source flowed down the magic link, vanishing into light. But it was you who gave me those priceless emotions. A surge of gray particles rushed down the magic link towards Delscade. The light she released illuminated the endless dark of the dark firmament, enough to make it seem as though daylight had finally reached this desolate place. Aberniu completely vanished from before the Demon King, and the order of destruction constantly attacking him was erased without a trace. A voice echoed, if there's more to this. It was Aberniu's voice. It twinkled in the air, resounding faintly. If this small love can lead to true love one day, as though it was filling the sky of destruction with hope, I want to see it come true. Section 23. Heart of order, the leaks cut off, and the image of the past faded from my head. In the present, I spotted Sasha with her head down. When I tried to give her a look in a "is that all you remember?" kind of way, she just shied away from me. "What are you embarrassed about?" I asked. She opened and closed her mouth without a sound, her face turning brighted. "I know," Zeshia piped up triumphantly, pointing at Sasha's face. "It's an imitation of a small fish in a pond." "Right. Who are you calling a koi?" Sasha yelped, snapping back to her senses. Zeshia got scolded. Zeshia's shoulders drooped. Misha patted her head and assured her that Sasha wasn't actually mad. "Besides, in a way, koi is right," Eleanor quipped, holding up her index finger. "Sasha, do you feel any emotions left from 2,000 years ago?" I asked. I think so. Are they any different from your current self?" Sasha looked down in embarrassment once again, then glanced up at me. "The difference is, well, I have no memory of what we just saw," I said. "But it's possible I took your words too lightly back then." "Huh, do you think?" I asked seriously. Sasha stared straight back into my eyes. Do I have to say it here?" Sasha stuttered, glancing at Eleanor and the others. "I see, so it's something you can't say in front of others," I said, which meant, that's not it." Sasha corrected herself in a fluster. "What's not it?" I meant, Sasha bit her lip, took a deep breath, and turned red in the face. Then, with a look of determination in her eyes, she nervously opened her mouth. "There's no difference," she said firmly, clenching her trembling hands into fists. "My feelings haven't changed from 2,000 years ago. I might have reincarnated and lost my memories, but I still have the same feelings." She spoke like she was giving the biggest confession of her life. "I fell in the same love." "Not talking about love," I said. Sasha looked at me blankly. I appeared to have dumbfounded her so deeply that all she could do was stare. Was what she eventually exclaimed. "Ha ha ha," I laughed gently. "Sasha, even I wouldn't do something as tactless as asking you whether you found true love now that you're no longer the goddess of destruction. Love is something that should be kept to yourself. Don't reveal it so easily just because someone asked." "Wah-ah," Sasha reddened with shame. "Why are you always sensible at moments like this?" she yelled hysterically. "Even I've learned a few things in this era," I replied. "I suppose you could say I've been studying love just like I said I would before." Once again, Sasha opened and closed her mouth with a bewildered look on her face. "She's being coy," Zeshia whispered happily. Sasha didn't even react to her words. "Seems like you're struggling to think. Shall I sober you up?" I offered. "I'm fine, I sobered up long ago," Sasha replied. Misha and Eleanor exchanged a look. "I suppose it's pretty sobering no matter how much she drank," Eleanor whispered in Misha's ear. Misha nodded silently. "I meant the other way," I said. "The other way? The other way, do you mean?" "Yes, that way. That means that." "Yes, that's, do you mean, I know what you mean, I know, but..." It seemed like she had no idea what I meant. For some odd reason, she seemed panicked and unable to think clearly. Perhaps her past memories were confusing her. "The other, you said it many times, remember?" I said. "You said you wanted to destroy, and destroy everything." "Ah," Sasha finally understood. "Asking if you still feel that way," I said. Sasha closed her eyes quietly, focusing on her heart. "There's nothing. I've never felt that way, not even once. Not since I was reborn as a demon," she said quietly. "Wasn't that because you were the goddess of destruction?" Eleanor asked. Like how the gods often say they're so-and-so order, so they going to do this and that because of it." The order of destruction Sasha governed turned into Delscade, but her mindie's still entirely her own. "Although she's lost her memories, she still has Aberniu's heart," I said. "You think the order of destruction was controlling my heart back then?" Sasha asked. "That, or there really was another one of you," I said. "A heart of order." "Intricate," Misha said. She was struggling to understand the leap of logic that I had made. "Gods obey order," I explained. "Most gods don't actually have a heart, they're just puppets of the orders they execute, like the Heavenly Father Nisgalia or the god of war Pelpedro." Misha nodded. "But there are the rare gods that exist with hearts, such as Militia, Aberniu, and Nafta," I said. "Sometimes they become torn between their order and their hearts and don't know what to do." I've always wondered about the difference between them and other gods. Do their hearts differ that greatly from those of demons and humans? "In what way?" Misha asked. "This is just my hypothesis, but gods have a heart of order and an extremely faint heart of the self. The more love and kindness they have, the quieter their heart of order becomes. However, love and kindness won't sprout in most gods. In other words, some gods possess the capacity for love and kindness, while others do not. Misha nodded, then asked, "So there are gods that only have a heart of order, and there are gods with two hearts, one of a person." "Exactly. And it may be more natural for a god to only have the heart off order." Eleanor looked confused. Why is that?" "Are you saying that because I might be Militia?" Misha asked me. I nodded. "Militia said that gods aren't meant to be able to reincarnate in toadmans. Aberniu was able to because I used the abolisher of reason on her. But I shouldn't have had any opportunity to use it on Militia. If she truly reincarnated as you, Misha, that may be because she had the heart of a person in her source." Militia had noticed that herself, perhaps. Alas, this was all my own assumption. But how could that be possible? Was she a proxy like Arcana? Sash asked. "That I don't know," I admitted. "But let me ask you this, Sasha. You called Aberniu your other self from 2,000 years ago, but was that really you?" Sasha was unable to answer, and an uncomfortable silence followed. "The god of war asked you if I had placed an unnecessary binding on you," I said after a moment. "But what if it wasn't me who did that, but someone else? And that someone was the one who placed the binding of order onto Aberniuan Militia." "Hold on. What are you saying? That someone created the gods?" Sash asked. "Who knows? But if there was, it would explain why there are gods that have the hearts of people and can defy their own order. If their existences were just entirely order, that shouldn't be possible. Then why are there gods without their own hearts?" Misha asked. "This is merely conjecture, but I think the gods were originally people." "Wow, that's shocking," Eleanor said. "They might have been humans or demons, or they might have been extinct species," I said. "But no matter who they once were, at the moment the power of order was implanted in them, their hearts were destroyed and their sources were turned into gods. But strong hearts with love and kindness were unable to perish entirely, resulting in gods like Militia, Aberniu, and Nafta," Eleanor concluded. "It was possible that my missing memories could contain evidence for my theory. And it was likely that I had only been able to come up with this theory at all because my feelings had been resurrected by watching Aberniu's memories. Let's go." I started walking towards the base connected to Delscade. "Wait, where are we going?" Sasha asked, hurrying to keep up with me. "Aberniu left more scribbles up ahead. You may remember something else if you see them." "Besides," I said, looking at the small girl running alongside us cheerfully, "there's still Zeshia's dream to address." "Yeah, what did that mean? Is Zeshia, or rather Eleanor, related to Delscade?" Sasha asked. "That or to the gods," I replied. Sasha scratched her head. "The divine gate to the firmament of the gods is up ahead. Maybe Eurebian called there," I said. We walked down the corridor until we came across a wall with more words carved in it. "Apparently, Militia has a friend who's a god, the goddess of birth. She said she was like us. Did she mean the order of birth is similar to the order of creation? If I meet a god with a similar order to mine, would we be able to be friends too?" It was really nothing more than whimsical ramblings graffitied on the wall. Similar words were carved farther down the corridor, and Sasha read each one while trying to recall her memories. Anecdotes about the gods were scattered all around us. The goddess of creation, the goddess of destruction, Zeshia's little sister Rand Eleanor, the mysterious voice that echoed from the depths of my source. If we gathered all the pieces, I had a feeling we would discover something about this world. Section 24. Dream child, we leisurely made our way to the depths of Delscade. Aberniu's scribbles were carved into the walls everywhere, and Sasha was busily glancing between them when she suddenly looked towards the end of the corridor. She stared into the depths without moving. "Say, Anos," she said. "There's something really familiar down there." I turned to look at her. "What's down that way?" she asked. "The gate to the divine realm," I said. Misha blinked a few times and looked up at me. "What about Beno Ivan? It would have disappeared long ago when all the other walls did." "So until now, whenever gods descended, they would come through that door?" Eleanor asked, tilting her head with her index finger held up. "I don't know if they did before I was reborn, but it doesn't seem like they've been through since then," I said. "To be fair, if they wanted to descend, I doubt they'd go out of their way to practically leap right into my lap. So they used the doors of God instead. Like that guy, the god of war, Pelpedro, was it?" Sasha asked. I nodded. "They should have plenty of ways to cross realms. That being said, the gate down there was probably the most convenient way for the gods to do so. Blocking it must have annoyed them. Door of God Pelpedro had tried to use took a significant amount of time to open. Placing Delsgate in the dark firmament would have prevented a lot off gods from descending to the earth. Hold on. Sasha clutched her head, as though she was about to remember something. Her expression had turned somewhat serious. I think I wrote something near the gate to the divine realm, she mumbled. Something important? Misha asked. Yeah, probably. Something really, really important, I think. Walked down the corridor to its end, where the path stopped abruptly and opened into a spherical room housing the activated magic circle of Delsgate. Black particles filled the air, and at the center was a giant gate that held a radiant glow. The light was blinding, spilling endlessly from the gate and clashing with the darkness of Delsgate. Upon impact, light and dark created fierce fireworks that crackled throughout the room. We're here. That's the gate to the divine realm, I said, turning to Sasha. Where did you leave your message? She looked around the room with a troubled frown. There's nowhere to write, Misha pointed out. There were countless magic circles drawn across the room, covering thick-curved walls with a dark layer of magic power. There was no room anywhere to leave any graffiti. If I recall correctly. Sasha looked at my face, then turned away with a guilty look. I think I wanted to write it in a way that would annoy you. I thought if you read the other scribbles, you'd want to find the last one, so I left it somewhere hard to find. What a hopeless girl, I remarked. There's no use complaining about something I did 2,000 years ago. I was a god back then, Sasha exclaimed. Not blaming you. Thanks to that, I've got a good guess where it is. I walked straight forwards to the end of the corridor, and when my feet hit air, I simply continued walking. With each step, black particles gathered and formed a shadow bridge under my feet, connecting the corridor to the gate at the center of the room. Of everything inside Delsgate, the gate to the divine realm is the only thing outside of my control. It's perfect for hiding something, I said. We crossed the shadow bridge and stopped before the gate. Looks like there's nothing on the gate, Eleanor observed from behind me. Next to her, Zeshia fervently looked around, but there was nothing Tobe found. Now, Sasha, if you wanted to trouble me, where on the gate would ya write it? I said. Oh, I get it, Eleanor said. Sasha may not remember being Abernew, but still thinks in the same way Abernew does, so you can just ask her what'd do. Eleanor and Zeshia turned to Sasha expectantly. Please don't get mad when you hear this. Not sure, but I think, she said as a preface, looking awfully awkward. I think it's behind the gate. Wow, you wrote it behind the gate that Anos gave his life to block with Beno Ivan. How could you, Sasha? Eleanor said jokingly, raising both hands and bending back in exaggerated surprise. I turned to look at Sasha. So you're saying that in order to reach the graffiti, I have to open the one gate I never want to open? Misha blinked and looked at her. Sasha. Ugh, the gazes. They hurt. Sasha whined, using her arms to cover her face. Well, it's not like there are gods waiting on the other side to rush over, I said. It's just a childish prank. Say that earlier. Sasha exhaled in relief, then glared at me angrily. I cast a layered magic circle over my arms and used my glowing Ignis hands to touch the divinigate. I pushed firmly and the double doors slowly swung open, releasing bright light from within. Past the gate, a white stone floor was visible. There were no walls or ceiling. The stone floor just continued endlessly underneath the black sky. Whoa, what a mysterious space, Eleanor commented. I stepped onto the white stone and turned back to face the gate to the divine realm from inside. In order to see the back of the gate, I used Ignis to closet double doors once more. W8, are you sure it's okay to close it? Sasha asked worriedly. Worry, it won't trap us here, I said. The gate to the divine realm slowly closed with us inside. I looked over the gate. Sasha made a confused sound. Huh, there's nothing written, Eleanor said. Misha pointed at the top of the gate. There! Spot she was pointing at was a round hole on one side of the gate. The same spot on the opposite side had a stone slab with a magic circle drawn on it. The divine gate is symmetrical. That's the only asymmetrical spot, Miss He explained. Looks like someone took it, I said. Sasha's frown deepened. Who would do that? Only gods exist past the gate, I replied. So Abernew wrote something on the stone slab and then another god came and took it away, Eleanor asked. Sasha looked at her in question. But why? I know why, a voice echoed. Sasha whirled around. On the stone path where no one was mere moments ago, a young girl had appeared. She looked to be about 6 or 7 years of age, and she wore the typical outfit of the gods. Her hair was a pale pink, and there were cute wings sprouting from the sides of her head. Light glowed faintly around her navel, which was connected to a magic link that led somewhere into the distance. Ah! Zeshia squealed excitedly, reacting before anyone else. It's my little sister. She pointed at the little girl happily. Enesson, the girl said in a delicate but clear voice. That is the name used to refer to me. She grinned brightly. Although her lips had moved, her words had echoed directly in my head as though she was using leeks. Sasha exchanged a look with Misha, and Wary stood facing the girl. Eleanor gulped nervously. What a cute name, Zeshia said. Zeshia was the only one who praised the little girl's name without a care. Thank you, Enesson said with a quiet smile. Follow me. Enesson has been waiting for a long, long time for everyone to come. She turned around and ran down the white stone path. Following, Zeshia chased after the child in high spirits. Huh, wait, Zeshia, stop, Eleanor shouted, hurrying after Zeshia. The divine realm is past there, don't go following strangers. It's Zeshia's little sister, she's Mama's child, Zeshia replied. That was just in your dream, I don't remember giving birth to her. What if she's from an affair? How do I have an affair with myself? Eleanor cried out. Just stop, Zeshia. Eleanor desperately chased after Zeshia, who was excitedly chasing after Enesson without a care. What do we do? Sasha asked. The firmament of the gods is still a long way ahead. It's fine. Let's go. The rest of us began chasing after them. Section 25. Divine city of the sprouting palace Enesson ran down the floating stone tiles. Zeshia was right behind her, followed by Eleanor. A short distance behind Eleanor, I ran alongside mishond Sasha. Eventually, the white stone path reached a place covered in pure white light. When I strained my eyes, I could see there was something in the light, but I couldn't tell what it was. Enesson dove into the light, and Zeshia followed without any hesitation. We continued running up to the bright light. Are you sure this is okay? We won't be unable to return or anything, right? Sasha asked in a panic. BWA haha. Don't worry, even if we cross 1 billion dimensions and reach the furthest depths of the divine realm, we'll be able to get back, I said. That sounds even more worrying. Sasha yelped in her usual tone. It seemed she had completely sobered up at some point. Zeshia's already gone in, so we have no choice but to follow, Eleanor said, running into the light after Zeshia. We hurried down the stone path and straight into the pure white light. The scenery changed dramatically, as though someone had painted a cityscape over a previously blank canvas. At once we could see unfamiliar buildings lining the streets, with a large palace visible in the distance. Huh, what a weird city. That building there doesn't even have a roof, Eleanor noted, looking up at a large and extravagant mansion. The mansion was intricately detailed, but for some reason missing a roof. You're right. And the shops over there don't seem to have doors, Sasha said, pointing at a row of shops along the street. There were signs out front for an accessory shop, bookshop, weapon shop, and inn, but none of the stores had a door to enter through. There were no signs of any life either. Of course, it was impossible for anyone other than gods to be here, so in a way that was to be expected. The sun, Misha said, holding a hand up to block the light shining overhead. What is that? Sasha asked. I've never seen anything like it, Eleanor said in awe. The three were looking up at the sky, or rather, the vast sea overhead. Billowing waves covered the entire sky, and the shadow of a sun could be seen behind the water. The sea as the sky, how odd, I said. Was the gate of the divine realm really connected to this world? Sasha wondered out loud. Welcome, Zeshia, Eleanor, and Demon King Anos, Enesson said. She turned to face us in welcome. The wings on her head flapped softly. This is the divine city of the sprouting palace for Slanarleaf, she said in her young voice. It's one of the divine domains that lead to the firmament of the gods. I knew there was a void between the divine gate and the firmament of the gods, but is that where this city is located? Yup, there's a divine gate in the depths of this city too. It's connected to the firmament of the gods. Divine city of the sprouting palace for Slanarleaf. I should have known about it if it was so close to the divine gate, yet it was completely unfamiliar to me. Did I forget about it, or was it made after I reincarnated? Enesson, Zeshia called her name happily. The little girl smiled faintly in response. Enesson, you called Zeshia here, right? Zeshia asked. Yup, Enesson called for Zeshia in Zeshia's dream. I knew it. Zeshia beamed from ear to ear as she approached Enesson, grabbing both her hands and shaking them up and down excitedly. I called for Zeshia and Eleanor, and also for Demon King Anos. Enesson wanted you all to come to Slanarleaf, Enesson explained. Zeshia brought them here. Zeshia did good. Zeshia beamed proudly. Is Enesson my little sister? Smiled gently. Yup, is a big sister, Zeshia said, turning back to us with sparkles in her eyes, never letting go of Enesson's hands. Can I ask a question? If what you say is true, how come I don't remember giving birth to you? Eleanor asked, holding up her index finger. Oh, and what happened to the graffiti on the back of the gate? Sasha asked. Sorry, I can't answer either of those questions right now, Enesson said with a pained look. Eleanor tilted her head curiously. Huh, what do you mean? You said you knew earlier, Sasha said, shooting her a questioning look. I'm sorry. Enesson lowered her head, clearly fearful. Zeshia stepped in front of her and spread her arms as though to protect her. No, bullying. Zeshia exclaimed. It's not like that, Zeshia, Eleanor said. We weren't bullying her. Tried to approach them and mediate, but Zeshia hugged Enesson's swinged head protectively. Eleanor gave the two a troubled look. Rest assured, Zeshia, no one will hurt your little sister, I said. Promise? Yes, smiled in relief. Can you ask Enesson what's going on for us? She may be more willing to talk to her older sister, I suggested. Zeshia nodded proudly and turned to look into Enesson's face. Enesson, can you tell Zeshia? She nodded quietly. Enesson hasn't been born yet. Not born yet, but you're here, Zeshia asked in confusion. Enesson shook her head. The wings to the side of her head flapped. I don't know. Sometimes Enesson knows and sometimes Enesson doesn't. Enesson is unstable because Enesson isn't born yet. I'm a newerder that's yet to be born. Misha blinked at her words. That makes you a god, right? Eleanor asked. She nodded. Enesson is now of the existence that occurs before becoming a god. A fetal unborn source, a baby source. That is the current Enesson. Oh, I see. That's why your source is so small, Eleanor said, staring into Enesson's abyss with her magic eyes. Small, Misha asked. It's tiny. Was able to look directly at sources. While Misha was better at seeing magic power, Eleanor could measure the size of a source by seeing it directly. Enesson is Zeshia and Eleanor's ally. The goddess of creation, Militia, made my order so that the world would become a kinder place. But I'm not complete. I can't remember. Enesson was created for the world, but I don't know what kind of order I am, Enesson said regretfully. Because you're a fetal source, I asked. Yup, because the goddess of creation wasn't meant to be a god that created order. Other gods stole Enesson's birth. Huh, how could a birth be stolen? Eleanor asked. The things required for my birth were stolen. They should be somewhere in this city, but Enesson doesn't have the power to go find them. That's why I showed Zeshia the dream to call her here. Why did you choose Zeshia's dream to appear in? I said. Enesson's power only reaches Zeshia and Eleanor. Brightened at that. Because I'm the big sister. Yup, Enesson said with a smile. Ah, I see. You knew I wouldn't believe you even if you appeared in Midream, so you appeared in Zeshia instead, Eleanor asked. Enesson looked down awkwardly. I'm sorry. No bullying. Zeshia glared at Eleanor, defending Enesson. Ah, no, I'm not bullying, Eleanor exclaimed. I'm not that mean, am I? Liar, you always make Zeshia eat grass. Zeshia's long-standing resentment could be heard in her words. That's because you won't grow bigger if you don't eat your vegetables. I'm just looking out for you, yeah? Eleanor tried to reason with Zeshia, who just continued to glare at her. While the three were still entangled in their heartwarming exchange, Sasha sent me a leaks. She doesn't seem like a bad god, but is it okay to believe her so easily? Sasha asked. We're technically in the territory of the gods right now. The divine realm is just around the corner, too. If Militia truly created her for the sake of the world, we can't just abandon her. It's possible her birth was interrupted by other gods, I replied. But what if the gods did all this to lure you into a trap? What if she's another order born to destroy the demon king, just like Avos Dilhevia? Enesson has a connection to Militia. A connection? What? When you were drunk, you were waiting for Eleanor and Zeshia at Delsgade, Misha said through leaks, joining our conversation. Now that you mention it, that did happen. Sasha scratched her head. She had been drunk, so she probably didn't remember it clearly. Zeshia saw Enesson in her dream and went to the castle with Eleanor. You were following the memory of Aberniu's feelings and ended up at the same place. Maybe you were told to go there by Militia, I suggested. It doesn't sound impossible, Sasha replied. So what next? Just then, Enesson looked at us anxiously. I guess you won't believe him. Zeshia shook her head furiously. I believe you, En is Zeshia's little sister. She grabbed Enesson's hands and squeezed them. I will do my best to make Mama give birth to En. Zeshia. You shouldn't go making promises like that so easily, Yauno. There are things I can do and things I can't do, Eleanor said. You won't do it, Zeshia pleaded sadly. It's not that I woe. It's just that I actually don't know how to give birth to a god. Zeshia wants a little sister. Please give birth. That's not something I can decide by myself. I don't even know if it's possible. Eleanor looked at me, troubled. Well, we can figure it out after you give birth, I said. That's exactly what a deadbeat dad would say, Anos. Eleanor yelped in shock. Zeshia looked delighted as she hugged Enesson. I did it. Zeshia is good at begging. Because I'm the big sister. But Enesson, if you're truly in order to make the world kinder, we'd love nothing more than for you to be born. Do you remember what was stolen? I asked. A heartless puppet. Enesson had a serious look on her face. A vessel with no magic power. She spoke as though she was telling us something very important. Soul with no body. She paused for a moment, then continued. With these 3 things, Enesson can be born in an incomplete state. How curious. What would it take for you to be born in a complete state? I asked. She slowly shook her head. Enesson can only be incomplete, she replied. That is the law of nature, that is order. Her words made me think. Enesson had an order Militia had created to make the world kinder. Buteven, if she was born, the order would be incomplete. In other words, even when Militia tried to make the world kinder, she had failed to create a complete form. Enesson, do you have any clues to finding those 3 things? I asked. It's difficult. Enesson can't explain it well, but Wenzel should be able to explain it better. We have to save Wenzel first, Enesson said, suddenly breaking into a run. Follow me. Running is dangerous. Zeshia immediately chased after her and grabbed her hand. Enesson turned back and smiled at her. The 2 linked hands and together ran through the deserted streets of Forslanarleaf. Section 26. The god of binding and the imprisoned god Enesson, I called out, catching up to her as she ran. Who is this Wenzel? The wings on the side of her head flapped as she looked at me. The goddess of birth, Wenzel, governs the order of life and birth. Enesson shouldn't be born yet, but thanks to Wenzel using the authority of the goddess of birth, I became a nearly born order. Where have I heard about the goddess of birth before? Eleanor asked, looking up as she internally searched her memory. She's Militia's friend, Sasha answered. There were scribbles about her written in Delsgade, and I have the feeling they were right. Oh, that's right. I saw that on our way here too, Eleanor said. What kind of god is Wenzel? Misha asked Enesson. Wenzel is kind. She always protected Enesson and tried to help Enesson be born. She said Enesson is her precious child, the child that Wace entrusted to her by Militia. Misha blinked twice. Wenzel is your mother too. Enesson beamed and nodded. It's difficult for Enesson to be born. Wenzel had to give her order of birth to the order Militia created. That's why Enesson has more than one mama. Oh, I see. I get it now, Eleanor said, as though she finally understood. En told Zeshia she was her little sister in the dream only to convince Zeshia to bring us all here, right? But while Eleanor looked relieved, Zeshia's expression turned into one-off horror. So En's mama. Isn't Zeshia's mama? She asked in a tearful voice. En. Isn't Zeshia's little sister? Was it a lie? Enesson laughed. No, Enesson is Eleanor's child too. I have 3 mamas. So you're still my little sister. Zeshia brightened happily at her response. While Zeshia wasn't looking, Eleanor shuffled closer to Enesson and whispered in her ear. En, what's the truth? She asked. I still don't know myself, but Enesson's voice can only reach Eleanor and Zeshia, so that's what I thought, what I hoped. I see. I wonder what that means. Does your voice only reach your mother's? Enesson looked down, wings drooping sadly. I don't know. I'm sorry. Just then, Zeshia appeared right beside them, glaring. Were you talking about? En, nothing. En, you mentioned having to save your mother. Wenzel, was it? What happened to her? Eleanor quickly changed topics to try to distract Zeshia. Wenzel was caught when she saved Enesson, Enesson said gloomily. By who? I asked. The gods hate Enesson. Wenzel said that Andaluk, the goddess of termination, came and tried to destroy me before I could be born. They in this city somewhere? Yup. The goddess of termination waits for an opportunity to destroy Enesson. Wenzel fought with her to protect me, but she was defeated and they imprisoned her in the palace. Enesson came to a stop. She was looking at a large palace ahead of us. Andaluk isn't alone. She has keepers of termination with her, as well as the god of binding, Wesnera. Wesnera used his power to create a binding prison in the palace. That's where Wenzel is being imprisoned. She looked back at me. Enesson doesn't have the strength to break into the binding prison. I've been hiding this entire time because I can't win against the god of binding. Please, Demon King Anos, please save Wenzel. Enesson needs her to be born. Her plea was heavy with sincerity. If she was an order about to be born, Thench was a god like any other. Yet she had an unexpectedly vibrant range of motions. Of course, if Wenzel is a friend of Militia, we won't abandon her, I said. Enesson smiled in relief. That aside, it's rare to hear of gods fighting each other. If either side pushes, the balance of order will collapse. I've never heard of directly opposing orders attacking each other, I said. 2,000 years ago, it was impossible to see two gods fighting. Every order merely fulfilled their duty without any emotion, even if it meant interfering with other orders. That just mean Enesson is an order the gods wanted to prevent the birth of no matter what, Sasha wondered out loud. Conversely, doesn't it mean if En is born, the world would become a peaceful? Maybe it'll mean the weird gods will stop invading Dilhade, Eleanor said lightheartedly. That would be nice, I agreed. I started walking towards the palace before us, Enesson following behind me. The entrance eventually came into view. The prison is inside here, yes? Sasha asked. Misha stared into the palace with her magic eyes. The palace is covered in strong magic power, divine magic. Sasha gulped and looked at me. What do we do? Like I just said, orders rarely ever hurt each other. That's probably why the goddess of termination is keeping the goddess of birth imprisoned instead of destroying her. So Wenzel won't be in danger even if I let loose a little. Which means we're marching in from the front door. Like I thought. I grinned at Sasha's resigned expression and stepped towards the palace without hesitation. But as soon as I did what seemed like a damp breeze brushed against my skin, my body felt weighed down like the god of binding's order had tied me in chains. Enesson fell to her knees. Zeshia stared into Enesson's face worriedly. Enesson had both her hands in the ground as she gasped for breath, sweating profusely. It seemed she couldn't withstand the power of the binding prison. I'll carry you, I said. Just as I was about to reach out to her, Zeshia suddenly rolled up her sleeves and repeatedly clenched her fists while showing her upper arms. How are they? She asked. What is she doing? Sasha wondered out loud. I think she's flexing her muscles, Eleanor answered, making Sasha frown in even more confusion. What muscles? Flabby, Misha said, offering her curt opinion. Are they? Zeshia stared at me intently as she flexed her flabby upper arms. She was obviously trying to look good before her little sister. Cute. Very well, I'll leave Enesson in your care. Protect her, I said. Got it, she said proudly, then crouched on the ground before Enesson. She gestured for her to climb on. Are you sure? I'm the big sister. Enesson slowly climbed on Zeshia's back. Zeshia didn't have muscles, but was able to use her magic power to strengthen her body and cast a magic barrier around Enesson. She then started walking with Enesson on her back. Hee, what a good big sister, Eleanor said. Obviously. Zeshia's cheeks puffed up as she turned to glare at Eleanor. I know. There's no better big sister than Zeshia. Nodded and resumed walking. The inside of the palace had layers of iron bars forming a complex labyrinth. We walked through the maze of prison bars and advanced farther and farther into the palace. After some time, Enesson spoke up. She said shyly, wings folding against her head. Can I call you Zeshia? Zeshia froze, then shook her head furiously. You don't like that? Zeshia wants to be called. Big sis, Zeshia requested. Then, big sis Zeshia, at Enesson's words. Zeshia began skipping while carrying her. I'm a big sis. Looks like I'll have to adopt En after she's born, or there'll be a big tantrum in my future, Eleanor said with a tone of amusement. Indeed, it was easy to imagine that. You have 10,000 kids already. Another one won't change anything, I said. If you say that, I'll make you take responsibility for En as well, Eleanor said teasingly, reaching over my shoulder to poke me in the cheek. Wait, I said, coming to a stop. Is the great demon king afraid of having more kids? How rare. Was about to walk past me, but I held out my arm and blocked her from moving. I can take responsibility for my words, but I gestured ahead of us with a jerk of my chin. At once, Eleanor strained her magic eyes and observed Thepath in front of us. Up ahead of us was a particularly sturdy magic cage, inside which a young woman wrapped in a long strip of fabric was sitting. She had long, straight hair, pale green divine eyes, and white skin that glowed with divine radiance. There was no doubt she was a god. Wenzel. Enesson screamed, attracting the notice of the god, who gasped in shock. I'll get us. Closer, Zeshia said, running towards the magic cage bravely. Wenzel, I'll save you now. No, Wenzel shouted, clearly flustered. Get away from here, Enesson, the god of binding is. Just as we heard those words, a writhing chain extended from the ceiling and attacked Zeshia and Enesson. Leave it to Zeshia, drew in Harl, the holy sword of light, and swung it down at Thechin. The screech of metal against metal echoed, but the chain remained intact as it wrapped around Zeshia and Enesson almost like a tornado. I won't lose. Zeshia thrust Enharl forwards, but the tornado of chains only entangled the blade more. Ah! A high-pitched clash could be heard as the holy sword was yanked out of her hand and flew through the air. The tornado of chains shrank around Zeshia as though preparing to finish her off, but just before it could, it froze. "Are you the god of binding?" I asked, chains roughly grasped in my hand. "Yes, I am the god of binding, Wesnera." The moment the voice spoke, magic moved the chains to wrap around Mjarm. With a casual swipe of my arm, I slammed the chains against the floor, causing a rumbling roar that sent dust into the air. Metallic clanging sounds echoed as the chains writhed, eventually forming the shape of a person. A sudden gust blew through the palace, clearing the dust and revealing a man wrapped in chains. His powerful aura, immediately apparent, was befitting of a god. "Now, I have a deal for you, Wesnera," I said. "I have business with that goddess of birth over there. If you release her now, I won't have to get violent. What do you say?" Wesnera frowned. "Release her. If you release Wenzel, I'll let you go." "If you don't release Wenzel, your order will be in danger of destruction. Regardless of what you choose, Wenzel will walk away from here, so there's no real need for you to consider which cheese is better, no." After a brief moment, he laughed flippantly. "No way. No, I'd never allow that." Magic particles rose from the god of binding. Misha and the others readied themselves for combat. "Mama is mine. She's staying here with me forever," Wesnera shouted. "Mama is, Mama isn't." Countless chains extended from Wesnera's body, shooting in every direction before turning to attack me. "Mama isn't going anywhere under my watch." Section 27. Divine Mother and Child, the chains that the god of binding released writhed like a living creature, half sealing our escape route and half moving forwards towards us. Vebzud. I dipped my arms into 2 magic circles, staining my hands black. From there, it was easy to bisect 2 of the chains extending our way, or so I thought. The next moment, countless smaller chains burst from the bisected chain and wrapped around my arms. "Oh." I tried pulling my arms back, but the chains extended endlessly from Wesnera's body, following me as I moved backwards. It seemed they were extremely elastic. "Arg, enough already," Eleanor shouted. Eleanor and the others had evaded the chains' first attack, but the chains continued to follow them in the direction they had gone. Though the chains weren't particularly fast, they were accurate. "Igelia." Eleanor drew the 4 magic circles for earth, water, fire, and wind, creating a barrier to block Wesnera's chains. But the chains began to wrap around the barrier itself. "Wow, they're trying to bind us along with the barrier," Eleanor said. "Take this," Sasha cried out. With the magic eyes of destruction, Sasha glared at the chains rapidaire on the Duigelia barrier. The chains crumbled apart into chunks of metal and scattered on the floor. But as expected, those fragments spawned smaller chain sand wrapped around the barrier once again. Duigelia creaked from the pressure, shrinking slightly. "Crystal," Misha said, transforming the smaller chains into ice with her magic eyes of creation. The chains, unable to spawn once transformed into a different object, shattered in the air. "It's useless. You'll never be free from me," Wesnera yelled arrogantly. At the same time he spoke, the iron bars of the binding jail flew over and began to surround the others. Metal clanged loudly as iron bars formed and developed into an enclosed box, an unsightly prison. "We've been trapped," Zeshia shouted as she looked around the prison, Enesson still on her back. Iron bars continued to layer, and thicken the walls' acered chains shot out from the prison. The red chains wrapped around Duigelia. Misha stared at them with the magic eyes of creation, but she was unable to transform them. "It won't work," she mumbled, sending more power into her eyes. Her pupils began to glow a silvery white. "The red chains of binding have the power to restrict magic," Wenzel yelled from her prison at the back of the room. "The moment those chains make contact with regular spells, they'll be restrained and lose all effectiveness." "Misha," Sasha said, holding her hand out to Misha. They linked hands and drew half a magic circle each. If they used Dino Gixesto become Aisha, it would be easy for them to escape. "It's fine," I said. The 2 paused, suspending the magic they were casting. "The end, it's just restraining magic. Just hold on and watch." "But it'll hurt if Duigelia collapses," Eleanor said, holding up Herendek's finger. "Worry, it'll be over by then." I fired the origin magic Jurest from my restrained hands. Loud crackle off sound, black lightning crawled up the chains around my hands to strike the god off binding. "Gwaha," Wesnera swayed for a brief moment but managed to hold his ground. From the corner of my eye, I could see the goddess of birth bite her lip to suppress sorrow at the sight of him. BWA haha, what will you do now? I asked. As long as you keep Mara restrained, you won't be able to evade Jurest. I looked over at Wenzel. How about releasing her before you perish? I suggested. No way, never, ever, ever, he exclaimed. I am the order of binding. No one can be free before me. My mama will always, always, always be by my side. My mama. My mama. Magic wards torn apart by Jurest. Wesnera screamed loudly as he was bathed in black electricity. My mama stays here forever. She's mine. That's a crazy mother complex, Eleanor shouted. At that moment, the iron bars of the binding prison began layering themselves around me. There were far more layers than in the prison constructed on the others, and the prison was far larger and more misshapen for it. Once the prison was completed, red chains extended from the four corners of the box and, wrapped around the chains Jurest was traveling up. As soon as they did, Theblak Lightning was unable to move down the chain, coming to an unnatural stop where they came in contact with the red chains. You mustn't touch the chains. That child is the god of binding, one governs restriction and stagnation. Everything that touches the chains of order will be forced to come to a standstill, Wenzel said. Wesnera grinned smugly at her words. It's exactly as Mama says. There's nothing in the world that I can't restrain. Then how about you restrain this? I drew 10 magic circles in front of me and fired geograys from them. Theblak suns soared with tails of light trailing behind them until the red chains wrapped around them and restrained them. See, Wesnera said. No one can be free of me. No one can run from me. I can restrain barriers, lightning, fire, anything. Aren't I amazing? Not to me, I said. There's no need to pretend. Oh well, it's not like you can ever leave anyway. You're going to spend the rest of eternity here with us. I'm sure having more company will make Mama so happy. Wesnera cackled with delight. I desire no such thing, Wesnera. Release them, Wenzel said, voice clear with disapproval. The god of binding turned towards her. Why should I? You want to stay here too, don't you? You told me you were my mama and that you wanted me to restrain you. My dear child, Wenzel said. Won't you calm down and listen to me carefully for a moment? You can do it, can't you? Of course, Wesnera replied at once. I'm listening. I'm a good boy. Thatonly does whatever will make you happy. He cackled with laughter again. I see you love your mother, Wesnera, I said. Naturally, I'm the one who loves Mama the most. That's why I've tied her up so she'll always be with me. I tore the chains away from me using my Vebzud hands and destroyed them with the magic eyes of destruction. Such childish love. If you truly care for her, you should let her go, Bane-dependent. Still trapped within the prison, I stepped in the direction of the god-off binding. Childish, Wesnera repeated. Who are you calling childish? Mama is Theana who wants to be with me. She wants me to protect her. Enough of your delusions. A long chain appeared at each of the 4 prison corners, forming 4 magic circles. You, what's your problem? Wesnera snapped. I'm tired of your attitude. I'm going to restrain you so tightly you'll never talk down to me again. A huge amount of magic power burst from the god of binding, and red, blue, yellow, and green chains flew out of the magic circles. Ejultsing Domla. When I tried to glare at the spell with my magic eyes of destruction, the red chain expanded dramatically to block my entire vision. The next moment, Theffer chains had wrapped around my limbs. See, now you can't run anymore, Wesnera said. The red chain restrains your magic, the blue chain your body, the yellow chain your senses, and Thegreen chain your thoughts. Once you're bound by Ejultsing Domla, you'll no longer be able to use your magic, your feet, your eyes, or even your brain. Ejultsing Domla wrapped around me tightly. With my 5 senses restrained, I could neither see nor feel the chains. There was still a way out off thighs, of course, but the green chain restrained my thoughts, preventing me from deliberately thinking about getting away. From now on, you're my talking puppet. You'll talk to me and Mama in this prison forever and we'll all have lots of fun. And don't worry, I've made it so that you can still hear my voice. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to talk, right? He cackled so hard he hiccuped. If you apologize for being so snobbish, he said, I might give you a teeny bit more freedom. It's a powerful skill, no doubt about that, I replied. But to declare that it restrains one's freedom sounds a bit foolish. No matter how powerful these binds may be, if you don't know exactly what thoughts you're restraining, can you really actually restrain them? What are you going on about? Are you a sore loser? Can't you tell? I said to the god of binding, who stood before me in full triumph. I'm saying there's something you haven't restrained. I opened my mouth and released a sound from the bottom of my belly. Wesnera burst into more cackling laughter. What are you doing? An imitation of a gaping fish. Aha, gah, he lurched as blood spurted out of his entire body. It seems that was outside your hearing range. Such terrible ears for a god. I had released a mass of ultrasonic sound, uttering words that couldn't be heard to shake his body fiercely. Once I know the trick, it's nothing to me. He deployed a magic barrier to block the sound waves. See, I didn't fail to restrain your thoughts. I chose to leave Themen restrained because I knew you couldn't escape anyway, the god of Bindinge exclaimed. You struggle in vain, Gwa. His magic barrier shattered and he went flying. I didn't say it was the only thing you didn't restrain, I said. He pushed himself up from the floor and staggered to his feet with a shell-shocked expression. That can't be. How did you have the strength to send me flying? Heesked. It wasn't magic. It wasn't your voice. That shouldn't be possible, Biwaya. Wesnera went flying once again, slamming into the floor a distance away and eventually rolling to a stop. Still can't tell. Then I'll give you one hint, I said. I held up 3 fingers. What's that? Wesnera asked, wary. 3 seconds. If it's within 3 seconds, I can take it in and out of my body freely. Of your body, 3 seconds. Wesnera paused, then gasped as he shot me a look of disbelief. It out yet. It's my source, I said. Wesnera immediately stood up and ran away from me. That can't be. Taking your source out of your body for 3 seconds shouldn't allow you to punch me. He said, that defies all order, Jaya. My source flew out of my body for a brief second, tackling him and sending him flying. It then returned to me as he swayed on his feet, glaring my way. Arg, fine, I get it, so you're no ordinary person. Just try it one more time then. I'll restrain your source so it can't return to you, and then you'll be in trouble too. I'm the god of binding. There's nothing I can't. BWA haha. Wesnera's eyes widened. Cracks were running down the Ejults and Domla binding me. Playtime is over, I said. With red, blue, yellow, and green chains still wrapped around me, I took a leisurely step forwards. Why? How? He sputtered. Did you think that by binding my magic and my body that you could take me freedom away from me? I asked. I grabbed the iron bars before me with my hands. By sending magic into Migrip, I was able to bend them easily. Damn it! He turned tail to run, turning his back to me, but before he could get away, I grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Did you think that restraining my senses meant I couldn't perceive you? I defied the order of binding with the magic eyes of Mauve and used my Vebzud hand to cut off the Ejults and Domla chains. Fine then, the god of binding yelled, a vast amount of magic power rissing within him. I'll just bind you so hard that you will never move again. Chains of red, blue, yellow, and green extended from the magic circles in the prison once again, but with more chains than before. The multiplied Ejults and Domla came straight at me to restrain me. I grabbed a single red chain among them and evaded the rest. You say there's nothing you can't bind, huh? I guess we'll just have to obey that order then. I swung my arms and forced the magic restraining red chain to wrap around the rest of the chains. The bundle of multicolored chains became a single chain that then moved to restrain Wesnera's body instead. W8. The Ejults and Domla he had cast himself wrapped around him and restrained his body. In no time at all, the god of binding had become a mass of immobile chains. Gah, Gaia, damn it, release me. Release me. Although he tried to muster his magic power, the 4 chains around him had rendered him powerless. The red chains restrained his magic, the blue his body, the yellow his senses, and the green his thoughts, just as he had said earlier. And it seemed he didn't know how to escape from such a state himself. I looked down at the bound man wriggling on the floor like a caterpillar. You may know how to bind others, but do you know how it feels to be bound? Section 28. The goddess of birth, the iron bars and chains surrounding Eleanor and the others crumbled with a loud rattling sound. Bound by Ejults and Domla, the god of binding was unable to maintain his magic. Ah, we're finally free, Eleanor said. She canceled her Igelia and stretched at the feeling of liberation. Looks like that one's rather special, I said, looking at the cage with Wenzel trapped within. Even though the god of binding had been weakened this much, the prison still stood firm and sturdy, as though he refused to release her no matter what. Big sis, can you carry me over there? Leave it to Zeshia. Zeshia is a big sister. With Enesson on her back, Zeshia ran over to Wenzel. Ah, Zeshia, it's dangerous to run off by yourself, Eleanor shouted, following them in a fluster. She's my mama. I'm going to protect her. Wesnera mumbled deliriously at my feet. His senses were being restrained, so he couldn't see or hear anything right now. I grabbed the chains and walked towards the magic prison, dragging the god of binding along with me. When I got closer, I could see various murals all over the walls of the room. Were they depictions of the gods? There was more than I could decipher in just one glance. I came to save you, Wenzel, Enesson said once Zeshia approached the prison. I brought Demon King Anno's big sis Zeshia and Eleanor with me. Wenzel came up to the iron bars of the prison. She reached a hand through bars and patted Enesson gently on the head. There's really no helping you, Wenzel said gently. I told you not to come save me, or the goddess of termination will find you. Sorry, Enesson apologized, wings on her head drooping. But Enesson couldn't wait any longer. I wanted to hurry. I know, you want to be born faster, don't you? The goddess of birth said, patting her head one more time before turning to me. This is our first time meeting, isn't it? I am Wenzel, the goddess of birth, and one of the 4 principles. Wenzel finished her greeting with a soft smile. The 4 principles? Haven't heard of those before, I said. Foundations of order, the fundamental laws behind all sources of life. Those are the 4 principles, Wenzel replied. I am the god that governs theater of birth, nurturing all life in the world into existence. Gods that govern the principles of order, huh? The name implied that there were 3 more gods involved. You in order close to militia? I asked. Away, yes. But while militia is the god responsible for the creation of Thworld, the goddess of birth cannot birth a world. The 4 principles were originally meant to remain in the depths of the firmament of the gods and maintain the foundation of the world without ever being perceived by people. We're not even in the firmament of the gods, much less its depths, I said, giving Wenzel an opening to explain what was going on. Wenzel nodded quietly. I was waiting for you, she said to me with a gentle smile. I knew the demon king of tyranny would come to the firmament of the gods eventually. In order to get ahead of the other 4 principles, I decided to wait for you herein for Slanarleaf. How did you know I would come? Militia told me. She was my only true friend. I have no recollection of telling Militia I would go to the firmament of the gods. I'm only here today because of coincidental circumstances. How did She know that? I asked. I don't know much either, but allow me to explain things in order, Wenzel said. She looked over at Enesson. This child is a new order that Milishine trusted to me. She probably wanted me to use my powers as the goddess of birth on Enesson. When you say probably, do you mean you didn't hear it from Milishia directly? With a sorrowful look, Wenzel nodded. This child would have told you that she's in order to make this world kinder, Wenzel said, tilting her head towards Enesson. Fortunately, I can't confirm anything beyond what she's told me, but I have my own theory. She paused for a breath, then continued with a serious expression. Demon King Annos, after you reincarnated, Militia remained on Earth. I was in the depths of the firmament of the gods as I normally was. We were separated by the Beno even you gave your life to cast. I know it was a wall that worked incredibly well against the gods, I said, especially when it came to blocking the gate to the divine realm. But Militia should have had the power to cross the wall anyway. It was just to cross the wall, then yes. She had the strength to return here immediately. But because she created Enesson, she was no longer able to, Wenzel said softly. What she did was an act of defiance against her own order of creation. But Militia was unable to oppose the order of creation, and her body refused to cross the wall. An act of defiance against the order of creation, huh? If it hadn't been for Beno even, Militia might have been able to return to the divine realm even while struggling against her order. It was ironic how after she had created a new order, it had been my wall that stood in her way. She didn't give up. She sent Enesson alone into this realm, the goddess of birth said, patting Enesson. This child is an order yet to be born, an order on the verge of being born. I believe she's a message to me from Militia, who wanted me to use my power to help her be born. Wenzel gazed at Enesson with the look of a loving mother. I poured all of my power into Enesson. Enesson's order sprouted, and the divine city of the sprouting palace for Slanarleaf was born. Why was a city created when En was the one to be born? Eleanor asked. Like Revalsion's land of traces or Nafta's restricted world, Thembadimin of Enesson's order is this city, her divine domain, I explained. It's as Demon King Anno says, Wenzel said. But even with the order off birth, Enesson remains a fetal source, unable to be born. Is that? I asked. I can think of several reasons. First, Enesson's birth may defy existing order, in particular, the order of the goddess of birth itself. If so, I would be able to help this child be born properly, Wenzel said. Not even the goddess of birth was able to give birth to an existence that defied her order, it seemed. Militia made Eneson's order to make the world a kinder place, right? Wouldn't it be a bit contradictory if that order defied the order of birth? Sash asked. Oh, that's right. Good point. I doubt the order of birth is as scary as Abernew's order, so how come you can't help? Eleanor asked the goddess of birth. The goddess of birth governs the birth of life and sources, Wenzel said. Living beings are able to carry new life in their wombs through the goddess of birth's order. When you put it that way, it kind of sounds like she's a bad order, said, voicing her doubts. Eneson lowered her gaze sadly. Zeshia turned around and glared at Eleanor. Are you bullying En? En, no, of course not. We're not talking about En's order, not in herself. You know, like how the goddess of destruction's order is super opulent mean, but Sasha is just a harmless drunkard. Sasha glared at Eleanor coldly. That last part was unnecessary. Misha raised a hand. Was it really Militia who created En? She asked. Militia and Wenzel had been separated by the wall of Beno even and couldn't meet each other. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for someone Tohave claimed to be Militia and then sent Eneson to Wenzel in order Toadsieve her. Eneson was created and sent here by the moon of creation, Altiert Noah, Wenzel said. There's no god who could do that besides Militia. Arcana could use Altiert Noah as well, but a proxy wouldn't be able to draw enough power to alter order. I couldn't imagine her attempting to do so either. Other words, Eneson's order is one that defies the goddess of birth's order, but will also make the world kinder, I summarized. Can't even imagine what kind of order that would be, Sasha mumbled, clutching her head. What are the other reasons Eneson can't be born? I asked. Andaluk, the goddess of termination. Her order is interfering with Eneson's birth in an attempt to make her stillborn. That in itself means that Eneson is an undesirable life to this world. Goddess of termination's duty is to prevent births that can disturb theater of this world, right? Wenzel answered my question with a nod. Yes, exactly. That would be strange, I pointed out. Isn't Andaluk's existence the opposite of yours, Wenzel? Wenzel thought for a moment before answering. My order is indeed the opposite of Andaluk's. Yet Eneson's birth defies both the goddess of termination and the goddess of birth. What could defy two opposing orders? I said. Everyone fell silent for a few seconds. I'm not sure. It's possible that Eneson is unwelcome to every singly order in existence, as though the entire world is against her birth. Wenzel murmured. In that case, Militia had been unable to return to this realm because her order off creation had rejected Eneson's birth. That assumption didn't seem too far off the mark. Are the gods more wary of Eneson's birth than they are of even me, Theane they call a misfit? I asked. Wenzel replied. Order was closely entangled with other order. Just like how creation couldn't exist without destruction, birth couldn't exist without death. All orders served the purpose of completing the logical cycle of the world, and Eneson disrupted that cycle. But thinking about it that way made it sound strange. Did gods, with their own individual orders and wills, also act as a collective order? I cannot say for certain, but Eneson can only be born in an incomplete state. There is something that she's missing. I'm sure Militia would have known what that is, as well as Eneson herself, I said. Wenzel nodded. Eneson was the one who knew you would eventually head for the firmament of the gods. Militia must have left her a message. If she's born, even in an incomplete state, she should be able to remember that full message. Then the rest is simple. Once Eneson is born, we'll find what she's missing and make her order complete. With that, the world will become kinder than it is now, I said in conclusion. I held my hand out at the magic prison. Move back. I'll break the cage for you. No. If I remain here, the goddess of termination will come again. I will speak to her once more and try to convince her, Wenzel said. She reasonable enough to listen? I asked. I don't know about that, but in the end, I am her older sister. If she can feel the desire to turn against her order, she may not need to be destroyed for Eneson to be born. I understood what Wenzel was trying to say. The goddess of termination was one of the gods unable to feel any emotions. If you cannot convince her, I asked. If that happens, then there's no other choice, the goddess of birth said with a look of resolution. You will have to destroy her. Demon King Anos, please don't show Andaluk any mercy if we have to face her. You can't. The one who had interrupted was Eneson. I looked over to see her speak in a dead serious tone. Militia said the goddess of termination mustn't be destroyed. Section 29. Eneson's mystery confusion hung in the air. Sasha's expression was fierce with how hard she was thinking, while Misha blinked several times before tilting her head. The first to open her mouth was Eleanor. If the goddess of termination is the reason N can't be born, why can't she be removed? She asked. I don't know, but Eneson's memory is saying not to. The goddess of termination must not be destroyed. Does that mean Andaluk can be persuaded? Is she actually a good god? Sasha asked. Wenzel had a pained look on her face. The goddess of termination is a god faithful to her order. She said, unlike Militia and I, she has no will to defy it. But you think she can be convinced, right? Sasha asked. For a brief moment, Wenzel struggled to answer. I think it would be for the best if Andaluk came to her own senses and her own emotions, Wenzel eventually said, before her expression turned determined. But that is not a hope we can cling to. Eneson's birth is the priority. To make this world even a little bit kinder is my wish and Militia's. That makes it even more confusing. Why would Militia say the goddess of termination mustn't be destroyed? Eleanor tilted her head and index finger at the same angle, frowning curiously. Militia was probably looking out for me. As a fellow older sister, she must have realized how I would feel if I had to end Andaluk with my own hands, Wenzel said, sighing quietly in disappointment. But unlike Abernew, Andaluk will never listen to reason. She believed Militia had wanted to avoid a situation in which she had toadstray her own sister. That was one possibility, but what if there was another reason? There was no way for us to know. Not even the demon king of tyranny can help a god become aware of their own emotions, I assume, Wenzel said. Is that all? I remarked. I've already done that before, it was no problem. Wenzel's mouth fell open in shock. Can you awaken Andaluk's emotions? If it's just to awaken them, sure. But I may be a little rough doing so, Wenzel nodded. As long as she isn't destroyed, I won't ask for more. That's all Militia expected from me, then it makes things simple, but Misha looked at me. But you can't be sure. Unfortunately, I said. If Andaluk's emotions awaken, we won't have to fight anymore, right? Sasha asked. We should avoid destroying orders if we can, since it could get messy. I looked at her pointedly. Am I wrong? She asked. We don't know if awakening her emotions will result in her defying Heroder. Even Niscalia was able to show fear in his last moments, but it didn't mean he had any change of heart. I returned my gaze to Wenzel and continued. That being said, it's possible Andaluk may become our ally. It would be better to keep Wenzel in this cage for now, and wait for the goddess of termination to come without rocking the boat. Once she appears, Wenzel, Utri, and convince her first. Keys to gods defying their orders are love and kindness. As her older sister, you have the best chance at triggering her motions. I understand. Don't stress over it. If it doesn't work, I'll handle the rest, I said. Even if there was no choice but to destroy Andaluk, I wouldn't let Wenzel beth one to do it. When will the goddess of termination come here? I asked. I don't know, I don't think it'll take too long though, around 2 or 3 days, Wenzel replied. What should we do in the meantime? Look for the stone slab with Abernew's graffiti, Sasha suggested. We'll test if the goddess of termination's order is truly preventing Eneson's birth. Something like that should be easy to suppress, I said. There you go talking nonsense again, Sasha muttered. But Anos might actually do it, you know, Eleanor replied. Sasha and Eleanor exasperatedly looked this way. I ignored them and continued questioning Wenzel. Any other reasons Eneson can't be born? I asked. Just one more. The things required for her to be born were stolen, Sheensward. She already told us that one. A doll with no heart, a vessel with no magic, and a soul with no body, was it? Wenzel nodded. She said they were somewhere in the city. Do you have any idea where? The doll with no heart is in the mansion with no roof. The vessel with no magic is alongside the shops with no doors, and the soul with no body is buried in the cemetery with no graves, she said. Come to think of it, we did see a few strange buildings on our way here. If you know that much and still haven't made a move, does that mean the goddess of termination got to you first? I asked. That's part of it, but my divine eyes are also unable to tell which one's a real. Which means there's more than one. There are multiple mansions in Forslanarleaf that have no roofs, and they all have dolls without hearts inside them. The same goes for the vessels without magic and bodies without souls. The magic wavelength they emitted all looked the same to me, so I couldn't tell which ones were real. Eneson couldn't tell either. This city was the embodiment of Eneson's order. With the things necessary for her birth stolen, her order was currently in a distorted state. If She had been able to do something about it herself, she wouldn't have been having such a hard time right now. The place is also guarded by keepers of termination. That's more than enough information to go off of, I replied. We'll gather those 3 first. Misha, Sasha. Misha blinked at me while Sasha looked at me questioningly. You two stay here, I said. You know what to do, right? Misha nodded. Protect Wenzel without being noticed by the goddess of termination, Sasha asked. At worst, you just have to buy time for me to arrive, I said. But Demon King Anos, even if our orders oppose each other, a god cannot destroy another god, Wenzel said. Normally, yes, I said. But as Eneson's birth approaches, that may no longer be the case. When it comes to the loss of the goddess of birth or Eneson's birth, the gods will choose whichever disturbs order less. I stared at the magic power flowing from the goddess of birth with my magic eyes. You're using your power right now to help Eneson's birth, aren't you? I said. Then if you perish right now, Eneson will not be born. Even if the goddess of termination's emotions successfully awaken, there's no guarantee that will be good for us. She may resort to violent measures. Wenzel thought for a moment before replying. I understand. I will do as Yause, Demon King Anos. Okay, that means Zeshia Anos and I will do our best for En to be born, Eleanor declared enthusiastically. Zeshia nodded. En, leave it to us, the Demon King's army. It's indefiable. Yup, thank you, big sis. Eneson hugged Zeshia from behind. Then Zeshia burst into a fierce dash. Zeshia will go. Zeshia is a big sister. Wait up, Zeshia. Eleanor followed her in a hurry. One more thing, Demon King Anos, Wenzel said just as I was about to turn around. If you do choose to destroy the goddess of termination, make sure Eneson is born as soon as possible afterwards, preferably within a day. And death are two sides of the same order. If the order of termination is lost, balance will collapse and the world will tilt in favor of birth. If the order off birth is too strong, Eneson may be born in an undesirable shape. If one gear was lost, the entire system would be disrupted. The system off order was truly troublesome. Right, 1 day is more than enough, I said. And also, Wenzel added, I wanted to thank you regarding Wesnera. I looked over at the god of binding I had dragged over by the chains. What do you mean? You spared that child because he was attached to me. You know I care for him, didn't you? Goddess of birth said with a smile. I'm sorry he costed you so much trouble. Wesnera is still like an infant, so his possessiveness is a little out of hand. I'm sure he'll grow up to be a good boy. Although it came out a little warped, the god of binding definitely loved his mother. He was just another god who couldn't defy his own order. Oh, it was nothing. There just so happened to be the perfect chain Liangab out, so tying him up was easier than destroying him, I said. Wenzel chuckled quietly. Demon King Anos, you really are as Militia had scribed. Then she spoke as though she was praying. I believe you will be the one to help Eneson's birth and create the kind order Militia wished for. Come to think of it, I had something I wanted to ask you, Wenzel. Ask away. I pointed at Sasha. Sasha over there is the reincarnation of the goddess of destruction, Ebernew. According to her memory, Misha is the reincarnation of Militia. Pointing at Sasha, I pointed at Misha. Do you know anything about that? I asked. Wenzel stared at Misha with her divine eyes. After a moment, she shook her head. I cannot feel the order of creation. Without that, I cannot make any distinction. I see, that's fine. I turned around and said over my shoulder, if you have time, tell these twosome stories about Militia. It might help them remember something. Section 30. Memories of the goddess of creation after I left the palace. Sasha turned to Wenzel, who was still in the cage. What should we do now? She asked. I watched on through Misha's magic eyes. For now, we have to deal with the god of binding, right? If we keep him restrained, the goddess of termination will see him when she returns, Sasha said, looking down at Wesnera's tied-up form. Do we hide him? Misha asked. I guess so. But would she notice if he's not around? Andaluk shouldn't be returning any time today. Could you leave him like thys for a little longer? Wenzel asked, reaching her hand through the iron bars. Magic gathered at her fingertips, and the god of binding floated into the air and over to her cage. She began petting his head gently. With his senses restrained, Wesnera shouldn't be able to feel anything, yet his expression seemed to relax slightly. Sasha looked over at Misha, who nodded. Okay. Just a little longer then, Sasha said. I'm sorry, I know this may be hard to believe, but he's actually a very kind boy at heart. I believe you, Misha said simply. She wasn't very expressive, but there was a clear look of kindness in her eyes. Wenzel smiled softly. Misha, right, that's exactly what Militia would have said. You're just like her. Misha blinked. Just like her? Yes, you're very similar. You don't have the order of creation on you, but Abernew's memories of you being Militia might just be correct. Sasha and Misha exchanged looks. Feels weird, Misha mumbled. I felt the exact same way when I was told I was the goddess of destruction. The two looked back at Wenzel. What kind of person was she? Misha asked. Wenzel had a distant look on her face as she recalled the past. She was a kind and quiet god. In the divine realm, she was always watching over Thearth. Divine realm is far away from here, right? Just across the gate to the divine realm means crossing entire dimensions. Can gods really see Earth from that far away? Sasha wondered curiously. Militia is the goddess of creation, the order who created this world. Both Earth and the firmament are like parts of herself. As long as the goddess of creation wishes for it, she can see anywhere in the world she wants. Is that why Misha's magic eyes are so good? Sasha suddenly asked. Misha looked doubtful. I can't see that well. You might have left your order behind somewhere just like me, Sasha pointed out. Wenzel can't sense the goddess of creation's magic power in you, and you can't use the moon of creation. Misha blinked twice. It's just a possibility. Sasha, who had regained much of her memory as the goddess of destruction, Misha had no memory of another life. Her doubts were understandable. That's true. It's not a certainty. Sasha hummed in further contemplation, then looked up with a gasp. I'm sorry, what were we talking about? She asked sheepishly. Wenzel smiled kindly and continued. Militia had divine eyes that could see well. But because of that, she knew how cruel the world was more than anyone else. I can still recall the sight of her standing in the firmament of the gods, staring at the earth, all the while doing her utmost to suppress everything she felt deep inside her heart. Wenzel must have watched over her as she did that. Her affection for Militia was clear in each word she spoke. For a long time, she did nothing but watch over the world. As the order of creation, her duty was completed upon creating the world. There was nothing else she could do but watch on. One time, I asked her why she kept watching Thurald anyway. What did she say? Misha asked. She said she had created an unkind world. Those words seemed to strike a chord in Misha, who looked down in thought. We gods are the order of this world, and we move like a flowing river. The water may branch off into smaller creeks, but the main current never changes. And the water itself is too strong to be blocked, Wenzel said with a sad look in her eyes. Even then, Militia wished for a kind world to be born. But the world Militia brought into being was one where all of its people, humans, demons, and other species, only fought and hurt each other. The seeds of conflict never vanished, even between those of the same species. The world was a hellscape, an endless battlefield soaked in blood and screams. Sasha gently held Misha's trembling hand. Refusing to avert her gaze was how she wished to atone. Choosing to empathize with another's sadness was the punishment she chose for herself for creating such a hell. Militia say that herself? Misha asked. Wenzel shook her head. She never said it out loud. But this I can say for sure. She was a very, very kind god. Indeed, Militia wouldn't have said that. She'd probably told herself she didn't have the right to voice such things out loud. I didn't know how many thousands, millions, or billions of years ago the world was made, but she had been watching the world ever since its creation, and not once had made any excuses for herself. Militia watched the cold and cruel world for a long time. But one day, she found a glimmer of hope. Misha stared into Wenzel's eyes and asked, Anos? Yes, that's right. The demon king of tyranny who possessed enough strength to take down the gods. Demon King Anos, absurdity incarnate, the one who could overthrow order itself. He was the natural enemy of the gods, but to Militia, he was also a ray of light. Wenzel spoke as though she was remembering the past. She once told me she believed he resented her. I'm sure Demon King Anish had his reasons he couldn't forgive the goddess of creation. To him, we gods are merely existences that toy with the lives of others. I doubt she tried to justify herself either. She might have even believed that it would be for the best if the Demon King destroyed the gods and created a new world. That did sound like something Militia would think. That's why Militia acted like she never cared about the earth. She descended before the Demon King as mere order. Didn't destroy her. Wenzel nodded at Misha's murmur. Militia said they talked the night away. She was expressionless as always, and her tone was flat, but to me, she seemed very happy. A single ray of light must have come to finally illuminate her darkness. Eventually, the Demon King approached her with a proposal for peace. And that was the wall to separate the world into four, Misha asked. Yes, humans, demons, spirits, and even gods. We were all isolated by Thewal the Demon King created, and so the long, long night of war finally came to an end. Countless nights have come and gone since the birth of this world. Butte right now, for the very first time, the world is truly, genuinely at peace, Wenzel said, her voice strong with emotion. It must have been something she had desired for a long time as well. Meanwhile, after listening to Wenzel's words, Sasha's mouth fell open in realization. Hold on. Does that mean humans and demons had been at war all that time, until just 2,000 years ago? There may have been a lull in conflict when one species was wiped out or the number of living beings fell far enough. But never has there been a day Themians for war have not existed. The current state of the world is so unnatural, it's like a miracle. This is the first peace the world has ever experienced. Sasha mumbled slowly. Anno's like, Misha said. Sasha shot her an exasperated smile. This is just my theory, but I don't think Militia considers the current peace to be complete. That's why she created an Esson, Wenzel said. Misha blinked at Wenzel. To balance order. Yes, in order to bring peace, Demon King Anno stole the goddess of destruction's order. Like I just said, the current state of the world is an unnatural miracle. In other words, our world is so precarious that it could collapse at any moment. In order to take the final step towards true peace, the order of the world has to be balanced. Wenzel stared straight at Misha and smiled softly. Militia would never entrust the world to someone else and just walk away from it all. She would take that final step herself. If you truly are Militia, even without any memories, I'm sure you're still fighting to grasp that peace. Misha thought carefully, then tilted her head in confusion. Wenzel watched at her with a warm expression. But that look soon turned to a serious one as she opened her mouth again. There's something I must explain to the two of you, Wenzel said. Wait, Sasha said, interrupting her. I can remember something. Her eyes began to glow with the blue light of the stars of creation. The conversation just now seemed to have triggered a memory belonging to Abernieu. Sasha called me through our magic link and sent her memory of the pass-through leaks. Section 31. The Heavenly Father and the Goddess of Creation, a certain girl's distant memory. It was the middle of a moonlit night at the holy lake surrounding the royal capital of Garadite, and a man walked alone along the surface of the holy lake. He had gold hair and burning red magic eyes, as well as wings of light extending from his back. He was the god of the order that created order itself, the Heavenly Father Niscalia. Obey, holy water. Heed me, for the words of a god are absolute. When Niscalia stepped on the surface of the lake, large ripples unfurled from his feet to spread across the lake. The water swirled about, as though to avoid contact, and in doing so created a deep cavity whirlpool, spiraling downwards. The Heavenly Father floated down, eventually reaching the bottom of the lake, where he directed his gaze at the ground. Obey, great land. Heed me, for the words of a god are absolute. With an earth-shaking rumble, the ground parted as though to give way. A hole formed in the ground, which Niscalia leaped straight into. He continued farther and farther down until a faint light came into view. The Heavenly Father landed without a sound on the ground. He was surrounded by bubbles of hollywater floating in the air. Niscalia's gaze fell upon the largest of them. Reverberate, fetus. A new order shall be born here. His deep and solemn voice resounded, and faint light began to fill the bubble off holy water. At its center, there was a small orb of light, a source. It was the source of a former human, and it had been injected with a powerful magic through the holy water and the Heavenly Father's order, allowing it to emit a power beyond imagination. By the order of the Heavenly Father, thou who hast lived with only hatred shalt be bestowed new names as magic orders. Jurga and Eleanor. With the Setwo orders, these two powers, thou shalt destroy the demon king and erase all his descendants. A three-dimensional magic circle was drawn by the bubbles of holy water surrounding him, forming a magic link to the source. A tremendous amount of magic power flowed through the link, making the larger bubble in the center glow as bright as a star. Eventually, the faint light of Jurga's source split into two. Resent the demon king. Resent the demons. Resent the misfit that cannot contained by the rules of this world. Resent for eternity. Never forgive his existence. This is the law of the world, the reason of the world, and the order of Jurga. A small smile spread across Niscalia's face. For Eleanor, thou shalt create life. Clones of God, imitation sources, heartless warriors of slaughter. They shall be the puppets of order, Zeshia. Heavenly Father spread his wings of light and drew a golden magic circle on the bubble of holy water. Destroy the demon king of tyranny. Destroy the demons of Dilhade. Erase all potential vessels for his reincarnation and force his soul to wander for eternity. Heed me, for the word of a god. Layers of golden magic circles covered the bubble, forming their own three-dimensional magic circle. Golden particles began to rise upwards as Niscalia spread his arms in a grand gesture. Is absolute. That is incorrect. Moonlight shone down from afar, slicing the golden magic circle in Tatwo as if by a divine blade. The Heavenly Father glared in front of him. A single lunar snowdrop fluttered down from above. At some point, the moon of creation, Altiert Noah, had risen in the sky. Gods are not absolute, a calm voice said. Descending with the lunar snowdrop was a girl with long silver hair, the goddess of creation, Militia. She stared straight at Niscalia. Ha ha, the Heavenly Father laughed dryly. Yet there was something about his laugh that was artificial, as if devoid of all emotion. Goddess who created this world. Thou hast obeyed order and succeeded in separating the demon king's source from his body. By pretending to be an ally of Anno's Valdigode, thou hast fooled him into reincarnating. Slowly approached Militia. The plans of a god are absolute. Thanks to the two spells of Jurga and Eleanor, the Misfit's fate will once again be controlled by the order of the world. You think you can destroy the demon king before he reincarnates? Niscalia grinned fearlessly. It is what all the orders have determined. It is not just the opinion of the Heavenly Father. Wrong, Militia said quietly. Thou suggests the order of the goddess of creation cannot defeat the demon king this way. She shook her head. Neither Jurga nor Eleanor is kind. It's wrong to create the order just to hurt someone. Ha ha, the Heavenly Father laughed dryly once more. Gods cannot be wrong. Do you really believe you're doing the right thing? Militia asked. Her voice, flat and expressionless, almost sounded sad. Don't you know what the Setwo magics will result in? Why, that would be law and order. So that tomorrow the world will continue to revolve in proper form. The laws of the gods are absolute. What will be created isn't order, but sadness. Tragedy, not reason. Order that creates tears cannot be correct. Gods cannot feel sadness. We are merely order, beings that maintain the shape of the world as it should be. Sadness is not the responsibility of the gods. It is the fate assigned to lesser beings. Militia stared at Niscalia sadly. I'm sorry I didn't create you to be kinder. Goddess of creation blinked twice. On the first blink, her eyes turned silver, and on the second, they turned to Altiert Noah. A kind order, Militia murmured as she gently gazed upon the source in the bubble of holy water. Silver moonlight wrapped around half of the source and slowly moved it out of the bubble. The floating orb of light drifted to Militia and settled in her hand. Ah, I see. I fully understand now. Thou hast gone mad, Niscalia said. The only one who's gone mad is you. Heavenly Father chuckled at Militia's words. Dost thou desire salvation, goddess of creation? For thine order, which has been distorted by the demon king of tyranny, by the power of the Heavenly Father, I canst return thee to thine original form. His magic eyes glowed red as flames of silver and gold appeared in Hai's hands, burn in the flames of a god's judgment. Next moment, silver and gold flames engulfed Militia. The fire roared loudly as it swirled around her like a tornado, but ice crystal. With a single glance, Militia froze the fire around her and shattered it. By the divine sword Rodier thou shalt face trial. More flames rose around Niscalia, each transforming into a sparkling gold divine sword. Militia, the foolish goddess of creation, whose order the demon king had thwarted. How pitiful. With this blade of God, thy malfunctioning heart shalt fall still. Multiple copies of Rodier shot forwards, attacking Militia from every direction. But silver light glinted from Militia's eyes, divine eyes of origin. A single blink, the Rodiers changed direction and struck each other, clanging loudly as they gathered together at a single point. Then light surrounded the blades. World. A glass orb appeared from within the light. It was almost like a magic scale model, with an entire snowy ice world formed inside the glass. The light spread, and lunar snowdrops danced like a blizzard. Erg! Niscalia's body was being sucked into that ice world. He struggled with all Hai's might, but the power of the Heavenly Father was only able to delay that absorption slightly. Stay there for a while, Militia said. Ha ha. As his lower body was entirely swallowed, Niscalia opened his right hand to show Militia what he was holding. It was the other half of the source that had been split. He had hastily grabbed it from the bubble of holy water. Magic order of Jurga is in my hand, and thy powers cannot alter Eleanor's creation. Sooner or later the result shall be the same. The order that creates order cannot be kept trapped here forever, lest the world crumble entirely. Surely thou knowst that already. More of Niscalia's body was sucked into the orb as he smirked in triumph. The demon king will perish. The world will not change. The order of gods is absolute. Then Niscalia was entirely absorbed into the world within the glass orb. Without sparing him a second glance, Militia clutched the faintly glowing source to her chest. "He's right. I cannot save you," she murmured. The silver moonlight of Altiert Noah fell upon the goddess of creation. She rose into the sky as thought light was pulling her up. "But I can help you to be born as kind as you can." With divine eyes of origin, Militia gazed gently at the source, supplementing the missing half with her creation magic and fusing them together. "Please, hold on for 2,000 years. He will come to free you from your tragedy." She softly released the source, which then drew the magic circle for Eleanor. A pillar of blinding light rose into the sky. It was the light of order, something even those with excellent magic eyes wouldn't have been able to see. Its radiance connected heaven and earth, and Militia floated up through that light until she reached a black sky. This was the dark firmament, a place said to be impossible for living beings to reach. Before her floated the base of the demon castle Delscade. Abernew. Snowdrops danced about in Militia's palm, forming a small round object, an Ariel. She released that star of creation in Delscade as though to pass a memory on to her little sister. "I will grant your wish. Though we were never able to meet, know that my heart was always with you." Glowing blue Ariel slowly melted into Delscade. Eventually. "This world will lose order and be engulfed in chaos. That will be the beginning of a kind world. That is my hope," the goddess of creation said, addressing her little sister. "You will fall in love again and Yao will remember. I will leave hope here in the form of Eneson. Find her with the demon king. Then," a tranquil voice, Militia whispered quietly, "someday when the world is at peace, remember me. Remember that I fought here." Softly brushed her fingers against the outer wall of the Demon King Castle. To make the world a kinder place. Section 32. The doll with no heart. After leaving Wenzel at the palace, we traveled south down the streets of Forslanarleaf until we arrived at a gate. Past the gate was a garden, and at the back of the garden was a luxurious mansion with no roof. Is it here?" Zeshia asked, looking at Eneson beside her. "Yup. I don't know if it's the real one or not, but it's here." We passed by lots of mansions missing their roofs. "How are we meant to find the real one, Anos?" Eleanor asked, throwing the entire matter tome. "We'll have to take a look inside first. Normally I'd look through the walls from the outside, but it seems my magic eyes are being obstructed by the divine domain," I said. In a corner of my mind, I started watching the memories Sasha had recounted through her conversation with Wenzel. I transferred the footage to Eleanor and Zeshia as well. "Wow, something started playing in my head," Eleanor exclaimed. Sasha remembered something else. "Watch it on the side as we do this," I said as I marched up to the garden gate and threw it open. Eleanor and Theodors followed me as I approached the mansion. Although I stayed alert of our surroundings, there didn't appear to be any immediate threats. When I opened the door to the mansion, it swung open with a rusty creak. It's dark," Eleanor said. There was no roof, but the upper floor blocked the light, leaving the first floor of the mansion dimly lit. "We'll illuminate it." Zeshia drew Enharl from a magic circle and used the holy sword of Lighto brighten the room. The interior of the mansion was eerily clean. A red carpet in the floor led up the stairs to the second floor. Bronze statues of knights lined the carpet on both sides, and there were multiple paintings hung on the walls, but there were no signs of life. An uninhabited mansion would have collected dust over time, but the floor, statues, and handrail of the stairs were all spotless and shining. I highly doubted the keepers were the ones cleaning. It seemed that unlike Earth, divine domain simply didn't get dirty. "Let's go," I said, walking on the carpet. "Come to think of it, what does the doll with no heart even look like?" Eleanor asked, tilting her head as she held up an index finger. "Like this." Zeshia shined the light of Enharl on one bronze statue. Her eyes glinted valiantly as she stared at it. "That's just a statue," Eneson said, head wings twitching. Zeshia's shoulders fell in disappointment. "It's just a statue." "Eneson, do you know what the doll with no heart looks like, or what its magic power feels like?" I asked. "I think it's just a normal doll, but I've never seen it myself. Its appearance isn't fixed, and it can transform, I think. Eneson doesn't know anything other than it has no heart." Eneson's wings drooped dejectedly. Zeshia rushed up to her and grabbed at her hands. "It's okay, Zeshia will find it. Don't feel down. Leave it to me." Eneson smiled at her happily. "I've been wondering about this for a while, but a doll with no heart sounds weird. Isn't that just how dolls normally are?" Eleanor asked lightly. "Yeah, but it isn't just a doll, it's a doll with no heart. That's what Eneson's order is saying." "But what does that mean?" Eneson shook her head. I'm sorry, I don't know. I know, Zeshia declared. Enesson looked at her in surprise. Really, Zeshia has always believed, people who feed others ground grass, while calling it juice, have no heart. If that's the case, then maybe it's a doll with a cold personality, Eleanor said, ignoring Zeshia's pointed look with feigned innocence. Perhaps there's a reason it specifies that it's missing a heart, I theorized. What do you mean? Eleanor asked, hurrying back to me to escape Zeshia's glaring look. A doll with no heart could be a doll that has everything but a heart. Alternatively, it could be a doll that originally had a heart and now doesn't. Climbed up the staircase and reached the second floor, where we were immediately met by a double door. Something's written on it, Zeshia exclaimed. Zeshia held in Harl up to the door where a notice was attached. Eleanor read the runes out loud. Let's see. This room rejects all but the heart. This room rejects all but the heart. If anything less enters the room, her death will accelerate. She cannot leave this room. The doll with no heart cannot live outside the mansion with no roof. Give her a heart. Put it in the doll, so that she can live outside. After she finished reading, Eleanor threw her hands up in surrender. Wow, I really don't get it. She looked at me. It seems the doll with no heart is in this room, I said, opening the double doors. Inside was a pale white doll sitting on a chair in the middle of the room. It was without clothes, and the design itself was extremely simple, far from intricate. Even the roughest of magic dolls were made with more care and realism than this doll here. This is the doll with no heart. For sure, Zeshia cheered, taking an esonshand in her own. Let's go, En. Kay, the two linked hands and took a step towards the door. Wait, I said. I used Fles to make Zeshia and Enesson float into the air, preventing them from moving forwards. There's something in there. Eleanor warned, magic eyes directed forwards. Behind the white doll on the chair, hidden in the darkness, were eerily glowing eyes, an innumerable amount even. Away, the doll's mouth rattled. Only the heart can come. The moment the white doll spoke, the sound of furiously flapping wings echoed through the room. Monstrous black birds with giant beaks and sharp claws emerged from the darkness. They hovered around the white doll, their sharp eyes glaring our way. The keepers of termination, venez-y Ravel, Enesson said, wings folding against her head as she stiffened nervously. We have to run. Kriya! The keepers of termination screeched and attacked us. Run for it, Enesson shouted, just as the black birds were swallowed by darkness and exploded. Her mouth fell open in shock. I had used Beno even to create a black aurora barrier, and the keepers had erased themselves by crashing into it. Worry. With a net, avian pests can be dealt with pretty easily, I said. Enesson said with a gasp. I've got it, the keepers of termination are here to kill the doll, not us. We can't enter the room. The beaks of the monstrous birds re-emerged from the darkness, stabbing into the pale white doll on the chair like arrows through flesh. We have to get out quickly, before she... The keepers charged into the doll, one after another, pecking at it as thought devour it whole. Stop. Nuwu. Enesson hugged herself, face twisting in pain, but Zeshia reached out and grabbed her hands tightly. En, it's okay. Kriya. The bird-shaped keepers all let out a shrill screech, like a beast in thegonizing throes of death. Jurest. Jet-black lightning shot through the monsters feeding on the doll, burning them to a crisp instantly. Keepers dropped heavily to the floor, their black feathers fluttering through the air as they fell. Enesson's eyes widened. There in front of her was the unharmed white doll and me standing beside it. See, En, trust, your big sister, Zeshia boasted proudly. How, he was standing here just now, how did he get over there? And that's because, stood a little taller as she turned to Enesson, whose wings were extended back in shock. He just can. Zeshia, I know you want to act like a big sister, but think before you speak. Eleanor advised her in a whisper. Zeshia nodded. It's because he's the Demon King. Logic doesn't apply to him. Eleanor looked doubtful, but Enesson's expression brightened dramatically. The Demon King is amazing. He's tyranny, the Demon King of tyranny. Tyranny. And Enesson looked at each other and repeated the word while giggling. It was an incoherent conversation to me, but I suppose anything was funny at their age. How heartwarming. Could it be? Enesson stared at me. A magic link extended from her abdomen like an umbilical cord, glowing faintly. What could what be? Zeshia asked. Enesson's wings flapped a few times. She then shook her head. No, I still can't tell. Then, do you want to go check? Zeshia pointed at the doll in the chair. Yup. The two of them ran over to the chair. Eleanor followed after them. I looked down at the doll as well. It seems that notice wasn't a warning about the keepers of termination. The white doll was melting. Although the keepers had been destroyed, Thedal showed no sign of recovery. Its state was worsening by the moment. Half off its right arm had already melted. "We have to stop it quickly," Enesson exclaimed. "Do we do that?" "I don't know." "I don't know, but if we leave it like this, it'll disappear," She said, sounding panicked. "What should we do? What should we do? We can't let this disappear. It's so important to Enesson." The wings on her head fluttered in a fluster. "Calm down, come this way." I walked back over to the door of the room. Anos, what are you gonna do? Wouldn't it be better to stop time with Rivide?" Eleanor asked. "If it were a mere object or familiar spell, perhaps. But I cannot stop something I do not know the origins of. That's why things will probably happen, as the notice said." "HM, what does that mean?" "First, we'll check. Everyone leave the room." And I exited the room. 1 beat later, Zeshia and Enesson came running after us. The moment they stepped through the door, Enesson's foot caught on something, tripping her over. Zeshia called worriedly. "Are you okay?" "Yup, I'm fine." Enesson looked over her shoulder with a gasp. "It's fixed," Eleanor said, pointing at the white doll. "Look at the right hand. It was melted just now, right?" The right hand of the doll was slowly repairing itself, as though healing magic had been cast on it. "This must be what it meant by her death accelerating if anything inadequate enters the room," I said. Does that mean it melts if we enter the room?" Eleanor asked. "Yes," my reply, and Enesson picked herself up and hurried out of the room. "The her in the notice was referring to the doll," Eleanor said. "The doll with no heart cannot live outside the mansion with no roof. If we bring the doll outside of the room, it will completely melt away. We have to bring the heart over here and place it inside the doll to bring it out of the room," I surmised. I see. So we just have to find the heart," Eleanor said brightly, then looked confused. But what will we do after we bring the doll outside? We still don't know if it's the real doll that Enesson needs to be born, right?" "Indeed. However, Forslanar leaf is the embodiment of Enesson's order. The words on the notice are equivalent to her words. Bringing the doll out of Thurum must have some kind of meaning for her order," I said, then turned around. "Find the heart. If we consider the list, the soul with no body is probably the heart. We should take a look at the vessel with no magic as well." "Got it," Eleanor said, getting ready to leave. Zeshia poked my leg with her finger. "Has something to say." I looked over at Enesson to see her gazing up at me. Her wings were folded against her head shyly. I stopped and crouched down before her. "What's wrong?" I think." Enesson hesitantly opened her mouth, and what she said next was something I could never have predicted. "I think Demon King Anos might be Enesson's papa." Section 33. Vessel with no magic, soul with no body, we left the roofless mansion and continued down the streets of Forslanarleaf. "The shops with no doors should be closer than the cemetery with no graves, right?" I asked Enesson. Yes," she answered quietly. We had spotted the shops with no doors right after arriving at the divine city off the sprouting palace. For now, we made our way back there. "That aside, Enesson's father, my memories may be incomplete, but isn't it hard to believe I'd choose to be a god's parent? Militia had to have been involved. But what sequence of events would have to such a thing? I've been in disbelief myself this entire time, Eleanor said from beside me as she matched my walking pace. Just then, Zeshia came to a stop. Eleanor turned to her. Zeshia had a revelatory look on her face. If N's papa is Anos, and N is Zeshia's little sister. She clenched her fists with sparkling eyes. Does that make Anos Zeshia's papa? Wow, talk about jumping to conclusions. Eleanor looked like she was struggling to comprehend the leap in Zeshia's logic. "Zeshia, you were born from magic. The closest father figure to you would be the Heavenly Father," I said. Zeshia looked utterly shocked, tears welling in her eyes. "Not Niscalia." She shook her head furiously, so furiously her entire body shook with her to express her distaste. "I don't like the thought of that either," Eleanor mumbled with a grimace. We continued walking down the street. "Anyway, there's still a lot of unanswered questions," I said. "I suppose it's possible that I joined forces with militia 2,000 years ago and created a new order for peace in the world." Enesson was looking at me in confusion, so I elaborated, saying, "Militia sent you here after I had reincarnated, but because of that, she was prevented by Beno even from meeting Wenzel directly." Enesson nodded in agreement. "If I was cooperating with militia, wouldn't I have brought you to Wenzel before creating the wall that split into 4? I have no memory, but I doubt such a foolish result would have occurred if I had known what militia was planning." "Yeah, that's true. If you think about it logically, militia must have created N after Anos' reincarnation." Eleanor said in belated realization. I had reincarnated before Enesson was created. In other words, I'd had not direct involvement in her birth. Just then Enesson hesitantly spoke up, wings fluttering restlessly. I don't know the details, but I think the person who solves the mystery off for Slanarleaf, the person who stares into Enesson's abyss, is Enesson's papa. Militia say that? I asked. I think so. That's what Enesson's order is saying. That's odd. Militia had known then that Enesson's order wouldn't be born properly. Had she left a message behind with that in mind, she might have wanted me to do something about it. There it is, a shop with no door, Eleanor said. We came to a stop before a shop with a coffin drawn on the sign. A quick look around the building revealed no entrances. There weren't any windows or air vents either. We can't. Get in, Zeshia pounded on the wall. Enesson stood beside her and copied how she hit the wall, but there was nothing there to be found. There any hints on the building itself? Eleanor asked, looking around. Yes, I found it, I replied. Whoa, that was fast. Go, Demon King. On the back of the shop sign hanging on the wall was a notice just like theater. Let's see, Eleanor said, leaning in to read it. This shop sells the vessel for the price of compatible magic. This shop sells the vessel for the price of compatible magic. If a shoplifter enters the room, her death will accelerate. She wants to leave this room. The vessel with no magic cannot live outside the shop with no door. Fill it with magic, put it in the vessel, so that she can live outside. It's basically the same as what was written at the mansion, Eleanor said. Enesson and Zeshia looked up at me. What should we do? Can Zeshia's magic pay the price? Judging by the notice, that probably wouldn't work, but there was always the chance of a loophole somewhere. Either way, it would be worth seeing what happened. Give it a go, I said. Zeshia nodded and placed a hand against the wall of the shop. I'll try it with Big Sis Zeshia, Enesson said with a smile, wings flapping excitedly. Like this. Zeshia gathered magic power in the palm of her hand and sent it into the wall off the building. Enesson stood beside her and mimicked her actions, sending magic into the shop as well. Nothing's happening, Eleanor said, tilting her head in confusion. At a glance, nothing had changed about the shop. Doing that, I said, walking up to the wall a short distance away from the girls. I then raised a hand and swung down at the wall lightly. The wall fell apart with a loud crash, creating a hole into the shop. Whoa. Was it okay to just break that? Eleanor asked. I just wanted to see inside. I looked through the hole. Eyes glinted back at me in the darkness. Cree-yee. With a high-pitched screech, several monstrous birds stretched their wings and shot forwards, huge beaks acting like arrowheads. I used Juras to erase the keepers of termination, sending them dropping to the ground one after another. As keepers, they were sorely lacking. Well, I suppose they made up for it with their numbers. Once all the keepers of termination were silenced, I observed the inside of the store. That's the vessel with no magic, I said. At the center of the shop was a glass coffin. It was completely transparent. Saw the empty insides were immediately apparent. Zeshia, not enough payment. Enesson will do her best too. The two increased their magic output. The magic they sent in from the wall was briefly drawn towards the glass coffin, but upon contact, it burst as though rejected. It seems the magic must be compatible with the coffin, like the notice says, I said. On closer inspection, the glass coffin was actually starting to melt. The moment Zeshia and Enesson stopped transmitting their magic, the coffin began to repair itself. We have to find the right magic power for this to work, Eleanor asked. I think I've got a general idea of what we need, I said. She held up an index finger with a questioning look. Which is it? The doll with no heart. It was made of magic, I answered as I repaired the broken wall with Iris. Which leaves the cemetery with no grave. I looked at Enesson. The wings on her head twitched. I know where it is. Follow me. She started running, reaching a hand out behind her for Zeshia to grab Andron alongside her. The two of them took a turn off the street and made their way down narrow alleyways until the stone pavement ended and a dense forest replaced the buildings. As we wove our way through the trees, a shrill squawk could be heard from the darkness. I cast a Beno Eva net around us to prevent any keepers of termination from attacking, and we eventually reached an open area of nothing but soil. Tufts of grass had sprouted here and there, but the blades weren't long enough to get in our way. At the center of the clearing was a large headstone. Enesson ran up to it and turned to look at us. This is it! Was no other landmark in the area besides that headstone. Once we had entered the clearing, the keepers of termination had also ceased their attacks. I stood in front of the headstone and looked down at it. This cemetery waits for the corpse to awaken. If a grave robber appears, her death will accelerate. She's trying to wake. The soul with no body cannot live outside the cemetery. Give her a vessel for the soul, so that she can live outside. Eleanor gave me a look of dread. This says the corpse to awaken is the vessel for the soul. Doesn't that mean the vessel is? The vessel with no magic, most likely, I answered. In other words, the corpse needed the glass coffin at the shop with no door in order to wake. Wait a minute. But in order to take the doll with no heart out of the mansion, we need a heart, and the heart is the soul with no body, right? Eleanor asked. That soul is here in the cemetery, but to bring it out you need the vessel with no magic. That's right. But in order to get the vessel with no magic, don't you need the doll with no heart? Exactly. So what now? Isn't that just a closed loop? I grinned at Eleanor's puzzled look. That's the thing, at this point, most people would be stuck. Which is exactly why Enesson summoned you here. Section 34. The birth of new life, I drew a magic circle on the spot. By calling upon the humanoid magic I owned in accordance with our pact, the magic link between me and Eleanor glowed brightly. When my magic power started flowing into Eleanor, she let out a surprised yelp. Hey, she exclaimed. What are you doing all of a sudden? You know, I didn't understand a word of what you just said. It's easier to show you, I replied. Just go with it. Geez, so pushy. She yielded herself to my spell formula with a grumble. Magic runes floated around her, holy water spilling from the symbols. Soon her body was covered in a bubble of holy water, and the bubble itself started to float midair. Eleanor magic had activated. The cemetery was lit up by the spell, and a faint light appeared. If you're going to create a fake coffin, wouldn't it be better to use Iris? The Eleanor spell won't become a glass coffin, Eleanor said, curiously tilting her head. The glass coffin is merely the shape bestowed by Forslanarleaf. This is its true form. Faint light in the cemetery, the artificial source finished forming. The ground started glowing yellow, reflecting the light of the holy water. Glittering yellow flames then rose from the ground in front of the headstone, entering Theob of light. It's the soul with no body, Enesson said, pointing at the yellow flames. The wings on her head flapped restlessly, which means it recognized the artificial source created by Eleanor as the vessel with no magic, I said. Eleanor looked utterly confused. So what does that mean? In order to take the doll with no heart out of the mansion, we need the soul with no body. In order to move the soul with no body from the cemetery, we need the vessel with no magic. And in order to buy the vessel with no magic at the shop, we need the doll with no heart. Get that much? It's like when the key to unlock the box is inside the box, right? Exactly. Like you said, there's nothing to be done with what is currently provided to us. The reason Enesson cannot be born is because of the order of Forslanarleaf. So for N to be born, she needs the help of someone who isn't part of this divine city, Eleanor said. I nodded. The three things she needs to be born properly can be created through Eleanor magic as an artificial source. The source goes without saying, but the body and heart are made of magic power too. Oh, I see. When I normally use Ask on myself, I'm creating an artificial source that only has a heart. In other words, within Forslanarleaf, those yellow flames would be equivalent to the soul with no body. Eleanor nodded in understanding and held up her index finger. The artificial sources used to hold the sky pillar sword in the underground worldly had a body, so they would be the vessels with no magic. And an artificial source with only magic power would be a doll with no heart. A doll with no heart, a vessel with no magic, and a soul with no body. The Sethri were all names for an incomplete source, an artificial source. According to Sasha's memories, you and Enesson were both created with Melicia's help, I said to Eleanor. The fact Enesson can reach you and Zeshia through your dreams is probably a message from Militia. I'm needed for N's birth. I nodded. Without Eleanor, Enesson's birth would be impossible. Knowing that, it would make sense that everything that had happened thus far had been set up in order to bring Eleanor here. In addition, the Eleanor spell itself is a hint to Enesson's birth. So that means, Eleanor said, looking down in thought. What does it mean? She couldn't answer her own questions and went silent in thought. Magic power, a heart, and a body, I listed. Why do you normally duplicate artificial sources with only one or two of these factors? Well, if I made an artificial source with all three, it'd become sentient life. Eleanor gasped in realization. So when the doll with no heart, vessel with no magic, and soul with no body are combined, they become one source. By combining artificial sources, new life can be created. It would be impossible on Earth, but the divine city of the sprouting palace is thembediment of Enesson's order, I said. It's a divine domain where Eneson can exist without being born. The doll with no heart, vessel with no magic, and soul with no body are technically unborn too, which is why we can assume they can be combined for a source to be born. Raised a hand, eyes bright in anticipation. Will N be born? If all three are combined, she asked. A doll with no heart, a vessel with no magic, and a soul with no body. Wenzel said they existed in this city in innumerable numbers, making it impossible to tell which was the real one, but that isn't the case at all. They're all real. By combining them all into one and forming a complete source, Eneson will be born. Turned to Eneson and hugged her excitedly. We did it. En, you'll be born soon. Wings on Eneson's head flapped in surprise. A smile spread across her face. I hope I can meet you soon. Big sis Zeshia. Leave it. Us? Zeshia grabbed Eneson's hands and gave her a deeply determined look. Oh, but are we sure that's the answer? There are no other possibilities, Eleanor asked me. We're going to have to check, of course, I said. Let's go grab the soul. Got it. Eleanor left the bubble of holy water with a splash. I created her usual clothes around her using iris. She extended a hand, and the yellow ball of light with the flame inside flew over to her. Eleanor cupped it gingerly to her chest. Which way? Next. Zeshia asked. Head to the roofless mansion, I said. Roger. Zeshia linked hands with Eneson, and the two ran off in a hurry. Eleanor and I followed right behind them until we returned to the roofless mansion. I stood before the notice and opened the door. There were no keepers inside, unlike the doll on the chair we saw earlier. Eleanor, I said, hold on. I'll try and take it out of the artificial source. Eleanor inserted her magic into the ball of light. A small section of the ball unhinged like a door, the yellow flame inside slowly floating out. The soul with no body drifted into the room, floating through the air as it steadily approached the doll in the chair. As we expected. The doll and soul both seem safe, I said. If we stepped into the room, the doll with no heart would immediately begin melting, but it showed no reaction to the soul entering. And the soul, which was unable to leave the cemetery by itself, was beginning to burn brightly within the room. The soul with no body reached the doll, phasing through its chest to nestle inside. Yellow light appeared in the eyes of the doll. With a creaking sound, it stiff-legged up from the chair. Step by step, the doll walked over to the door, then left the room. To the shop, the doll said in an unnatural voice. Leave it to Zeshia. Eneson will help too. Held the doll around the shoulders while Eneson picked up its legs. The two proceeded to bounce down the street, chanting heave-ho as they carried the doll. Should it really be carried like that? Eleanor asked, watching over the two of them with concern. Well, as long as it gets there, it shouldn't be a problem. Left the roofless mansion and made our way to the shop with no door. Me down, the doll with a soul said. With a final heave-ho, Zeshia and Eleanor set the doll down on the ground. The doll walked forwards awkwardly and placed a hand against the wall. The wall gave way like a door pushed open. The doll walked inside the shop, straight for the glass coffin, and curled up inside it, clutching its knees to its chest. The glass coffin immediately began glowing with a blinding light. Whoa, something amazing is happening, Eleanor said. The glass coffin transformed into light that covered the doll's body. That doll's silhouette distorted, altering its shape and becoming rounder and rounder until it turned into a small glowing egg. It's an egg. Will it hatch? Eleanor and Zeshia both looked confused. Eneson was staring at the egg with a serious look when suddenly a soft tapping sound could be heard. A crack appeared in the egg, which then split to reveal a small chick. Cute, Zeshia cried, running with Eneson to crouch before the chick. What kind of bird is it? Looks like a stork. If we turn the remaining dolls and souls into this bird, it may be able to deliver a baby order of Eneson, I said. Eleanor peered at the stork over my shoulder. But there seems to be a lot of roofless mansions, shops without doors, and cemeteries without graves. It may take a while. Just then, a resounding crash thundered in the distance, completely erasing her voice. Eleanor whirled around in shock. The large building at the back of the divine city, the palace where the goddess of birth was, had collapsed into pieces. Section 35. Attack. I immediately connected my vision to Misha's eyes through our Jai's link, but I could only see darkness. The same happened when I switched to Sasha's magic eyes. Eleanor, Zeshia, I'm leaving Eneson to you. I'll be going ahead, I said. Got it. I planted my feet firmly against the ground and sent magic power into my legs. I then leaped away like a bolt of lightning, the ground shattering underneath my feet. I aimed straight for the palace at the back of Forslanarleaf, breaking through the crumbling outer wall and arriving at the exact spot where Wenzel had been imprisoned. The upper floor had completely collapsed, revealing the oceanic sky. Theme murals and pillars in the area had also all crumbled apart, creating a mountain off rubble. On one side of the magic cage was a hole large enough for one person to escape through. The prison was empty, and the goddess of birth, once trapped inside, was missing. In front of the cage was Sasha, fallen on the ground, with Misha lying still on the other side. Neither were moving, but their sources appeared to be safe. Had the assailant prioritized Wenzel's retrieval? Lilwente. I drew a magic circle over Sasha and Misha. From what I could see with my eyes, they were afflicted with a curse or seal that weakened their bodily functions. They were conscious, but they were too focused on breaking the seal and resisting the affliction with their magic wards to physically move their bodies. I tried to break the seal with Lilwente, but it would take time to recover from such a powerful order. With my magic eyes dyed mauve, I glared at the order magic cast on theme and layered more Lilwente on top. I surveyed the area at the same time. The god of binding was behind a broken pillar, still wrapped up in chains of order. Wesnera should have been working for the goddess of termination. It seemed she herself had forcibly broken through the prison because Wesnera had been rendered powerless. Neutralizing 3 people in an instant, but not bothering to save your only. How baffling, I said to myself, turning to look at the wall behind me. Was he no longer of any use? I pointed my fingers at the mural and fired Jurest. Thunder clapped fiercely as jet-black lightning smashed the wall apart, revealing the figure behind it. Or was hiding there all you could do? The god took a few steps forwards. Her red hair was tied up with a string, both her lips and clothes the color of blood. But her eyes were terribly cold and empty. Although she had been hiding, there was an incredible amount of magic power in her abyss. "Are you Andaluk?" I asked. According to Wenzel, Andaluk wasn't meant to have returned today. Had Wenzel been wrong? Or was this not the goddess of termination, but a different god? "Speak when spoken to, child," she said, voice devoid of emotion yet still somehow dripping with contempt. "Who do you believe stands before you, Bo?" "Did you hide Wenzel?" I said. She smiled coldly. "I do not answer to you. Where is Enesson? I'll tell you if you tell me where Wenzel is." Sparks flew from our clashing gazes. The god's pale face did an event which as she remained silent. "Well, to bargain with a mere demon is below me." The goddess of birth Hazelready departed the divine city of the sprouting palace. Forslanarleaf now tilts towards the order of termination. Understand yet, child? Your little head need not be weighed by such worries. Her lips curled up in an impassive smile. "As you guessed, I am the goddess of termination, Andaluk. The order off thy's world that aborts unwanted life. Soon enough, Enesson will join those ranks." Andaluk spread her arms, and red threads wrapped around her fingertips. The threads extended to draw a magic circle from which more red threads appeared, spreading across the floor like a fresh scar over flesh. That red scar then opened with a shrill screech. A flock of monstrous birds rushed into the air. Venez Ravil, the keepers of termination, flapped their black wings and flew high, circling the skis of Forslanarleaf. I see. For Enesson to be born, I need you either destroyed or expelled from Forslanarleaf, I said, wrapping the origin magic Jurest around myself like a tornado. Thunder roared as black lightning scattered through the sky, shooting down countless black birds one after another. Each bird fell with a piercing cry. "Do you comprehend where you stand, child?" Andaluk said, pompous as ever. "What could you possibly mean?" "Surely you do. You, the misfit, the unwanted, the one who disturbs order. Fortunate were you to escape the order of termination when you were born. But still, you are a blight on this world." Goddess of termination tapped the ground with a foot. The red thread spread on the ground and writhed, drawing another magic circle in front of her. "Ha ha," Andaluk cackled with high-pitched laughter. But even still, there was no real emotion in her voice. "Luck escaped you upon your first step into the divine domain. You may scream and cry all you wish, but know this, your destination has already been decided." A sharp metallic sound echoed. "Snake forceps of termination, Egliahan." From the magic circle of red thread appeared an incredibly large pair of scissors, engraved with the design of a 2-headed snake. The scissors were specifically embroidery scissors, with ring handles and a long shank. The goddess of termination grabbed a ring handle in each hand and pointed the blades at me. Straight to the point. "In that case, answer me one more thing while you can still speak," I said. Andaluk stared at me carefully without saying anything. Did you get to speak with Wenzel? A worthless question. There is nothing I have to say to my sister. Sisters should get along with each other. This is the way of order. Good grief. Like Wenzel had said, Andaluk was a very typical god. I couldn't see any sign of emotion in her. Her replies were as robotic as the rest of Thegods. Wenzel planned to persuade you otherwise, I said. She doesn't want to fight her sister. He ha ha, Andaluk laughed. Gods are merely order, we have no will and we have no hearts. I am death, Wenzel is birth, we each bear our respective duties. Perhaps for you, but Wenzel isn't just her order, she has a heart too. With an expressionless white face, Andaluk replied, a brief disturbance tow her order and nothing more, she will recover. Ha ha, I cackled. A brief disturbance. You think her desire to help Enesson make this world a kinder place, how tortured she is by wanting to save you, is a mere disruption of order. That's quite the wild statement. Gods have no heart. The goddess of birth merely showed a reaction that made it seem as if she does. As a non-divine being, you saw only the illusion of a heart. That's quite the interesting answer, but it's true that the hearts of others are often inscrutable. Humans, demons, and draconids alike tend to rush to such conclusions. Particles of magic gathered around Egliahan. Andaluk looked ready to stab the scissors through me at any moment. You hallucinate for her a heart that she does not have. You conjure a hope that isn't there. Above all, you dream of an order that does not exist. Nothing you do will change the facts. Gods do not have hearts, and the order of the world is always correct. And thus, a kind order cannot exist. Such contradictions cannot be. His divine eyes glinted. Enesson will never be born. This is the inevitable conclusion. The Bladesoff Egliahan snipped threateningly. Termination. I get it. I began walking straight towards Andaluk, who had the snake forceps of termination held at the ready. In that case, I'll just have to teach you that gods can have hearts. Order can be incorrect. I drew 50 magic circles of geograys, firing them at once. And that Enesson can be born. The jet-black suns soared through the air with a trail of light, striking the goddess of termination one after another. But they were stopped by her purple anti-magic wards, leaving her unharmed. Unwanted babes shall be consumed by the fangs of the snake, Andaluk said, low and intent like she was chanting a curse. Egliahan! She charged forwards with the snake forceps of termination pointed at me. It ran forwards to meet the giant divine scissors halfway. Ziara. The moment Egliahan's tip collided with the palm I had thrust out, Theblack suns that had been previously deflected into the surroundings turned into magic circles. Glittering black flames rose from my right hand. No. The moment the glittering black flames were about to appear, the magic circus faded, and Aviasan Ziara was cancelled. Everything undesired shall be terminated. I tried using Beno Even, but the aurora of darkness only flickered for a brief moment before vanishing. The spell had been aborted before it could fully activate. Egliahan pierced through my palm, spilling blood. I proceeded to grab the scissors in an attempt to hold her still, but the god detected that move and withdrew the scissors, quickly disappearing from my sight. Unwanted babes shall be consumed by the fangs. Having traveled through the red threads on the floor to reappear behind me, Andaluk opened her divine scissors. The glinting blades of light rested on either side of my neck. Terminate, Egliahan. The scissors closed with a sharp snapping sound. I evaded it by leaning backwards, then clenched my fists with all my might. Vebzud. Shadows inverted, turning my fists black. But before the magic could completely cover my hand, both Vebzud's spells were aborted. Everything undesired shall be Ga. Blood poured from the goddess of termination's mouth in the middle of her declaration. My fist of regular magic power dug into Andaluk's abdomen. Your power is impressive. Feel free to abort all you want. With more magic power wrapped around my fist, I punched Andaluk straight in the face. She had a sturdy magic barrier deployed around her, but I paid it no heed as I smashed through it, my punch sending the goddess of termination flying backwards. She crashed into a mural with a heavy thud, then fell forwards onto the floor, bleeding. Gwa, what? Stood before her as she lifted her head, cracking my knuckles and shaking out my hand. Everything divine shall be beaten to death. Section 36. The goddess of termination and the unwanted fetus. You dare look down on me, unruly child, Andaluk replied. All you are is a fetus fated for termination. You might have avoided your fate by sheer luck, but the essence of the matter remains unchanged. Goddess of termination grinned from where she was crawling on Theflor. Before me, you are a mere babe. I don't think I've ever seen someone crawling on the floor talk so big, I said. If you think you can beat me to death, just try. I am an order of the depths of the divine realm. A god your eyes would normally never have been ordained Tosi. Andaluk grabbed the snake forceps of termination. I stomped down on her right hand before she could counterattack. Jaya, try not to perish from the pain. Particles of magic gathered around my fist. Without any spell formula involved, I used nothing but physical force to slam my hand into the goddess of termination's jaw. The magic barrier and wards she had up shattered like glass, and her body flew through the air. Andaluk bled profusely as she spoke. You cannot kill me. With that, good to know. I clenched my fists and slammed them into Andaluk 10 times over. Her body warped and twisted as she was blown towards the wall of the palace. Even as she did so, she mumbled out loud. Such blows, like being patted by a newborn. This much I can heal instantly. Then try it. The sound of my voice, Andaluk whirled around with a gasp. I had flown ahead of her to stand behind her. Gwaya. I slammed her with a magic-infused fist, sending her flying in the opposite direction. This much is nothing, but it's not over yet. I cut in front of her even faster this time, striking her consecutively and beating her barrier and body to the point of disfigurement. Andaluk went flying, gagging. Geha, this is just getting started, of course. Cutting ahead of her once more, I struck Andaluk multiple times in a single breath. With her ability to abort magic, my attacks were instead plain and simple. All I had to do was repeat them. I would wait for Andaluk to land, then punch her through the air again. Punch, move, punch, move. The more I repeated the action, the shorter the intervals became. But since I had thrown that first punch, her feet had never touched the ground. Several seconds later, her body was pinned to a single point in the air by the punches I threw from every direction. I was moving so fast that to a bystander it would look like I had cloned myself into two. Jaya. By casting wards and barriers around her entire body, Andaluk was barely able to withstand my fists. This is impossible. I am a god, an order of this world. How could you move fast enough for these divine eyes to see too? She shouted with a tinge of panic, before that expression immediately warped with arrogance. Is that what you thought I'd say, child? Ha, foolish child. I can see through such boring tricks. Such impossible speeds are to suggest that you are punching me, when actually you have used magic to clone yourself. Did you really think you could deceive me by saying you beat me to death? Even as she was pinned in the air by my relentless punches, Andaluk still looked triumphant, as if she had seen through my plan. Deceive? What are you talking about, Andaluk? You persist in such falsehood. You cannot trick my divine eyes. Think, what mother would lose sight of the child in their womb? There is no speed in this world that can make me lose sight of reality. Are you sure about that? Ha, Andaluk laughed. And one more thing, I can see you using Najira. Did you think I wouldn't abort the spell if I couldn't detect it? Her divine eyes glinted with bloodlust. Step aside, child. Your fate is certain. I continued punching Andaluk without a care. She immediately made her move. Everything undesired shall be aborted. Disappear. The goddess of termination used her order of abortion. But in the next moment, Jai ga ga ga, gwa ga ga ga. If you focus too much on terminating spells, logic dictates that you'll slack off on your other spells. With her magic rerouted to her order, I smashed through her weakened barriers and wards to directly strike her body. Andaluk's divine eyes could still see two of me. Fists flew at her from both in front and behind at rapid speed, severely distorting her body. Jaya, why can't I abort it? Did you erase my order, Misfit? BWA, haha. Order, whatever do you mean? The Najira was bait to make you think I had magically cloned myself. Did the child in your belly move so energetically that you thought you had twins? Some goddess of termination you are, huh? Andaluk screeched with shock. Impossible! No child can escape my eyes. She attempted to cast her magic barrier anew, but it was too late. Here comes the finisher. As one would expect, it was quite the back-breaking effort to pry open a god's magic barrier barehanded. Thus, I had lured her into this situation. By slamming me fists on her unguarded body over and over and over, I battered her divine body with strikes until finally, she slammed against the ground. A small crater was created from the impact, and Andaluk spat up blood. She lay on the spot weakly, gasping for breath. I stood by her head and looked down on her face. Is that all you've got, child? You cannot beat me to death. Big words for a body about to die. Andaluk's blood-stained lips curled in a grin. I am the goddess of termination. Thus, killing the womb is also a form of termination. Do you understand? Hee ha ha, she cackled with laughter as her magic power suddenly rose. Just watch, the snake will consume you. Splatter of Andaluk's blood near my navel had formed a magic circle. A blood-red snake with bared fangs appeared from the circle. A curse, is it? You will never escape. I raised my foot to stomp on her face. But just before making contact, Andaluk disappeared, swallowed by the red threads sprawled all over Theground. She reappeared a distance away, as though she had traveled through threads. She had also picked up the snake forceps of termination on her way, but the snake design on it was missing. I see. So that's the snake that was on the scissors. My, you think that is a snake? The goddess of termination laughed, body battered but magic power as lively as ever. It's an umbilical cord. Another snake, opposite to the one that bit me, extended its head and sank its fangs into Andaluk's abdomen, slipping into her body, most likely in tow her placenta. Now return. Unwanted life, come back to me. Threads rose into the air, swaying as they formed a spherical room around us. Snake womb of termination, Andaluk declared. What about it? I grabbed the snake connected to Andaluk and yanked it. The goddess of termination helplessly lurched towards me, and once she was close, I slammed me right fist straight into her. Jaya. The moment Andaluk screamed, my source was heavily wounded, and at once the rampaging power of destruction started seeping out. I immediately focused inwards to suppress the rampaging power. She hadn't attacked, yet my source had taken a direct hit, which meant, this umbilical cord has turned you into the womb and me into the child. Issy, Andaluk cackled. You mean the fetus? The umbilical cord snake glowed a bloody red. A huge amount of magic power then passed through the snake, flowing from Andaluk to myself. It ignored my anti-magic wards and entered me without any resistance. You cannot refuse. A fetus can only accept what is given to them by their mother. Every time more magic power flowed into me, my body shrank. No, it was turning younger. My 16-year-old body turned 15, then 14, slowly counting down. In no time at all, I was in a 10-year-old body, then in a 6-year-old one. I tried to cast Curse to counter it, but Andaluk aborted the magic easily. I see. So this is what you used to render Misha and Sasha helpless, I said. Those two were not afflicted by the umbilical cord of Egliahan. That was merely magic that reverted their body functions into those of a fetus, though this spell is far more foolproof than that one. She smirked from ear to ear, as though to say there would be no escape from what she was about to do. This is the end. Return to my womb an utterly powerless fetus. Light wrapped around me. My clothes fell to the floor as my body became an actual fetus. Unwanted fetuses shall be culled by the scissors of God, she said, opening the blades of the snake forceps of termination around the umbilical cord. Terminate, Egliahan. With a sharp snipping sound, the snake-shaped umbilical cord was cut. Heek, hee ha ha ha, I told you so. All life is powerless as a fetus. Note that your luck ran out the moment you arrived here, pitiful child, Andaluk said, laughing, sounding more real and heartfelt than any of the fake smiles she had shown until now. You look like you're having fun. She froze at the echo of the sudden leaks. The only reason the leaks itself hadn't been aborted was because she wanted to know what was going on. You can show emotion, Andaluk. Goddess of termination shot a startled look at my clothes. A sinister, jet-black magic power was rising from them. As a fetus, my body now emitted a vast amount of magic power, one that shaped itself into a black devil with claw-end fangs. Is that? Andaluk muttered in shock. Impossible. This can't be. I took a step forwards and she flinched. Did you think a fetus would perish just because you cut the umbilical cord? I took another step forwards and Andaluk backed away from me in response. Unfortunately, this body is my reincarnated body. It's different from anormal fetus. Why, you can't fool me. Die. Andaluk grabbed Egliahan and thrust it forwards. But the moment its blades touched my body, they began to melt. After I reincarnated, I slept in my mother's womb, just like a normal fetus. Do you know why? Disappear. She tried to cut my head off with the snake forceps of termination. A sharp snip later, the two blades melted away. No, they had been destroyed. Not even I can control the magic I have as a fetus. If I don't cancel out my poor, destruction flows freely from my source and exposes the womb Tottinger. Wah. Andaluk backed away with a frightened look. Judging from her reaction, a fetus had never attacked her before. Impossible. This cannot be, she muttered, teeth clattering as she trembled. When I took another step forwards, the goddess of termination fell, landing hard on her backside. From the ground, her entire view would have shifted to see only a sinister, jet-black fetus slowly approaching her. What was it you were saying about powerless fetuses again? I raised a fist of pure, tyrannical power, destruction oozing from my hand. Its magic power corroded the red threads surrounding me and attempted to damage the world itself. There wasn't much time. Just a warning, but this punch will make my earlier punches look like nothing. I normally take care not to harm the world, but I'm afraid that as a fetus, I have no such control. Disappear, monster. Unwanted babes shall be aborted. Andaluk used all her magic power to restore the snake forceps of termination and wield it like a spear. The blood-red tip thrust forwards into my palm and melted like hot butter the moment I grabbed it. Just so you know, I was very much a wanted child. Jet black fist swung down on Andaluk. Section 37. Binding love, my fist stopped right before Andaluk's nose, wind pressure and magic particles ruffling her hair. Andaluk trembled from head to toe, unable to do anything but stare at the fist of destruction right before her eyes. Sure you're wise enough to know what would have happened if this hit you, I said, using some magic power to hover slightly off the ground. I glared on at the goddess of termination. Cease the order of termination on Inesone and tell me where Wenzel is. I stroked her belly with my black-stained fingers. Red blood oozed out, spilling down to her feet as if she had wet herself. Or do you want to have a fetus gnaw their way out of your belly? The goddess of termination answered through chattering teeth. You cannot do it. I am the god that governs termination. You cannot stop order. If the flow off a river could be stopped, it would no longer be a river. Was the goddess of termination's order that had driven Wenzel out of Forslanarleaf to terminate Inesone, and because it was her order, she was unable to defy it. Although I had awakened emotions within her, as I had expected I would, fear alone wasn't enough to resist order. Hee ha ha. What's wrong? Bit early to be losing your mind. Impudent child. Who do you think I am? Who do you think stands before you? Andaluk cackled with eerie laughter, insanity brightening her eyes. Unlike the artificial smiles she had given me earlier, there was a real emotional darkness to her current expression. That's right. I am the god that governs termination, the goddess of termination, Andaluk. Unwanted life. Magic gathered at her arms, and the snake forceps of termination reformed in her hands. She snapped the blades open, drawing a spiral of blood-red magic particles. I braced myself. Be terminated. Egliahan's blades snipped shut, and Andaluk's own head went flying. After curving through the air, the head fell to the floor and rolled. There was no magic to be detected in the skull. She was dead. The countless swaying threads that formed the snake womb of termination around me contorted and fell apart completely. The umbilical cord of God lost its effect, and the red threads left my body, allowing me to return to my usual 16-year-old body. I see. I redressed myself with magic and looked around to see an immense number of red threads appearing across Forslanarleaf. Like a scar, they spread across the buildings, streets, and greenery of the divine city, sticking to surfaces like a sea of red thread. Anos, Eleanor's voice said through leaks. Been acting weird since all the red threads appeared. Her source is really weak. En's about to die. Help Anos. Zeshia's tearful voice echoed. Don't panic. A barrier powered by an ask of love and kindness will be effective against order. That should buy you some time. Got it. I looked back down at Andaluk's headless corpse. It's true that a child cannot be born if the womb itself dies. Egliahan to behead herself had probably been the most effective way to use the order of termination. For a god, dying was nothing. Ingal. I dripped blood onto Andaluk's source and drew a magic circle. The light off resurrection glowed, but immediately became distorted. Ingal had been terminated before it could fully activate. You may be able to terminate magic even with a dead womb, but there's no need to be so stubborn, I said, staring at her source with mauve-stained magic eyes. I slowly lifted my right hand. With you dead, it's far easier to destroy your source than revive it. I took one step towards her source. It was fine if she gave up and let herself resurrected here. And if she instead chose to be destroyed, then so be it. That was her will. If her source perished, then the order of termination that had activated the moment she died would vanish too. Vebzud. I drew the magic circle halfway, then stopped. Andaluk wasn't completely neutralizing all magic. Her power was termination. In other words, she had to wait for the magic to reach a fetal state before it could be aborted. Which made things simple. I just forced the nearly activated spell directly into her. I pierced at her source faster than she could terminate it. Looks like you've chosen ruin, Andaluk. I swiftly drew the magic circle and was just about to pass my fingers through it when the hole in the side of the magic prison caught my eye. I lowered my hand and erased the Vebzud circle. That I think about it, that's rather odd. I had been running around the divine city to help the birth of Eneson's order. I had watched things happening here through Misha and Sasha's eyes. After Sasha recalled her memories, the two had stood guard over Wenzel in preparation for the goddess of termination's arrival. But all it had taken was an instant. Before I knew it, Misha and Sasha had been defeated, the magic prison was empty, and Wenzel had been expelled from the city. No matter how powerful Andaluk was, it wouldn't have been easy to defeat Misha and Sasha in their current states. All the more so simultaneously and in a single instant. Expelling Wenzel from the divine city afterwards would have taken even longer, since it would have involved passing through either the Dorto Delskade or the door farther into the divine realm. Even if they had been taken by surprise, at least one of the three people present should have noticed the goddess of termination's arrival. Considering how I had only taken a single moment of my attention away to focus on solving the mystery of the divine city, everything would have had to have happened simultaneously, and in a single move, for no one to have noticed her. And in reality, this was the result. But if she had been capable of thys much, not being able to escape afterwards was uncharacteristically sloppy. When Wenzel had given me her warning, she had said that if the goddess of termination was destroyed, I had to then ensure that Eneson was born within a day of Andaluk's destruction. Birth and death were two sides of the same order, so if the order of termination was lost, the balance would collapse, with Thorold tilting in favor of birth. But if the order of birth was too strong, Eneson could be born in an undesirable shape. In a way, what she had said was the truth, but what she had intended was different. Furthermore, Militia had told Eneson that the goddess of termination must not be destroyed. When considering all of these factors together, so that's how it is. I kept an eye on the goddess of termination's source as I walked over to a pillar. Then I retrieved the god of binding, who had fallen behind it, and undid his chains. He cast a hostile glare my way the moment he regained his senses. "Why you?" he spat. "Wenzel's vanished, and Andalux used the power of termination to kill herself," I said. Wesnera immediately swallowed his words. "You understand, right? Eneson will be terminated if Andaluk isn't destroyed, but we can't afford to actually destroy her." Those words the god of binding donned a serious expression, one totally opposite of how he'd previously looked. "Lend me your strength, god of binding. Andaluk can terminate magic viewed as a god. She cannot interfere with other orders. She cannot terminate, for example, your chains." Hung his head, clenching his fists. I can't. I am the order that governs restriction and stagnation. Andaluk cannot interfere with my chains, but me chains can't bind her termination either. "It wouldn't be your first time restraining order," I said. He looked at me in surprise. "You were protecting your mother, were you?" Wesnera stared at me without responding. "At your mother's request, for your mother's sake, you shut her in that cage." Slowly and hesitantly, Wesnera nodded. "I didn't want her to go anywhere. If I tied Mama here, she would always stay by my side." The god of binding clenched his teeth in regret. "I couldn't keep her restrained forever," he murmured. "I'm sorry I called your love childish. You're a good son," welled in his eyes. "If you hadn't come, Mama would still be. Would you have kept her bound here for eternity?" I asked. Wesnera fell silent. His expression answered my question. "Worry, I won't let her perish." "Really?" I nodded. "Bind the goddess of termination with your heart. Use your love for your mother, and it should work." Hesitated for a brief moment, but he immediately shook his head and slapped his own face. He stood up with a determined look and stared at the goddess of termination's corpse and source. "Mama, I've decided," he said firmly. "I don't want to be separated from you after all." The magic prison with the hole in the side dismantled itself, each iron bar flying over to where the goddess of termination's source was. Then, with a lot-off loud clanging, the cage reconstructed itself around her. "Never, ever, ever." Pain spread across Wesnera's face. Restraining another order meant defeating his own, but he continued to use all his magic, all his powers of binding, on Andaluk. As he did, his order warped from the influx of love and kindness he drew from. Ejultsing Domla. Magic circles of chains appeared on the four sides of the cage, and from them extended a crimson chain. The crimson chain reached for the goddess of termination and wrapped around her source. For every chain that finished wrapping around the source, some of the red threads spread across Forslanarleaf disappeared. By binding her source in chains, Wesnera was restraining the order off termination itself. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists even more tightly, Wesnera commanded his own powers of binding. Andaluk's source was soon entangled in a cocoon of chains that hung from the top of the cage. The red thread spread across the divine city faded, eventually vanishing completely. The goddess of termination's order had been sealed. At the same time, Andaluk's source itself began to weaken. Bound by the chains of order and unable to move, the source faded until it disappeared, along with the head fallen on the floor. Birth and death, huh? What troublesome orders, I said. A faint light gathered within the cage. The light took the shape of a person, gradually refining to be that of a young woman. Her body was wrapped loosely in long fabric, and she had long, straight hair and light green eyes. It was the goddess of birth that had been expelled from Forslanarleif, Wenzel. Section 38. Two sides of a divine coin mama. Wesnera ran over to the cage and reached for the woman sitting within it. When Wenzel grabbed his hand, tears welled in his eyes. "Sorry, Mama. Don't be mad," he mumbled. Wenzel smiled gently at him. "I'm not mad, but I couldn't protect you. I couldn't keep my word." "Even though you said it was our secret," Wesnera sobbed. Wenzel patted his head gently through Theron bars. "It's okay, Wesnera. You may not follow my orders, but you are a kind boy. I knew you would fight to the best of your ability." God of Binding curled up on the spot and cried. He looked more like a regular little boy than a god. Two gods in one body, huh? Well, technically, they're different bodies. He walked up to the magic prison and stood before Wenzel. When the goddess of birth is manifested, the goddess of termination cannot exist. Conversely, when the goddess of termination is manifested, the goddess of birth cannot exist. Am I right? Wenzel nodded. Even among the gods of the firmament, the two of us are special. We are two views of the same order, two sides of a single coin, two sisters that can never face each other. It was impossible for both goddesses to exist at the same time. Just like Akin, only one side, one goddess, could be seen at any time. I assumed that when left to operate on its own, the switch between birth and death would be activated by fulfilling some condition. It must have been time for Andaluk's turn, I said. And like a coin flipping over, when Andaluk appeared, Wenzel would disappear. Neither Misha nor Sasha would have expected an attack to come from inside the cage. That had been the trick behind neutralizing them and expelling Wenzel from Forslanarleif in a single move. Wesnera wasn't acting on Andaluk's orders, but to restrain the goddess of birth from flipping to the goddess of termination, I surmised. He bound you to his side to protect you from that. Looked down at the god of binding beside her. I was the one wosked him. I suppose I don't need to ask why you didn't say anything. As two views of the same order, if Andaluk perishes, you would be destroyed too. The longest you can hold out after her destruction is 1 day. Wenzel had warned me to ensure Anesson was born within a day of the goddess of termination being destroyed. And the reason for that, I now knew, was that Anesson needed to be born while the order of birth was still around. You're as clever as Militia described. As you said, birth and death are two sides of the same order. One cannot live for long without the other, Wenzel said with a gentle expression. Ideally, I hoped for Anesson to be born before Andaluk manifested. I believed it was possible. Did something unexpected happen? You came here too fast. Anesson summoning you here caused Andaluk's order to become stronger. The gods. I was a misfit whose existence must be terminated. It made sense for the goddess of termination's power to be strengthened due to me approaching the divine realm. You didn't tell Anesson how you and Andaluk are two sides of the same order, I said. If everything had proceeded as I had hoped, there was no need to. And if worst came to worst, Andaluk must be destroyed for Anesson to be born. It would be too cruel to tell her the truth of what that would mean. Wenzel was prepared to help Anesson's birth, no matter the cost. But if Anesson found out her birth would take her mother's life, she'd bear a heavy burden for the rest of her life. Wenzel, as a mother, couldn't bear to tell her. But it was withholding the truth that backfired on me. Ironic, isn't it? Wenzel said. Believing Wenzel had been imprisoned by the goddess of termination, Anesson had called us to this land through Zeshia's dreams. As a result, Andaluk's order had grown stronger, and Wesnera's chains had been unable to keep the goddess of birth in place. I was going to tell Misha and Sasha while Anesson was gone, but by that point, I had less time than I thought. Wenzel had been about to say something when Sasha regained her memories of Militia and interrupted her. If not, then it might have been the stork born in Forslanarleif that triggered the order of termination. Wesnera is binding me here for now, but that won't last for much longer. With Misfit Anos Valdigode and Enesson both here, the world will tilt towards termination to remove the two existences that reject order. That is the way of nature, and it cannot be stopped just by chaining down the order off-birth. The god of binding was pouring all his magic into Ejultseng Domla, but when I looked into Wenzel's abyss, I could see her source was already in disarray. Even now it was trying to flip from birth to death. Demon King Anos, please end the goddess of termination before Enesso notices, Wenzel said. No, Mama. Chains extended from Wesnera's body, directly tangling around Wenzel. You can't. You have to stay with me. I'll keep you tied here forever. Don't go anywhere. I'll protect you this time. I know I can do it. Despite the tight bindings around her body, Wenzel smiled peacefully. Kind child, none of this is your fault, she said to Wesnera. All you did was listen to your selfish mother as best you could. You loved your mother, and all she did was grant you such a heavy burden to bear. And while you're still a little naughty, I know that someday you'll become a kind order. Already, Yao used the power of binding so gently. She spoke as though she was entrusting him with her final wish. Wesnera shook his head. No, Mama, I don't want that. Wenzel smiled with a troubled look. One last time, show me how strong you are. Love the world in my place, okay? A tear rolled down Wesnera's cheek. The goddess of birth wiped his face and stared at him. As the one binding her here, Wesnera knew better than anyone that there wasn't much time left. Het trembled with his whole body as he nodded, over and over again, to reassure his mother. I promise. Good boy. Wenzel's body blurred around the edges. Her source was weakened and Wasno fatting away. Sorry, Demon King Anos. The rest is. Hold on, let's not rush things. I stepped forwards and reached through the iron bars, sinking my Vebzud-covered fingertips into Wenzel's chest. Ah, Mama, Wesnera yelled. Worry, I merely detained her from leaving, I said. I covered the source inside Wenzel with Beno Ivan, forming a cage that sealed her divine magic power. It wouldn't be able to hold forever, but it should be able to buy some more time. When you said you would try to convince Andaluk, you were serious, I pointed out. Wenzel answered with a serious expression. Yes, I am, however, unable to omit her. She's never responded to me when I talk to her. My voice doesn't reach her. Her emotions have already awakened. Now that her order has been disturbed by fear, your voice might reach her. If the plea of an older sister can impact her heart, she may awaken to love. A faint light sparked in Wenzel's eyes. But that's only if the goddess of termination can feel love, I said. Personally, I don't think she's the type. There's even the faintest possibility of my dearest hopes coming true, then I'm willing to try, Wenzel said with an earnest look. I gave her a nod of approval. Wenzel took a heavy breath and directed her gaze to the middle of the prison. Andaluk, she said, calling out to the little sister that wasn't there. My little sister, my beloved sister I cannot meet. For so long I have worried about you, and could only watch in silence as you shouldered the burden that is your tragic duty. Her words, carried by her kind voice, were overflowing with love, with her whole heart. She spoke to fight against order itself. From the moment we were born, we have been two halves of a whole. I have always felt your presence right behind me. Even though I have known you, and your voice and your order, even though you've always been so close to me, the two of us have never spoken to each other. Welled in Wenzel's eyes as she continued. Please, Andaluk, let me hear your voice. Tell me your pain. We've always stood on opposite sides of life, glaring at each other. We've done nothing but fight. You've always tried to kill, and I've always tried to keep life going. But that isn't what we truly wish for, is it? She desperately pleaded to her little sister. Let's put an end to this. What joy is there to be had in such tedious fighting between sisters? Please, Andaluk, this is my heartfelt request to you. Although she was a god, she uttered her words with intense emotion, as though she was not just speaking, but praying. Answer me. Tell me how you really feel. Not as an order of the world, but from your own heart. Wenzel's body gradually began to fade. It seemed she had reached her limit. If I made Beno even any stronger, she would be destroyed. If possible, I wanted to meet you. I wanted to meet you and talk to you. Please, Andaluk, answer me. In the palm of my hand, Wenzel's source disappeared. Her body vanished at the same time. Order inverted, and faint light gathered in the spot she had been staring at. From the faint light appeared a woman wrapped in red fabric. Her cold ice glared at the spot where Wenzel had last been, her dark red hair swaying behind her. Then, the goddess of termination moved her crimson lips. What a soft-hearted sister. Section 39. A distorted love disturbs order. Andaluk's cold gaze was fixed on empty space. She spoke as though Herolder's sister were still standing there. Why are you asking that now? So much time has passed, yet now you have a care. Red threads crawled out of the floor by Andaluk's feet. They spread like a spider web, forming a magic circle. I am the order of termination. If you, dear sister, can use order to allow children to be born, it is my duty then to terminate them. Andaluk said sharply the space where the goddess of birth had once been. We will never be in harmony. We will never coexist. She fell silent for a long moment, expression unmoving. Andaluk eventually muttered. Even if we can't coexist, I always wanted to get along with you. I believed you could understand me. Even without saying anything, even without our words reaching each other, I believed you would understand. Her crimson lips curled upwards. Like you said, we've always stood on opposite sides of life, me terminating life you attempt to create. Repeatedly, over and over. Calling it a sibling fight is quite comical. Andaluk chuckled. Matter how much we fought, I thought you understood me. She grinned from ear to ear in a ghastly smirk, her eyes shot through withered. Until now. Andaluk laughed with a bloodthirsty grin. Yet behind the laughter there was a palpable swirl of intense emotion, churning ominously. Tragic duty, you say, Andaluk said, ruminating. I wouldn't have dreamed of my own sister saying such a thing. The orders of birth and death made for enroll, but we are both orders of this world. There is no good or bad, no high or low, just correct. That is our fate as gods. She glared into empty space with her bloodshot eyes, as though she was violently thrusting her emotions forwards with her gaze. Did the order of termination look like a tragic duty to you? Did I truly look so misfortunate in your eyes? Could you ever have imagined that I would take pride in governing an order of this world? He ha ha, she cackled madly with laughter. What my dear sister really wishes to say is this. Birth is wonderful and death is abominable. Is that not so? You stand pure while I remain tainted. You find me pitiful and pathetic, you look down on me. Sound of metal clanging against metal could be heard. The divine sisters appeared from the magic circle of red thread. Andaluk lifted Egliahan, the snake forceps of termination, into the air. You ask if this is what we wanted. Of course it's what we wanted. We Ariorder. It is my duty as termination to kill any unwanted life that disturbs Thurald. Yet you, older sister, blaspheme that. You declare me pitiful, as though birth is the only correct order. Her hostility rose with every word she uttered. The dim light of a warped love could be seen in her eyes. I didn't need Misha's eyes to be able to see that. It was hatred, pure hatred. Cease your weak attempts to sway me, and spare me the insolence, Yauhor. You sold your pride as an order to the Misfit. The magic power emitting from Andaluk rattled the magic prison around her. The iron bars contained her power, but the cage was on the verge of breaking apart. I commented. This is quite the spectacular failure, I'd say. It seemed that love had bloomed within her, which was rare for a god in the first place. Kindness had not bloomed in tandem. There was no way she'd be convinced to save Enesson like this. Wesnera, tie her up once again. I will speak to Wenzel. Okay. The god of binding was exhausted, but he mustered the magic power to draw magic circles in the four corners of the cage with chains. Come back to me, Mama, Ejeltseng Domla. Chains extended from the four corners of the cage, wrapping around Andaluk's limbs and binding her magic and source. Release me, child. You are a god, too. How dare order take the side of the Misfit? Andaluk spat. I couldn't care less about order, Wesnera shouted. I will protect Mama. Give her back to me. Red chains wrapped around the goddess of termination. Give her back, ha. So you prefer her over me as well. You anxistants of order seek birth over termination, Andaluk asked, wheezing with laughter. I see, I understand. Her low voice was laced with the darkness of her heart. I finally see what it is I'm meant to terminate. Particles flowed from the magic circle of red threads at Andaluk's feet, shaking the cage even more. There's nothing my chains can't bind. You don't scare me, Wesnera said. Do your worst, Andaluk said with a smirk. Wesnera immediately drew 4 more magic circles. Red chains extended from them, wrapping around Andaluk in no time at all. As the final chain restrained her head, Andaluk laughed again. Undesired order shall be consumed by the fangs of the snake. A snake came crawling out of a small gap between the chains. Terminate. The sharp sound of metal blades snipping could be heard. The snacka transformed into the snake forceps of termination, and Andaluk's head went flying. How uninspired, I said. You really think so, child? The head rolling on the floor turned towards me and grinned eerily. It then opened its mouth wide. Consume, Egliahan! The two-headed snake extended from the divine scissors, sinking its fangs into both Andaluk's head and body. Its target was deep within her divine body, her source. By approaching destruction, her magic power swelled dramatically. Oh no. Wesnera yelled, sweating profusely as the prison creaked. It can't be! The order of termination suddenly got much stronger. The shock waves tore Ejelt's Domla apart, breaking the magic prison completely. Wah! I chased after Wesnera as he was blown through the wall, grabbing the chains around his body and landing on the rooftop of a nearby building. In the spot where had both been moments ago was a giant magic circle of red thread. Countless threads spilled from the center, forming the shape of an enormous two-headed red snake. Hee ha ha, perish, children, all undesired orders, all misfits, Shaldi hand in hand. You shouldn't do things you're not used to. Your magic power may rise the closer you are to destruction, but with such an unstable source you'll disappear, I said to her through leaks. Andaluk had become one with the two-headed snake, and red threads were fraying from her source to spread throughout Forslanarleaf. The threads carried the power to hasten Eneson's termination. She was eroding her own source to power her order. That's right, I will perish, but that will be the correct order. Oh, if I perish, Wenzel will perish and the order of birth will disappear. Eneson will not be born and the birth of an unwanted life shall be prevented. She tossed both her heads back and cackled gleefully. This is the ultimate termination. With each passing moment, she drew nearer and nearer to ruin. When I stared into her abyss with my magic eyes, I could see the order of termination, Egliahan, was pointed at not only Eneson but also Wenzel. If she perished, the womb the snake was connected to would perish, resulting in Wenzel's and Eneson's terminations. An order choosing its own ruin. An order ruining another order. Andaluk's warped love made what was normally impossible possible, surpassing order in the worst way. Even if I didn't destroy her myself, at this rate she would perish and Eneson would be terminated. However, in her current state, Andaluk couldn't be restrained by the god of binding. What's wrong, child? Backed into a corner, are we? The two-headed snake said mockingly. You cannot interfere. I may not be able to terminate the destruction magic you so excel at, but I will be able to perish regardless. I could probably ignore her order with the magic eyes of Mauve and Ravia G. Gavarized. But I couldn't allow the goddess of termination to perish. Sit there and suck your thumb while I destroy Eneson, okay? Andaluk said. The divine eyes of the two-headed snake glinted menacingly as it scanned Forslanarleaf for Eneson. I set Wesnera down on the roof of the palace and quietly told him to hide. Take this. God of Binding used the very last of his magic to hand me a crimson red chain. It wouldn't be enough to restrain Andaluk, but it should be able to slow her down a little. Worry, I won't let your mother perish, I said to him, wrapping Thetchin around my right arm. Wesnera nodded and hurried away obediently. I looked at the two-headed snake before me and leaped. Find her, keepers of termination, Andaluk commanded. Blackbird monsters rose in the skis of Forslanarleaf with screeching cries. At the same time, Andaluk moved. She flew through the divine city, crashing through buildings in pursuit. Where do you think you're going? I asked. Enwa. Andaluk looked downwards in time to see me approach. The next moment, I had leaped up to punch the head of the snake. Gaya. Andaluk crashed into the rubble of the palace with a loud boom, sending clouds of dust into the air. You've sure made things more complicated. But in the end, all I have to do is bring Wenzel back without destroying you, yes. That is impossible. How will you stop my destruction without magic? It's impossible, impossible. Unwanted lives shall be terminated. 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 The two-headed snake righted itself and charged towards me. I leaped through the air and kicked one head, then used the recoil to approach the other head and slam it into the ground with my palm. Andaluk's body was embedded into the dirt. When I landed on a snake head, she laughed. Haha, you think it's enough just to hurt me? You can delay me from finding Eneson, but at this rate, I'll be destroyed anyway. Oh, it hurts so much. How many more punches will I survive, do you think? 10, 20. It might just be one punch away from ruin, you know. Hee ha ha. It's futile, I saw. I stomped on the snake head to force its mouth shut. Quiet. Something interesting is about to happen. Section 40. Leaving the nest while I was preventing Andaluk from moving, I watched what Eleanor Wassop to through the link to her magic eyes. She was using Duigelia to protect Eneson and reduce the effect of the goddess of termination's order. Things are getting worse, she mumbled, looking up at the sky. Blackbirds screeched eerily as they circled overhead in search of Eneson. and in the distance, the giant two-headed snake was scattering loose red threads across Forslanar leaf. Every time the scar-like threads increased in number, Thegony and Eneson's expression grew. Eleanor, I'll handle the snake. You give birth to Eneson and bring her, I said to her through leaks. I just have to gather all the dolls with no heart and turn them into storks, right? Yes, I can probably do that, but there are so many mansions and shops and cemeteries, it may take some time. En's about to disappear. Will we make it? Zeshia said worriedly, peering down at Eneson's face. Eneson smiled weakly and flapped thewings on her head as though to say she was fine. It's only a matter of time before those birds find her too. I could erase my magic to hide, but then I'd have to take Duigelia down, and En will be in danger. Eleanor whirled around with a gasp. The keepers of termination, Venezi Ravil, screeched as they shot down like arrows. Their target wasn't Eleanor or Zeshia, but the Duigelia surrounding Eneson. Stop that. Eleanor fired Teo Trieth from her fingertips, shooting down the Venezi Ravil. Kriega. The birds dropped to the ground one by one, screaming. But Andaluk's red threads soon wrapped around them, and a sinister magic power began to rise from their bodies. Teo Trieth, Eleanor shouted, continuing to fire bullets of light. They struck the keepers of termination one after another, but the Venezi Ravil spread their large wings and easily took to the air once again. Their bodies were entwined with the red threads of the goddess of termination, and their magic power had increased significantly, to the point Eleanor couldn't down them with a single Teo Trieth anymore. This is troubling. I can take them down if I use all my power, but Eleanor's magic was being used to create artificial source hearts and amplify them using Ask. At the moment, most of her power was focused on protecting Eneson. If she switched to offense, Eneson's termination would only accelerate. Kriya! Arg, I'm trying to think. Annoy me and die, Eleanor shouted, shooting at the swooping red birds with Teo Trieth. But the keepers withstood the attack and crashed into the barrier around Eneson, eventually causing holes Topir in it. Crashing into Duigelia wore away the bodies of the keepers of termination, but they continued to sacrifice themselves without a care. It was almost like they had caught Andaluk's insanity. Again and again they bore holes in the barrier, destroying themselves, as if terminating Eneson was all that mattered. I won't let you touch En. Zeshia drew in Harl and used regalamiting to multiply it endlessly. The holy swords of light extended while releasing an enormous amount of magic power, stabbing into countless birds. Punishment. Of fried chicken. Zeshia, fried chicken has to actually be fried first or it'll make you sick. Eleanor shouted, firing Teo Trieth at the birds that had been rendered immobile by Zeshia's holy sword. The bullets of light aimed between the red threads directly struck the Venezi Ravil, burning them to death in a blinding flash. We need to run. Quick, let's go before the next wave comes, Eleanor said. En, can you move? Zeshia offered Eneson her hand. Yup, I'm fine. Eneson grabbed Zeshia's hand firmly and ran alongside her. What do we do now? Knowing you've got to have a way out of this, right? Eleanor said to me through leaks as she ran. Eneson is bait. Wow, that's more brutal than I thought you'd be, she yelped in shock. Gathering all the components needed for Eneson's birth will take too much time. Andaluk will perish before then, and Eneson will be terminated. How will using En as bait help? Eleanor, you will make 30,066 artificial sources simultaneously. Then, you'll send those artificial sources of magic, hearts and bodies into the shops with no doors, mansions with no roofs, and cemeteries with no graves respectively. Oh, I get it. We'll bring them all outside in one go and merge them. That's right. If Eneson lures the keepers of termination away from you, you won't be interrupted. Oh, but hold on, Eleanor said, looking at Zeshia worriedly. Does that mean Zeshia has to protect En alone? I'm not so sure about that. It's okay, Zeshia said, stopping in front of a large building. Zeshia can't protect En alone. En will be born. She squeezed Eneson's hands. Zeshia is a follower of the Demon King too, Zeshia said. But, Eleanor trailed off. BWA haha. I know it's your job to worry about her, but if she never leaves your side, she won't know how to do things herself. Eleanor thought for a moment, then nodded. She then crouched down and gave Zeshia a big hug. Head to the outskirts of the city. Get as far as you can go and take as mana birds as you can with you. If you succeed, I'll make your favorite apple pie every day. Be a sure victory, Zeshia declared, holding Enharl high over her head. The apple pie night, Zeshia. She struck a gallant pose. You do your best too, Eleanor said. Okay. Eleanor hugged Enesson as well. The wings on her head twitched happily. Once Eleanor split from the other two, I resumed speaking. Use ask without an artificial source. Do Igelia can be enhanced with regalamiting? Temporarily cancelled her ask. Then, using Zeshia's love for Enesson, Eleanor redeployed ask and cast Do Igelia around Enesson. Zeshia drew a magic circle. Regalamiting. Opposing mirrors of regalamiting appeared around Enesson, reflecting the barrier around her to increase its layers and make it stronger. Carefully, Zeshia. I won't be nearby, so if this Do Igelia breaks, I can't recast it, Eleanor said in warning, holding an index finger up. Zeshia nodded. We'll be off! She linked hands with Enesson and ran off. Do your best, Eleanor called after them. Zeshia lifted the holy sword of light in response. She spotted some Keepersoft termination overhead and thrust an harl up to pierce them. Zeshia is over here. You birds. Will be fried chicken. The holy sword of light glowed brightly, catching the attention of the Keepers of Termination and drawing them to Zeshia at once. Zeshia ran, luring them towards the outskirts of the city as Eleanor had instructed. When I looked up, I could see a black cloud moving through the air, Theflock of Vene Z Ravel chasing Zeshia. The birds were flying ahead of her in an attempt to cut her off mid-route. Eleanor stared at the dark cloud worriedly for a moment, then shook her head and entered a nearby building. Here goes, Anos, she murmured quietly. Magic runes floated around her, and holy water began pouring out of them, forming a bubble that surrounded her body. Eleanor. A gentle spell echoed through the room. The Eleanor spell was able to create 10,022 source clones at once. She actually had the capacity to create a double that number, but there were 10,000 Zeshias in existence already. Artificial sources were essentially incomplete source clones, so an artificial source of only magic power would only require 1/3 of a source clone. The same went for the heart and body. Thus, the maximum number of artificial sources she could create right now was 30,066. Orbs of faint light flowed from the bubble of holy water one after another, and floated around the room, eventually filling the entire building with artificial sources. Eleanor waited in that state. She couldn't release the artificial sources until the Keepers of Termination had followed Zeshia out of the city. Before long, the black bird monsters had all vanished from the city. Thought Hat meant every Keeper of Termination was currently in pursuit of Zeshia and Enesson. And though it made Eleanor visibly worried for them, she chose to believe in her daughter and endure the uncertainty. Release them now. I gave the signal, and Eleanor raised her hand. Magic power overflowed, opening the windows and doors of the building and releasing the faintly glowing artificial sources. They floated through Forslanarleaf towards the mansions with no roofs, shops with no doors, and cemeteries with no graves. The artificial sources were neither fast nor slow, moving at a steady pace. But the time it took for them to reach their destination was time for the Keepers of Termination to steadily close in on Zeshia. There's more than I thought, Eleanor mumbled. Half the artificial sources had reached the mansions with no roofs and shops with no doors. But they had only searched half the city. It was possible there were more dolls with no hearts or vessels with no magic than the 30,066 artificial sources Eleanor could make. If so, it would take far longer than expected for all the parts to be gathered, and in that entire time, Zeshia would be in danger. As the artificial sources spread throughout the city, Eleanor grew more and more impatient. By the time 70% of the city was covered, 7% of the artificial sources had been used up. Would it be enough? No one knew for sure. If there was a yet unreached corner of the city that just so happened to be packed with doorless shops, there might not be enough. Eleanor spent the time waiting in prayer until eventually the orbs of light reached every corner of the city. That, all, so it seems. Eleanor let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, it really was close. We were lucky what was left was the exact number of artificial sources I could create. The dolls with no hearts, vessels with no magic, and souls with no totaled 30,066. When the three were combined into one, that number was exactly 10022. Not a small number by any means. And now, more time would be needed to move the artificial sources along and have them gather in groups off 3 to hatch. Hold on a little bit longer, Zeshia. I'm going to give birth to N now. Section 41. The small follower in the outskirts of Forslanarleaf, Zeshia and Enesson held hands as they rushed through the overgrown forest. The sky was full of dark clouds, hanging low right underneath the sky's serene sea of billowing waves. Hot on their heels were the keepers of termination, the flock of black birds spreading themselves out to surround them. Cree, Jaya, Jayashaya. Piercing screeches overlapped with each other, creating an eerie echo throughout the forest. Thanks to Zeshia waving the holy sword of light around, she had caught the attention of almost all the keepers of termination as planned. The artificial sources Eleanor had created were spread across Forslanar Leaf. The three things required for Aneson to be born had already been sent to their respective destinations. All that was left was to bring the dolls, vessels, and hearts together and hatch the stork eggs. Zeshia's task was to buy time until that was done. Fried chicken. Enharl exerted its true power, multiplying into swords that floated in the air around Zeshia. She thrust her sword upwards, and the surrounding swords moved to stab the birds in tandem. Behind you, big sis Zeshia. Leave it to me. Sharp beaks thrust forwards like arrows, but the holy sword of light continued to cut down its enemies. Venezi Ravel protected the order after Manation. Their duty was to end life that was yet to be born. Thus, their individual strength only needed to be enough to destroy Aneson's fetal source. In comparison to the Keepers of Time or Destruction, their power was minuscule. But their numbers more than made up for that lack, surrounding Zeshia and Aneson in the forest in no time at all. Upon noticing they were surrounded, Zeshia stopped running. Countless glinting eyes were fixed on Aneson, the young god flinching in fear. "It's okay," Zeshia said, standing before Aneson to protect her. "Zeshia Isher." She used regalamiting and reflected Enharl in the mirrors of the spell. Their flected holy sword materialized into existence, increasing the number of blades around her. When she pointed the holy sword in her hand forwards, a total of 1,000 blades all went flying. The flock dodged the blades with shrill screeches, causing several of the blades of light to stab into the ground. Tia's Daira. Lines of light extended from the Enharls stabbed in the ground, connecting Holly's sword to holy sword in a circle. Blades of light then extended upwards from the swords, curving and converging to a singular point. "It's a birdcage," Zeshia declared. She had cast a barrier in the shape of a birdcage. The keepers of termination within tried to leave the cage, but when they hit the blades of Enharl, they dropped to the floor. "A view will be locked away." Zeshia used regalamiting to duplicate Enharl further, casting Tia's diary everywhere at random. The barrier wasn't too strong, but it covered a large area and was perfect for trapping groups of birds at once. By using the Tia's Daira Ashelter, they were able to hide in the forest and defeat the other birds in the sky. Just then an eerie laughter could be heard. Ha 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 ha, hee ha. The voice that resounded through the forest was brimming with insanity. Red threads gathered in the sky above the forest, forming the shape of a magic eye, one which Andaluk controlled remotely from the palace. "It's futile, you cannot escape. Termination is your," Andaluk's voice. The red threads in the sky started falling down like rain. They wrapped around the keepers of termination and formed an armor they excelled in both offense and defense. Die. The birds now wrapped in red threads dove down from the sky, one after Ranother. The keepers ignored the Duigelia protecting Aneson and instead went for Zeshia. "I won't lose." Using regalamiting to duplicate Enharl endlessly, Zeshia intercepted the birds. 1,000 blades of light clashed with 1,000 bird monsters. Untylone bird eventually slipped through Zeshia's swords. Big sis. Its giant beak stabbed Zeshia's abdomen, tearing through both her anti-magic words and magic barriers. Zeshia fell to her knees, bright red blood seeping from her body. "You thought the fetus was my sole target. If I destroy you, Aneson will be powerless. And my birds can take their sweet time pecking apart the barrier afterwards." Grating laughter echoed through the area. "Consume, Venezi Ravel. Kriya." Like vultures, keepers of termination swarmed Zeshia, pecking her with their beaks. Particles of magic, black feathers, and red blood all danced through air. "Big sis, big sister Zeshia," Aneson yelled, charging at the keepers of termination in tears. Several layers of the Duigelia around her were destroyed in the process, but she managed to crush some of the Venezi Ravel as well. The remaining birds ceased their attack on Zeshia and glared at her. Cree. The moment they screeched, the light of a sword flashed at them, slashing the keepers into pieces. "I won't let you touch." Zeshia said, forcing her battered body Todak down the keepers surrounding them. "Zeshia." With her body in tatters, Zeshia grabbed Eneson's hand and ran. Hold on a little bit longer. They squeezed each other's hands and ran through the forest. The Keepers of Termination attempted to attack them, but Zeshia drove them back with the holy sword of light. But her young body was reaching its limit. She became increasingly weaker, unable to defend against every attack, with more wounds accumulating on her body. Big sis. It's okay. Zeshia grinned brightly to reassure Eneson. Zeshia is strong, because Zeshia is a big sister. He ha ha. It's almost time. Your bluff ends here. Andaluk's voice echoed, the Keepers of Termination gathering overhead. The monstrous birds flocked all together, and red threads entwined around them. That thread covered them all to form one large bird. Perish, Eneson. Terminate. The red bird turned upside down and dove at Zeshia and Eneson. Regalamiting. Stared at the large bird, casting 2 regalamiting mirrors in front of her. Opposing mirrors. She thrust Enharl straight at the mirrors, with the reflected sword duplicating infinitely to stab at the transformed flock. But despite the slashes off blinding light, the red bird continued to dive. I won't lose. She swung Enharl down with all her might, splitting the red bird into 2. Zeshia exhaled in relief, but the 2 halves of the red bird continued to ving until they crashed into the forest floor. The ground exploded, with the massive ensuing blast sending Keepers of Termination scattering in every direction. Zeshia and Eneson were caught in the explosion and were sent flying, slamming into the ground heavily after being pushed back several meters. Ugh, rolled across the ground, eventually coming to a stop face down. The next moment, the rain of red threads had created several puddles across Forslanarleaf, deep scars on the land embodying Andaluk's order. Even Eneson, who was protected by Duigelia, was being adversely affected by them. Sis Zeshia. Eneson used all her strength to get up, but she was unable to find strength in her legs and toppled over. Sorry. Eneson can't move anymore. Staggered to her feet and made her way over to Eneson. Run. Save yourself, at least. Eneson gazed up at the sky. Keepers of Termination were gathering above them once more. The explosion just now had broken the majority of the regalamiting used in Tia's diarrhea, freeing the trapped birds. I wanted to be your little sister. Sorry. Zeshia stabbed her holy sword into the ground and crouched before Eneson. Big sis. It's okay. Zeshia will carry you. Won't work. You won't get away. Zeshia clenched her fist and showed off her flabby upper arm in a triumphant flex. Zeshia is strong because she's the big sister. She wrapped her arms around Eneson and lifted her with all her might. She then shifted Eneson onto her back and crouched to bite Enharl and hold it with her mouth. Leave it. To me, she said, voice muffled. She started running slowly with Eneson on her back. Whenever Keepers of Termination appeared before her, the blades of light floating around her would slash at them. It's no good, big sis. Just like before, swarms of bird monsters were taking formation in the air. Red threads wrapped around them, transforming them into giant red birds. Eneson is only slowing you down. The wings on her head folded inwards. Zeshia continued running intently through the forest, showing no intention of leaving her little sister behind. Hold on tight, she said, using Fles to fly through a clearing at a low altitude. Haha, it's useless. I've got your reliable demon king locked down her. No one is coming to save you. Andaluk's order, the giant red birds prepared to dive. Consume. Zeshia turned so that she was flying backwards and pointed the holy sword-off light at the red birds. As your big sister, I will teach you this. Using the opposing mirrors of regalamiting, Zeshia once again multiplied Enharl's blades and layered them into one giant holy sword. The Demon King's followers. Never lose. A flood of light from the large holy sword attacked the giant Vene Z-Ravel, charging them. Many times will you try the same move. Your fate cannot be changed. Unwanted life. Just like before, the red bird was sliced in 2 but continued to charge. Be terminated. Never, ever. Zeshia yelled, using the last of her strength to slice the twird birds in half once more. I said this is termination. The bird that was split into 4 continued attacking Zeshia. And I said, never. She swung Enharl with all her might, this time splitting the bird into 8. Punishment. A fried chicken. Enharl split into 8 blades, extending from Zeshia's sword to skewer Thesplit birds. Tia's diarrhea. Barrier magic activated, trapping the Keepers of Termination in a cage off-light. Big sis. There, Eneson's voice shouted. A Keeper of Termination appeared behind Zeshia, charging beak first like Aspir. I won't let you. Zeshia slashed at the bird with Enharl. But the next moment, that was bait. Sound of shattering mirrors could be heard. A bird had crashed into Regalamiting in the brief opening while Zeshia was distracted and had broken the mirrors. The opposing mirrors disappeared, and the duplicated holy swordsoft light vanished along with Tia's Daira. Ha ha. How could a follower of the Demon King fall for such an obvious trap? The 8 red birds charged straight at Zeshia. But without the mirrors, there was nothing else she could do to defend against them. The birds charging at him would probably blow up just like the others before. The end, you're nothing but a mere child. 0 points. The bird homed in on Zeshia as she ran, but froze just before making contact. Wah, it was due Agelia. A barrier of earth, water, fire, and wind had been deployed around Zeshia and Enesson, protecting them from the red birds' charge. Tio Triath. 8 bullets of light swallowed the red birds, erasing them. Well done, Zeshia. Full marks for you. Flying through the sky in a bubble of magic runes and holy water was Eleanor, with 10,000 storks following her. She held up an index finger and said with a smile, "As a follower of the Demon King, your first priority is to protect others." Section 42. Undesired order above Forslanarleaf, the divine city of the sprouting palace, a flock of storks flew across the oceanic sky. By hatching all the eggs at once, the chicks had grown into adult storks. Their beaks opened and consumed the red threads of the Order of Termination. The rain of red threads vanished, with the scar-like puddles of threads also vanishing into the storks' stomachs. One more time. We're gonna hit a lot more Tio Triath, Eleanor shouted. Her artificial sources within the storks drew magic circles that fired in every direction. The remaining keepers of termination had nowhere left to run and perished under the barrage of bullets, bodies evaporating into nothing. At the same time, Eleanor used Ikael to heal Zeshia's wounds. Once all the birds were wiped out, something curious happened. A glowing thread extended from all 10,022 storks and moved towards Enesson. She was wrapped up in a transparent shell of light, hanging in the air by the threads. "Come here and bring Enesson," I said. "Roger," Eleanor replied, flying over to Enesson with Zeshia using Fless. "Will En be born?" Zeshia asked Enesson. "I don't know, but probably. Enesson can almost understand Enesson. Just a little more." The 3 of them took to the sky. I could see them from the palace with my own eyes. "It's too bad, goddess of termination," I said. "If you were a little weaker, you would have perished first." I looked down at my feet. The large 2-headed snake under my foot, lodged in the cracked ground, was on the verge of perishing. "Anos," Eleanor's voice called. She slowly descended to where I was. "It's another victory for the Demon King's army. All thanks to Zeshia," Zeshia said proudly, landing alongside her. Yup, you did great. That's my adorable and strong daughter for you." Zeshia looked even more pleased at Eleanor's praise. "All that's left is to wait for En to be born, right?" Eleanor asked. Wrapped in the shell of light being carried by the storks, the wings on Enesson's head flapped. "What do we do about her?" Zeshia asked, glaring down at Andaluk. "Oh, that's right. We're not meant to let her perish, right?" Eleanor asked. "Goddess of termination is the order of termination," I said. "Her power only works on life before it's born. She reacted to me because this divine domain for Slanarleaf fulfills the role of a womb. It's why she kept saying my luck had run out the moment I arrived here. Those within the divine city were considered to be as of yet unborn life." "I get it," Zeshia said with a smug nod. "Did you understand that just now, Zeshia? What did it mean?" Eleanor asked. "It means it's complicated." Eleanor giggled with a relaxed look. "Short, if Enesson is born, termination is impossible," I continued. "If she's born, Enesson will be able to control Forslanarleaf. Andaluk will lose the target of termination, and as a result, her order will weaken and tilt towards birth." "Oh, I see. She came out to terminate, and so even if she isn't destroyed, she'll return to being Wenzel," Eleanor said in understanding. "Tile," a quiet voice muttered. The eyes of the 2-headed snake turned to glare at me. "Did you say something, Andaluk?" I asked. I said, "It's futile." "Oh, it will never happen. Enesson will not be born. Even if you gather Thedals without hearts, vessels without magic, and souls without bodies. Even if you hatch the chicks, the maximum of a source is predetermined." Enesson could be seen in the shine of Andaluk's snake eyes. Since being wrapped in the shell of light, she had undergone no further changes. "Divine city of the sprouting palace is a miniature world. Isn't it, Enesson? You should have remembered by now, no?" Andaluk said eerily, as though she was casting a curse. "You are an order that will never be born. Large eyes glowered at Enesson, who shook inside her shell. Zeshia drew Enharl and slammed it down heavily on an eye. Gwa! Andaluk grunted. Bullying En, Zeshia sullenly stood before the two-headed snake. Demon King Anos, Enesson mumbled, wings flapping as she hugged herself. Something wrong, I said. The maximum life capacity of Forslanar Leaf is 10,022 lives, she said, as though she had recalled her order. Enesson is the 10,023rd life. Enesson cannot be born without taking someone else's life. But if someone else's life is taken, Enesson cannot be born. So the birth of 10,022 storks is the condition for Enesson's birth, but at his same time, Forslanar Leaf can only hold 10,022 lives. I finally get it. Enesson is the 10,023rd life that can never be born. That is the order imposed upon me. Hee ha ha, see now. Andaluk jeered. You might have one Thephite, Misfit, but as long as Enesson isn't born, I will not switch back to the goddess of birth. Andaluk's voice was weak, but there was still a faint insanity hidden in Haribus. Do you finally understand? You cannot stop my destruction. And when Iprish, my sister, will perish too. And when that happens, Enesson will no longer be on the verge of birth. She will disappear completely. She cackled with laughter once again. It seemed she felt no fear towards her own ruin. This is termination. You cannot run from order. And though your birth also escaped my hands, Misfit, you too will soon be swallowed by the order of this world. It's only a matter of time. Ah, Eleanor cried, eyes gazing at the goddess of termination in shock. The red threads that formed the two snake heads were coming apart and disintegrating. She's going to disappear. Eleanor tried to cast Ingal, but the magic was terminated instantly. Andaluk was perishing, but that was what was making her order of termination all the stronger. It's no good. If she perishes like this, neither Wenzel nor En can be saved. Anos, please, save En. Eleanor and Zeshia turned to me and pleaded. It's futile, Andaluk said. You must only think of it and you'll see it's too late, Misfit. All you know is destruction. You are a contaminant of Thurald that can destroy order. But you can only destroy and never save. There's nothing you can do to save life or order. The mouth of the snake curled up in a smirk. Moments later, the threads thereto came loose and crumbled apart. How vexing. My only regret is being unable to watch your reaction. With each word she uttered, the two-headed snake's body further broke down into red threads. If only I could see the faces of both you and my sister crushed with despair. Shall I show you? I said. One beat of silence later, Andaluk asked, What? I grabbed a fistful of loose threads and tied them with a crimson chain, the same chain I had borrowed from the god of binding, Wesnera. What your face looks like when crushed with despair, that is. I entwined the loose threads with the chain, rolling them up into a bundle. Oh, is that all? Give up, Andaluk said. It's impossible. You'll only be wasting your time. Enesson is a gentle order created by militia. Because of you gods getting in the way, she nearly forgot that herself, I said. But now I finally get it. I stared into Enesson's abyss within the shell of light. Why was Enesson only able to show dreams to Eleanor and Zeshia? I said. Why did the vessels with no magic and dolls with no hearts react to Eleanor's artificial sources? Why was the number of storks in the city the same as the number of source clones Eleanor can create? I drew a magic circle before me and glared at Andaluk. I thought it was because militia had left behind the things necessary for Enesson to be born, but that's not it. Enesson is an order on the verge of birth, yes, but she is also a magic law created by the Heavenly Father Nisgalia, one that militia remade. Does that mean? Andaluk said. I sent magic through our link, and runes appeared around Eleanor. Kaya, Eleanor yelped. Holy water formed a bubble around her, hovering in the air. The magic order used to make the Eleanor spell work. That is Enesson's identity. Back then, militia stole a newborn magic order from the Heavenly Father. She recreated that order into Enesson and brought her here. And because Enesson's order was on the verge of birth, it allowed the Eleanor spell formula to function, and for the humanoid magic of Eleanor to be born in the Hero Academy. A doll with no heart, a vessel with no magic, and a soul with no body is required for Enesson to be born. Enesson herself is a soul with no body. The way out of the room containing the doll with no heart, Enesson had tripped. But even though she had still been in the room, the doll with no hearth had begun its restoration. That was proof that she was the missing heart, proof that she was a soul with no body. The reason the 10,023rd life cannot be born is that the artificial source for it cannot be born in Forslanar Leaf. And when I say artificial source, I'm talking about the vessel without magic and the doll with no heart that would complete Enesson, the soul with no body. Originally, the vessel with no magic and doll with no heart should have been born when all 10,022 storks were gathered. But that would have crossed the divine city's capacity, so they weren't. There is a spell here affected by the exact same order as for Slanarleaf. Once a spell formula was formed, controlling the Eleanor spell. Threadsoft light extended from the storks, detaching from Enesson and covering Eleanor's bubble of holy water instead. Undesired magic shall be terminated, Andaluk muttered, but the Eleanor spell couldn't be stopped. For Slanarleaf is Enesson's divine domain, and Eleanor is the spell that works on her magic order, I said. It cannot be erased so easily, or you would have destroyed Enesson much earlier. Eventually, the threads of light being emitted from the storks all gathered at Eleanor's womb. A magic link then extended straight from her abdomen and quietly connected to the link extending from Enesson. Through the Eleanor spell, the artificial source, in other words, the vessel with no magic and the doll with no heart, was created and sent through the link. Why is Enesson Zeshia's little sister? I said. And why did she call Meh her father? It was quite the fascinating riddle. The shell of light covering Enesson started glowing brightly, obscuring her from view. This is the answer. This can't be. Impossible, Andaluk replied. A spell surpassing the power of the magic order it works on. BWA haha. What are you saying, Andaluk? Have you forgotten? The red two-headed snake paled in horror at the sight of Enesson about Tobe born. It was a look of pure despair, overthrowing order. Is the Demon King's magic? Eleanor said triumphantly, stealing Mythunder. Section 43. Incomplete birth you. The two-headed snake spat. From between the chains, red threads unraveled from the main body, rising into the air. Unforgivable, this misfit, breaking the order of this world, is unforgivable. Don't worry, I'm not looking for your forgiveness, I said, gazing at Thuically fatting order of termination with the magic eyes of mauve. I am not your only enemy. None of the gods and order of this world will forgive you. We are the order of this world. Struggle all you wish, but your destination will be the same. You have no choice but to obey, Andaluk said. BWA haha, I laughed, looking down at Andaluk. Save the sleep-talking for sleep. Magic eyes glinted, and the god of binding's chains fell to the ground with a clatter. The two-headed snake body had come apart completely and vanished. Sh, she perished, Eleanor cried. Her order is just switching sides. Several meters from where Andaluk had disappeared, faint light began together. The light took the shape of a person, manifesting into the goddess of birth. How do you feel, Wenzel? I asked. Wenzel nodded with a gentle smile. Thank you very much, Demon King Anos. It's hard to believe, but the order of termination has waned and birth is thriving. As long as another unwanted life doesn't appear, Andaluk will not show herself again. She won't perish while she's inactive, right? Eleanor asked. The order of termination will regenerate itself for the next opportunity, Wenzel answered. As long as I am at the forefront, her divine body and order cannot be influenced by her will. Goddess of birth stared at Eleanor tenderly. Her gaze then moved from her face to the magic link extending from her body to the egg-like shell glowing brightly. Enesson will now be born here, she declared, raising her arms solemnly. The magic circle she drew wrapped around Enesson like a blessing. Then a crack spread across the shell of light, and as the crack widened, a pleasant noise like a bell ringing could be heard. Do your best, En, you got this. Zeshia waved her arms, cheering. In response, the shell of light cracked more, and countless feathers started spilling from within. The ringing sound got even louder. The shell of light then cracked all the way through. Feathers danced into Thier and fluttered down to the ground. The magic link extending from Eleanor's navel detached from the shell as though it had done its duty, returning to her womb. Should I say nice to meet you? Said the being who emerged from the broken shell. Standing there, looking bashful, was the same little girl we knew. Wenzel, Demon King Anos, Eleanor, Big Sis Zeshia. Thank you. Then the two small wings protruding from her back, Enesson Lokedno different from her fetal source form. But when I stared into her abyss, I could see her source was emitting magic. En, Zeshia spread her arms and ran up to Enesson to hug her. En is born. Yup, Enesson is born. I've been born as Zeshia's little sister, Enesson replied. Glorious achievement. The two looked at each other happily and laughed. I'm sorry, there isn't much time left, Enesson suddenly said in a serious tone. En, are you going? Somewhere, Zeshia asked. Enesson shook her head slowly. I've remembered. Enesson, is the magic order of Source Nativity. And the Eleanor spell is a part of that, huh? What's nativity? Eleanor asked, confused. Wenzel stepped forwards to answer her. It's the word used when important people, like great saints or mighty kings, are born into the world. Whoa, so N can create super important life, Eleanor said. The wings on Eneson's head flapped. I don't know if it's super important, but Eneson was born to create new life outside the framework off-order, a new mankind. Does that mean you can give birth to a new kind of life, god, human, or demon? Eleanor said. Eneson is a little special, she answered, head wings flapping. Eneson is order, but not a god. I'm a magic order with the name of Eneson, a magic that Militia created to make this world, controlled by order, a kinder place. I was made for the demon king's sake. Eneson turned around. But that isn't good enough. Do you mean? I asked. She slowly walked forwards as she answered. Eneson isn't kind. I finally understand why I called everyone here. Eneson couldn't wait. I wanted to be born faster. She stopped right in front of the magic cage where Wenzel had been imprisoned, and where Misha and Sasha were still lying on the floor. With Andaluk's disappearance, the effect of her magic would soon fade, and they would recover. Eneson looked at the two of them sadly, then shifted her gaze to the broken mural. She said, pointing at the mural, her finger highlighting a specific magic circle carved among the various patterns drawn on the wall. Huh, it's a shared umbrella magic symbol, Eleanor said. It says Wenzel and Andaluk, Zeshia added. They both leaned in to examine the magic circle. You call it a shared umbrella on Earth, Wenzel noted. The two turned to look at her. It different in the divine realm? Eleanor asked. This is a symbol that represents sister gods that are two sides of the same order, Wenzel said. Eleanor gasped and looked at Eneson. You should have all seen it before. Aberniu drew it in Delsgade, Eneson said. Indeed, it had been carved there with Militia's and Aberniu's names. I see. Militia did say she couldn't meet Aberniu, but she meant that she and Aberniu were gods of the same order, like Wenzel and Andaluk, I said. When Sasha's source was split into two using dino jixes, Misha became the personality of one half. And this must have been why. They were originally two people to begin with, two minds sharing one body. No, that wasn't quite right. If that was true. Kaya, Eleanor yelped. For Slanarleaf shook intensely, interrupting my thoughts. An earthquake, Zeshia cried. Eleanor corrected her. A large magic power could be detected overhead. We looked up to see Thessia and the sky had split into two, and a castle was floating there just like the three-dimensional magic circle that was Delsgade. Eleanor pointed at the sky, raising her voice. That's Everastin Zeta. Everastin Zeta was the institute of the gods, but it should have been in Thunderground World, not here. Militia, Eneson murmured with a frown. Demon King Anos, that's militia. My birth must have triggered it. We have to hurry. Lunar snowdrop petals fluttered down from Everastin Zeta as though to support those words. A magic circle was drawn across the castle, from which silver moonlight shined down and softly wrapped a still-collapsed Misha in its rays. A glowing blue Ariel, a star of creation, then traveled down the silver race and melted into her. Misha shifted quietly. When she opened her eyes, they were glowing with pale blue light. Eneson, Misha said quietly, in her usual emotionless tone. But unlike her usual tone, now there was a divine tranquility to her voice. I told you to keep it a secret until everything was over. But Eneson is. I really am no good at creation, Misha said, then looked at me. She slowly walked towards me and I stepped forwards to meet her. What a dramatic sequence of events. I doubt everything went exactly as you planned either, I said. She blinked a few times and nodded silently. Have you remembered now, Militia? I asked. 2,000 years no see, she said simply. I have so many things I want to ask. I know, she said, then looked at me questioningly. Can I ask first? Go on. Or people, which matters more. It was the question carved into Everastin Zeta. Order is necessary for people to live, not the reverse, I answered immediately. She smiled faintly. I have been waiting for this day, she said, and for you. Section 44. The world the goddess of creation wished for the institute of the gods, Everastin Zeta, hovered in the sky between Thesplit Sea. No moon could be seen, yet silver moonlight shone down on Forslanarleaf. By this day, do you mean the day of Eneson's birth? I asked. Misha nodded. 700 million years have passed since I made the world, she said in a tranquil voice. And this entire time, Aberniu and I have watched over it, have witnessed life and death, creation and destruction in an ever-continuing cycle. During the days of endless conflict, sources cycled through birth, death, and rebirth. In the beginning, I believed that life born even under the star Oftrigdy could find happiness someday. I don't think you were wrong, I said. My father lives in peace beside Mano. Misha smiled sadly. That is just one reality. Not everyone has such fortune. Her emotionless voice echoed quietly and heavily. Sources reincarnate, life cycles renew. But this doesn't happen in perpetuity. Sources should glow brighter the closer they approach ruin. Even if their current life was full of sadness, as long as the next life glows with more joy, the balance between fortune and misfortune will be maintained, Misha said, staring into my eyes. If it didn't end in sadness. If there was hope for the next life even after so many repeated misfortunes, there would still be salvation in this world. She paused and looked down in silence for a moment. Then she said coldly, the total latent magic power of this world is in constant decline. Total latent power. Demons and humans, magic artifacts, demon swords, holy swords, everything that possesses magic, added together, I asked. Misha quietly nodded. Magic doesn't cycle through perfectly. As life reincarnates, magic spills here and there, eventually vanishing completely. The total magic of the world was gradually decreasing. Then that would mean there was life that couldn't cycle through and reincarnate. Some lives might lose their magic power like my father, Saris Valdigode. And once they're out of magic, their source itself would vanish. Anos. She called my name sadly. The world is not kind. It's slowly stealing happiness away from people, She said, as though she was confessing her sins. That is order. Then we just have to overthrow it, I said. She smiled faintly. How like you? Those words sounded like they were coming from Misha rather than Militia. You took the goddess of destruction's order for the sake of world peace, for the sake of reducing the sadness in the world. Demon Castle Delscade stood in mid-haze, distancing all life from destruction, but there were still several problems left behind. Selection trials? I asked. Yes. When the order of destruction vanished, the world tilted towards creation. To maintain the balance of order, the selection trials were held, repeatedly creating war between people and gods. Militia had become Arcana's selection god and had fought in the selection trial underground. What else? I asked. Your forgotten memories, that the goddesses of creation and destruction are sister gods, two sides of the same order. Our sources are 2 in 1 and 1 in 2, an order of 2 gods, 1 body. Sasha had mentioned something about a delayed problem in her memories. Was this what she meant? So what you mean to say is this. If the order of destruction is lost, the order of creation doesn't have long to live either. Misha nodded. Because I had turned the goddess of destruction into Delscade, Militia had lost one side of her order, and as a result, her lifespan had been reduced. Just like Aberniu, my source is that of a god. Although I have reincarnated as a demon, my connection to my order isn't completely severed. Goddess of destruction remains as Delscade while the goddess of creation perishes, I said. But if the goddess of creation perishes, Sasha will eventually vanish too. Right. Surely you had a plan to prevent that, I said. Misha nodded. I relinquished the order of creation in order to stop the selection trial. I used the same magic as you to change my divine body into the Institute of the Gods, Everast and Zeta. Along with the order of the god of balance, El Rolarium, that is. In doing so had made the goddesses of creation and god of balance disappear at the same time. With their vanishing, the balance between creation and destruction had been maintained, while the order of balance behind the selection trial had been weakened. My source is linked to Aberniu's and can both be hidden and revealed from hers in equal measure. Since she was in the middle of reincarnating, I was able to reincarnate with her. You said you once dreamed you gave your sister everything, I said. Misha nodded again. Gods separated from their order cannot live for long. However, Aberniu could live if the link between her and the goddesses of destruction and creation was severed, and she was completely reborn as a demon. The two orders then became Delscade and Everast and Zeta, and the only connection left was the fact that we were 2 people in 1. Sasha had been a single person. Her link to the goddess of destruction would have been severed, and she would have been reincarnated as a normal demon, I said. That would have granted my final wish and allowed her to remain in this world, Misha confirmed. The reason Militia's wish wasn't granted was obvious. Someone had interfered. Graham, huh? I said. Yes. He tried to cause my fall using Arcana, the sword of 1,000 bolts, Godijman, and the god of frenzy, Agenzen, my wish failed and I reincarnated in an undesired form. Your source merged with Sasha, and your consciousness remained when you had wanted to vanish, I said, thinking. Yet again, Misha nodded. We were about to be born in the distorted form Oftwo minds in one source. Speaking, they would have been similar to Kaihilam and Gist, until you were coincidentally split into two through Dino Jixes, I concluded. That aside, I couldn't understand what Graham had wanted to do. Considering who he was, he might have just interfered out of spite, but was that really what had happened here? It was a coincidence. But that coincidence might have been our destiny, Misha said. Did Lei do something? He is the chosen one of the sword of 3 races. That holy sword, one that could cut fate itself, might have responded to him without his knowing. Hero Canon had created tragedy when Misha, who shouldn't have existed, was born through Dino Jixes, and in doing so had actually saved her. But Ivan Smana wasn't even in Lei's possession back then. If things had been set up for me to save Misha and Sasha, which is what the situation seemed to be, then there must have been a tremendous power at work. In the first place, Ivan Smana was a holy sword created to destroy me. Forged be a human, indwelled by a spirit, and blessed by a god, yet all 3 were unknown factors. It wouldn't have been strange, then, for an unknown power Tohave worked in mysterious ways. At the very least, if Sasha and Misha had been 2 minds in one source when I met them, I wouldn't have thought of changing the past to save them. After being split into 2 people, our connection to the goddesses of destruction and creation became weaker. After all, the moon of creation and the sun of destruction cannot both exist in the sky at once, Misha said. In other words, they were more like gods that were extremely close to being demons. If the 2 of you remained as one, the connection to the goddesses of destruction and creation would have remained strong, and the 2 of you would have perished from being separated from your orders, I said, putting things together. Yes, it was a very lucky coincidence. Thanks to the hero's power, we were given 15 more years to live. With all these coincidences, it was natural to assume some kind offpour had been at work. What a sequence of events. Then, 15 years later, you arrived, and once again we were able to live for just a little longer, Misha said, her eyes gentle. You, me, and Sasha, Wariel here. Dino Jixes was completed and they returned to being one person. Death would have awaited them. I had unknowingly saved them. This moment is like a fleeting dream to us, she said, speaking as though everything was to turn to ruin. Silver light illuminated Misha's body, and she slowly floated into the air. We might have reincarnated into 2 demons, she said, but a god is a god and order is order. A god without order cannot live for long, but... Misha smiled gently. You've shown me so many miracles already, she said. You split the world with walls and showed me peace. You brought down the sun of destruction and showed a god love. Because of you, I could see Aberniu living as a demon. She began to rise, as if the institute of the gods high above were drawing her closer. In all my years of watching the world, you showed me things I had never seen before. The world has become peaceful beyond belief. She turned, floating with her back to Everast and Zeta. Now it's my turn to show you one last miracle, Anos, she said. I will remake this world into a kinder place. Do you intend to do? I asked, looking up at her. Which do you think was born first, the world or me? Misha asked. I shot her a look of confusion and she answered for me. The world. There was a goddess of creation before me. When an old world reaches its limit, the goddess of creation perishes. And as their source approaches destruction, they use the last of their power to create. They create the next goddess of creation, and that new order creates the new world. Light now covered Everast and Zeta, making it glow. I see, I said. When the gradually decreasing magic power of the world finally sputters out, the goddess of creation recreates the world. But I will be the last goddess of creation, Misha said. I will resist their repeating order of the world. A single blink, the light of the Institute of the Gods vanished, and Miss Haas' pupils were dyed silver, changed by her original power as the goddess of creation. You taught me how to fight, she said. On the next blink, Misha's pupils turned into the moon of creation, Altiert Noah. Her gaze was fixed on Everast and Zeta, which had activated a 3-dimensional magic circle. Lunar snowdrops fluttered everywhere as the Institute of the Gods transformed into the moon of creation, but it looked different from normal. There was a faint shadow over the moon, a lunar eclipse. When I perish, my moon will go missing, a total eclipse of Altiert Noah. This final creation is called the lunar eclipse of origin. The light of creation shall remake this world, she said with resolution, into a kind world with no gods. You plan to steal all order from this world? I asked. Misha nodded. All the cold, predetermined order will vanish, and the world will turn vague and uncertain. Apprehension and fear will run rampant, ushering in an era of the unknown. But a kind of heated chaos, hope, will emerge too. Besides, she directed her next words straight at me, the world will still have you in it. After the world is remade, use your magic to give birth to the new people of the world. The source nativity spell Enesson will create people unbound by the order of the gods. The total magic power of the world will stop decreasing, and hope will always remain no matter the despair. This world, supported by the order of the gods, was one which constantly chipped away at life. It was why Militia had created Enesson in the first place, to replace the vanishing gods and create a new world, one where my magic, the magic of the world's Misfit, could create new life. Once order disappears, the gods will be stripped of their titles and live as new life forms, Misha said. There will no longer be gods like Aberniu, burdened by the duties forced upon them. That does sound like a better world than now, I said. Hold on a second, I can't keep up, Eleanor said, clutching her head in thought. The new world does sound good, but if I understand it right, once Misha recreates the world, she'll be destroyed too. A little destruction can be easily overcome. I'll lend a hand, I said. Misha smiled and shook her head. I won't perish. I will be reborn as Thurald. Eleanor looked shocked. Misha will turn into the world, Zeshia asked worriedly. That's right. Will we meet again? Zeshia asked. She smiled a little sadly. Anytime, once I become the world, I will watch over all of you and protect you gently. Only my consciousness will disappear, so won't be able to speak. You can't, Militia, Enesson shouted. You can't do that. You won't be able to stay with everyone that way. Misha gave her a troubled smile and shook her head. You are different from the gods. You are the Demon King's order for the new world. That's why you are kind. I'm so glad to see it, she said softly, as though she was speaking to a child. I will just have a different role. Enesson was on the verge of tears, and it was clear now why her vague memories and emotions had called me here. She had wanted to stop Militia from doing this. For 700 million years, I have watched over all things in this world. I have wished for so long not to create the world, but to become it, so that I can watch over everyone more closely, more kindly, Misha said. She lifted her handshake, and the moon of creation began to wane. The lunar eclipse had begun. Anos, Eleanor, Zeshia, Enesson, Wenzel, she said brightly. I'm sorry, thank you, it's been fun. Our eyes, the silver light of the moon of creation tinted red, the total eclipse was underway. Take care of Aberniu for me, Misha said. You should say your farewells yourself, I said. Misha slowly shook her head, looking awkward. I'll be scolded, she replied. The total lunar eclipse was complete, covering Altiert Noah. For Slanarleaf was filled with reddish silver light. Goodbye. 2 blinks, the moons in Misha's eyes turned a rusty silver. Goodbye. The moon of creation shook, its rusty silver light dimming slightly. A powerful gaze, full of magic power, was now glaring at Altiert Noah. What do you mean by goodbye? Are you stupid? A magic circle launched from the ground, the figure on it charging towards Misha. There was no need to look to see who it was. It was Sasha, recovered and now taking to the sky. I cackled. Too bad, Militia. Looks like you're getting scolded anyway. Don't you laugh either. Sasha spat as she launched into a rant. Why aren't you stopping her? Eleanor and Zeshia too. I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Sasha glared at the moon of creation with her teeth bared. Good grief. Sorry, Militia, I said. As comrades in the name of peace, it read to respect your feelings, but it seems my subordinate refuses to remain silent. I flew up into the sky and drew a large magic circle overhead. Delscade, the shadow of a large castle, appeared, then inverted to reveal the demon castle Delscade. Militia's Altiert Noah couldn't be stopped with half-heart gestures, so I would need to strike with at least equal power. Let's not do anything rash here, I said. I'm sure you two have lots off catching up to do. I ordered Delscade to crash into the moon of creation. Black particles rose from the demon castle and collided with the rusty silver light, creating a cloud of fierce sparks. The outer walls of Delscade crumbled on impact, the main castle itself sinking into the moon. At that, the total eclipse came to an end, and the moon returned to its form as the institute of the gods. The demon castle continued placing pressure until Themoon was completely sealed. Sasha used that spare moment to fly even higher, while Misha stayed still, watching with gentle eyes as her sister tried to stop her. Sorry, Abernew. I wanted to leave behind a kind world for you, She said. Carefully, Militia, Sasha said. Unfortunately, no matter how kind or peaceful the world you create is, Sasha rose through the sky, reaching for Misha with an open hand. If you're not there, I'll never smile again. I'll never want a world like that. Section 45. Answer. A magic circle was drawn above Misha, forming a duplicate Delscade. Her magic eyes of creation gazed gently at Sasha, who was fast approaching. The next moment, Geograze, I said. Jet black suns fired everywhere, setting the false Delscade in the sky ablaze. I passed by Misha with a right hand stained with black flames. Ziara. I moved straight towards the false castle and pierced through it from the bottom floor to the top. The castle was swallowed by glittering black flames and turned to ash. Be so stubborn, Sasha shouted. We promised, remember? Wepromis, the three of us would meet again. We've finally met, we've finally remembered. Misha's magic eyes of creation stared at Sasha, covering her body with ice. This is my only wish, Misha said. Her eyes had frozen over Sasha's outstretched hand, stopping her ascent. Everything else I will give you. All I want is for you to focus on making your own dreams come true. The rest of Sasha's body froze in no time at all. Only her head was spared, and even that was slowly turning to ice. There was no doubt the ice would eventually melt, after everything was over, that is. Fall in love and find happiness, Abernew, Misha said softly. Once I've become this world, I'll watch over you every day. Sasha's face completely froze over. The next moment, magic circlets appeared in her pupils. She glared into space with the magic eyes of destruction, shattering the ice and freeing her body. Stop being stupid, she spat. I don't need love. I don't need any of my dreams to come true. Canceling out the magic eyes of creation with the magic eyes of destruction, Sasha ascended through the air with Fless again. Once she was close enough, she grabbed both of Misha's hands with her own. Nothing has to come true, Sasha said. I'll give up so you give up to Militia, okay? As long as we're together, I don't need anything else. The magic eyes of destruction turned red as Sasha cried in Misha's face. I've already found happiness. Abernew, Misha said softly. As long as we are two separate people, the fate of the goddesses of creation and destruction cannot be erased. You're not a full demon yet, you've just lost your order, and gods without order will perish. She gently squeezed Sasha's hand in return. I'm glad to have met you at the very end. Don't joke around like this. Fate can be crushed, no matter how many times it takes, Sasha said, voice trembling but determined. Things aren't like they were back then. It doesn't matter if I'm not a full demon, if we're fated toprish, if that's what the order of the world says, I'll crush it all. Her magic eyes of destruction sparkled brighter and stronger than I had ever seen it. Well said. And that's why you're my follower, I said, descending from Theno-burning false Delscade, approaching Misha from behind. With Herring complete reincarnation, Abernew will eventually perish. If we resolve that matter first, Militia, will you be open to discussion on how to create true peace in this world without your sacrifice? Misha smiled faintly and reached out to me with her left hand, which I moved slightly to grab. It's not a sacrifice, it's a wish, she said plainly. I prayed, I wished. There was nothing I could do but watch over this cold world. For 700 million years, that's all I did. And now my wish is about to come true, so don't be sad. Misha squeezed our hands gently. Smile. Sasha shook her head while crying, her golden hair drooping with sadness. For the first time since my birth as the goddess of creation, I'm able to do something worthy, Misha said. This is my first real action as a creation god. She stared directly at Sasha. Abernew, please send off your hopeless older sister who loved the world too much. Then she looked over at me. Anos, king of this world, please watch over me proudly as I walk the righteous path of a god. She gently wrapped her arms around us in a hug. I am not misfortunate by any means, she said. When I turn into the world, I can watch over all the people precious to me, forever and ever, through every one of your reincarnations. Misha laughed softly as though to blow our sorrows away. There are no sad farewells here. I'm merely remaining a god. So, Sasha said in a tearful voice. Even if you want this, I don't like it. I'll never agree to this. I'll never send you off. Just think about it. Even if Anos and I are smiling, you won't be, Militia. We'd never be able to talk or hold hands like this. You'll just be watching, and that's so lonely. Misha blinked a few times. It's not lonely. Even if you're fine with it, I'll be lonely, Sasha cried out. I'll cry for the rest of my life. I'll keep calling your name over and over. And then you'll regret everything. I'll definitely make you regret it. Misha kept looking at Sasha awkwardly. I'm not letting go, Sasha said, clinging to her. Even if the world ends, I'm not letting go of your hand. You. Misha blinked once, her pupils turning silver, and then blinked once more, turning them into the moon of creation, the divine eyes of origin. And in the next moment the world turned white. "I'll be watching you, my beloved little sister," Misha said. In this pure white world of nothing, ice clouds formed. Then ice flowers, ice trees, ice mountains, a land of pure ice. Then a large sea appeared. "World," Misha's voice echoed through leaks. We were trapped in the ice world she had created. Below us, I could see Eleanor looking around in confusion. Zeshia and Esson, Wenzel, and Wesnere had been swallowed into the world as well. "Let us out, Militia, let us out now," Sasha yelled. "Stay there. There's no time left." Sasha turned her magic eyes of destruction on the ice world. The ice cracked and shattered, but the world itself was untouched. The balance between destruction and creation is maintained. But at any moment in time, the scale is always tipped just a little towards destruction. Thatie's the current order of this world. In order to create, there must be destruction first. But after the goddess of destruction vanished, life remained, and the number of things that should have been destroyed, but weren't, grew. A kind voice echoed through the ice world. The god of war was thus born. A rift appeared in the world, opening a door of God through which soldiers of order march upon the world. "So we'll beat all of them up," Sasha said. "There's no need to fight. There are no enemies and there are no allies. There's been enough conflict. The world will instead be reborn kinder." "Stop it. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Let us out already. Let us out before I break everything." The magic eyes of destruction shattered the sky and sea. Sasha then stared at her own source, bringing it closer to destruction in an attempt to increase her power. The closer she was to destruction, the more her power resembled that of the former goddess of destruction. But Sasha had lost her divine body, and her current one was unable to withstand her former power. "Enough," I said, covering her eyes and stopping her power. She sagged against me like a puppet with its strings cut, calling Militia's name through delirious pants. I cast healing magic while I spoke. "Militia," I said, "did you think you could imprison me in your world just because you're the goddess of creation?" "I will gently accept your destruction," Misha said. "Go on. The new world I create will never be destroyed, and this will be proof of it. The next world will be where you can run around with all your might." Was a kind smile in her voice. "A world where you can run like a child," she added. As always, her heart was in the right place. She wanted a world that I couldn't accidentally destroy. She wanted to make a place for me where I could feel truly free. How admirable, but foolish. Completely, utterly foolish. You haven't changed. With or without your memories, you've always been full of love, thinking only about other people. You are kind, Militia. I'm sure the world you're trying to remake will be a kind one," I said to the girl outside the ice world. "But it will only be a kind lie." Misha listened to my words silently. "Lies can be as fragile as they are kind, and a world like that will eventually break. In fact," I declared, "it'll be a shoddy scam of a world. I could make one better." A brief moment of silence passed before she replied, "Please believe in me." "Then let's have a match." I drew a magic circle. "A world-creating match. If I make a better world than you, you'll reconsider your plan. How about it? You want to compete against me in creation magic?" I laughed at the surprise in her voice. "If I recreate this world of ice, it'll be me victory." Misha fell silent in thought. If we really were to have a contest of creation, she'd have an overwhelming advantage over me. But if she lost to creation magic as weak as mine, she wouldn't be able to create the world kindly anyway. What she probably found incomprehensible was why I would choose such a one-sided challenge. "What about Zekt?" she asked. I laughed at those words. "Between you and me?" "'Kay, I accept your challenge, Demon King Anos." I held a hand over the magic circle I drew and filled it with magic power, expanding the circle in size. A three-dimensional magic circle far bigger than Delskade now covered the world of ice. "There be green," I said. Through iris, greenery spread across the icy land. Wherever black particles gathered, trees and flowers sprouted, transforming ice into fertile land. And snow. In the next instant, the green land I created turned into ice. That's the goddess of creation for you. Your power isn't bound by the limits of the world, but creation magic can still reach you. You sure about that? This contest is to remake the world, and unfortunately my creation magic isn't as kind as yours. I held my hand out and drew a multi-layered magic circle. The layers formed a gun turret aimed at the sky, with black particles swirling fiercely around it. Shock waves from the powerful magic shook the air, melting the ice. I pulled Sasha close to protect her. Wenzel, Eleanor, Zeshia, and Ineson leaped into the sky to cast a magic barrier. The black particles drew a 7-layered spiral around the turret. Deep cracks ran along the ice ground and sky, splitting it into 4. Egil grown Angdroa. Of the end fired from the turret, drawing a disastrous 7-layer red spiral that roared towards the sky, overrunning everything as it shot forwards. It was origin magic that borrowed the magic power of militia, Aberniu and Anno's Valdigode from 2,000 years ago. On militia, it would have no effect, in this ice world. That was another matter entirely. Once the flames reached the upper limit of the sky, they set the entire world ablaze. The ice clouds melted, the endless sky burned, the land and mountains were scorched black, and everything turned to ash. What remained was dyed black and white. But the frame of the world itself was safe. If it weren't, we'd have returned to Forslanar Leaf at once. Withstanding Egil grown Angdroa is quite the feat. It seems you weren't lying about accepting my destruction. I don't lie. No. I slowly lowered my right hand and held it, palm up, to the heavens. A shadow of a sword appeared across my hand. Above, the demon castle Delscade was slowly intruding upon the ice world. I closed my right hand, and the shadows inverted to reveal a longsword off darkness. You are lying, I said. I'll prove it right now. I held Venusdanoa up to the sky. The shadow it projected had all kinds of monochrome images reflected within it. Scenes of castles, cities, mountains, forests, deserts, and lakes, and all the people who lived there appeared like three-dimensional silhouettes. Millions and millions of shadows created a new world before us. However, you should know better, said Militia. The shadow images froze over. The abolisher of reason is the goddess of destruction's power. You excel at destruction magic more than anyone else. But even if you stack ruin with destruction and change it to creation, you cannot recreate the goddess of creation's world. Earth froze over once again, as though painting over the shadow world. I was happy, she said, and I won't forget that. She spoke as if this were her farewell. Even at the very end, you didn't try to destroy my world, she said. Even at a time like this. One moment of silence, Sasha started trembling in my arms. The demon king of tyranny, the one who ruins above all challenged main world creation in an attempt to stop me. That is the best possible parting gift you could have given me, Misha's voice said plainly, a hint of a smile in her face. Thank you, covered the world. I've watched this world for so long and have thought about this just as long. So don't be sad, smile for me. After 700 million years of thinking, this is me answer. That's why. Her words trailed off. I looked around and saw the world of silver ice spread across half the land. You said I gave you a miracle, Militia, I said. Half the world was silver and half the world was shadow. The goddess of creation, who could recreate the entire world in an instant, had failed to Arazathi's shadows. That I separated the world with walls and showed you peace. That I brought down the sun of destruction and showed a god love. That I showed you Aberniu, reincarnated as a demon. The silver world was once again painted with shadows. Slowly but steadily, the shadows increased in number. That is your lie. That wasn't the miracle at all. A battle of creation magic, I was disadvantaged. But the shadow world was no longer freezing over. We became friends for the first time in this era after our reincarnation. Far off in the distance was the silhouette of Midhaze, specifically where Misha and I first met. During the Dino Jix's incident when you fought with Sasha, you chased after her with me and made up. Another area, the shadows depicted the underground dungeon of Delscade. A shadow of Sasha could be seen clinging to a shadow of Misha. I gave you your birthday ring. The silhouette of my house appeared. There, Misha was beaming from Ir Toar while donning the lotus ice ring. All these moments were things she undoubtedly considered miracles. You said at the Demon Sword tournament that I wasn't the Demon King of Tyranny, but a classmate and friend. That I've been reborn as an Ordinara student, so I should go and have fun. You saw me for who I currently am, not the Demon King I once was. Thanks to her words, I was able to finally feel the peace I had so desired. And I would return those words right back at you, I said. You're no longer the goddess of creation. You're just an ordinary student and my friend. And I'm not the only one who thinks this way either. You think all your classmates would just smile if you disappeared from them without a word. Countless shadowy figures reflected in Misha's divine eyes as she gazed at her ice world. The figures included Lei and Misay, Shin and Reno, the Fan Union girls, Emilia, Eldamd, Mom and Dad, and the students of the Demon King Academy. It's been half a year since I met you, 7 months actually, to be precise. You must have distanced yourself from your memories and emotions to prevent anything from making you waver. You altered them with the power of creation and hid them deep in your heart. That is your lie. But as you know already, theaters of the gods are helpless before love and kindness. I created a shadow world to thrust before her eyes. Misha, I said, calling her name, the name she had so desperately wanted Somyeon to call her by. Not the name of the goddess of creation, but a girl's name, a demon's name. Don't talk such nonsense. Losing you is out of textion. That's right, Misha, Eleanor yelled from the sky. Each and every one of the Demon King's army will go home victorious this time as well. Then we'll all have a toast together. And if you're not around, who will stop Sasha's drunk rampage? Misha is kind to Zeshia. Zeshia yelled just as loud. Without Misha, who will secretly eat Zeshia's grass? She clenched her fists and pleaded to Misha from outside the world. Doesn't want to become a herbivore. Misha, Sasha mumbled from within my arms. Hey, Misha. I know what you've wished for now, but is it really okay? She called out to her softly, but with a terrible sadness. We were always together, Sasha said. And that had nothing to do with us being goddesses. Back then it was the same too. I know we can only live if there's one of us, but I can't accept it, because... A tear spilled from the magic eyes of destruction, Sasha said, searching for her words. Because I can't live if we're not both living. If you're going to become the world, I will too. Even if we are not the goddesses of creation and destruction, the connection between us won't be broken. If you insist on being reborn as this world, then tell me to come with you. She slowly reached out a shaking hand, reaching for the sister who wasn't here. I'm your little sister, but I'm your big sister too. I cannot die after you. I cannot die before you. It has to be together. You know this too, don't you, Misha? Sasha yelled, filled with a powerful determination for her former older sister and her irreplaceable little sister. For the other half of her soul. 2,000 years ago, your answer might have been different, but no, you've lived as a demon, I said, pausing to look around. The world you want can no longer be kind, not when so many people will grieve you when you reg on. I smiled at Misha, my compassionate friend. I spread my arms and the world-off shadows began to dance. If you disagree, I said, recreate the world right now. Recreate the world you've walked on alongside us for the past 7 months. My creation magic spread shadows across the world, creating countless silhouettes that showed the past 7 months we had been through together. Even if the goddess of creation could remake them all, her heart was unable to erase them. She couldn't erase her dear memories, and so there was no need to destroy them. The path we walked on together couldn't be remade with lies and magic, and that was the biggest miracle of them all. Say, Misha, I said. I released the abolisher of reason. There was no need for a sword or magic now. All that was needed was the heart. Did you really think the answer you thought about for 700 million years could compare to our 7 months together? I asked. Countless fragments silently danced before my eyes. They were fragments of the world, reflecting our memories like pieces of glass falling through the air, erasing the shadow world I had made. Once the pieces of the last 7 months had finished passing by, we were back in the sky of Forslanarleaf. Misha stood before us, eyes full of tears. Ah! She opened her mouth to say something, but Sasha wrapped her up in a hug before she could do so. Welcome home, Misha. I'm not letting go of you again, Sasha said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Misha replied in a hoarse voice. I'm home. Section epilogue. The Demon King's holy grail in the sky of Forslanarleaf. 2 sisters held each other in an embrace while the oceanic sky slowly returned to its original shape. Sasha, Misha said softly, tapping Sasha's shoulder. But her sister refused to let go of her, hugging her even tighter. It's all right. Sasha shook her head and kept her tight hold on Misha, burying her face in her shoulder. It was like she was afraid Misha would vanish the moment she let go. Misha looked at me for help. I cackled. You reap what you sow, figure this out yourself. I don't know how, Misha mumbled, gently patting Sasha's head. And there isn't much time. That, Sasha finally looked up. Gods separated from their order cannot live for long. In demon terms, it's like being separated by dino jixes, Misha said. Sasha wiped the tears from her eyes and looked at her with determination. As long as we're 2 different people, we won't be able to cut off our connection to the goddesses of destruction and creation, you mean? Misha nodded. Either you or I have to vanish, turning into one source and own mind for the reincarnation into a demon to be completed. We both have a little god left in us right now. Other words, if things remained as usual, the 2 would perish. What can we do? Sasha asked. Misha was unable to answer that question. She had tried to save Sasha by turning herself into the world, but she didn't know of any other way. You won't have to worry about perishing if you regain the orders off destruction and creation, but, I trailed off. That would mean the return of the order of destruction in the world. Those who escaped death would die, and those who should have perished would perish. Unlike 2,000 years ago, demons, humans, their magic, and their spell shards significantly deteriorated. If the goddess of destruction were revived in this world, she would bring utter chaos. I could create a world without order, Misha said, using the lunar eclipse of origin. But you can only use that when you're on the verge of destruction, right? Sasha asked worriedly. Misha nodded again. It can only be used when the goddess of creation perishes. Even if I overcome the destruction, a world cannot be created from nothing. The condition for creating a new world is to sacrifice the source the moment it shines its brightest, right before perishing. She looked at me. There has to be another way. There's no need to create everything from scratch. Only change what you want changed and leave the rest untouched. That should reduce the burden on you, I said. It should be possible to improve the world and allow Misha and Sasha to survive without using the power of creation. If I could see into the abyss of the world, that might be possible, Miss Ha said. The total magic power of the world was falling. Even without the order off destruction, lives that should have cycled into rebirth were gradually disappearing instead. Was there another source of this destruction somewhere in this world? If we found it, these two could be saved, and the world could be led to its proper shape. I've watched this world until now, Misha said. The order of this world is intricately tangled as it moves. But if one order falls, Misha froze mid-sentence. What's wrong? Sasha asked. I noticed the abnormality soon after. Stop, Misha whispered, staring in the direction of the Institute of the Gods. The giant castle of Everastin Zeta was scattering silver light everywhere as it rose into the air, heading right for the demon castle Delscade. I can't control it either, I said. I used my magic to move the demon castle, but it didn't do as I wanted. The only one capable of opposing me should have been Aberniu, but her will was currently within Sasha. World. Misha blinked twice. The divine eyes of origin created a small glass bead between Everastin Zeta and Delscade, serving as a wall between the two castles. Although it was small, it was a world of infinite distance. However, the glass bead she had created suddenly disappeared. The silver moonlight shining on her was gone, along with the moon of creation in her pupils. Who? Misha muttered. Misha had reincarnated into a demon. Her order of creation and memories from her former existence were stored within Everastin Zeta. Someone had cut off that connection, but there was no sign of any enemy nearby. They're going to collide, Sasha cried out. Everastin Zeta and Delscade crashed into each other with a deafening boom. The castles had been built with the orders of creation and destruction, so they were unharmed by the collision itself, but the momentum threw them upwards, into the sea and the sky. An unpleasant static noise filled my head. I told you. Sasha and Misha turned to look at me. The eerie voice leaking from my source was louder than ever before. If you hadn't come here, she would have never known. The goddess of creation would have perished in peaceful ignorance, the world would have been recreated, and Eneson's magic order would have been the foundation for new life. Is this your doing? I asked, glaring at the two castles being swallowed by the sky. Stop hiding and show yourself already. You've wiped out the hope made of 700 million years of wishing. You've let the final hope escape, and now the sister gods of creation and destruction will perish in regret. As usual, the voice ignored me and continued speaking. The world is neither kind nor smiling. The oceanic sky swirled like a whirlpool. At the center was a light that sucked in both Everastin Zeta and Delscade. It's a gate to the divine realm, Sasha said. It's closing, Misha added. When I stared into the abyss of the whirlpool in the sky, I could indeed see a grand gate there, one that was slowly closing and disappearing. Past the gate was the firmament of the gods, the headquarters of the divine realm. If the gate closed, it would be extremely difficult to come back. Ignis. With a glowing blue hand, I grabbed the divine gate. But as soon as I did, it began to crumble in my fingers. It was being destroyed from the other side. At High's rate, we would completely lose the way to the divine realm. Leaving the earth was a gamble, but Everastin Zeta and Delscade were halves of Misha and Sasha. They were necessary for their survival. We're going after it, I said, rising into the sky with Fless. Sasha and Miss Hay immediately followed me. We'll go too, Eleanor said. Must save Misha and Sasha, added Zeshia. Eleanor, Zeshia, and Esson Wenzel also moved after us. Wesnera was a little farther back. He wouldn't make it in time. I charged into the whirlpool in the sky and stared at the crumbling gate. At its depth, dimensions of space-time were fluctuating in fierce waves. The partial destruction of the gate had messed up the spell formula connecting the divine realm to this place. We could still go through it, but it wouldn't be a smooth journey. Take my hand, I said. If you let go, we may end up separated. Misha and Sasha took my hands. Behind them, Eleanor and the others linked hands too. It would have been safer to have everyone grab me, but there was no time for that. They would barely get here in time before the gate broke. Eleanor, if you manage to make it to the firmament of the gods, discuss things with Wenzel and proceed carefully, I ordered. If it seems hopeless, go back to Earth and inform Shin. Got it, she replied. We passed through the whirlpool and the world turned white. We had entered the gate. As magic power raged wildly around us, I grasped the two small hands in mine tightly and continued forwards. Why did Delsgade and Everast and Zeta stop listening? Sasha asked with Afron. Misha's gaze was grim as she stared forwards. I don't know, she mumbled, voice full of sorrow. That voice, it said we'd regret knowing. The voice echoing in my source had said I'd regret knowing, that if we came her, they would once again face reality. Misha's hand was trembling slightly. She was probably feeling uneasy. The same applied to Sasha. She clutched tight as if trying to suppress any trembling panic. This brings back memories, I said. The two of them looked at me in confusion. You cannot live as two people. If you do, the peace of the world will be endangered. The situation is so similar it's like it was made on request. The peace of the world has merely been added along with your lives. Now, who should I go about saving? I shot them a look while flying forwards. Do you remember my answer? Misha's hand stopped trembling. Sasha giggled. Save all three, they said in unison. I burst out laughing. Stop begging, stop praying, all you have to do is follow me. A light came into view ahead of us. We would soon be out of the void and arrive at the firmament of the gods. The situation with Sasha and Misha wasn't over yet. That was all. Nothing had or would change. I repeated my words from back then to remind them. I will crush every conceivable absurdity that stands in your way.